Chapter 1. With me, you have the whole world. At the Jiang Central Passenger Station, a man clad in a dark overcoat, wearing sunglasses and possessing a robust and upright physique emerged. He was engaged in a phone conversation as he walked. Have you confirmed the details? Commander Long, we have verified that the woman who rescued you from the flames 10 years ago is named Tang Chuchu. Although she managed to pull you from the inferno and survived against all odds, she suffered severe disfigurement, with 95 of her body scarred. Upon hearing this, the man's grip on his phone tightened, and his expression darkened. Despite the sweltering heat of summer, the air around him suddenly turned frigid, a chilling aura enveloping the vicinity. Passers-by instinctively shuddered as they walked past him. His name was Jiang Chen, a member of the Jiang family. A decade ago, a conspiracy against the Jiang family unfolded in Jiangzhou, culminating in a devastating fire that consumed them. A young girl, defying all odds, rushed into the flames to rescue him. The following morning, all 38 members of the Jiang family perished in the blaze, marking the end of Jiangzhou's most illustrious family. After being rescued, driven by a relentless will to survive, Jiang Chen leapt into the river, which allowed him to escape the clutches of death. He wandered into the southern wilderness and became a soldier. Over the course of 10 years, he transformed from an inconspicuous foot soldier into a commanding general. He single-handedly faced 30,000 elite enemies and infiltrated enemy ranks to capture their commander alive. He earned the formidable title of the Dragon Commander, instilling terror in his foes as the Black Dragon of the southern wilderness. He also became the youngest commander in the annals of the Great Xia Nation. After his promotion, he chose to retire and return to Jiangzhou, not only to repay a debt of gratitude, but also to seek vengeance. I demand all information regarding Tang Chuchu. Commander Long, I have sent it to your email. Please check your inbox. After ending the call, Jiang Chen opened his email and received a message. Tang Chuchu, female, 27 years old, of the Tang family. The Tang family was regarded as a second-tier family in Jiangzhou. 10 years prior, Tang Chuchu was merely a high school senior. On that fateful Sunday, she had gone on an outing to the suburbs with a few classmates. In the evening, upon witnessing a villa engulfed in flames, she heard cries for help and, disregarding her own safety, dashed into the inferno to rescue a young boy. That boy was Jiang Chen. This incident irrevocably altered Tang Chuchu's life. She emerged from the ordeal with severe burns, narrowly escaping death, but left with 95 of her body scarred. Consequently, she became the subject of ridicule among her peers, a topic of gossip over meals. Tang Chuchu, the debt of gratitude you bestowed upon me, Jiang Chen, shall be repaid with the latter half of my life. The Xiao, Wang, Zhao, and Zhou family's Jiang Chen has returned. What you once took from me, I shall reclaim one by one. The 38 souls of the Jiang family will be honored with your blood. Jiang Chen clenched his fists and stepped into an unmarked luxury vehicle. The driver, clad in a black tank top and a black cap, spoke up, Commander Long, in 3 days, the Tang family will host a marriage selection for Tang Chuchu. The head of the Tang family, Tang Tianlong, has declared that anyone who marries into the Tang family and weds Tang Chuchu will be considered a member of the Tang family and will receive their protection. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what is this about marrying a son-in-law? Dragon Commander, the Tang family may be a prominent clan, yet Tang Chuchu has become renowned as the ugliest woman in Jiangzhou, leaving no suitor brave enough to marry her, and she has become a source of ridicule for the Tang family. The elder Tang is anxious and devised this plan despite Tang Chuchu's disfigurement. The family's wealth still attracts many who are willing to marry her. At the Tang family villa, a significant gathering was underway. Today marked the occasion of Tang Tianlong seeking a husband for his granddaughter, Tang Chuchu. After a rigorous selection process, 10 candidates had emerged. In the grand hall of the villa stood 10 men, a mix of ages and appearances, some handsome, others less so. All were without notable backgrounds. Among them was Jiang Chen. Without Tang Chuchu, he would have perished in the fire a decade ago. Without her, there would be no Jiang Chen today, nor the infamous Black Dragon of the Southern Domain. Seated on a sofa in the villa's hall was a woman, her entire form wrapped tightly, her face obscured by a white veil, rendering her features indistinct. An elderly man, dressed in a Zhongshan suit and leaning on a dragon-head cane, rose and addressed the 10 men with a booming voice. I hereby announce that the son-in-law of the Tang family will be Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, the veiled woman trembled slightly. Had her fate for the latter half of her life finally been sealed? She understood that from the moment she saved someone 10 years ago, she had lost everything. The other candidates, filled with disappointment, departed one by one. Jiang Chen stood tall in the villa's grand hall, resembling a stately poplar. At that moment, a man rose and approached Jiang Chen, clapping him on the shoulder with a mocking tone. "Brother-in-law, do treat my cousin with kindness. Though she is disfigured and somewhat unattractive, she is still a woman and can fulfill your needs." The speaker was Tang Lei, the eldest grandson of the Tang family. Jiang Chen ignored Tang Lei, his gaze fixated solely on Tang Chuchu. His eyes lingered on the woman seated on the sofa, unable to discern her features, yet he noticed the white veil was dampened by her tears. "Chuchu, you should return home. I'm off to play cards," said a middle-aged woman, her face contorted with disdain, turning her back as she departed. She was Yen Mei, Tang Chuchu's mother, utterly disillusioned with her daughter. While other Tang women had married well, her daughter had fallen to the level of being randomly matched with anyone from the street. "Dad, I'm heading to the company," Tang Chuchu's father, Tang Bo, said hurriedly to Tang Tianlong before swiftly leaving, ignoring his daughter entirely. The gazes of other Tang family members were fixed on Jiang Chen, their faces betraying mockery. This tall man, seemingly capable, had chosen to marry the laughingstock of Jiangzhou, Tang Chuchu. Yet Jiang Chen approached Tang Chuchu, extending his hand toward her. The sobbing Tang Chuchu looked at the outstretched hand, momentarily taken aback. "From this day forth, I shall protect you. With me by your side, you shall possess the entire world. You will be the happiest woman in existence." A resonant and resolute voice reached Tang Chuchu's ears. At that moment, she cast aside the mocking faces of her family. Forgetting their scornful gazes, her attention was solely captured by this tall, formidable man who bore an expression of tender affection. Jiang Chen grasped her hand, gently pulling her up from the sofa, and softly urged, "Let us go." He led Tang Chuchu away from the Tang family villa. Outside the villa, a licenseless luxury vehicle awaited them, flanked by two men clad in black suits. As Jiang Chen approached, still holding the bewildered Tang Chuchu, the men immediately began to speak dragon. With a slight wave of his hand, Jiang Chen interrupted their words, declaring, "Take me to the imperial residence. I must tend to my wife's injuries." Not only was Jiang Chen renowned as the dragon commander of the southern wilderness, but he was also a skilled healer. Mending the wounds that marred Tang Chuchu's skin was a task far too simple for him. Chapter 1. With me, you have the whole world. At the Jiangzhou passenger station, a robust man clad in a dark coat and donning sunglasses emerged. He walked while conversing on his phone. "Have you found out the details?" "Dragon Commander, we have confirmed that the girl who saved you from the inferno 10 years ago is named Tang Chuchu. Although she miraculously survived after pulling you from the flames, she suffered severe disfigurement, with 95 of her body scarred." Upon hearing this, the man tightened his grip on the phone, his expression darkening. Despite the sweltering summer heat, a sudden chill enveloped the surroundings, causing passers-by to shiver involuntarily. "His name is Jiang Chen, a member of the Jiang family. A decade ago, a sinister conspiracy unfolded against the Jiang family in Jiangzhou, culminating in a conflagration that engulfed them. A young girl, disregarding her own safety, dashed into the flames and rescued him. The following night, all 38 members of the Jiang family perished in the fire, marking the end of Jiangzhou's foremost family. After being saved, driven by a primal instinct to survive, Jiang Chen leapt into the river, narrowly escaping death. He drifted to the southern wilderness, ultimately becoming a soldier. Over the course of 10 years, he transformed from an obscure foot soldier into a formidable commander. He once single-handedly faced 30,000 elite enemy troops, infiltrated enemy lines, and captured their commander alive. He is the Dragon Commander, renowned throughout the southern wilderness, a figure whose very name instills fear in his adversaries, known as the Black Dragon. He is also the youngest commander in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom. After receiving his title, he chose to retire and return to Jiangzhou, not only to repay a debt of gratitude, but also to exact vengeance to honor Tang Chuchu's life-saving act and to avenge the annihilation of the Jiang family. I require all information on Tang Chuchu. Dragon Commander, I have sent it to your email. Please check. Jiang Chen ended the call, and opened his email to receive the message. Tang Chuchu, female, 27 years old, of the Tang family. The Tang family is regarded as a second-rate family in Jiangzhou. 10 years ago, Tang Chuchu was merely a high school senior. On that fateful Sunday, she, along with several classmates, ventured into the suburbs for an outing. In the evening, upon witnessing a villa engulfed in flames, she heard cries for help and, without hesitation, rushed into the inferno to rescue a young boy, this boy being Jiang Chen. This incident altered the course of Tang Chuchu's life irrevocably. Though she survived, she sustained severe burns, resulting in 95% of her body being scarred. From that day forth, she became the subject of ridicule among her peers, the topic of conversation during mealtimes. Tang Chuchu, the debt of gratitude I owe you for saving my life will be repaid with the remainder of my existence, Jiang Chen vowed. The Xiao family, the Wang family, the Zhao family, the Zhou family, Jiang Chen has returned. What you once took from me, I shall reclaim one by one. The 38 souls of the Jiang family shall be honored with your blood. Jiang Chen clenched his fists and stepped into an unmarked luxury vehicle, driven by a man clad in a black tank top and a black cap. The driver spoke, Dragon Commander, in 3 days, the Tang family will hold a ceremony to recruit suitors for Tang Chuchu. The head of the Tang family, Tang Tianlong, has declared that any man who marries into the Tang family and weds Tang Chuchu will be considered a member of the Tang family and will receive their protection. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. A marriage proposal. What is the meaning of this? Commander Long, the Tang family is indeed a prominent clan. Yet Tang Chuchu has become the most unattractive woman in Jiangzhou. No one dares to marry her, and she has become the subject of ridicule for the Tang family. The old master of the Tang family is anxious, thus he devised this plan. Despite Tang Chuchu's disfigurement, the family's wealth still attracts many who are willing to marry her. At the Tang family villa, all the important members of the family have gathered today. This day marks the occasion when Tang Tianlong seeks a suitor for his granddaughter, Tang Chuchu. After a thorough selection process, 10 men have made the final cut. In the villa's grand hall, 10 men stand, some old, some young, some handsome, and some not. These 10 men are without notable backgrounds. Among them stands Jiang Chen. Without Tang Chuchu, he would have perished in the fire 10 years ago. Without Tang Chuchu, there would be no Jiang Chen today, nor the infamous Black Dragon of the southern region. On the sofa in the hall sits a woman, her body tightly wrapped in layers of clothing, her face obscured by a white veil, rendering her features indistinguishable. An elderly man, clad in a Zhongshan suit and leaning on a dragon-head cane, rose and surveyed the 10 men before him, declaring in a booming voice, "Now, I announce that the future son-in-law of the Tang family is Jiang Chen." Upon hearing this, the veiled woman trembled involuntarily. Has her fate for the latter half of her life finally been sealed? She understands that since the day she saved someone 10 years ago, she has lost everything. The other unsuccessful candidates departed with expressions of disappointment. Jiang Chen stood resolutely in the grand hall of the Tang villa, as straight as a tall willow tree. At that moment, a man stood up and approached Jiang Chen, patting him on the shoulder mockingly. "Brother-in-law, do treat my cousin well. Although she is disfigured and somewhat unattractive, she is still a woman and can still fulfill your needs." The speaker was Tang Lei, the eldest grandson of the Tang family. Jiang Chen ignored Tang Lei, his eyes solely focused on Tang Chuchu. His gaze lingered on the woman seated on the sofa, unable to discern her features, yet he noticed that the white veil on her face was dampened by her tears. "Chuchu, you go home by yourself, I'm off to play cards," a middle-aged woman said with a hint of disdain, turning away without a backward glance. She was a Yinmei, Tang Chuchu's mother. Her disappointment in her daughter was profound. While the other Tang women married into respectable families, her daughter had fallen to the level of being a mere afterthought, chosen from the street. "Father, I must head to the company," Tang Chuchu's father, Tang Bo, said hurriedly to Tang Tianlong before leaving, ignoring his daughter entirely. The gazes of the other Tang family members were fixated on Jiang Chen, their faces bearing expressions of mockery. This man, tall and robust, had the audacity to marry into the Tang family, taking on the burden of Jiangzhou's laughingstock, Tang Chuchu. Jiang Chen approached Tang Chuchu, looking at her as he extended his hand. Tang Chuchu, quietly weeping on the sofa, stared at the outstretched hand, momentarily taken aback. "From this day forth, I shall protect you. With me by your side, you shall possess the entire world. You will be the happiest woman in existence." A resonant and resolute voice pierced through the air, reaching Tang Chuchu's ears. In that moment, she cast aside the mocking faces of her family, dismissing their scornful gazes, her attention solely captivated by the tall, imposing figure of the man before her, whose countenance radiated both strength and tenderness. Jiang Chen grasped her hand, gently pulling her up from the sofa, his voice imbued with warmth as he uttered, "Let us go." With that, Jiang Chen led Tang Chuchu away from the Tang family villa. Outside the villa, a business vehicle devoid of license plates awaited them, flanked by two men clad in black suits. As Jiang Chen approached, still holding a bewildered Tang Chuchu by the hand, the two men immediately began to speak dragon. Jiang Chen raised his hand slightly, interrupting their words, and stated, "Take me to the imperial residence. I must attend to my wife's injuries." Not only is Jiang Chen renowned as the dragon commander of the southern wilderness, but he is also a skilled physician, healing the wounded and mending broken bones. Remedying the scars that mar Tang Chuchu's skin is a task far too simple for him. Chapter 2. Marrying the Emperor's Residence. This is the most opulent villa by the river, covering an area of 20,000 square meters, with gardens, swimming pools, and golf courses. It boasts all imaginable luxuries. In the grand hall of the villa, Tang Chuchu sat upon a plush sofa, gazing at the palace-like surroundings, feeling somewhat bewildered. She knew her grandfather had sought a husband for her, and she understood that any man of dignity would never wed her, nor would they join the Tang family. Uncertain of her husband's identity, she could only surmise that he was likely a vain and unambitious individual seeking to gain wealth through marrying into the Tang family. However, she did not anticipate that this husband would bring her to such a dreamlike place. Jiang Chen knelt down and removed the veil from Tang Chuchu's face. Startled, she quickly recoiled, fearing that the man, whom she had never met yet was to be her husband, would be horrified by her appearance, marred by scars. Yet, Jiang Chen persisted in unveiling her face. Tang Chuchu felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, her heart racing with embarrassment as she wished for a place to hide. Jiang Chen gently lifted her chin, revealing the shocking scars that marred her visage. As he traced the contours of her scars, his heart ached as if pierced by a blade, the pain overwhelming. This was all his doing. Had she not saved him, she would not have been reduced to this state. A hint of sorrow crossed his resolute face, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he murmured, "Chuchu, you have suffered." Tang Chuchu dared not meet Jiang Chen's gaze, her hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. In a tender voice, Jiang Chen reassured her, "Trust me, I will heal you." Panic-stricken, Tang Chuchu averted her eyes from him. "Fetch the medicine," Jiang Chen commanded, rising to his feet. Moments later, the villa doors swung open, revealing several men clad in black suits who entered, carrying boxes. Upon opening the boxes, they revealed a trove of precious Chinese herbs, each worth a fortune. Jiang Chen began to prepare the medicine. Once he had concocted the remedy, he approached Tang Chuchu, kneeling beside her as she stared down. Nervously rubbing the fabric of her clothing, he reached for her scarred hand, causing her to tremble and instinctively withdraw her injured hand behind her, mumbling, "What are you doing? Chuchu, do not be afraid. Remove your clothing." Overwhelmed with emotion, she burst into tears, hastily stripping off her garments and looking at Jiang Chen with tear-filled eyes, lamenting, "Yes, I am ugly. I am covered in scars. Are you satisfied now?" In Tang Chuchu's eyes, her grandfather's choice of husband seemed to be merely a means to humiliate her, a source of mockery. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to this agony. Ever since the incident, she had wept every day and night, waking from nightmares filled with dread. As she gazed at Jiang Chen, biting her lip and sobbing uncontrollably, tears cascaded down her cheeks. This sight pierced Jiang Chen's heart with compassion, stirring emotions within his once impassive soul. He embraced the scarred Tang Chuchu, solemnly vowing, "I shall not disdain you. No matter your appearance, you are my wife, now and forever." Tang Chuchu was left in a state of bewilderment. Did this person not wish to witness her humiliation? Her mind was in disarray, unable to respond. Jiang Chen then released her, delicately retrieving the prepared ointment and applying it with utmost care across her entire body. He subsequently fetched bandages to wrap her up, and soon, Tang Chuchu found herself swathed in them, resembling a mummy. Jiang Chen supported Tang Chuchu as she sat down. "Chuchu, I assure you, I will not deceive you. Just 10 days, after 10 days, I guarantee you will undergo a remarkable transformation. Really? Truly? Tang Chuchu, regaining her composure, expressed a hint of disbelief. Of course, I would never mislead you. Although she could not see Jiang Chen's face at that moment, his voice, imbued with a magnetic warmth, enveloped her heart with a comforting glow. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. These 10 days marked the most joyous period Tang Chuchu had experienced in the past decade. She remained oblivious to her husband's identity, yet this man, who had entered the Tang family, showered her with meticulous care, guarding her around the clock. Each evening, he would regale her with stories and jokes, gently lulling her to sleep. Whenever she awoke, she would find strong hands reaching out to her. For 10 years, she had been unaware of what it meant to be cared for, let alone the sensations of love. Now, she felt as if she were in love. In the villa, before the mirror, Tang Chuchu was entirely wrapped in white bandages, even her face was covered. At that moment, an involuntary tension gripped her. Throughout these 10 days, she had been applying the ointment, sensing a tingling warmth upon her skin. Jiang Chen had assured her that persistence in applying the medicine would restore her beauty within days. Is it truly possible? She clutched the strong hands tightly. Indeed, Jiang Chen replied as he gradually removed the bandages from her face and body. Tang Chuchu sensed the light but hesitated to open her eyes. Open your eyes and take a look. With that encouragement, she finally dared to open her eyes. Standing before the mirror, completely bare, reflected in the glass was a woman, still dusted with medicinal powder, yet beneath it, her skin appeared fair and smooth. Gazing at the almost flawless visage in the mirror, Tang Chuchu was astounded, her mouth agape in disbelief. After several moments of stunned silence, she swiftly wiped away the powder from her face, touching her skin in utter incredulity. She was shocked, rendered speechless, unable to fathom that the radiant woman reflected in the mirror was indeed her. A decade prior, she had been burned, her visage marred beyond recognition. Even with the advancements in modern medicine, restoration seemed impossible. Yet now, she had regained her beauty. For 10 years, she had refrained from gazing into mirrors, haunted nightly by nightmares. Beholding the flawless face in the mirror, tears of joy streamed down her cheeks, and she collapsed into Jiang Chen's embrace, weeping freely. The grievances of 10 years dissipated in that singular moment. Jiang Chen held Tang Chuchu tightly, solemnly vowing, from now on, I shall protect you and ensure you never suffer harm again. As Tang Chuchu transitioned from elation to awareness, she realized her state of undress, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She wriggled free from Jiang Chen's embrace, lowering her head in a flustered demeanor. Jiang Chen pointed towards the adjacent bathing room and remarked, the hot water has been prepared for you, and I have purchased some clothes as well. However, I am uncertain about the size, so I acquired several pieces of lingerie in various sizes. Please try them on and choose whichever fits you best. Tang Chuchu, feeling bashful, lowered her head and hurried into the bathing room. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen settled into the hall, taking a seat on the sofa and lighting a cigarette from the table. Long Shuai, a man entered from outside, appearing to be in his 40s, clad in a black suit, holding a thick dossier while bowing his head as he presented it. All the information regarding the 4 major families is contained here, including the reasons and consequences of the Jiang family's annihilation a decade ago. Please review it, Long Shuai. Jiang Chen gestured towards the table, indicating, place it here. Long Shuai, these are merely insignificant families. With a single command, my subordinates could eliminate them in no time. The man asserted. Jiang Chen waved his hand slightly, prompting the man to cease his words. Raising his gaze to meet the man standing before him, who was still bowing, Jiang Chen declared, I am no longer Long Shuai. From this moment forth, there shall be no more Long Shuai in this world. Investigating the 4 major families of Jiang is my final use of privilege. You need not accompany me. Return with your brothers, as the border still requires your guardianship. Instantly, the man knelt before him, resolutely stating, once a leader, always a leader. Now that the southern border is stable and the enemy dares not invade, Long Shuai, please do not dismiss us. Allow us to stay and assist you. Jiang Chen rose to his feet, helping the kneeling man up, saying, Xiaohei, this is a personal matter for me. I shall handle it alone. Once it is resolved, I wish to live a peaceful life devoid of swords and blood, to protect Chuchu and provide her with the finest love in the world. Long Shuai, depart and return with your brothers to the southern border. Jiang Chen commanded with a shout. Xiaohei knelt once more, calling out loudly, Long Shuai, take care. Our 1,000,000 Black Dragon army awaits your return. Go now. Jiang Chen reiterated, gesturing for him to leave. Shortly thereafter, Tang Chuchu emerged from her bath, adorned in a white camisole dress that revealed her fair neck and arms. This was a style she had previously dared not wear. In high spirits, she hummed a little tune, caressing her smooth skin with her lips pursed in delight. Upon seeing Jiang Chen sitting on the sofa, smoking contemplatively, her melody abruptly ceased. She approached him and sat beside him. Her cheeks flushed, whether from the warmth of her recent bath or shyness, it was unclear. Although she had spent 10 days in close proximity to Jiang Chen, it had been under blindfolded circumstances. Now, confronted by him, she felt a twinge of timidity, her face aglow, uncertain of what to say. Jiang Chen, lost in thought, suddenly noticed Tang Chuchu's healed scars and was momentarily taken aback. "My dear, when shall we go to register our marriage?" "Huh." Tang Chuchu was momentarily stunned, her mouth slightly agape, wearing a bewildered expression that was utterly charming. Jiang Chen chuckled. "I have already joined the Tang family. I am your husband now. This is a decree from your grandfather. Do you wish to go back on it? Do you not want to marry me?" "Yes," Tang Chuchu responded, having regained her composure, offering only a single word. Over the past 10 days, Jiang Chen's meticulous care for her has enlightened her to the essence of warmth. Such a man. How could one not wish to marry him? She stole a glance at Jiang Chen, tall and robust. His features exuded a sense of determination, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson and her heart to race uncontrollably. An hour later, a man and a woman emerged hand in hand from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Tang Chuchu gazed at the crimson certificate in her hand, feeling a sense of disorientation. So, they had registered their marriage just like that? She had envisioned her future, fantasizing about a passionate romance, yet everything unfolded differently than she had imagined. Her grandfather had orchestrated her destiny, and Jiang Chen, who had been brought into the Tang family, whisked her away to a palace-like abode where they spent 10 days together. After a week, her injuries healed, restoring her beauty, transforming her into an enchanting goddess. Although she remained unaware of her husband's true identity, her heart swelled with joy, and she couldn't help but tighten her grip on Jiang Chen's hand. Chapter 3. A change of heart during the 10 days that Tang Chuchu was away. Her family did not seek her. To the Tang family, she was a source of shame, a laughingstock in the eyes of Jiang. Without her, the family's fortunes were destined to soar even higher. After regaining her beauty, she went with Jiang Chen to register their marriage before returning home. Tang Tianlong had 3 sons, the eldest, Tang Hai, the second, Tang Jia, and the youngest, Tang Bo. Due to Tang Chuchu's circumstances, Tang Bo was not favored within the family, despite his diligent contributions to the Tang family's development. His standing within the family was precarious, devoid of any voice or influence. Though Tang Bo served as a manager in the Tang group, lacking shares within the enterprise, he earned only a salary each month without any dividends, resulting in a rather frugal lifestyle. Despite owning a home, he was burdened with mortgage repayments each month. "Chen, this is my home," Tang Chuchu said as she brought Jiang Chen back, gesturing towards the closed door. "It pales in comparison to your palace." Jiang Chen held her hand and smiled. "With you here, any place is home." Warmth spread through Tang Chuchu's heart as she approached the door and gently knocked. The door opened swiftly, revealing her mother, He-Yin-Mei. Upon seeing the stunning young woman alongside a stranger, she was momentarily taken aback. "May I ask who you are?" "Mom," Tang Chuchu called out. The utterance left He-Yin-Mei momentarily stunned, her gaze fixed on the strikingly beautiful woman before her, struggling to comprehend. "Mom, it's me, Chuchu." "What?" He-Yin-Mei exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment as she beheld the ethereal beauty that seemed to have stepped from a painting. You are Chuchu?" "Yes, Mom. I'm better now. My scars have healed." "Mom," Jiang Chen echoed. "You?" He-Yin-Mei was again left speechless. Tang Chuchu tugged at Jiang Chen's hand, saying, "Mom, this is the son-in-law that Grandpa found for me." It was only then that He-Yin-Mei grasped the situation, swiftly pulling Tang Chuchu close and coldly asserting, "I have never acknowledged such a son-in-law." Then, caressing Tang Chuchu's fair face, she asked, "Chuchu, is it really you? What happened to your face and those scars?" "Mother, for the past 10 days, I have been undergoing treatment, and now I have fully recovered. I promise I will not bring shame to you anymore." Tang Chuchu choked on her words. Since the incident, she had brought disgrace upon the Tang family, making them the laughingstock of Jiang City and leaving her parents unable to hold their heads high in front of others. Her mother, He-Yin-Mei, embraced Tang Chuchu and wept sorrowfully. "My dear daughter, it is my fault. I neglected you in the past, causing you to suffer and endure humiliation. Come, let us go inside." She pulled Tang Chuchu into the house. The daughter's restored beauty ignited other thoughts within He-Yin-Mei. With her daughter's current allure, She could easily marry a wealthy man, or even enter a prestigious family, rather than tie herself to a man who was merely a gold digger, lacking ambition and willing to become independent. She cast a cold glance at Jiang Chen, pointing toward the door. Leave. Mother, what are you doing? This is my husband. The grandson-in-law personally chosen by grandfather, protested Tang Chuchu. Come, we are going home to the villa. Let the elder cancel this engagement himself. Yanmei insisted, dragging Tang Chuchu away. Tang Chuchu turned, her face a mask of helplessness. Jiang Chen shrugged, wearing an indifferent expression, and followed behind the two women. In the Tang family's villa hall, the family members gazed in disbelief at the stunning woman standing beside Yanmei. Is this really Tang Chuchu? The one who was disfigured for 10 years? What has happened? How could she have changed so dramatically in just 10 days? Chuchu, is it really you? Did you undergo cosmetic surgery in Korea? Is the technology for such transformations truly that advanced now? The Tang family members were all incredulous. Yanmei cut to the chase. Father, I oppose this marriage. With Chuchu's current beauty, she could easily marry into a prominent family. How can she be wed to a dependent? Tang Tianlong, sitting on the sofa and smoking, stared intently at Tang Chuchu. He was perplexed by the sudden transformation. However, the present Tang Chuchu was indeed a beauty. He nodded slightly and said, Indeed, it makes sense. Many families in Jiang City still have eligible bachelors. I will use my connections to find a suitable match for Chuchu. I disagree, Tang Chuchu interjected, tears welling in her eyes. Grandfather, you decided to marry me to Jiang Chen. Now that he has healed me, you wish to go back on your word. What do you take me for? You insolent girl, how dare you speak like that? Yanmei exclaimed, slapping Tang Chuchu across her fair face. What good could come from being with this poor boy? Tang Chuchu covered her cheek where she had been struck, then picked up a fruit knife from the table, pressing it against her face. If you continue to force me, I will disfigure myself. Yanmei trembled with rage. Enough. Tang Tianlong bellowed. What kind of behavior is this? Tang Chuchu, your grandfather is only looking out for your best interests. With your current beauty, marrying into a wealthy family is entirely feasible. Is it not better to enjoy a life of luxury rather than cling to a poor boy? At this moment, Jiang Chen, who had remained silent, stepped forward and addressed the Tang family present. I, Jiang Chen, do not necessarily wish to become the son-in-law of the Tang family. Yet this matter concerns only Chuchu and me. We are already legally bound by marriage. Should she consent to a divorce, I will have no objections. However, if she chooses not to, no one shall coerce her. Who do you think you are to speak here? Tang Lei, the eldest grandson of the Tang family, interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Chen. You're merely a useless addition to the Tang family. You have no right to voice your opinions. If the Tang family wants you gone, you must comply. Jiang Chen calmly grasped Tang Lei's finger, bending it with an impassive expression. No one has ever dared to point at me. Ah, it hurts. Tang Lei cried out, his body contorting in pain as he pleaded. I was wrong. Please, let go. Jiang Chen released his grip. Gasping for breath, Tang Lei glared at the indifferent Jiang Chen, his anger simmering as he seized an ashtray from the table, intending to strike Jiang Chen. What are you doing? Tang Tianlong admonished, his voice firm. Is there no family discipline? Put that down. Turning to face Tang Tianlong, Tang Lei wore a mournful expression. Grandfather, this fellow is crossing the line. You must support me. Enough. Tang Tianlong waved his hand dismissively, then turned his gaze to Jiang Chen. I will offer you 500,000, divorce Chuchu, and thereafter sever all ties with her. I refuse. Chuchu shouted defiantly. How dare you oppose me? Tang Tianlong slammed his palm on the table, his voice booming. I am still alive and the head of the Tang family. Matters concerning the Tang family are mine to decide. Jiang Chen wished to avoid a rift between Chuchu and her family. His return was motivated by both gratitude and vengeance, and he did not want his actions to place Chuchu in a difficult position or cause her to sever ties with her family. Grandfather, please allow me the opportunity to prove that I, Jiang Chen, am no less capable than anyone else. An opportunity? Tang Lei scoffed. Jiang Chen, the records state you are an orphan raised in an orphanage and have only served a few years in the military. How do you think you deserve Chuchu? If you can secure a partnership between the Tang family and Qianjun Group, then perhaps acknowledging you as a son-in-law would not be out of the question. Tang Lei had long harbored disdain for Jiang Chen, seeing him as a mere soldier returned from service, lacking wealth and power. He sought to challenge Jiang Chen, hoping he would withdraw in defeat. He already had a suitable candidate in mind for a brother-in-law, that being Xiao Qin from the prestigious Xiao family. Grandfather, let Jiang Chen obtain an order from Qianjun Group. If he succeeds, we will recognize him. If he fails, he must leave. Tang Tianlong, smoking his pipe, replied, "Very well." The Tang family primarily engages in medicinal material processing, and Jiang Group is currently expanding production, releasing numerous contracts. If you can secure 30 million in orders from Jiang, I shall acknowledge you as a son-in-law. You have 10 days. No need for 10 days. I will secure the order by tomorrow. With that, Jiang Chen took Chuchu's hand and departed. This young man speaks with such arrogance. Jiang is the leader of the pharmaceutical conglomerate, valued at hundreds of billions. To expect an order from Jiang Group is truly a delusion. Tang Lei scoffed disdainfully. He implored, "Father, you must not show leniency. A 30 million order is insignificant. With Chuchu's current beauty, she could easily marry into one of the 4 prominent families." Tang Tianlong waved his hand slightly and replied, "We must not rush. The orders from Jiang are firmly in the hands of the 4 great families, and it is not so easily obtained. Let this young man realize the difficulty, and then we will find a way for Chuchu to marry into a wealthy family. As long as we can ally with one of the 4 families, the Tang family will swiftly rise in Jiangzhou." Chapter 4. Preparing a coffin after leaving the Tang residence, Tang Chuchu, with tear-streaked cheeks resembling a pear blossom, lamented, "Chun, I'm sorry. I am powerless, unable even to take charge of my own marriage." Jiang Chen grasped her hand and reassured her. "Didn't Grandpa say that as long as I secure an order from Jiang Group, he will acknowledge you as my wife? But that is Jiang Group." Tang Chuchu expressed her concern. Being from Jiangzhou, how could she be unaware of Jiang Group? It is an international enterprise that has only recently established its presence in Jiangzhou, with its orders predominantly controlled by the 4 great families. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "How can we know it's impossible if we don't try?" Suddenly, Tang Chuchu recalled something and said, "Oh, I just remembered. A high school classmate of mine works at Jiang Group as a department head. I will reach out to her. She should be able to introduce us to the higher-ups at Jiang." Indeed, the 2 walked hand in hand towards her home. Tang Chuchu's residence is in the same community as the Tang family villa, though the Tang headquarters is a villa while Tang Chuchu's home is in a high-rise residential complex. As they strolled, upon arriving home, He had returned but did not permit Jiang Chen to enter. Jiang Chen, feeling helpless, said, "Chuchu, I will head back then." Tang Chuchu had no choice but to nod in agreement. Their primary task now was to secure the order from Jiang, thereby allowing the Tang family to recognize Jiang Chen's position. Once inside, she began contacting long-lost classmates. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen returned to the imperial residence, the most luxurious villa area in Jiangzhou. Sitting on the sofa, he lit a cigarette and then took out his phone, dialing a number. Have the chairman of Jiang Group come to the imperial residence. Though he had no desire to exploit Long Shuai's privileges, securing the order from Jiang necessitated it. Soon, a middle-aged man appeared at the imperial residence. He appeared to be in his 50s, dressed in a suit, somewhat plump, with a balding head. Long Shuai, the man proclaimed as he entered the imperial residence and abruptly knelt on the ground. He was the representative of Jiang Group in Jiangzhou, a member of the prestigious Yi family from the capital, known as Yixiong. Prior to this meeting, he had already learned of the identity of the person he was to meet. This was the formidable Long Shuai, a figure renowned in the southern wasteland, a veritable god of slaughter who instilled fear in his enemies. Faced with such a prominent individual, he dared not show any negligence, even as he knelt. Cold sweat trickled down his spine. Yixiong? Jiang Chen set down the documents in his hand and cast a glance at the middle-aged man kneeling before him, gently gesturing for him to rise. "Speak," he said with an air of indifference. "Yes," Yixiong replied as he stood up, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Yet he dared not wipe them away. At that moment, he was filled with trepidation, uncertain of how he had offended this harbinger of death, and bewildered as to why he had been summoned. "Tomorrow, my wife Tang Chuchu will visit Jiang Group to request a 30 million order from you. You are to personally receive her without any negligence." Upon hearing this, Yixiong exhaled in relief, a fawning smile spreading across his face. "Dragon Commander, it's no trouble at all, not just 30 million, but even a 300 million order. Should you require it, I shall gladly present it. Remember, my wife's name is Tang Chuchu, from the Tang family." "I'll remember," he replied. "You may leave now." "Yes." Yixiong departed as if liberated from a great burden. As he exited the imperial residence, he was drenched in sweat. Though a member of the esteemed Yi family in Kyoto and a figure of authority in Jiangzhou, he felt utterly powerless in the presence of Jiang Chen. After Yixiong's departure, Jiang Chen rose and murmured to himself, "It has been over 10 days since my return, yet I have not paid my respects. He stepped out of the imperial residence, intending to take a taxi to the Jiang family ruins in the suburbs. However, at the entrance, a business vehicle without license plates was parked, and a dark-skinned man dressed in a black vest stood in front of it. Jiang Chen approached, casting a sidelong glance at the man. "Didn't I instruct you to take your brothers back?" "Hee, Dragon Commander, my brothers have already returned to the South Wilderness, but I chose to stay. Please allow me to remain with you. Call me Brother Jiang. There are no titles here." "Understood." To the Jiang family cemetery. "Brother Jiang, please get in." Soon, Jiang Chen arrived at the site where the Jiang family's former villa once stood. The once magnificent villa had been reduced to ashes, now replaced by a series of graves. The first family of Jiangzhong had become naught but a desolate ruin. The sky was overcast, and rain began to pour down in torrents. Before the Jiang family tombs stood a young man clad in a brown trench coat, with another man holding an umbrella for him. In an instant, Jiang Chen fell to his knees. 10 years ago, the Jiang family was the foremost family in Jiangzhou. That year, when he was 18, his father had married a stepmother. Her name was Xiao Ruoren, now the head of the illustrious Xiao family. Xiao Ruoren had schemed her way into his grandfather's bed, slandering him with false accusations of drugging her, leading to his grandfather's disgrace and the Jiang family's ridicule. In the same year, Xiao Ruoren reported his father for embezzlement, causing his father to suffer a heart attack. Rather than providing aid, she pushed him from the 3rd floor, publicly claiming that his father, Jiang Nan, had taken his own life out of guilt. After Jiang Nan's death, the 4 great families, led by the Xiao family, converged upon the Jiang household, orchestrating the demise of his grandfather. They captured over 30 members of the Jiang family, demanding the ancestral treasure, the Huawei Shanja map, which had been passed down for a millennium. Once they obtained the Huawei Shanja map, the 4 families set fire to the Jiang estate and divided its assets among themselves. "Father, you are guilty. You are the sinner of the Jiang family. You should never have married Xiao Ruoren, nor should you have brought this scheming woman into our home." Jiang Chen knelt before the grave, his sorrow erupting in tears. Who says a man does not shed tears easily? It is merely that he has not yet reached the depths of sorrow. He loathes his father for falling in love with a woman he should not have, which led to the downfall of the Jiang family. He detests Xiao Ruoren even more, as well as the 4 prominent families, the Xiao, Wang, Zhao, and Zhou clans. It is these 4 families that have turned the Jiang lineage into wandering souls. "Grandfather, your death was unjust. I swear, I will bring the heads of the leaders of the 4 families to honor the souls of the Jiang family. Commander Long, please accept my condolences." Behind him, Xiaohe held an umbrella. He had never seen Jiang Chen so heartbroken, never witnessed the Black Dragon, who once commanded in such a state of despair. Even in the face of 1,000 soldiers, he had never shown fear, yet now he was reduced to a weeping figure. "Commander Long, tonight the Xiao family's Longting Group is hosting a celebratory banquet to commemorate the signing of a permanent agreement with the Qianjun Group. Henceforth, Qianjuan's orders will be prioritized by Longting. Only after Longting's selection will the remaining orders be released to other groups. Tonight also marks the 80th birthday of the Xiao family patriarch, with the celebration of both the banquet and the birthday intertwined." Longting, Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. Longting was the Jiang family's enterprise, yet now it had become the private asset of the Xiao family. He slowly rose to his feet, a fierce determination etched upon his face, harboring a murderous intent. He was prepared to take a coffin to the Xiao family to collect what was owed. Chapter 5, Blood for Blood. The Xiao family stands as the foremost among the 4 great clans of Jiangzhou. Today is a momentous occasion for the Xiao family. Firstly, their Longting Group has established a partnership with the Qianjun Group, marking a significant elevation in the Xiao family's power. Secondly, it is the 80th birthday of the venerable elder, Xiao Bia. Outside the Xiao villa, luxury cars congregate, and the elite of Jiangzhou gather to celebrate the elder's milestone, congratulating the Xiao family on their permanent alliance with the Qianjun Group. The Wang family presents a jade ruby worth 8 million, wishing Elder Xiao prosperity as vast as the East Sea and longevity akin to the southern mountains. The Zhou family offers a golden toad valued at 20 million, wishing for endless wealth for the Xiao family. The Zhao family gifts a genuine work of Tang Bohu, valued at 8,800,000. At the entrance of the villa, a young lady with a microphone continuously announces the gifts presented by the guests. Inside the villa's grand hall, Xiao Biefa, dressed in light attire, appears spirited despite his age. As he hears the multitude of gifts bestowed upon him, a smile stretches across his face. The banquet assembles individuals from various prominent families in Jiangzhou. Even members of the second-tier Tang family have arrived, with Tang Tianlong going to great lengths to curry favor with the Xiao family by purchasing an expensive jade Buddha as a gift for Xiao Bia. Representatives from the various families seize this opportunity to network and expand their connections. Outside the Xiao villa, a man clad in a brown coat, his face obscured by a mask, approaches while carrying a coffin. The coffin weighs at least 200 pounds, yet the man lifts it effortlessly with one hand. This is Jiang Chen, the formidable commander long of the southern wilderness. His return serves two purposes: to repay a debt of gratitude and to seek vengeance. Now, having married into the Tang family, he is the husband of Tang Chuchu. In an effort to spare her any distress, he dons a black mask, transforming into the spectral figure known as the ghostly judge. With a thunderous crash, he approaches the gates of the Xiao family estate, forcefully hurling the coffin he holds, which crashes through the doors and lands in the grand hall. The sudden spectacle petrifies everyone attending the banquet, plunging the once boisterous gathering into an eerie silence. What could possibly be happening? Today marks the 80th birthday of Xiao Bia, who possesses the audacity to present a coffin as a gift. Xiao Bia, engaged in casual conversation with the leaders of several clans, turns his gaze towards the coffin that has intruded upon their celebration. His countenance darkens, and he bellows. What is the meaning of this? Where are the security guards? Who dares to bring such an object here? Remove it at once. Xiao Bia, this coffin is your gift. Today is your 80th birthday, and next year on this very day, it will mark your day of remembrance. A voice booms from outside, followed by the entrance of a man clad in a brown coat and wearing a ghostly mask. Who are you? Xiao Bia glares at Jiang Chen, the master of the Xiao family, a prominent figure in Jiangzhou. Who dares to act so brazenly here? Someone who seeks your life, comes the cold reply. As Jiang Chen strides further into the hall, his presence commanding and menacing. You shall not act with impunity. A young man in his 20s steps forward, finger pointed at Jiang Chen, and shouts, regardless of who you are, in the Xiao family, a dragon must lie low, and a tiger must crouch. This is Xiao Bin, who, with a furious glare, intends to unmask Jiang Chen, declaring, dare to wear a mask and play tricks. I shall see who you truly are. In a swift motion, Jiang Chen seizes Xiao Bin's arm, exerting pressure and spinning him violently. With a sickening crack, Xiao Bin's arm is wrenched from its socket, blood gushing forth. A heart-wrenching scream escapes Xiao Bin's lips. The esteemed guests of Jiangzhou, unaccustomed to such brutality in peaceful times, recoil in horror, fearing for their own safety. Jiang Chen resembles a deity of death, discarding the severed limb onto the ground with ease. His formidable aura, coupled with his decisive actions, sends shivers through the members of the Xiao family, who instinctively retreat in terror. Even Xiao Bia takes a step back, his hand instinctively reaching for a weapon to confront this uninvited guest. With deliberate steps, Jiang Chen approaches Xiao Bia, the hall now echoing only with the pain cries of Xiao Bin. After several agonizing wails, he succumbs to unconsciousness, leaving the hall enveloped in a chilling silence, broken only by the ominous sound of approaching footsteps. Kneel. Jiang Chen's command reverberates throughout the space. His overwhelming presence, forged in the crucible of countless battles, exudes an aura of lethal intent. Under the weight of his menacing energy, the members of Jiangzhou and the Xiao family tremble in fear, especially with Xiao Bin's arm so brutally shattered. No one dares to utter a word. The command to kneel strikes like a thunderclap, sending a tremor through Xiao Bia's heart, leaving him disoriented and at a loss. At this moment, he relinquished any thought of resistance, his body uncontrollably kneeling upon the ground. A gasp escaped his lips. Observing this scene from a distance, the influential figures of the Jiang River were left dumbfounded. This was Xiao Bia, the helmsman of the illustrious Xiao family, the foremost among the four great families of the Jiang River, now reduced to kneeling like a dog. Jiang Chen produced a peculiar iron wire, segmented in nature. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that it was constructed from countless interlinked silver needles. Xiao Bia, do you acknowledge your crimes? In that moment, realization dawned upon Xiao Bia, cold sweat trickling down his spine. What was happening? Why was I kneeling? He attempted to rise, only to find his legs utterly powerless, unable to lift himself. Do you understand who you are addressing? Though unable to stand, he projected an air of defiance, reaching for his lower back, poised to eliminate the unwelcome guest before him. The other members of the Xiao family, witnessing this spectacle, dared not intervene, fearful of the repercussions. Let me clarify. 10 years ago, by the shores of Waju Lake, a conflagration raged for an entire day and night, claiming 38 souls that demand your blood as tribute. A voice, cold and devoid of mercy, echoed through the villa's grand hall. Jiang Chen flickered and instantly appeared behind Xiaobia, ensnaring him with the wire of silver needles around his neck, applying a slight pressure. Blood spilled forth, and a head rolled away. A scream pierced the air as the influential figures of the Jiang River cowered, trembling on the ground, while the Xiao family, witnessing the gruesome demise of Xiaobia, were paralyzed with fear. Jiang Chen retrieved a black bag, securing the severed head within, and turned to depart. As he left, the Xiao villa fell into a profound silence. Everyone huddled on the ground, hands clasped over their heads, while Xiaobia's headless corpse lay quietly in the hall. At the Jiang family cemetery, before Jiang Tian's grave, Jiang Chen placed the black bag down and leaned against the tombstone. He produced a flask of wine, taking a hearty swig before pouring it onto the ground before the grave. "Grandfather, may you rest in peace. Your grandson shall ensure that the souls of the Jiang family find tranquility. I will devise a way to reclaim the Huaiyuan mountain residence." With that, he rose and departed. Upon returning to the imperial residence, he took a shower. At the Xiao villa, the influential figures from the Jiang River had all departed. In the villa's hall, a coffin lay prominently displayed, within which Xiaobia's body lay in repose. Meanwhile, Xiaobin, who had suffered a broken arm, had been dispatched to the hospital. The members of the Xiao family were all kneeling before Xiaobia's corpse. At the forefront stood a strikingly beautiful woman clad in elegant attire. She was Xiaobia's youngest daughter, Xiao Ruren, the very same woman who had single-handedly turned the Jiang family upside down, annihilating their standing. A shadow of despair lingered on her exquisite face. "Have you called forth, brother?" Xiao Ruren's furious roar reverberated through the silent hall. Yes, I have. Do not disturb anything. We shall wait for fourth brother's return." As night fell into silence, at the Jiang military district, several helicopters descended, emblazoned with the characters for Western territory. A middle-aged man, clad in military garb and bearing a stoic expression, disembarked. Outside, a line of fully armed soldiers stood at attention, saluting sharply. Soon after, a convoy of jeeps arrived, and a middle-aged man boarded one of the vehicles, which sped directly towards the Xiao family villa. Upon returning, the man was confronted with the grim scene at the villa. His gaze fell upon the headless body of Xiaobia lying in the hall. Instantly, he removed his hat and fell to his knees. "Father, I have come late. I swear, whoever is responsible shall not escape my wrath." A roar filled with boundless fury echoed through the air. "Fourth brother." Xiao Ruren approached. The man before her was none other than Xiaobia's fourth son, Xiao Zhan. With an impassive expression and a somber demeanor, he demanded, "I need the surveillance footage from the banquet." "Yes, I will retrieve it immediately," Xiao Ruren replied, promptly instructing someone to fetch the video. Xiao Zhan then stood up to examine Xiaobia's wounds, and after reviewing the footage, he witnessed the entire process of Jiang Chen murdering his father. His face remained cold as he inquired, "What did this individual say before killing my father?" Xiao Ruren responded, 10 years ago, by the shores of Huaju Lake, a great fire raged for a day and a night, claiming 38 souls. Your blood is required for their memorial." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan clenched his fists, his expression darkening. "The remnants of the Jiang family?" "It appears so," Xiao Ruren confirmed. Xiao Zhan covered his face with his hand and gestured slightly to Xiao Ruren, saying, "Let us lay father to rest peacefully. All funeral arrangements should be simple. I will travel to the capital tonight to inquire about any surviving remnants of the Jiang family." Chapter 6. Negotiations at the hotel early the next morning. Jiang Chen received a call from Tang Chuchu. "Darling, I have contacted my high school classmate. She is willing to assist me and has arranged a meeting with the chairman of Qianjun, Yi Xiao. Where are you? We should head to Qianjun Group right away and secure the order. Then, grandfather will acknowledge you." Tang Chuchu's voice was filled with excitement over the phone. "Stay at home. I will come to pick you up shortly." After hanging up, Jiang Chen quickly got out of bed, freshened up, and left the house. "Brother Jiang, where are we going?" Xiaohe was already waiting by the car. "To Chuchu's house." "Brother Jiang, get in." Jiang Chen climbed into the unlicensed business vehicle, and Xiaohe drove swiftly towards Tang Chuchu's residence. He waited outside her community, and soon, Tang Chuchu emerged. Today, they were to meet the chairman of Qianjun, and she had dressed elegantly, donning a stunning, fitted dress, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an enchanting aura. "Darling." She spotted Jiang Chen standing before the black business car from a distance and hurried towards him, her face alight with joy. "My classmate is very accommodating. She has already arranged everything. We can head straight to Qianjun Group." Jiang Chen smiled lightly. "What classmate?" Without him notifying Yi Xiong, how would Yi Xiong entertain you? However, seeing Tang Chuchu's excited demeanor, he refrained from dampening her spirits and instead praised her. I knew my wife was remarkable. I am relying on you this time. If we fail to secure the order, I shall be cast out. A delightful smile graced Tang Chuchu's lips as she assured him, do not worry. I will ensure you are not cast out. She remained unaware of Jiang Chen's true identity, though she had visited his villa, the most luxurious imperial residence in the Jiang region, valued beyond measure. How could someone residing in such opulence be an ordinary person? She believed that her virtuous deeds in her past life had granted her the fortune of encountering such an exceptional man. Before Jiang Chen, she felt compelled to showcase her true self. She wanted him to understand that she was no longer the former Tang Chuchu, although looked down upon in recent years. She had not neglected her studies and had acquired a wealth of knowledge. Darling, let us get in the car. Tang Chuchu climbed into the vehicle. Once inside, Jiang Chen instructed, Xiaohei, take us to Qianjun Group. Nestled in Jiang Chen's embrace, Tang Chuchu recalled the events of the previous night and could not help but inquire. Honey, did you hear? A significant event occurred last night. The patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Biaha, was murdered. The Xiao family stood at the pinnacle of the four great families of Jiangzhou. Xiao Biaha, the helm of the family, was one of the most prominent figures in the region. The previous night, a banquet had been held at the Xiao residence, celebrating the signing of a perpetual agreement between Longting Group, a subsidiary of the Xiao family, and Qianjun Group, which meant that henceforth, Qianjun Group's orders would be prioritized by Longting, further elevating the Xiao family's influence. Moreover, it was also Xiao Bia's 80th birthday. However, a mysterious individual had intruded, presenting a coffin, and subsequently assassinated Xiao Bia, severing his head. This incident spread like wildfire across Jiangzhou, stirring considerable turmoil. Authorities had already launched an investigation, yet no further developments had arisen. When Tang Chuchu inquired about the matter, Jiang Chen feigned surprise, stating, I went to sleep soon after returning yesterday. I had no idea what transpired. Is the Xiao family the one among the four great families of Jiangzhou? Indeed, Tang Chuchu affirmed. The Xiao family reigns supreme among the four great families of Jiangzhou, possessing countless enterprises. Just Longting Group alone surpasses the combined strength of all the Tang family's businesses by a significant margin, not to mention the numerous other holdings under the Xiao family. A hint of envy graced her features, for every woman in Jiangzhou would vie for the chance to marry into the Xiao family and become a matron of high society. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Weren't you presented with an opportunity yesterday? If you divorced me, you could have wed into a prestigious family. Uft, Tang Chuchu scoffed dismissively. What is so great about high society? Over the past decade, I have endured countless scornful glances and ridicule. In their eyes, I am merely a laughingstock. I am well aware of who treats me kindly, and I have no desire to marry into the elite. Besides, my husband is already part of a prestigious family. With that, she smiled brightly, radiating happiness. Jiang Chen instinctively tightened his grip on her hand. This woman possessed a certain rationality. Xiaohei, the driver, remained silent, focusing on the road until they swiftly arrived outside the Qianjun Group headquarters. Qianjun Group, a venture of the Yi family from Kyoto, was an international conglomerate. The headquarters boasted an imposing 80-story structure. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuchu alighted from the vehicle. As Tang Chuchu gazed up at the towering edifice, a sense of bewilderment washed over her. In the past decade, she had seldom ventured outside, yet her heart longed for the world beyond. She had diligently studied at home, yearning for the day she could spread her wings and soar in the vast skies. She took out her phone and dialed a number to reach a high school classmate. Approximately 20 minutes later, a woman adorned in heavy makeup and a professional dress approached. Upon seeing Tang Chuchu standing at the entrance, her face momentarily flickered with surprise. Yesterday, Tang Chuchu remarked that she had regained her beauty, even sharing a photograph that left her incredulous. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed true. Gazing upon the ethereal beauty of Tang Chuchu, a hint of envy flickered in her expression. She approached, uncertainly inquiring, Is it you, Chuchu? With palpable excitement. Tang Chuchu rushed over, grasping the woman's hand, and exclaimed, Jia, it's truly you. I never anticipated your remarkable success, becoming a department head at Qianjun Group. Wu Jia's vanity was greatly satisfied, and she replied with a smile, It's just a means to earn a living. Chuchu, to meet the chairman, one must secure authorization from the general manager. Come along. What? Tang Chuchu was taken aback. During their conversation on WeChat the previous day, Wu Jia had mentioned she had already arranged a meeting with Chairman Yu Xiong. Chuchu, you must understand that securing orders from Qianjun is no easy feat to obtain them. One must make sacrifices, she whispered conspiratorially, leaning closer to Tang Chuchu. Upon hearing this, Tang Chuchu resolutely declined. That is out of the question. Wu Jiajia's demeanor shifted, impatience creeping into her voice as she said, Chuchu, how can one expect to reap rewards without making any investment? I've already shared your photograph with the manager, who said it's feasible, as long as you accompany him for a night. There is no need to meet the chairman, and he will approve it. Jiajia, I considered you a friend. What do you regard me as? Wu Jiajia scoffed, expecting to obtain orders without any effort? That is simply impossible. I've made my position clear. Think it over and let me know. With that, she turned and strutted away, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the ground. Tang Chuchu felt a surge of despair, turning to the silent Jiang Chen behind her, tears brimming in her eyes. Am I truly so useless? Jiang Chen comforted her. How could that be? My wife is far from useless. Go seek out Yi Xiong. He will certainly meet with you. Go on. I shall wait for you in the car. He gently urged Tang Chuchu toward the Qianjun building. At that moment, however, the departing Wu Jiajia returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man. He was clad in a suit and tie, embodying the image of a successful individual. Wu Jiajia intimately linked her arm with his, approaching Tang Chuchu once more, and said with a smile, Chuchu, this is the manager of Qianjun Group, responsible for liaising with other enterprises. The allocation of orders rests entirely upon Manager Chen's discretion. Wu Jiajia's rapid ascent was undoubtedly attributed to her closeness to Manager Chen. She had become his mistress, which facilitated her rise to departmental management. The previous night, she had shown Chen Lin a photograph of Tang Chuchu. Instantly captivated, he promised that if Wu Jiajia could help him seduce Tang Chuchu, she would not be overlooked in future promotions. He would cast a vote for her elevation to deputy manager. Upon seeing Tang Chuchu in person, Chen Lin was even more enchanted. She was far more beautiful and radiant than in the photograph. In that moment, he vowed to himself that he would undoubtedly win over this exquisite beauty. He approached, standing tall and gazing at Tang Chuchu, saying, You are Tang Chuchu, aren't you? Jiajia has already informed me about your situation. On such a sweltering day, shall we retreat to a hotel room for a detailed discussion? Rest assured, with me by your side, I can secure not just a 30 million order, but even a 50 million one for you. Chapter 7. An easy negotiation. Chen Lin wore an expression that suggested he had Tang Chuchu firmly in his grasp. As the manager responsible for this sector, he had entangled himself with numerous women. Initially, many of these women would decline his advances. Yet, over time, those who sought orders from him would invariably come knocking at his door. Wu Jiajia was eager to facilitate this arrangement. Once it came to fruition and Chen Lin was satisfied, she too would reap the rewards. She approached, taking Tang Chuchu aside, and urged, Chuchu, I understand you have endured hardships over the years, but now that you have regained your beauty, you must leverage your advantages. A woman's youth is fleeting, and once it's gone, it cannot be reclaimed. I have a husband. It is impossible. Tang Chuchu firmly declined. Wu Jiajia's demeanor shifted instantly. Tang Chuchu, do not be ungrateful. It is a privilege for you that Manager Chen holds you in such regard. Offending him means you can forget about future collaborations with Qianjun. Tang Chuchu then approached Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen disregarded the two, pointing towards the entrance of Qianjun Tower, and stated, Go on, you are meeting the chairman. Not just any manager. There is no need to take it to heart. Who are you, kid? Chen Lin glared at Jiang Chen. Leave, was Jiang Chen's succinct reply. He was the dragon commander of the South Domain. Someone of Chen Lin's caliber was unworthy to even carry his shoes. At the top floor of Qianjun Tower, in the chairman's office, Yi Xiong had been waiting anxiously for Tang Chuchu's arrival. After a prolonged wait with no sign of her, he grew increasingly anxious and descended to the reception area to inquire. To his dismay, he discovered that no one had come looking for Tang Chuchu. His concern deepened. After all, she was the wife of the dragon commander. If he neglected her, it could spell disaster not only for him, but also for the Yi family of Kyoto. Yi Xiong stepped outside, intending to wait at the entrance. Just as he arrived, he noticed the manager engaged in conversation with someone. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Jiang Chen, causing him to shudder involuntarily, nearly collapsing on the spot. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he hurried over. Before he could utter a word, Jiang Chen shot him a glance. Yi Xiong instantly understood. Jiang Chen addressed Tang Chuchu, saying, Chuchu, is that the chairman of Qianjun? What are you waiting for? Hurry and go. My standing in the Tang family hinges on you. Tang Chuchu turned her gaze and spotted the approaching bald man, her eyes lighting up. Yes, that is Yi Xiong, the chairman of Qianjun Group. Wu Jiejia burst into laughter. What a joke. The chairman is currently in his office. Chun Lin's expression darkened as he declared, Tang Chuchu, mark my words. If you refuse to meet in the hotel, you will never secure an order from Qianjun. Chen Lin was certain of his control over Tang Chuchu, being the manager at Qianjun responsible for liaising with other groups. Aside from the core partners, the additional orders from Qianjun require submission of documentation to a certain group. As long as he maintains his connection with the Tang family, Tang Chuchu will never secure any orders from Qianjun. Yi Xiong approached with a stern expression and reprimanded, What are you doing? Don't you have work to do? Upon hearing his voice, Wu Jiejia and Chen Lin turned around. The sight of Yi Xiong caused their expressions to change dramatically. Chairman, Chen Lin thought. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. If the chairman became aware of his actions, dismissal would surely follow. He could only pray that the chairman had not overheard his earlier words. Yi Xiong, hands clasped behind his back, inquired, What is going on here? Jiang Chen nudged the dazed Tang Chuchu. She quickly regained her composure and replied, Hello, Chairman Yi. I am Tang Chuchu from Tang's Yongla Company. I am here today on behalf of Yongla Company to discuss potential collaboration with Qianjun and to request some orders. Faced with such a prominent figure as Yi Xiong, Tang Chuchu felt a pang of uncertainty. Jiangzhou was known as the capital of medicine, boasting over 10,000 medicinal processing companies that relied heavily on the patronage of major pharmaceutical groups. Tang's Yonglo was relatively small and scarcely qualified to collaborate with a conglomerate like Qianjun. I asked what you two are doing here, Yi Xiong demanded. Fixing his gaze on Wu Jiejia and Chen Lin, Jiang Chen, who had remained mostly silent, spoke calmly. My wife is here to negotiate business with Qianjun. But this manager seeks to exploit his position for personal gain, denying Tang's Yongla Company an opportunity. I believe that as a major group, Qianjun must uphold fairness in such matters. Indeed, Yi Xiong nodded, acknowledging Jiang Chen's assertion. It seems there are indeed issues of corruption within Qianjun. You are Chen Lin, correct? Go to the finance department and settle your salary. Now leave. What? Chen Lin was taken aback. Was he really being dismissed just like that? Chairman, don't listen to this young man's nonsense. The Tang family is merely a small enterprise and is unqualified to collaborate with Qianjun. Qianjun's orders are reserved for capable companies. They have been pursuing me, and I merely provided excuses to deter them. Chairman, I have been diligently working for the company. Do I need to repeat myself? And you? Pack your things and get out. Yi Xiong pointed at Wu Jiejia as well. Then, turning to Jiang Chen and Tang Chuchu with a smile, he said, Ms. Tang Chuchu from Yongla Company, right? Come, let us discuss the orders in my office. Yi Xiong gestured invitingly. Tang Chuchu was momentarily stunned. When had the chairman of Qianjun become so accommodating? Jiang Chen nudged her again, urging, What are you waiting for? This is an extraordinary opportunity. Whether I can remain with the Tang family depends on your performance. Finally, Tang Chuchu snapped back to reality, hurriedly nodding. Yes, Chairman Yi, absolutely. She felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. For the past decade, she had seldom ventured beyond her home. Although she had studied extensively and amassed considerable knowledge, this would be her first experience negotiating business, and her counterpart was none other than the chairman of Qianjun Group. Her voice trembled as she turned to Jiang Chen. A look of hesitation etched upon her face. Husband, I'm afraid I cannot do it. Chairman Yi personally invited you. What do you have to fear? Jiang Chen urged Tang Chuchu forward, saying, Go ahead. I will wait for you in the car. Miss Tang, please, Yi Xiong said, slightly bending his body and gesturing for her to enter. This scene left Wu Jiejia and Chen Lin astounded. They stood outside the Qianjun Group, a prominent enterprise, with numerous media reporters stationed nearby. This moment was captured by many cameras, undeniably a significant news story. Who is Yi Xiong? He is the chairman of Qianjun. The four great families are indeed formidable, yet they must regard Qianjun's stance. Now, Yi Xiong, the chairman, has personally invited a woman. Who is she? From which family does she hail? Why have we never seen her before? At Yi Xiong's invitation, Tang Chuchu entered the Qianjun Tower, while Jiang Chen made his way to the roadside and entered Xiaohei's vehicle. Sitting in the passenger seat, he lit a cigarette and casually handed one to Xiaohei. After taking it, Xiaohei lit it and inhaled deeply, asking, Dragon Commander, is this really necessary? With a word from you, the Yi family would hand over Qianjun to you. Why go through all this? Jiang Chen exhaled a smoke ring, replying, What would I do with it? Gift it to Chuchu? She may not even appreciate it. I merely stand behind her. She should pursue what she loves. As long as she is happy, I will fully support her. And how many times must I remind you? There is no dragon commander in Jiang, only Jiang Chen. Yes, brother Jiang. I'm used to calling you that. It's hard to change. At the top of Qianjun Tower, Yixiong personally escorted Tang Chuchu to his office, making tea for her himself. This startled Tang Chuchu, who hurriedly replied, Chairman, I can manage on my own. Miss Tang, please sit still. Allow me to serve you tea. Now that you are at Qianjun, do not feel constrained. Treat it as your home, he insisted. Tang Chuchu was taken aback by such treatment. Chairman, I am here to discuss business. I understand. First, enjoy this tea, and I shall arrange for the contract immediately. By the way, is an order of 100 million sufficient? If not, I can increase it. What? Tang Chuchu was bewildered. She had yet to speak, and Yixiong had already offered an order of 100 million. When did Qianjun's orders become so easily attainable? Seeing her expression falter, Yixiong assumed he had underestimated the amount and quickly added, if that is not enough, how about 500 million? That's more than sufficient. 100 million is enough. Tang Chuchu interjected hastily. 500 million? What does that signify? With a 20% profit margin on a 500 million order, the Tang family could earn 100 million. Given the current capabilities of the Tang family, they were not equipped to handle such a large order. 100 million was already ample for Tang's Yongla company. Yixiong worked with remarkable efficiency, and soon a secretary entered with the contract. In a daze, Tang Chuchu signed it. Before leaving, Yixiong handed her his business card, saying, Miss Tang, here is my card. Let us keep in touch. Throughout the entire encounter, Yixiong made no mention of Jiang Chen, due to his awareness of Jiang Chen's identity, while Tang Chuchu appeared to be oblivious. He possessed a keen ability to read subtle cues, having ascended to the position of chairman at Qianjun. He understood that Jiang Chen wished to keep his identity concealed. As Tang Chuchu emerged from the Qianjun building, holding the order contract, she felt as though she were in a dream. The business negotiations had been remarkably effortless. Without uttering a word, Qianjun had presented her with an order. Upon entering her vehicle, she exclaimed, Darling, it seems that Yixiong is trying to curry favor with me. Without me saying anything, he granted me an order worth 100 million, and he even expressed willingness to offer me 500 million. Jiang Chen chuckled. You must have met Chairman Qianjun before. Not at all. I haven't really made any friends in the past decade. Tang Chuchu retorted, rolling her eyes. Then suddenly brightening at the thought, Darling, is Yixiong's interest in me somehow connected to you? Chapter 8. On bended knee and plea, Jiang Chen shrugged and replied, What connection could I possibly have? I am merely an orphan. How could I possibly know someone as significant as Yixiong? Oh please, spare me your act. What has to deal with the imperial residence? Jiang Chen clarified, I could never afford to live in the imperial residence. It belongs to a friend I grew up with in the orphanage. He went abroad and, knowing I had nowhere to stay, allowed me to watch over his place. Is that true? Tang Chuchu questioned, skepticism evident on her face. Of course. What? Am I expected to divorce you just because the imperial residence isn't mine? So you are that materialistic? Not at all. Tang Chuchu pouted defiantly. You healed me and gave me a new lease on life. I have already married you. I am your wife now, and if you're poor, that's fine. I will support you from now on. Chuchu, I was wrong. I truly made a mistake. At that moment, a woman rushed over, throwing herself against the car window. Disheveled and with a swollen face, she appeared to have been assaulted. This was Wu Jiajia. As Wu Jiajia arrived, Chen Lin approached, yanking her hair and forcefully slamming her against the vehicle, leaving her dazed. You vile woman. It's all because of you that I've lost my job. I'll make you pay. The driver of Jiang Chen's vehicle spoke up. Jiang Chen waved his hand slightly, saying, It's a trivial matter. Let's ignore it and move on. Darling. Tang Chuchu remarked, her face displaying concern as she observed Wu Jiajia, who was battered and bloodied. Do you think this will lead to trouble? Jiang Chen replied with a smile. It seems like a couple is having a disagreement. We should refrain from getting involved. Chuchu, I was wrong, considering we were classmates. Could you please plead with the chairman on my behalf and ask him not to fire me? Please. Outside the vehicle, Wu Jiajia's cries resonated. Recalling Wu Jiajia's previous demands, Tang Chuchu felt a surge of anger at the audacity of her request for her to sleep with another man. With that thought, she rolled up the car window. Chuchu, I was wrong. I truly made a mistake. I didn't recognize your importance and failed to see that you knew the chairman. I beg you for another chance. Wu Jiajia knelt on the ground. After Chen Lin had struck her, he approached the driver's side, producing a pack of cigarettes and offering one. Brother, no, I mean. Big brother, could you lower the window? I would like to say a few words to Miss Tang. The driver glanced back at Jiang Chen in the rear seat. Jiang Chen subtly nodded. Xiaohei then lowered the rear window of the car. Chen Lin approached the back seat and offered a cigarette to Jiang Chen, who, however, did not accept it. Chen Lin, feeling awkward, chuckled and said, "Miss Tang, I am but a mere fool who fails to recognize greatness. Please disregard my presence and speak to the chairman on my behalf. Perhaps he might reconsider my dismissal." With that, he presented a prepared red envelope containing 10,000 yuan. A trifling gesture. Tang Chuchu turned to glance at Jiang Chen beside her. He embraced her and smiled, saying, "My dear wife, let us hurry and retrieve the contract. Once we do, I shall earn my grandfather's approval, and you shall be my rightful spouse." Tang Chuchu instantly grasped Jiang Chen's intent and nodded in agreement. Moreover, she had no acquaintance with Yixiong and could not assist either of the two men. "Xiaohei, let us return," she instructed. Understood. Xiaohei promptly started the vehicle and drove away. In the meantime, Wu Jiejia and Chuchu kneeled on the ground, crying out in despair. However, Tang Chuchu paid them no mind. Seated in the car, she playfully stuck out her tongue at Jiang Chen and teased, "Darling, did those two lose their jobs because of me?" Jiang Chen replied, "Not entirely. Qianjun is a large enterprise that permits no parasites. Chen Lin's abuse of power would have led to his dismissal eventually. Your presence merely served as the spark." At this, Tang Chuchu felt reassured. Soon, the couple returned to the Tang residence. The news of Tang Chuchu's restored beauty had stirred various thoughts among the Tang family. The eldest grandson, Tang Lei, even invited friends over to introduce Tang Chuchu to them. His friend, Xiao Chun, hailing from the Xiao family, was known as a reckless rich heir. The previous night, a significant incident had befallen the Xiao family, resulting in the death of Xiao Bia. For the indulgent Xiao Chun, death was inconsequential. Over the years, his grandfather had controlled the Xiao family, and his allowance had dwindled. With the patriarch now deceased, the family leadership would likely pass to his father. Once his father, Xiao Qi, inherited the Xiao family, Xiao Chen's status would ascend dramatically. Moreover, the funeral for Xiao Bia was modest, and the Xiao family did not observe a period of mourning. Upon hearing from Tang Lei that Tang Chuchu had regained her beauty and was now an extraordinary beauty, he decided to visit the Tang residence to see how this former ugly duckling had transformed. At the Tang villa, the family members surrounded Xiao Chun, treating him as if he were a deity. Tang Lei felt a surge of pride, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, and declared, "Grandfather, Xiao Chun is my good buddy. I told him that my cousin Chuchu is a stunning beauty, which is why he came to our home. Chuchu must divorce that useless Jiang Chen and become Xiao Chen's girlfriend." Tang Tianlong, sitting nearby, chuckled. "That is a necessity. Only the young master of the Xiao family is worthy of Chuchu." The flattery from the Tang family greatly satisfied Xiao Chen's vanity. Such is the stature of the four prominent families in Jiang, where their scions are sought after wherever they go. "Grandfather," at that moment, Tang Chuchu and Jiang Chen entered together. As she entered the room, she pulled out the contract with a joyful expression. "Grandfather, I have returned with the contract from Qianjun Group. Are you not going to let Jiang Chen leave the Tang family?" Tang Lei immediately stood up, pointing at Xiao Chen, who was lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed. "Chuchu, allow me to introduce you to Xiao Chen from the Xiao family. Are you aware of the Xiao family, the foremost among the four great families of Jiangzhou? Quickly, go and light a cigarette for young Master Xiao." Upon seeing Tang Chuchu, Xiao Chen was taken aback. He recognized her. She had been disfigured before, and he never anticipated that after her recovery, she would emerge as an unparalleled beauty. His visit was indeed worthwhile. Tang Chuchu was now more exquisite than any woman he had ever encountered. He vowed to himself that he must seduce her. Tang Chuchu cast a glance at Xiao Chen, feeling quite uncomfortable with his gaze. Who did he think he was? Demanding that she light a cigarette for him? Absolutely outrageous. "How dare you speak to young Master Xiao in that manner?" Tang Tianlong bellowed, his voice icy. "Apologize at once." Xiao Chen displayed remarkable composure, waving his hand slightly. "Tang Tianlong, do not scold Chuchu. I have a preference for fiery personalities. By the way, what was it that Chuchu mentioned about securing the order from Qianjun? What is the story behind that?" Tang Lei promptly recounted the events. Only then did Xiao Chen notice Jiang Chen standing behind Tang Chuchu. Initially, he assumed Jiang Chen was merely a chauffeur, only to realize he was actually Tang Tianlong's son-in-law. His expression darkened as he said, "Tang Tianlong, I am determined to have Chuchu. Immediately annul the engagement, or I will make a call. Even if Chuchu has secured the order from Qianjun, they will promptly rescind it. Do not forget, my family is Qianjun Group's close partner. Qianjun only allocates surplus orders to other enterprises after fulfilling our needs. Jiang Chen cast a scornful glance at the arrogant Xiao Chen, retorting, I heard that Xiao Bieha has passed away. As a member of the Xiao family, why are you not at home mourning, but instead here at the Tang family? You're courting death. Xiao Chen sprang to his feet, grabbing Jiang Chen by the collar and raising his hand to slap him. Jiang Chen slightly raised his hand to block the slap, exerting a gentle push that sent Xiao Chen stumbling back onto the sofa. His fury surged. He was a member of the Xiao family, one of the 4 great families, and everywhere he went, he was treated with deference. Now, he had been pushed down by a mere son-in-law, and worse still, Jiang Chen dared to speak of his deceased grandfather. The death of Xiao Bieha was common knowledge. Yet no one dared to mention it, but this young man had the audacity to bring it up. He drew a spring knife from his waist and tossed it onto the ground, coldly warning, cut off a hand, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, I will toss you into the river to feed the fish. Tang Lei quickly stood up, wearing a fawning smile. Brother Xiao Chun, have a seat and smoke a cigarette to calm down. It would be child's play for us to eliminate this worthless son-in-law. You need not consider the Tang family's reputation. Feel free to do as you wish. Once he is gone, Chuchu will be yours. Hearing these unbearable words, Tang Chuchu's face flushed with anger, her teeth clenched tightly. Xiao Chen sat down, fixating his gaze on Jiang Chen, and coldly declared, You, young man, have sealed your fate with that remark. No one will come to your rescue. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, paying little heed to the matter at hand. Had this not been the Tang residence, Xiao Chen would have met his demise already. Tang Chuchu, with a face full of grievance, handed over the contract, stating, Grandfather, you promised that as long as I secured an order worth millions, you would acknowledge Jiang Chen as my husband. This is not merely a 30 million order. It is a 1 billion order. Please take a look. What? 1 billion? Tang Tianlong's body trembled. Grandfather, we have breaking news. The chairman of Qianjun Group personally invited Chuchu to Qianjun Tower. At that moment, a woman rushed in, her face pale with alarm. She was Tang Lei's sister, named Tang Minjing, the daughter of Tang Tianlong's eldest son, Tang Hai. Upon entering, she spotted Tang Chuchu and Jiang Chen, and couldn't help but glance at them a moment longer. She then approached Tang Tianlong, extracting her phone to show him a piece of news. Upon seeing the report of Yi Xiong bowing to invite Tang Chuchu into Qianjun Tower, Tang Tianlong was momentarily stunned. Yi Xiong, the chairman of Qianjun Group, commanded immense respect. Even the 4 prominent families in Jiangzhou regarded him with deference. He swiftly picked up the order contract on the table and, upon confirming it was indeed a 1 billion order, burst into laughter, exclaiming, Haha, Chuchu, well done. You truly embody the prowess of the Tang family. Securing a 1 billion order from Qianjun. At last, our Tang family can hold our heads high in Jiangzhou. What about Jiang Chen? What? The young master of the Xiao family has arrived? Outside the room, another middle-aged woman entered. This was Tang Chuchu's mother, Hianmei. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, she approached him with a flirtatious smile, saying, Young Master Xiao, I have long admired your reputation. What do you think of my daughter Chuchu? With just a nod from you, she becomes your wife today. Mother, Tang Chuchu exclaimed, stamping her foot in distress, looking at Tang Tianlong with tears in her eyes. Grandfather, you said it yourself. The contract is already secured. You cannot go back on your word. Humph. Xiao Chen, seated, snorted disdainfully. Do you think securing the contract means you can rest easy? With a single call, I can have Qianjun cancel that contract. Tang Chuchu pointed at the arrogant Xiao Chen and then turned to Tang Tianlong, calling out, Grandfather. Tang Tianlong set down the contract, uncertain as to why Yi Xiong would personally attend to Tang Chuchu. However, he was aware that Qianjun and the Xiao family were indeed close partners. Offending Xiao Chen would mean losing the contract, and it was Tang Chuchu who had secured it, not Jiang Chen. He took a drag from his pipe and said, Chuchu, this contract was brought back by you. It has nothing to do with Jiang Chen. My stance remains. Divorce him and be with Xiao Chen, marrying into the Xiao family. Entering the upper echelons. That is precisely right, Xiao Chen said, wearing an expression of certainty, confident that once he had Tang Chuchu in his grasp, he could eliminate Jiang Chen without hesitation. He could not fathom that Tang Tianlong would risk his standing for an incoming son-in-law. Offending him would make survival in Jiangzhou exceedingly difficult for the Tang family. With a smug expression, he declared, Tang Tianlong, your choice is wise. My father is soon to become the head of the Xiao family. As long as you maintain a good relationship with me, there will be an abundance of orders in the future. Tang Chuchu glanced at Jiang Chen, her expression filled with sorrow. Jiang Chen gazed at her and inquired, Chuchu, what are your thoughts? Tang Chuchu resolutely replied, I have already obtained a marriage certificate with you. I am your wife, and unless I die, there is no possibility of divorce. Jiang Chen nodded and said, then please call Yi Xiong to clarify the situation and see if Xiao Chen can persuade Qianjun to annul the contract with the Tang family. If Xiao Chen truly possesses such influence, I believe you would find greater happiness with him than with me, a mere impoverished lad. The Tang family members looked on with approval. Tang Tianlong chuckled. Jiang Chen, you are quite perceptive. Rest assured, I stand by my previous words. After the divorce, I will compensate you with 500,000. Tang Chuchu was perplexed by Jiang Chen's intentions, believing he felt compelled to relinquish her. She clasped his hand tightly and declared, Husband, fear not. I will ensure you remain within the Tang family. If they attempt to cast you out, I shall take my own life. Let us make the call first. All right. Tang Chuchu retrieved her phone, pulling out the business card from Yi Xiong, ready to dial. However, Ema snatched the phone from her, exclaiming, What are you calling for? This useless man has already agreed to the divorce. Why are you still clinging to this delusion? What is there to gain by staying with him? He cannot possibly compare to young Master Xiao. Xiao Chun waved his hand dismissively and said nonchalantly, Auntie, let her call. Let her rid herself of this foolish obsession. Chuchu, when you call, simply ask Qianjun whether he wishes to collaborate with the Xiao family or the Tang family. Upon hearing this, Ema finally returned the phone to Tang Chuchu. Xiao Chen wore an expression of confidence as he observed Tang Chuchu. The Tang family was merely a second-rate family in Jiangzhou. Qianjun would certainly not forsake collaboration with the Xiao family for the Tang family. Tang Chuchu dialed Yi Xiong's number. Chairman Yi, it's me, Tang Chuchu, the one who just signed a contract with you. Yes, that's right. Xiao Chun from the Xiao family mentioned that he would cancel the contract we signed. In Yi Xiong's office, upon receiving Tang Chuchu's call, he was instantly enraged, shouting, Xiao Chen? Which Xiao Chen? Who can cancel the contract I signed? It was indeed the Longting Xiao family. Xiao Chen further inquired whether Qianjun preferred to collaborate with the Xiao family or the Tang family. Tang Chuchu's voice wavered. For the Xiao family was one of the 4 prominent families in Jiangzhou, while her Tang family was merely a second-tier family. Chuchu, do not panic. Let me verify the matter, and I will call you back shortly. Oh. Tang Chuchu hung up. Xiao Chen, brimming with pride, asked, So, what did he say? Tang Chuchu responded, Chairman Yi said he would return my call shortly. After hanging up, Yi Xiong promptly began his investigation into the situation. He typically left matters of collaboration to the company's vice president, so he summoned the vice president to inquire. It was then revealed that Longting was a close partner of the Xiao family, having just signed an agreement that prioritized Longting for future orders from Qianjun. Vice President Wang, you are terminated. Pack your belongings and leave. Yi Xiong issued the command decisively, simultaneously notifying the business department to cancel all collaborations with Longting, ensuring that henceforth, Qianjun's orders would never be assigned to Longting. After completing these actions, he called Tang Chuchu. Chuchu, I have clarified the situation. As for Longting, Qianjun will no longer collaborate with them. From now on, Qianjun's orders will grant the Tang family priority selection rights. Do you find my actions satisfactory? Tang Chuchu had her phone on speaker. The members of the Tang family present could clearly hear the voice on the line. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. At that moment, Xiao Chen chuckled and remarked, Tang Chuchu, to whom are you making this call? Who possesses such audacity to terminate the partnership with Longting and establish a permanent collaboration with the Tang family? Surely, no one with sense would choose that path. Are you not merely finding someone to impersonate Qianjuan's chairman? His voice was rather loud, and with the speakerphone on, Yi Xiong overheard every word distinctly. He immediately became enraged and bellowed, So you are Xiao Chen? I solemnly inform you that from this moment forth, your Xiao family is doomed. After that, he lowered his voice and said, Chuchu, rest assured about the orders. No one can cancel them. If the Xiao family seeks to trouble the Tang family, just wait. I will rectify this immediately and ensure the Xiao family is bankrupt within half an hour. With that, Yu Xiong hung up the phone. He then commanded, utilize all means to suppress the Xiao family and ensure their liquidation within 30 minutes. Yi Xiong, the helmsman of Qianjun, held considerable influence even within the prestigious Yi family of Kyoto. If he aimed for the downfall of the Xiao family, it was certain to come to fruition. At the Tang family villa, Jiang Chen, upon hearing these words, wore a subtle smile while observing the bewildered expression of Tang Chuchu. He remarked, Chuchu, it seems Chairman Yi holds you in high regard. Are you perhaps her goddaughter? Meanwhile, Xiao Chen scoffed, thinking it absurd to claim the Xiao family could be bankrupted within 30 minutes. However, at that moment, he received a call from his father, who was fuming. You wretched boy, who have you offended? Qianjun has terminated their collaboration with Longting. At this revelation, Xiao Chen was left in shock. Chapter 10. Executive Chairman Xiao Chun collapsed onto the floor in disbelief. How could Qianjun sever ties with Longting? Was it possible that Tang Chuchu truly made a call from Qianjun's chairman? Observing Xiao Chen's demeanor, Jiang Chen understood that he must have learned about the cancellation of the collaboration with Longting. In the presidential office of Longting Group, Xiao Qi was vehemently cursing, berating Xiao Chen for the dire predicament they found themselves in. As word had come from Qianjun that the chairman personally issued an order stating that Xiao Chen had offended someone he should not have. President, it's bad news. Qianjun claims there are quality issues with our medicinal materials and has initiated legal proceedings against us, demanding 30 billion in compensation. President, urgent news from the bank. We must repay our loans immediately. President, a major crisis has arisen. Our factories have been sealed by relevant authorities due to quality issues. President, the tide has turned. Our shareholders are hastily selling off their shares, leading to a massive plummet in our stock price, resulting in a loss of billions. President, Longting is facing bankruptcy. And the Xiao family's other enterprises are ensnared in various repercussions, with many industries being sealed. As Xiao Qi was on the phone berating Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this cascade of calamities, he was instantly overwhelmed with fury. Xiao Chen heard a cacophony of sounds emanating from the phone, and in that moment, he realized that it was indeed Yu Xiong who was on the line. The grim reality that Yu Xiong spoke of, regarding the bankruptcy of the Xiao family, was true. A cold sweat enveloped him as he collapsed to his knees. Chuchu, I was wrong. Please call Chairman Yi and ask him to spare the Xiao family. I beg you. I implore you. This scene left the Tang family in a state of shock. Tang Chuchu was also somewhat bewildered. The announcement of the Xiao family's impending bankruptcy had come to fruition far too swiftly. The Xiao family, renowned as the foremost among the four great families of Jiangzhou, had succumbed to ruin in an instant, showcasing the immense power wielded by the chairman of Qianjun Group. Tang Tianlong understood that the Xiao family was finished and recognized that the Tang family was poised for ascendance. He commanded, security, throw Xiao Chen out. 2 security guards approached and lifted the kneeling Xiao Chen away. Chuchu, I was wrong, truly wrong. Grant me another chance. Grant the Xiao family a chance. His pleas echoed from outside. Tang Tianlong stood, assisting Tang Chuchu to sit, saying, Chuchu, please, take a seat, do not stand. At that moment, Tang Chuchu was a treasured asset of the Tang family. Having made connections with a figure as significant as Yu Xiong, the rise of the Tang family was now inevitable. Tang Tianlong promptly issued a decree. From this day forth, Chuchu shall serve as the executive chairman of Tangshi Yongla, with a monthly salary of 300,000. Tang Chuchu, realizing the implications, lit up with joy. Grandfather, is it true? Am I really to be the chairman? Is my salary truly 300,000? Of course. And what of Jiang Chen? Since you have taken a liking to him, let him remain with the Tang family for the time being. Elated, Tang Chuchu rose. Grasping Jiang Chen's hand, her delight reminiscent of a young girl. Darling, you need not leave. Jiang Chen smiled gently. Witnessing Tang Chuchu's happiness filled him with contentment. He vowed to ensure that the remainder of her life would be filled with joy, sparing her from any grievances. Today was undoubtedly a momentous day in Jiangzhou. Just last night, the patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Bia, had passed away, and today, the Xiao family faced bankruptcy. The once mighty Xiao family had transformed from a premier aristocracy to a heavily indebted clan. Upon returning from the capital, Xiao Zhan learned of the Xiao family's demise. Within a mere day, the family had crumbled completely. In the hall, Xiao Chen knelt on the floor. Fourth uncle. It was all Tang Chuchu's doing. She called Yu Xiong, and as a result, he terminated the cooperation between the Longting Group and Qianjun Group, leading to the Xiao family's bankruptcy. Xiao Chen wept as he recounted the events, embellishing his tale. With a crack, the cup in Xiao Zhan's hand shattered, a dark expression crossing his face. Yu Xiong, how dare you oppose the Xiao family? Even the Yi family cannot protect you now. Tang Chuchu. I assure you that the Tang family will meet a grim fate. Beside him, Xiao Ruoren asked calmly, Fourth brother, what shall we do now? Standing resolutely, Xiao Zhan replied, Do not worry, I have my plans. We shall wait a little longer. The Xiao family was steeped in despair, while the Tang family rejoiced. Tang Tianlong announced Tang Chuchu's appointment as executive chairman of Tangshi Yongla and declared that henceforth, Tangshi Yongla would become Qianjun's most significant partner. With Yu Xiong personally welcoming Tang Chuchu into Qianjun, the Tang family basked in newfound glory, becoming the target of admiration from numerous families in Jiang. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen finally garnered the Tang family's approval and moved into Tang Chuchu's residence. After assuming the role of executive chairwoman, Tang Chuchu became increasingly occupied, often leaving early and returning late, engrossed in company affairs. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, settled into a domestic routine, eschewing employment to sweep the floors and prepare meals. And each day, he would ride his electric scooter to Yongla Company to fetch Tang Chuchu after work. This existence was precisely what Jiang Chen had longed for. As time flew by, it had been over half a month since he had married into the Tang family. One afternoon, after cleaning the house, Jiang Chen stepped outside with a garbage bag to dispose of the trash, and then rode his scooter to pick up Tang Chuchu from work. At the roadside outside Yongla Company, he squatted down, smoking a cigarette, with Xiaohei beside him. "Brother Jiang, you spend your days cleaning, cooking, and picking up your sister-in-law. Aren't you bored? I can hardly stand it. Why don't we take your sister-in-law to the South Wilderness? What do you understand? This is what life is about." "This is living," Jiang Chen replied, inhaling deeply, releasing a smoke ring, and casually tossing the cigarette butt to the ground. "I've had my fill of bloodshed and the violence of life. It is Chuchu who has given me 10 years of military experience. For the rest of my days, I simply wish to be by her side and make her the happiest woman in the world." At that moment, Xiaohei recalled something. Isn't the Xiao family facing bankruptcy? But a dying camel is still larger than a horse. The Xiao family still has some connections in Jiang, especially Xiao Ruren, who has a wide circle of friends. "I found out that tonight, she will hold an auction to raise funds for a comeback, featuring many valuable items, most of which were seized from the Jiang family a decade ago, including that painting you've always cherished, the Flower Moon Mountain residence." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression darkened. Xiaohei sensed an aura of coldness emanating from him, as if the temperature around them had suddenly dropped. "The Flower Moon Mountain residence painting," Jiang Chen murmured softly. It was a treasured heirloom of the Jiang family. Before his grandfather passed away, he had told him that while the Jiang family could perish, the painting must never be lost. For the past 10 years, Jiang Chen had never forgotten it. "Xiaohei, prepare for tonight's operation." "Understood," Xiaohei nodded. "All right. You should leave now. My wife will be getting off work soon, and she does not wish for me to associate with unsavory characters." "You certainly do not give off the best impression. If she sees you, I will surely hear her scold me," Jiang Chen said. Xiaohei's expression stiffened. "Is it just because I'm a bit dark-skinned that I am deemed unsavory? What is wrong with that? What are you dawdling for? Get lost." Jiang Chen kicked him away. Xiaohei turned and departed. Jiang Chen glanced at the time. It was nearly the end of the workday, and Tang Chuchu would be out soon. He pushed his electric scooter toward the entrance of the Tang S Yongla group, and just as he approached, he noticed a woman emerging from a nearby building. She stood at an impressive height of 6 feet, adorned in professional attire, a white blouse, a black pencil skirt, and striking red high heels. With cascading chestnut waves framing her face and a briefcase in hand, she walked with an air of elegance and undeniable charm. "Chuchu." At that moment, a man approached, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers, which he presented to her, saying, "Chuchu, this is for you. Are you free tonight? I have booked a diamond suite at the Zui Xian Lu and would be delighted if you would join me for dinner." The flower bearer was Wang Bin, a scion of one of the 4 prominent families in Jiangzhou. Ever since Tang Chuchu secured the Qianjun contract and her relationship with Qianjun's chairman, Yi Xiong, became public, the Tang family's reputation soared. With her rejuvenated appearance, Tang Chuchu had become the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. As the executive chairman of Yongla, her remarkable business acumen allowed her to efficiently manage the company within a mere half-month, elevating her status to that of the most stunning and esteemed female CEO in the region. Despite her marital status, Jiang Chen's reputation in Jiangzhou was far from favorable, and the young gentleman continued to pursue her, undeterred. At that moment, Tang Chuchu spotted Jiang Chen approaching on his electric scooter, a delightful smile gracing her face. Ignoring Wang Bin, she walked over and publicly kissed Jiang Chen, entwining her arm with his. "Darling, this gentleman wishes to treat me to dinner at the Diamond Suite in Zui Xian Lu, and I have yet to visit," she said playfully. "You should go. And if possible, take me along, as I have never been there either." Wang Bin's expression darkened upon witnessing the scene. He stepped closer, his voice cold as he addressed Jiang Chen. "I am Wang Bin from the Wang family. I offer you 500,000 to leave Chuchu." He produced a card and handed it over. "Should I take it, dear?" Jiang Chen asked. "It's up to you," replied Tang Chuchu with a playful smile. "I suppose you should accept it. 500,000 would surely cover a meal at the Diamond Suite." "Very well, I shall accept it," Jiang Chen said with a grin, taking the card from Wang Bin. "By the way, what is the password?" Wang Bin raised his chin and declared, the password consists of 6 zeros. Take the money and leave. From this moment on, you have no ties to Chuchu. All right, let us divorce when we return. Jiang Chen nodded, stating, wife. Let us get in the car. After Tang Chuchu climbed onto the back of the scooter, wrapping her arms around Jiang Chen's waist, they departed amidst Wang Bin's bewildered gaze. It took him a moment to realize he had been deceived, and in frustration, he hurled the bouquet to the ground, cursing Jiang Chen as he watched them fade into the distance. Jiang Chen, riding the electric scooter, brought Tang Chuchu home. Once inside, she settled onto the sofa, extending her delicate hand and gazing at Jiang Chen with a cheerful expression. What is the matter? Jiang Chen asked, tightly clutching his pocket. This is the breakup fee Wang Bin gave me. It's my personal stash. Give me that. Tang Chuchu retorted sternly. You eat my food, drink my drinks. Wear my clothes. Why do you need money? That 500,000 belongs to me. I'll save it for our future children. Don't you need funds for them? Reluctantly, Jiang Chen produced Wang Bin's card, his tone begrudging as he said, Wife, this has happened several times now. In the past few days. The breakup fees I've received from others add up to over 2 million. This money is mine. What money? A voice emanated from the doorway. Upon hearing it, Tang Chuchu swiftly concealed the card that Jiang Chen had handed her, hurriedly exclaiming, No, I have no money. Yime approached, her voice cold as ice. You wretched girl. Daring to deceive your mother. I heard everything at the door. What parting fee? What over 2 million? Hand it over. Tang Chuchu replied, Mom, truly, it's nothing. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed, it's nothing. Yime snapped. I am speaking to my daughter. What business is it of yours? Look at the time. Have you even started cooking? Hurry up. Oh. Jiang Chen promptly turned and left for the kitchen to prepare the meal. After toiling away for over half an hour, he finally emerged, and the family dined together. After the meal, Jiang Chen pulled Tang Chuchu into a room, whispering, Wife, are you all right? Tang Chuchu rolled her eyes. This is all your fault. Why must you shout? Mom confiscated all the money, claiming that after raising me for over 20 years, now that I have a job, I owe her retirement funds. What? You gave it all to her? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Recently, he had been truly short on funds. As a son-in-law of the Tang family, he was unemployed and had no money to his name. Even his cigarette funds were supported by Xiaohei. Tang Chuchu, looking helpless, confessed, Yes, I gave it all. Young Master Chen offered 100,000 as a parting fee. Young Master Zhang gave 250,000. Young Master Lu contributed 300,000, and Young Master Wang provided 500,000. All of it was seized by Mom. Alas, Jiang Chen sighed. I hope when I come to pick you up tomorrow, there will still be wealthy young suitors pursuing you, and they might bestow upon me another few tens of thousands as parting fees. Dear, could you send me a few hundred via WeChat? I have no money for cigarettes. Who would believe that? Just a few days ago, while doing your laundry, I saw you had a black card in your pocket. Don't tell me there is no money in it. Hand it over, and I'll keep it safe. Tang Chuchu extended her hand, requesting the card from Jiang Chen. He produced the black card, which was entirely black, adorned with a dragon, devoid of any card number. Tang Chuchu, having not examined it closely during the last laundry session, now inquired, What kind of bank card is this? Why is there no card number? Jiang Chen stuttered. This is a co-branded card from major banks, usable at any bank. It's the modern age. Who needs card numbers anymore? Now, it's all about identity chips. Tang Chuchu, somewhat skeptical, accepted the card and asked, What is the password? And how much is in it? The password is 8 eighths. As for the money, there isn't much. What nonsense? Tang Chuchu retorted. There is no such thing as an 8-digit bank card password. I must have misspoken. It's actually 6 eighths, Jiang Chen replied awkwardly. In truth, this card had no password. Any input would yield a correct response. Moreover, this Black Dragon card was unique in the nation, symbolizing identity and power. As for the funds, he genuinely had no idea how much was there, as he had never withdrawn any. Yet, it was a testament to a decade of military service and honor, and it should contain a considerable sum. However, at his level, money was merely an external possession, and he had little concern for the balance. Ultimately, even if he were to give it to Tang Chuchu, it mattered not to him, for without her, he would not be who he was today. Everything he possessed was due to Tang Chuchu's support. Chapter 12. The 5 commanders. Jiang Chen wore an expression of helplessness. Tang Chuchu said, Please fetch me the gown from my wardrobe. There is an important banquet tonight. Jiang Chen rose and approached the wardrobe, opening it as he inquired, My dear, which one? The white one with the collar, she replied. That won't do. It's too revealing for an outing. This one seems suitable. Jiang Chen returned with a black turtleneck dress and handed it to Tang Chuchu, asking, by the way, what banquet is it? It's an auction banquet hosted by Xiao Ruoran of the Xiao family. There will be numerous valuable items, and many prominent figures will attend. I intend to seize this opportunity to expand my social circle, Tang Chuchu explained. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen paused briefly but chose not to delve further into the matter. Instead, he asked, do you need me to ride you there? I'll take a taxi, she replied. Oh, very well. After she donned the evening gown, she stepped out. Once she left, Jiang Chen found an excuse to exit the house as well. At the Xiao family villa, the last remaining estate of the once flourishing family, a gathering of dozens convened. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in military attire, Xiao Zhan, the fourth son of Xiao Bihi. Xiao Zhan, a soldier from the western frontier, had been on a mission when his father passed, unable to return in time. Upon his arrival, he learned that the assailant had left clues pointing to remnants of the Jiang family from a decade ago. Consequently, he rushed back to the capital to seek information from the influential figure who ordered the annihilation of the Jiang family and seized the Huawei mountain residence map. However, he uncovered little but did learn that the reason behind Tang Chuchu's disfigurement stemmed from her efforts to rescue someone from the Jiang family villa fire 10 years prior, resulting in her injuries. The commanding figure had decreed that the identity of the person Tang Chuchu saved must be uncovered. After receiving this information, he departed from the capital, only to return to the Xiao family and find it in ruins, closely linked to his investigation of Tang Chuchu. Seated beside him was a stunning woman whose flawless complexion belied her age, Xiao Ruoran. She spoke, elder brother, we currently have no leads on who killed father, but our family has been driven to bankruptcy by Tang Chuchu. Xiao Chun has stated that it was all orchestrated by her. It was Tang Chuchu who contacted Yi Xiong, leading to our downfall. Sitting at the head of the table, Xiao Zhan's resolute face bore a somber expression as he clenched his fists. Whoever opposes the Xiao family shall not escape unscathed, not even Yi Xiong. I will ensure the world knows that the Xiao family is not to be trifled with. Tonight marks the day of the Tang family's demise. The Jiangzhou Grand Hotel served as the venue for the Xiao family auction banquet. Luxury vehicles filled the parking lot as numerous esteemed figures from Jiangzhou moved in and out, all summoned by invitations from Xiao Ruoran. Despite the Xiao family's bankruptcy, the social elite of Jiangzhou were reluctant to miss the event, especially after news spread of Xiao Zhan's return. The Xiao family had once held the position of the foremost among the four great families, largely due to Xiao Zhan's contributions. He was a soldier of the western frontier, holding a significant rank within the military. Outside the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, two men clad in black trench coats approached on foot. Upon witnessing the soldiers stationed outside the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, Xiao He paused momentarily. Brother Jiang, these are soldiers of the Western Frontier Army. Could it be that Xiao Zhan of the Xiao family has returned? He is said to be a trusted aide of the King of Leisure in the Western Frontier, holding a commendable rank at the level of a deputy commander. The King of Leisure? Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh. Even if the King of Leisure himself were to grace us with his presence today, should he dare to obstruct me, I would compel him to kneel. In the Great Xia, there are 5 commanders: the Black Dragon of the Southern Wilderness, Changfu of the Northern Border, the King of Leisure of the Western Frontier, the Barbarian King of the Eastern Domain, and the Son of Heaven of the capital. When it comes to power, the Son of Heaven in the capital holds the highest authority. The Black Dragon, despite having been appointed the shortest time, possesses the greatest might. Even if the other 3 commanders join forces, they may not stand a chance against him. Moreover, the Black Dragon bears another title, the Divine Healer. His medical prowess is unparalleled, capable of reviving the deceased and mending shattered bones. As long as there is a breath of life, he can restore anyone to health. Even if one were to stand at the threshold of the underworld, he could pull them back from the clutches of death. Therefore, even if the other 3 commanders were to appear, Jiang Chen would hardly regard them with any seriousness, let alone a mere subordinate of the Western Frontier's King of Leisure. Brother Jiang, shall we take lives tonight? Our primary task this evening is to reclaim the Huawei mountain residence painting. As for whether lives will be lost, that shall depend on the circumstances. When shall we make our entrance? There's no rush. We shall wait until the banquet commences. Understood. The 2 waited outside the hotel, not in haste to enter. Meanwhile, the influential figures of Jiangzhou, arriving for the banquet, trembled at the sight of the soldiers guarding the hotel. Xiao Zhan of the Xiao family had indeed returned. With the demise of Xiao Bieha and the downfall of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan's return would undoubtedly stir the winds of Jiangzhou. On the top floor of the hotel, the elite of Jiangzhou gathered. Even Tang Chuchu made an appearance. Dressed in a black gown, her tall figure was complemented by her elegantly styled hair, exuding an air of nobility and grace. She mingled with the prominent figures, expanding her social circle. At that moment, two staff members approached, carrying a painting. As they reached behind Tang Chuchu, they suddenly dropped it onto the ground. Crash! The painting shattered upon impact, the crystal glass frame splintering and slicing through the artwork within. The damaged area lay directly beneath Tang Chuchu's feet. "What are you doing?" One staff member exclaimed, staring at the ruined painting on the floor, then pointed accusingly at Tang Chuchu. "Why did you bump into me?" I did not." Tang Chuchu replied, bewildered. "I did not bump into you. You must be mistaken. It was indeed you who collided with me, causing the painting to be ruined." "Do you know what this painting is?" "It is a masterpiece from over 2,000 years ago, the Huawei Mountain Residence painting, valued at 1.8 billion. Another staff member chimed in, also blaming Tang Chuchu. "It was you, Tang Chuchu, who did this." The commotion caught the attention of many. "What is happening here?" A middle-aged man in military attire, standing tall, approached and barked, "What is all this commotion? Have you no manners?" "Boss Xiao, we were transporting the Huawei Mountain Residence painting to the backwork area when we were bumped into by Tang Chuchu, resulting in the destruction of the painting." Xiaozhan crouched down, gazing at the landscape painting marred by a glass scratch, his expression shifting dramatically. The painting, Flower Moon Mountain Residence, had been irreparably damaged. A piece valued at a staggering 1.8 billion. "Not me, not me." Upon hearing the price, Tang Chuchu instantly panicked, retreating hastily. Such an exorbitant amount was beyond her means to compensate. Even if the entire Tang family were to be sacrificed, it would not suffice. Standing upright, Xiaozhan regarded Tang Chuchu with a frigid demeanor. "I, Xiaozhan, will not wrongfully accuse anyone. There are surveillance cameras here. Whether you are guilty can be discerned by reviewing the footage. Bring forth the surveillance." Moments later, an individual arrived with the video. Under the scrutiny of the elite gathered at Jiangzhou, Xiaozhan personally played the footage. It revealed two staff members carrying the frame, only to be collided with by Tang Chuchu, causing the frame to tumble and the painting to shatter. Witnessing this scene, Xiaozhan coldly declared, "Tang Chuchu, 1.8 billion. Bring her to me, take her to the Tang residence and demand the sum. If they cannot pay, apprehend all members of the Tang family." As military personnel approached, Tang Chuchu's face drained of color, panic overtaking her as tears streamed down her cheeks. "It wasn't me. It truly wasn't me. General Xiao, I swear. I did not do it. I am innocent." Surrounding them was a crowd, silently lamenting Tang Chuchu's plight. What a pity. The Tang family was just beginning to flourish. And now it seemed doomed. Yes, 1.8 billion. This would lead to the Tang family's bankruptcy. Would they even be able to gather such a sum by liquidating all their assets? Tang Chuchu was indeed unfortunate, her clumsiness leading to such dire consequences. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers and the sight of heavily armed soldiers advancing toward her, Tang Chuchu felt utterly lost, her face pale and her body instinctively retreating. Two fully armed soldiers approached her, weapons drawn. "Take her to the back room," Xiaozhan commanded. In a state of despair and helplessness, Tang Chuchu was forcibly taken away by the two soldiers. Xiaozhan's actions left many in shock, yet there was little sympathy for Tang Chuchu. Instead, they seemed to revel in her misfortune. Remarkably, this minor incident did not disrupt the auction. At that moment, Xiao Ruren from the Xiao family made her entrance, ready to preside over the proceedings. Chapter 13. The Xiao family's scheme outside the Tang villa. Dozens of jeeps arrived, and heavily armed soldiers stormed into the Tang residence. The Tang family was thrown into chaos. Even the slumbering Tang Tianlong awoke in his pajamas, his face paling at the sight of the soldiers. "What is happening, gentlemen?" he inquired anxiously. "Take him away." With a single command, Tang Tianlong was seized and dragged off. The other members of the Tang family, who had been asleep, were similarly uprooted. Meanwhile, at Tang Chuchu's home, Tang Bo and He Yanmei were also asleep. Suddenly, the door was burst open, and a group stormed in, forcibly escorting them away. At the top floor of Jiangzhou Hotel, in a secret room, Tang Chuchu found herself bound, soon joined by her family members. Her grandfather, Tang Tianlong, her father, Tang Bo, her uncle, Tang Hai, her second uncle, Tang Jie, and dozens of other Tang family members were all brought to this location, bound and helpless. They were all as bewildered as a monk who cannot comprehend his own thoughts. Unaware of why they had offended the Xiao family or why they had been brought to the Xiao family villa, their faces etched with panic. In the basement, sitting on a chair was Xiaozhan, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Behind him stood numerous fully armed soldiers. With an air of indifference, he spoke softly. Tang Chuchu, do you know why I've kidnapped you? Tang Chuchu was at a loss. She had not damaged the painting. So how could she appear in the video as the one who had? Bound and desperate, Tang Tianlong pleaded, General Xiao, our Tang family has never wronged the Xiao family. My son, Tang Lei, has a good relationship with Xiao Chun. Why have you brought our family here? Please let us go. If we have offended in any way, I will prepare a humble gift and personally visit the Xiao family to apologize. Xiao Zhan raised his hand slightly, interrupting Tang Tianlong. Tang Tianlong, your daughter Tang Chuchu damaged a painting worth 1.8 billion. I will allow you to return and sell Tang family assets to gather the sum. Bring the money to redeem your family. If you have the funds, I will release you. Without it, you shall all perish. What? 1.8 billion? Tang Chuchu, what have you done? How could you have ruined a painting worth that much? The bound members of the Tang family were taken aback by the staggering amount. Turning to condemn Tang Chuchu, hurling accusations at her for bringing such calamity upon the family. Tang Chuchu felt like a mute person suffering in silence. Unable to voice her agony, Xiao Zhan commanded, release Tang Tianlong. Prior to taking action, he had conducted thorough research on the Tang family. Their entire assets, when tallied, amounted to roughly 1.5 billion. This painting alone was enough to lead the Tang family to utter ruin. Once free, Tang Tianlong approached Tang Chuchu and slapped her across the face, furious as he berated her. You worthless thing, you have brought disaster upon the Tang family. Tang Chuchu's face turned crimson from the blow, tears streaming down her cheeks as she cried out, Grandfather, it wasn't me. I swear. Still attempting to argue? Do you think General Xiao would wrongfully accuse you? Tang Tianlong, unable to contain his rage, struck her several more times. Afterward, he fell to his knees. Pleading like a defeated dog, General Xiao, please grant the Tang family a chance to survive. Xiao Zhan replied coldly, a chance for the Tang family? Who has ever granted my Xiao family a chance? Because of a single call from Tang Chuchu, Qian Junixiong targeted my Xiao family, leading to our downfall. Realization dawned upon Tang Chuchu as she exclaimed, so it was you who set me up? Yes, Xiao Zhan did not deny it. What does it matter? The Tang family must gather the 1.8 billion, whether they want to or not. As the vice commander of the Western region, it would be a trivial matter for me to eliminate dozens from the Tang family. Tang Tianlong, as if stripped of all vitality, collapsed to the ground. In that moment, he appeared to age decades, lamenting, it's over, the Tang family is finished. Throw this old man out. Yes. Two armed soldiers approached and forcibly dragged the weeping Tang Tianlong away. The remaining members of the Tang family stood frozen in fear. General Xiao is serious. And the Tang family was doomed, all thanks to Tang Chuchu. Tang Chuchu, you calamity bringer, you have destroyed the Tang family. How could I have such a daughter? Tang Chuchu, how can your solitary mistake implicate our entire family? General, I have no connection with Tang Chuchu. Please let me go. I do not wish to die, General Xiao. I implore you, spare me. Every grievance has its source, every debt its master. This is all Tang Chuchu's doing. Seek vengeance upon her instead. Kill her and release us. The members of the Tang family pleaded for mercy. Faced with the overwhelming power of Xiao Zhan, they found themselves utterly powerless. Hearing their desperate words, despair washed over Tang Chuchu, and in a fit of rage, she fainted. Xiao Zhan gestured, and at once, someone brought a basin of water and splashed it onto Tang Chuchu's face. Revived from her unconsciousness, she awoke once more. Rising, Xiao Zhan approached her, a dagger appearing in his hand as he lifted her chin, the blade gliding gently across her fair visage. He coldly interrogated, Tang Chuchu, 10 years ago, you entered the inferno of the Jiang family and were burned. Yet, your countenance now appears quite lovely. Who was the person you rescued from the flames a decade ago? And where is he now? I do not know, Tang Chuchu replied, her complexion pale, her body trembling. With a swift motion, Xiao Zhan slashed the dagger, leaving a deep wound on her face, blood oozing forth and staining half of her visage crimson. Ah! Tang Chuchu cried out in pain, struggling against her bindings. But her efforts were futile. The other members of the Tang family, similarly bound, trembled in fear. Some, overwhelmed, fainted outright. Tell me, who was the person you saved? Has he ever sought you out? What is your relationship with Yu Xiong, and why does he hold you in such high regard? I do not know. I truly do not know. Woe is me, I know nothing. Tang Chuchu wept. With another slash, Xiao Zhan carved yet another wound into her flesh. The searing pain engulfed her, and she could distinctly feel the blood trickling down her cheek and onto her neck. Xiao Zhan thundered, who was the person you saved? Did he ever come looking for you? Tang Chuchu, bewildered by his outburst, genuinely had no answers. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed. I truly do not know. At that time, I was unaware it was the Jiang family. I only learned of it later. I do not know who I saved. After I pulled him from the fire, his face was already disfigured. Then he jumped into the river, swept away by the torrent. I know nothing of him. And he has never returned to seek me out. General Xiao, I speak the truth. Please spare me. Chapter 14. It was me. 2 bloodied wounds marred Tang Chuchu's fair face, blood dripping down her cheeks and staining her neck. Her eyes misted over, crystalline tears flowing forth. The droplets cascaded down, mingling with the blood on her face. In that moment, she felt utterly despondent. Confronted by General Xiaozhan of the Xiao family, she found herself enveloped in despair, devoid of hope. She felt a deep-seated hatred. Hatred for herself for having leapt into the inferno upon hearing the cries for help so many years ago. She saved a life, yet suffered burns, enduring a decade of torment and injustice. After suffering severe burns, she became the subject of ridicule among her classmates. Those who once shared a close bond with her now shunned her presence. Whenever her peers caught sight of her, they recoiled as if confronted by a harbinger of misfortune. Even her family, including her own parents, regarded her with disdain. Yet, after her wounds healed, she believed that the suffering endured over the past decade had been worthwhile. However, she now found herself engulfed in despair once more. General Xiao, I implore you, this is not our doing. It is all Tang Chuchu's fault. Please, direct your ire at her and spare us, her family pleaded. In her moment of hopelessness, Tang Chuchu beheld the indifferent visage of Xiaozhan and heard the desperate cries of the Tang family, who, in their plight for survival, cast all blame upon her. Not speaking? Xiaozhan's expression was frigid as he gestured slightly. At once, 2 men entered the room. Deputy Commander, take Tang Chuchu to the auction hall outside. I intend to make it known throughout Jiangzhou the consequences of crossing the Xiao family. Deal with the Tang family first, and then we shall attend to Yixiong. Understood. The 2 men approached, untying the ropes binding Tang Chuchu. Grasping her by the hair, they dragged her from the room as one might lead a dog. Clad in a thin dress, her skin scraped against the ground, causing her garment to tear and her flesh to bruise, resulting in excruciating pain. She cried out for help, pleading for mercy, but her cries fell on deaf ears. At the top floor of the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, an auction was underway. The Xiao family presented a collection of trinkets, seemingly worthless, yet fetching exorbitant prices, often dozens of times their actual worth. The attendees, influential figures in Jiangzhou's business circles, quickly grasped the situation. The Xiao family had been driven to bankruptcy by Yixiong, and Xiaozhan's return was a bid to amass funds for a resurgence. The prominent figures in attendance felt powerless. Xiaozhan, a general from the western frontier, wielded immense power, and they dared not offend him. Even when aware that the items were forgeries, they felt compelled to purchase 1 or 2, understanding that failing to do so would surely incur Xiaozhan's wrath, with dire consequences in the future. As one item was auctioned off, another was brought forth, a painting, the complete Hua Yushanju Tuesday. The alluring auctioneer announced. Next up for bidding is the Hua Yushanju 2, with a starting price of 8 million. Subsequent bids must increase by no less than 500,000. Upon the revelation of yet another Hua Yushanju 2, many in the crowd comprehended that the painting Tang Chuchu had allegedly damaged was also a counterfeit. The Xiao family was deliberately seeking to undermine the Tang family, as rumors circulated that the Xiao family's downfall stemmed from Tang Chuchu's phone call to Yixiong, during which Yixiong overheard Xiao Chen's comments, leading to their financial ruin. The genuine Hua Yushanju 2 was priceless, valued at 18 billion. Yet now the Xiao family was openly auctioning a fake for 8 million, an obvious attempt to swindle. The Wang family bids 10 million for this painting. I shall take it. The Zhao family offers 11 million. I desire this piece. The Zhou family bids 12 million. Aware of the deception, yet eager to ingratiate themselves with Xiaozhan, the vice-marshal of the Western realms, numerous affluent families hastily placed bids on a worthless counterfeit painting, which swiftly escalated to a staggering price of 20 million. The price continued to rise. Ultimately, this fraudulent piece, titled Blossoms and Moonlight at Flower Mountain, was acquired by a family for the exorbitant sum of 20 million. As the audience awaited the next item for auction, 2 heavily armed men appeared, dragging a woman with them. The woman, disheveled and bloodied, had lost one of her high-heeled shoes, and her knee was scraped, oozing crimson. The sight sent gasps rippling through the crowd. Tang Chuchu was thrust onto the auction stage, her face positioned towards the audience below. Dozens of prominent figures from Jiangzhou occupied the auction seats, yet upon witnessing Tang Chuchu's bloodied and horrific visage, they turned pale, rendered speechless in their seats, too terrified to utter a word. "Save me! Save me!" In that moment, as she noticed the multitude, Tang Chuchu grasped at a glimmer of hope, extending her hand and pleading for rescue. However, the throng remained paralyzed, as two armed guards flanked her on either side. Xiaozhan emerged, brandishing a dagger, and approached the auction stage. Grasping Tang Chuchu's long hair, he forcefully displayed her face to the crowd, his expression devoid of warmth. "The Xiao family reigns as the foremost power in Jiangzhou. Those who oppose us shall meet their demise." With that, he drew the dagger across her cheek. "Ah!" Tang Chuchu's expression contorted in agony as she emitted a heart-wrenching cry. "Kill me! I beg you, kill me! Please, do not torment me any longer." Exhausted and broken, she yearned for liberation, fervently imploring Xiaozhan to end her suffering. Outside the hotel, Jiang Chen and Xiaohe waited patiently. When the hour grew near, they donned the masks they had prepared in advance and made their way towards the establishment. However, upon encountering heavily armed soldiers at the entrance, they opted for the back door instead, as Jiang Chen and Xiaohe ascended to the hotel's top floor, where the auction was held. They were met with the anguished cries and pleas of Tang Chuchu before even stepping into the venue. The sound struck Jiang Chen's heart like a thunderclap, darkening his expression as fury surged from his core to his mind. Xiaohe, trailing behind Jiang Chen, suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from him. The intensity of this aura was so formidable that it caused him to involuntarily step back. Having followed Jiang Chen for many years, he had only experienced such a presence once before, during the tumultuous battle in the southern wilderness a year prior, when thousands of Black Dragon soldiers were betrayed and slaughtered by the enemy. In a fit of rage, Jiang Chen had charged into the enemy camp alone, resulting in rivers of blood and mountains of corpses, bringing back the enemy commander's skull as a grim trophy. In this moment, at the venue, Xiaozhan held a dagger poised against Tang Chuchu's throat, his expression one of indifference as he spoke. "I shall grant you one more chance. Who was it that you saved 10 years ago?" Suddenly, the auction hall's doors were forcefully kicked open. "It is I." A voice, imbued with rage and a palpable aura of death, reverberated throughout the space. Chapter 15. The Wrath of the Black Dragon. These two words echoed like thunder, leaving all present in a daze, their minds rendered blank. Even Xiaozhan, the battle-hardened vice-commander of the western region, was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Chen's roar, failing to react in that fleeting instant. As he collected himself, he beheld a man entering the hall. This individual donned a black ghost mask, exuding an unmistakable chill that seemed to drop the temperature of the entire venue several degrees. "Is it him? The one who killed Xiaobia?" The influential figures in the hall quickly regained their senses, their faces paling at the sight of Jiang Chen. Memories of half a month prior flooded their minds, the image of Xiaobin with a broken arm and Xiaobieta's head severed, his body sprawled in a pool of blood. "Is it you?" Xiaozhan's countenance darkened. He had seen this masked man in the surveillance footage of the Xiao family. He was the one responsible for his father's demise. A remnant of the Jiang family? Xiaozhan fixed his gaze on the advancing Jiang Chen. Despite being a seasoned vice commander, he sensed a chilling aura of death emanating from this man. Jiang Chen, obscured by the black mask yet revealing a pair of blood-red eyes, felt a jolt in his heart as he noticed Tang Chuchu on the auction stage. Bloodied and barely conscious, he knew that today, this place would run red with blood. Having followed Jiang Chen for many years, he understood his temperament well. Jiang Chen's greatest concern was for his brothers in arms, those who had fought alongside him through thick and thin. Beyond that, there lingered the memory of the life-saving maiden, the girl who had pulled him from the flames. For Tang Chuchu, he had forsaken immeasurable glory. Had he not relinquished it, his esteemed reputation would surely have placed him at the pinnacle among the 5 great generals. Now, how dare Xiaozhan treat Tang Chuchu in such a manner? Even a dragon has its scales. To touch them is to invite death. For Jiang Chen, Tang Chuchu was that scale. Xiaozhan was doomed, and no one could save him. Even should the carefree king himself intervene, any who dared obstruct would meet the same fate. The vast hall fell into an eerie silence. Jiang Chen and Xiaozhan locked eyes. Under the oppressive atmosphere, even the battle-hardened vice-commander felt a tremor of fear, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Jiang Chen reached behind him, retrieving a slender wire made of iron, intertwined with silver needles. Under the watchful gaze of many, he advanced step by step towards the auction stage. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his large shoes meeting the ground resonated rhythmically. With every step he took, the hearts of those in the hall quivered. As he approached the stage, the very furniture trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Darkness enveloped the scene as Xiao Zhen beheld the slender wire composed of silver needles in Jiang Chen's grasp, his visage marred by terror. A singular figure sprang to his mind. Across the vast expanse of the world, only one individual wielded silver needles as instruments of warfare. In an instant, Jiang Chen unleashed his assault. The wire fractured, transforming into a barrage of silver needles that accurately pierced Xiao Zhen's brow. Remarkably, the needles then returned, coalescing once more into a delicate strand, now stained with traces of crimson. Xiao Zhen could only utter a solitary word before succumbing to silence. In his final moments, regret washed over him. He had witnessed Jiang Chen's wire on the surveillance footage, yet the distance rendered the details indistinct. Had he recognized it clearly, even with tenfold courage, he would never have dared to confront Tang Chuchu. This was the Black Dragon, the infamous Black Dragon of the Southern Wasteland, one of the 5 great commanders, renowned alongside his superior. Yet, he understood that despite their equal renown, even 10 carefree kings combined could not rival a single Black Dragon. Under the astonished gazes of many, Xiao Zhen gradually collapsed, not a sound of agony escaping his lips. Tang Chuchu lay upon the auction stage, drifting in and out of consciousness. When she glimpsed a visage obscured by a ghostly mask, the masked figure approached her step by step. She yearned to discern the face beneath the mask, to etch it into her memory, but the loss of blood rendered her mind dizzy, and she fainted. Just before losing consciousness, she felt powerful arms lift her from the ground. Leave no one from the western frontier alive. Let the Xiao family understand what despair truly is. Let them perish in that despair. Jiang Chen, cradling the unconscious Tang Chuchu, advanced towards the exit of the venue. His voice cold and devoid of compassion, resonating throughout the hall. The fully armed soldiers flanking the arena were paralyzed with fear upon witnessing their deputy commander lying in a pool of blood, trembling uncontrollably. Xiao He received Jiang Chen's command and strode forward, his trench coat billowing as he reached for his waist, producing a flurry of throwing knives. With a swift series of strikes, 2 western frontier warriors fell into the crimson abyss. Xiao He departed towards the rear of the venue, and in an instant, every soldier from the western frontier collapsed, stripped of any chance to retaliate. The vast hall fell into a profound silence. The prominent figures of Jiangzhou City crouched on the ground, hands clasped over their heads, too terrified to move. After a span of several minutes, one courageous soul mustered the audacity to rise, only to be met with the harrowing sight of Xiao Zhen and the fallen western frontier soldiers, gasping in horror. The remaining members of the Xiao family were rendered speechless, gripped by fear. The chilling proclamation, "Spare not a single Xiao family member. I shall make them understand what despair is, and let them die in that despair," echoed relentlessly in their minds. Realization dawned upon someone, who swiftly called for the authorities. Shortly thereafter, police arrived, rescuing the trapped Tang family members and establishing control over the scene, beginning inquiries and documentation. Chapter 16. The weight of unpaid debts in the city of Jiangzhou, renowned as the medicine capital. 80% of the world's traditional medicinal materials are dispatched from this locale. It boasts pharmaceutical conglomerates worth hundreds of billions, alongside myriad processing plants of varying scales. In every corner of the city, traditional Chinese medicine clinics abound. Jiulong Street, a bustling thoroughfare in Jiangzhou City, is a confluence of diverse elements. Antique shops, bars, and massage parlors coexist in a vibrant tapestry. At the heart of Jiulong Street stands a clinic named Mortal Clinic, a sanctuary for the wounded and weary. This establishment serves as a refuge for Xiao He, an apprentice to the renowned physician Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, a master of his craft, has taken Xiao He under his wing for many years, imparting enough knowledge to handle minor ailments and injuries. Within the confines of Mortal Clinic, a small surgical table bears witness to the plight of Tang Chuchu, whose face is marred by blood and whose knee is scraped, dirt clinging to her flesh. She has endured tortures that would break an ordinary soul, her spirit exhausted and her body drained of vitality, collapsing into unconsciousness. Jiang Chen's countenance darkens with dread as he gently caresses her face, a mixture of guilt and sorrow etched upon his resolute features. Tears welling in his eyes as they cascade down his cheeks. He had vowed to protect her from harm, a promise he has tragically failed to uphold, leaving a debt to her that he knows he can never repay. The thought of what might have befallen her had he been even a moment later is unbearable. Even avenging the death of Xiao Zhen will not quell the rage within him. The injustices and suffering that Chuchu has endured demand a reckoning, a retribution that he intends to exact upon the Xiao family, tenfold, 100-fold. He retrieves a medical kit and meticulously begins to tend to her wounds. "General Xiao, it is truly not me. I beg you, "Spare me," she cries out in agony, recoiling at his touch. Her torment is like a dagger piercing Jiang Chen's heart, and he struggles to contain his emotions, almost succumbing to tears. With swift precision, he produces several silver needles and deftly inserts them into her, calming her nerves and alleviating her pain. At last, she lies still, her eyes gently closing in tranquility. Jiang Chen carefully cleans her wounds, concocts a remedy, and bandages her injuries. Xiao He returns, standing silently at the doorway, offering no interruption. Once Jiang Chen has tended to Chuchu's face and the abrasions on her leg, he lifts her tenderly and carries her to the back of the clinic. Laying her upon a bed and covering her with a blanket, clasping her hand tightly in his own, he remains by her side, a steadfast guardian. While Xiao He keeps watch at the door, unyielding in his vigil. That night, a seismic event reverberates through Jiangzhou. The Xiao family, in their ambition for ascendance, orchestrates a scheme involving low-cost items auctioned at exorbitant prices, amassing a considerable fortune. Xiao Zhan even seeks retribution against the Tang family. However, none anticipated that the spectral figure responsible for the demise of Xiao Biao would return to the auction, striking down Xiao Zhan amidst the chaos. The police have initiated an investigation, yet due to the sensitive nature of Xiao Zhan's status, relevant authorities have also intervened, though subsequent developments remain undisclosed. As the night silently fades, dawn breaks, illuminating the once darkened earth, and citizens rise to greet a new day. In the morning, at the Qianjin building in the chairman's office, a strikingly alluring woman stands beside Yu Xiong, recounting the tumultuous events of the previous night's auction with vivid detail. Xiao Zhan has captured Tang Chuchu and members of the Tang family? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiong was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, did Xiao Zhan ultimately meet his demise? Indeed, Mr. Yi. According to the intelligence I've received, Xiao Zhan intended to first deal with the Tang family before targeting Qianjun. However, while he was apprehending Tang Chuchu to assert his authority, the ghost-faced man who killed Xiao Biao arrived and ended Xiao Zhan's life. Yu Xiong waved his hand slightly, signaling for the secretary to leave. Once the secretary had departed, Yu Xiong smiled faintly and muttered to himself, to provoke Tang Chuchu is truly reckless. What is the West Border deputy commander in comparison? When the king of leisure appears, even the black dragon must bow in subservience. Yu Xiong paid little heed to the affairs of the Xiao family, nor did he involve himself extensively in the matters concerning the Tang family. At the mortal clinic, after a night of rest, Tang Chuchu awoke to find herself in the grip of strong hands. She felt utterly weak and attempted to rise, only to be met with a searing pain across her face, causing her to cry out. Jiang Chen, who had been tightly holding Tang Chuchu's hand, was startled awake by her cries. "Wife, you're awake," he exclaimed. Hearing his familiar voice, Tang Chuchu weakly inquired, "Chen, where am I?" Jiang Chen replied, "You are at the mortal clinic, a place run by a friend of mine. Last night, the Tang family encountered a calamity, and many were captured. Fortunately, I was quick-witted and managed to escape beforehand. I discreetly followed to the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, where I found you lying on the road, and I brought you here." Jiang Chen wished to keep his identity a secret from Tang Chuchu. She was merely an ordinary person. Knowing such things could significantly impact her life. He wished for her to live without worries. "I'm sorry, I failed to protect you," Jiang Chen expressed, his face filled with remorse. As Tang Chuchu recalled the events of the previous night, a sense of grievance welled up within her, causing her to weep. Why must heaven treat me this way? Last night, she endured despair and suffered tortures unimaginable to ordinary beings. The cold, merciless face of Xiao Zhan filled her with hopelessness and helplessness. She pleaded and begged for mercy, yet was met only with blades carving into her visage. Overwhelmed by emotion, she broke down in tears. Jiang Chen held her hand tightly. Apologizing profusely, "I'm so sorry. I should have accompanied you." His remorse weighed heavily upon him. Had it not been for him, Tang Chuchu would not have faced such horrors. Exhausted from her cries, Tang Chuchu eventually fell silent, either from weariness or fatigue, and soon drifted back to sleep. Jiang Chen then released her hand and stepped outside. Elder brother Jiang, the small black figure who had kept vigil all night, produced a cigarette and offered it to him. "As per your instructions, no one from the Western Border Army at Jiangzhou Hotel was spared. I left the Xiao family untouched. I have also investigated the Huaiyue Shanju painting from the auction. It is a counterfeit. I questioned Xiao Ruren. The genuine Huaiyue Shanju painting has not been in the Xiao family for over a decade. Only the deceased Xiao Zhan knew its whereabouts." Jiang Chen lit a cigarette. The Huaiyue Shanju painting was a treasured heirloom of the Jiang family, held dearer than life itself by his grandfather. Regardless of its location, he was determined to reclaim it. Yet, at present, time was not on his side. Chuchu had just endured a calamity, and now he intended to remain faithfully by Tang Chuchu's side, seeking to atone for his previous shortcomings. Xiaohe paused momentarily before continuing. There is another matter. The 5 major military districts, Jiabei, Jiangzhou, Nanhua, Haicheng, and Tianhai, are undergoing a reorganization and integration. The carefree king of the Western realm is being reassigned from the West to become the commander of the 5 armies, effective immediately. This directive was issued just this morning. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen displayed an air of indifference and replied nonchalantly, "That no longer concerns me. Brother Jiang, by virtue of merit, the new commander ought to be attributed to you. What does the carefree king have to do with it?" Xiaohe defended Jiang Chen's honor. Jiang Chen waved his hand slightly, stating, "Enough. It matters not to me whether it be a reorganization or who assumes command of the new military district. It bears no relevance to my affairs." Chapter 17. Exiled from the family, Jiang Chen wished to remain uninvolved and remarked, "Send me some money. I shall procure breakfast for Chuchu." Xiaohe responded, "I'll transfer it via WeChat." Jiang Chen exited the clinic and made his way to the street, purchasing a bun and congee for Tang Chuchu. Upon his return, he found that Tang Chuchu had already awakened. Her face was bandaged, and she lay on the bed, her eyes vacant as she stared blankly at the ceiling. Jiang Chen approached, setting down the breakfast he had brought, and softly called, "Wife." Tang Chuchu did not respond. Jiang Chen took her hand, reassuring her, "It's all in the past now." Tang Chuchu turned slightly, gazing at Jiang Chen, her voice trembling as she sobbed. "I have offended Xiaozhan. I am finished. You should leave. I do not wish to implicate you." Jiang Chen comforted her, "It's all right now. I saw the news this morning. Xiaozhan of the Xiao family has already passed away, and the Tang family is unharmed." "What? He is dead?" Tang Chuchu gasped, her face pale and disbelieving as she looked at Jiang Chen. "Xiaozhan was a general. How could he simply be dead?" Jiang Chen explained. "The news reported that he was killed by a man wearing a black ghost mask. The police are currently searching for the murderer." At this, Tang Chuchu was taken aback. The image of the man in the black ghost mask flickered in her mind. She vaguely recalled his presence during her moments of despair, helplessness, and breakdown. But she had lost consciousness before she could see him clearly. Is he truly dead? Tang Chuchu's face was clouded with disbelief, unable to fathom that the powerful Xiaozhan had met his demise. "Yes, he is dead. Come, have some congee," Jiang Chen said, lifting Tang Chuchu gently into his embrace. Spooning food into her mouth, she slightly parted her lips and consumed the congee. Throughout that day, Tang Chuchu remained in a daze, drifting in and out of sleep, only to awaken from her nightmares with cries for Xiaozhan to spare her. Jiang Chen recognized that Tang Chuchu had suffered a profound blow, her spirit nearly shattered, leaving her with substantial emotional scars that would require time to heal. Meanwhile, the outside world buzzed with discussions about the Xiao family and the circumstances surrounding Xiaozhan's death. Yet, Jiang Chen remained steadfastly by Tang Chuchu's side. On the first day, Tang Chuchu was lost in her thoughts. However, under Jiang Chen's tender care, she gradually began to emerge from her shadow, transitioning from silence to being able to communicate with him. Jiang Chen solemnly vowed that if he could cure her once, he could surely do so a second time. 3 days later, Tang Chuchu emerged entirely from her shadow, yet the wounds upon her visage had yet to heal. "Chen, it has been several days. I wish to return home and see my parents. I fear they may be worried." "All right," Jiang Chen nodded, instructing Xiaohe to drive the unlicensed van to the Tang residence. At the doorstep of Tang Chuchu's home, the door stood resolutely shut, with Jiang Chen's support. She gently rapped on the door. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man approached to open it. Upon seeing Tang Chuchu, his face lit up with joy as he hurriedly ushered her inside. "Chuchu, you're back. Are you all right?" "Dad," Tang Chuchu called out, "I'm fine." "Bo, who is it?" A voice echoed from within. He Yanmei soon appeared, and upon laying eyes on Tang Chuchu, her expression darkened. Coldly, she remarked, "You calamity. Why have you returned?" "Mom," Tang Chuchu began. "Do not call me that. I have no daughter like you." He Yanmei regarded Tang Chuchu, whose face was bandaged, with evident disdain. Because of her, He Yanmei had endured much suffering. Thankfully, Xiaozhan was dead. Otherwise, the Tang family would surely have faced ruin. Upon Tang Tianlong's return, he erupted in fury, issuing a family decree that stripped Tang Chuchu of her position as the executive chairman of Yongla and expelled her from the Tang household, publicly declaring that henceforth there would be no Tang Chuchu in the family. "Yanmei, what are you doing?" Tang Bo furrowed his brow, saying, Although Dad has expelled Chuchu from the family, she is still our daughter. Yanmei immediately placed her hands on her hips and retorted coldly. Who dares to defy the old man's words? Do not forget, you are still receiving a salary from Tang's Yonghua. If you provoke him further, you may lose your job. Without a job, how will you repay the mortgage? She then pointed at Tang Chuchu, berating her. Get out. I have no daughter like you. It is because of you that your father has no standing in the Tang family. Look at Tang Hai, look at Tang Jia, and even the other third-generation members of the Tang family. All of them possess shares in Yonghua, living comfortably off the dividends every month. Yanmei grew increasingly incensed. Slamming the door shut with a bang, Tang Chuchu's eyes welled with tears cascading down her cheeks. She understood that her failures had brought shame upon her parents. Yet, she never anticipated that her mother and father would refuse her entry. Kneeling at the doorstep, she fervently pleaded, Dad, Mom, I realize my mistakes. Please open the door, please. Jiang Chen looked on, his heart aching. He attempted to lift Tang Chuchu from the ground, offering comfort. Chuchu, rise. It is of no consequence if you do not return home. However, Tang Chuchu remained on her knees, weeping and incessantly knocking on the door. Soon, the door swung open once more, and Yanmei hurled a suitcase out, angrily shouting, Get out of here. Leave this home at once. At that moment, a young man, aged about 25 or 26, also emerged from within the house. He was impeccably dressed and possessed a strikingly handsome appearance. He spoke, Mother, my sister Chuchu is truly pitiable. Even though grandfather has stripped her of her position as executive chairperson and cast her out of the family, surely we cannot deny her entry into the house. Her husband is merely a penniless soldier returning from service, lacking both employment and financial resources. If you refuse to let her in, where are they to go? The speaker was Tang Chuchu's younger brother, Tang Song. He also worked at Yonghua Company but had purchased an apartment in the city after getting married, returning only temporarily due to a family crisis. Mother, I implore you, do not cast me aside. Tang Chuchu knelt before Yanmei, clutching at her pant leg. Get lost. Yanmei kicked her away with a forceful shove, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Jiang Chen lifted the sobbing Tang Chuchu from the ground, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, cradling her face with tenderness. My dear, let us go to the imperial residence. My friend will not return for a while. We can stay there temporarily until your parents have calmed down, and then we shall return. Yet, no matter what Jiang Chen said, Tang Chuchu could not absorb a single word. At that moment, she felt nothing but injustice, coupled with self-reproach. She blamed herself for being ineffectual, for being a burden, for causing her parents to lose face before relatives. She collapsed into Jiang Chen's embrace, weeping bitterly. I am useless. I am a burden. I despise myself. Why did I rush into the inferno to save others? I regret it so much. Tang Chuchu's current plight stemmed entirely from her actions a decade ago when she dashed into the flames to rescue someone. Had it not been for that incident, her life would undoubtedly have taken a different trajectory. Hearing her words, Jiang Chen felt a pang in his heart. Guilt surged within him as he held the weeping Tang Chuchu tightly, repeatedly apologizing. I am sorry. I truly am. Chapter 18. Termination of cooperation. Seek out grandfather. Yes. We must go find grandfather. Suddenly, in her tears, Tang Chuchu seemed to grasp a lifeline, grasping Jiang Chen's hand and pleading, Let us go to grandfather. He always cherished me the most as a child. He would never cast me out of the family. We must beseech him. She pulled Jiang Chen along with her. Seeing her tear-streaked face, Jiang Chen's heart ached with compassion, and he reassured her, Do not fret. I shall take you to the Tang residence to find grandfather. Yes. Let us go. Tang Chuchu, having just emerged from the torment inflicted by Xiao Zhan, was now facing expulsion from the Tang family, pushing her mind to the brink of collapse. She naively believed that by going to the Tang villa and seeking out Tang Tianlong, she could reclaim her place in the family. However, it was precisely Tang Tianlong who had cast her out. Yet, Jiang Chen felt there was no option but to stabilize Tang Chuchu's emotions first and then devise a plan. He did not wish to shatter her hopes, so he took her to the Tang villa. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Tang villa. After Tang Chuchu pressed the doorbell, she anxiously paced back and forth at the door. Soon, the door opened. It was Tang Hai's son, Tang Lei, who, upon seeing Tang Chuchu at the doorstep, immediately began to berate her. Tang Chuchu, you harbinger of misfortune, you are still alive? What are you doing back here? Slap. Jiang Chen swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Tang Chuchu's mother scolded her, and as a junior, Jiang Chen refrained from intervening. However, for Tang Lei, it was a different matter entirely. The force of the slap left Tang Lei's face instantly flushed, causing him to spin around and collapse to the ground, disoriented and buzzing in his ears. It took several moments for him to regain his senses. As he rose, he pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Chen, cursing fiercely, "You dare strike me, Jiang Chen? I will make you pay." Tang Lei clenched his fists, prepared to confront Jiang Chen. "What are you doing?" came a stern voice. Tang Tianlong, clad in a green robe and leaning on a cane, approached with an air of authority. "You sound like a street harlot. Do you no longer adhere to family rules?" Tang Lei, feeling wronged, lamented, "Grandfather, this brat struck me. We are in the Tang family." Meanwhile, Tang Chuchu immediately knelt, her face a picture of desperation. "Grandfather, please don't expel me from the family." The sight of Tang Chuchu ignited Tang Tianlong's anger, for it was her actions that nearly led to the downfall of the Tang family. He raised his cane, ready to strike, but ultimately restrained himself. Pointing toward the door and bellowing, "Tang Chuchu, you have been expelled from the Tang family. You are no longer one of us. Leave, and do not let me see you again." His words struck like a bolt from the blue. Tang Chuchu, with tears brimming in her eyes, sat frozen in place. Jiang Chen helped her to her feet, guiding her away. Once outside the Tang family villa, she looked at Jiang Chen, and unable to contain her sorrow, she burst into tears. She felt like the unluckiest woman in the world. Jiang Chen embraced her, offering comfort. "Do not cry. If you wish to return to the Tang family, allow me to devise a plan. I assure you, before nightfall, the Tang family will be begging for your return." "Oh, how wretched my fate is," Tang Chuchu lamented, weeping bitterly. For 10 years, she had endured scorn and humiliation without shedding a tear. At that moment, all her grievances surged forth. Jiang Chen signaled to the distant Xiao He, who promptly understood and went to fetch the car. Gently supporting the heartbroken Tang Chuchu into the vehicle, Jiang Chen did not head back to the imperial residence, but instead directed Xiao He to the mortal clinic on Jiolong Street. Exhausted from her tears, Tang Chuchu soon fell asleep on the bed. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stepped outside and took out his phone, personally calling Yi Xiong. "Yi Xiong, it's me. Oh, young Master Longjiang." Yi Xiong's voice trembled upon receiving Jiang Chen's call. The recent uproar surrounding Xiao Zhan's death had stirred the city, yet no one knew the identity of the ghost-faced man, except for Yi Xiong, who recognized him as Jiang Chen, the commander of the southern wilderness. "Hey Long," Jiang Chen inquired, "how's the collaboration between Qian Jun and the Tang family?" "Young Master Jiang, the partnership is proceeding smoothly. Terminate the collaboration. Inform the Tang family that Qian Jun will only work with Tang Chuchu, now that she has been expelled. All cooperation with the Tang family is to be ceased. As for the rumors regarding your relationship with Tang Chuchu, you must find a way to manage that. I do not wish for external gossip to trouble her." "Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately." Yu Xiong took a deep breath. After hanging up, he promptly issued orders to those responsible for liaising with the Tang family, halting all cooperation. Meanwhile, within the Tang family, Tang Hai, the current executive chairman of Tang's Yangla, rushed in hastily, exclaiming, "Father, something terrible has happened." Tang Tianlong lifted his eyelids slightly and admonished, "Tang Hai, you are already in your 40s. How can you still be so reckless? With your demeanor, how can the Tang family be entrusted to you? How can we truly ascend into high society?" "You are right, Father," Tang Hai responded, "but the Qianjun group has terminated our collaboration with Yangla," they stated upon hearing this. Tang Tianlong's body trembled, and he abruptly stood up. "What did you say?" Tang Hai, lacking confidence, lowered his head and spoke softly, "Qianjun has cancelled its partnership with Yangla. And now dozens of large trucks have appeared at the entrance of our processing plant, ready to transport the raw materials back." Tang Tianlong's body collapsed onto the sofa, beads of perspiration forming on his aged visage. Collaborating with Qianjun was the best opportunity for the Tang family's rise. Now that the partnership had been severed, it meant that the Tang family had forever lost its chance to penetrate high society. "What else did Qianjun say? Speak up," he fumed, striking the ground with his cane. Tang Hai replied. "Chairman Yi Xiong of Qianjun stated that they will only work with Tang Chuchu and will not collaborate with Yongla in her absence." "Then why are you still standing there? Go quickly and bring Chuchu back. Hurry," Tang Tianlong shouted, brandishing his cane at Tang Hai and Tang Lei, along with other family members. The Tang family members, panic-stricken, scattered to find Tang Chuchu, making frantic phone calls to her. Meanwhile, at the mortal clinic on Jiolong Street, Tang Chuchu had awakened, sitting on the bed with her head resting on her knees, her arms wrapped around her legs, lost in thought. Jiang Chen sat beside her, attempting to amuse her with jokes, but she remained silent, uttering not a word. At that moment, her phone rang, yet she did not answer. Jiang Chen glanced at the caller ID and noticed it was Tang Hai. Instantly, he understood the situation and hung up the call. At this moment, it was not Tang Chuchu who was anxious, but the Tang family. Who is it? Tang Chuchu asked, turning to Jiang Chen, who had just ended the call. Her eyes were swollen and tear-streaked, devoid of their usual sparkle. It was Tang Hai, he replied. Oh, Tang Chuchu murmured, her heart heavy, seemingly indifferent to everything around her. Chuchu, do you truly wish to return to the Tang family? They have treated you this way, perhaps it is better not to go back, Jiang Chen inquired, honestly expressing his reluctance for her return. Can I even go back? Tang Chuchu softly pondered, shaking her head wearily. I cannot return, I am a harbinger of misfortune. Having brought so much calamity to the Tang family, I have already been cast out by my grandfather, and even my mother has abandoned me. At that moment, her phone rang again. Jiang Chen picked it up and handed it to her, asking, will you answer it? Tang Chuchu took the phone and answered. On the other end, Tang Hai's anxious voice resonated. Chuchu, where are you? Please tell your uncle. I will personally come to bring you back to the family. Tang Chuchu's body shuddered, a flicker of hope igniting in her despondent eyes as she hurriedly replied, I am at the Mortal Clinic on Jiulong Street. She was overwhelmed with emotion, collapsing into Jiang Chen's embrace, weeping with joy. Chen, my uncle has come to take me home. I can go back. I can go back. Chapter 19. Kneeling to request Chuchu's return. Seeing Tang Chuchu's elation, Jiang Chen felt a surge of happiness as well. Chen, I can go home. I can go home. Tang Chuchu repeatedly cheered, reminiscent of a punished little girl who had finally received her family's forgiveness. Jiang Chen said little, simply holding her tightly. Upon learning of Tang Chuchu's whereabouts, Tang Hai drove towards Jiulong Street, accompanied by several members of the Tang family, his son Tang Lei, Tang Lei's wife Li Yao, and his daughter Tang Mingying. Tang Hai had long served as the executive director of the Tang family's Yangla, and he drove an expensive BMW 7 Series, valued at millions. Inside the car, Tang Lei complained, what is Grandpa thinking? How can he allow Tang Chuchu to return home? Dad, once she comes back, you will surely relinquish your position as executive director. We cannot allow her to return. His wife Li Yao chimed in, indeed. How can we let Tang Chuchu become executive director? If she ascends to that position, how will our family benefit from the company? She doesn't even know how she became acquainted with Chairman Qian Jun. Tang Mingying interjected. There's a rumor circulating that Tang Chuchu is the lover of Yi Xiong. Tang Hai interrupted, enough. Let us focus on bringing Tang Chuchu home first. We need to stabilize the Qian Jun group. This is a 1 billion yuan order, which could net us 20 million. Soon, the car arrived at the entrance of the Mortal Clinic. The group disembarked. Tang Chuchu was thrilled to learn that Tang Hai had personally come to fetch her and eagerly awaited outside. Upon seeing Tang Hai's car, she excitedly grasped Jiang Chen's hand, exclaiming, it really is my uncle. Chen, I can go home. Yes, you can go home, Jiang Chen replied with a smile, sharing in Tang Chuchu's joy. As Tang Hai stepped out of the car, a radiant smile adorned his face. Chuchu, your grandfather sent me to bring you back. However, the other members of the Tang family wore solemn expressions upon seeing her. This jinx had nearly led to the family's ruin. They were fortunate that fate had favored them, or the Tang family would have truly been finished. Tang Lei arrogantly declared, Tang Chuchu, my father has spoken highly of you in front of Grandpa to facilitate your return. You should quickly kneel and thank him. Thank you, uncle. For speaking up for Chuchu, Tang Chuchu began, preparing to kneel. Yet Jiang Chen firmly grasped her, pulling her back up. Chen, what are you doing? Tang Chuchu expressed her discontent. Tang Lei, witnessing this scene, grew furious and coldly remarked, Jiang Chen, do you not kneel before the future head of the Tang family? Is there no family discipline? Kneel? Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Does he even deserve it? If it weren't for the Qian Jun group canceling its collaboration with the Tang family, would you have come looking for Chuchu? Go back and tell Tang Tianlong that Chuchu is not returning to the Tang family. Tang Chuchu was about to admonish Jiang Chen, but upon hearing his words, she couldn't help but inquire, Chen, what is going on? What do you mean the Qian Jun has canceled its cooperation with the Tang family? Jiang Chen explained, I just watched the news. Yi Xiong held a press conference where he announced the termination of cooperation with the Tang family. Yi Xiong stated that Qian Jun only collaborates with the Tang family when Tang Chuchu is involved. Since the Tang family has expelled you from their clan, it is only natural for Qian Jun to sever ties with them. This has caused the Tang family to panic, which is why they urgently came to retrieve you. Upon learning the truth of the matter, Tang Chuchu felt a surge of grievance. She had believed that her grandfather truly loved her. only to discover that it was not the case. The weight of her emotions nearly brought her to tears. Jiang Chen gently guided her towards the clinic. Seeing this, Tang Hai grew anxious and hastily implored, Chuchu, you cannot refuse to return. Your grandfather is old and cannot withstand such upheaval. Do you wish for your father to come personally to fetch you before you agree to go back? Tang Chuchu's heart softened at the thought of her grandfather nearing 80. She paused and looked at Jiang Chen. He understood that her family's opinion mattered most to her. For the past decade, she had endured disdain from them, yearning for their acceptance in her dreams. Chuchu, do you wish to return? He asked. She nodded softly, Jiang Chen glanced at Tang Hai and his family at the door and stated calmly, Chuchu may return, but you must kneel and plead for her to come back. Tang Lei's face flushed with anger, veins bulging as he shouted, you are merely a dog of the Tang family. Chuchu hasn't even spoken, yet you are making a ruckus. Jiang Chen replied coolly, if you do not kneel, then Tang Tianlong must personally come to request Chuchu's return. Otherwise, she will not go back. Tang Chuchu gently tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve, signaling him to refrain from speaking further, as they were family, and she wished to avoid escalating the tension. Chuchu, you are too soft-hearted. They are the ones begging you to return, not the other way around. Whatever demands you have, feel free to voice them. They will surely comply. Is that truly the case? She inquired, a flicker of realization dawning upon her. Of course. Where has your shrewdness from earlier gone? Qianjun has cancelled the partnership with Yongla, which is a loss for the Tang family. They cannot afford to lose you, so think carefully about your demands. Tang Chuchu began to comprehend. These past few days had left her in a daze, but Jiang Chen's words sparked clarity. For years, her father had been looked down upon by the family, holding no position of respect at home. Despite being the manager of the group, he possessed no shares, which had led to countless arguments between her parents. After some thought, she declared, I will return. But you must tell grandfather to grant my father 10% of Yongla Group shares. If he agrees, I will go back. If not, I shall remain here. Also, he must kneel. She pointed at Tang Lei, recalling the many times he had belittled her and caused her trouble, even at family gatherings where he often criticized her father. What? Tang Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. Smack. Tang Hai slapped Tang Lei on the forehead, fuming, hurry and kneel to apologize to Chuchu. Father, are you out of your mind? You want me to kneel before her? Tang Lei shouted in protest. Tang Hai delivered another slap, simultaneously giving him a warning look and whispering, kneel. Do you want the family to grant Tang Bo 10% of the shares? Upon hearing this, Tang Lei immediately understood and knelt down, wearing a sorrowful expression. Sister Chuchu, I was wrong. It was my fault before. I promise I will never speak ill of you again. I beg you, please come home. In a few days, it will be grandfather's 80th birthday. Can't we all reunite as a family? Before Tang Chuchu could respond, Jiang Chen interjected, no. Chuchu has already stated that she will return only if she is granted shares. If not, she will not go back. Xiaohei, close the door. We are not open for business today. After saying this, he took Tang Chuchu into the clinic. Xiaohei approached and pulled down the clinic shutter. Inside the clinic, Tang Chuchu wore a worried expression. Chen, will grandfather really give dad the shares? Jiang Chen assured her, as long as you do not return, grandfather will certainly give them. You must not be soft-hearted this time. Hearing this, a smile of relief appeared on Tang Chuchu's face. In that case, mother will no longer look down on father, and his status in the family will rise significantly. Chen, thank you. Jiang Chen cupped her face and replied, why are you thanking me? This has nothing to do with me. You should thank Chairman Yixiong instead. Tang Chuchu was puzzled. She did not know Chairman Yixiong, so why would he treat her so kindly? Chapter 20. The Share Transfer Agreement. Tang Family. Tang Tianlong, seeing that Tang Hai and his family returned without Tang Chuchu, immediately frowned, his face darkening with anger. Where's Chuchu? Why didn't you bring her back? Tang Minjing quickly approached to comfort Tang Tianlong. Grandfather, please don't be angry. Let me explain. Tang Chuchu has gone too far, making our entire family kneel before her. Despite us bowing to her, she still refuses to return, insisting that grandfather give Tang Bo 10% of the group as shares, claiming you are biased. All the Tang family members have shares, yet her family does not. Tang Tianlong's face turned pale with rage. Tang Minjing quickly added, Grandfather, I am not scolding you. These are Tang Chuchu's exact words. It infuriates me. Tang Tianlong, nearly out of breath, cursed vehemently. Relying on a tenuous connection with Yixiong, she has truly become lawless, disregarding even me, the head of the family. Tang Lei further embellished the story of their attempt to retrieve Tang Chuchu, detailing how they knelt and pleaded. and how Tang Chuchu insulted them and berated Tang Tianlong. On their way, the family had already conspired. Tang Chuchu's return was certain, and once she returned, she would undoubtedly seize power, a scenario they were unwilling to witness. However, if Tang Chuchu did not return, the Tang family would suffer significant losses. They decided to speak ill of Tang Chuchu in front of Tang Tianlong. Her past transgressions had nearly led to the downfall of the Tang family, and with this incident, even if she returned, it would be impossible for her to hold power. Hearing these words, Tang Tianlong was nearly driven to faint with rage. Leaning against the sofa, he gasped for breath, pointing his dragon-headed cane at the silent Tang Hai, and exclaimed in exasperation, "Fine, if Tang Chuchu wants 10% of the shares, give it to her. If that means she will come back, then so be it. 10% is 10%. Have her call Yixiong of Qianjun immediately." Although Tang Tianlong was old, he was not muddled. Only with Tang Chuchu's return could the Tang family continue its collaboration with Qianjun, propelling their endeavors to new heights. In the clinic, Tang Chuchu looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression, wondering why Yixiong was being so kind to her, as she barely knew him. He had personally picked her up to Qianjun, and now, after she had been expelled from her family, he had even terminated the collaboration with the Tang family on her behalf. "Tell me honestly, is this because of you?" Jiang Chen knew he couldn't keep it a secret for long. He smiled and replied, "Indeed, it is because of me. I knew it. No wonder Yixiong respects me so much. It turns out it's truly because of you," Tang Chuchu realized. Jiang Chen continued, "I am an orphan who served in the military for several years. I possess considerable skills and once saved Yixiong's life. He owes me a debt of gratitude. The collaboration between Qianjun and Yongla, along with today's events, are all Yixiong repaying me. Now the debt has been settled." "Thank you," Tang Chuchu said, taking Jiang Chen's hand. "We are family, so there's no need for gratitude," he replied. "By the way, how did you acquire your medical skills?" Tang Chuchu inquired, eyeing this enigmatic husband of hers. Jiang Chen smiled and explained, "Jiangzhong is known as the medicine capital, gathering renowned traditional Chinese doctors. I grew up in an orphanage, where the headmaster was an old Chinese medicine practitioner, and I learned a bit from him." "Just a bit?" Tang Chuchu shot him a glance. She was acutely aware of her own injuries. Her entire face was disfigured, and even the most advanced cosmetic surgery would struggle to restore it. Yet, Jiang Chen had healed her in just 10 days. She could also feel her recently bandaged facial wounds gradually recovering. It was indeed just a little. "The one who truly saved you is he." Jiang Chen pointed to the young man beside them, who was smoking. The young man immediately stood up, smiling awkwardly. "Hello, sister-in-law. I am Xiaohei. I grew up with Brother Jiang in the orphanage. After he joined the military, I pursued medicine." Tang Chuchu believed their words without suspicion. However, she still harbored some anxiety about whether her demands for shares were excessive. The Tang family's primary enterprise was Yongla, but they also had numerous other assets, including restaurants and hotels, amounting to over 1 billion. A 10% stake was not a trivial sum, and she worried her grandfather might not agree. All she could do now was wait. Soon, Tang Hai returned to the mortal clinic, this time alone and carrying the equity transfer document. "Chuchu. This is the transfer document personally signed by Dad. As long as Tang Bo signs it, you will own 10% of the family business. Now that you have the document, shouldn't you call Yixiong and ask him not to cancel the cooperation with Yongla?" Tang Chuchu took the contract from Tang Hai and carefully examined it. Upon confirming it was indeed the equity contract, her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Chen. Grandpa really did it. He has given it, and my dad can finally hold his head high. Chuchu, hurry and make the call. Dozens of trucks are currently transporting raw materials to Yongla. Once this matter is resolved, we can celebrate later," Tang Hai urged. Tang Chuchu looked at Jiang Chen, who nodded and said, "Yes, go ahead and call." "Can I really do it?" Tang Chuchu asked uncertainly, as Yixiong owed Jiang Chen a favor. "You can definitely do it. Go ahead," Jiang Chen reassured her. Tang Chuchu then took out her phone and explained the situation to Yixiong, who, without any hesitation, agreed to continue the collaboration with Yongla. Tang Hai, listening from the side, finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the content of the call. Although he had relinquished 10% of the shares, as long as they continued to cooperate with Qianjun, the Tang family's fortune would grow ever larger, and their funds would multiply. "Chuchu, in 10 days, it will be grandfather's 80th birthday. Remember to come then. I will take my leave now," said Tang Hai before driving away. "Chen, let us hurry home and share this good news with Dad," Tang Chuchu urged as she pulled Jiang Chen along. Witnessing Tang Chuchu's happiness filled Jiang Chen with immense satisfaction, and together they returned home. The door of the Tang residence was tightly shut. with the contract in hand. Tang Chuchu felt a wave of anxiety as she gently knocked on the door. The door soon swung open, revealing a woman in her 20s. Dressed in a thin dress and wearing flip-flops. She possessed a certain charm. This was Wu Min, Tang Chuchu's brother Tang Song's wife. A look of disdain crossed Wu Min's face as she coldly remarked, "What are you back for? Mom and Dad don't want to see you. Just leave." With that, she slammed the door shut. From inside, Tang Song's voice called out, "Amin, who is it?" Wu Min replied, "Just a jinx." Upon hearing this, Tang Song immediately recognized that it was Tang Chuchu who had returned. He opened the door and, seeing his sister holding a contract with tears glistening in her eyes, he pulled her inside, saying, "Sister, come in quickly, Mom and Dad are out." Wu Min swiftly blocked Tang Song's path, her voice icy, "Tang Song, what are you doing? If Mom finds out you let this jinx back in, your car money will be gone." Tang Song had returned home for two reasons. One was to support their parents during a family crisis, and the other was that he had learned that He Yanmei had received an additional 2 million, which he intended to use to purchase a better car. He was constantly pestering He Yanmei for the money to buy a vehicle. This money was originally a sum given to him by the wealthy heirs who had pressured him to break up with Tang Chuchu. "What are you back for, you jinx?" At that moment, a middle-aged woman appeared, walking a golden retriever. She was He Yanmei, and upon seeing Tang Chuchu, her expression turned to one of utter disdain. "Mom," Tang Chuchu began, but He Yanmei interrupted, "Don't call me that. I have no daughter like you." Tears welled in Tang Chuchu's eyes, yet she held them back. Extending the contract toward her mother. "Grandfather has agreed to let me return home and has given me a shareholding contract. If we sign this, I will own 10% of the Tang family shares, and I brought it back for Dad." Chapter 21. Public humiliation. He Yanmei had gone out to walk the dog and had not seen the news. She was unaware of the press conference held by the chairman of Qianjun and did not know that Qianjun Group had cancelled its collaboration with Tang's Yonghua. Furthermore, she was oblivious to the fact that Tang Chuchu had coerced Tang Tianlong into relinquishing 10% of the shares on the condition of returning to her roots. When she heard Tang Chuchu's words, she was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the mention of the share transfer. What shares? She found herself at a loss for words. Tang Chuchu presented the contract, saying, "Mom, this is the transfer contract written by Grandpa, complete with his signature. Once Dad signs it, we can inherit 10% of the family assets." He Yanmei swiftly took the contract and examined it with great care. After reading it, she embraced the contract, kissing and nibbling it, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha, it's truly a transfer contract, 10% of the shares." The old man has finally come to his senses. "Mom, let me take a look." Tang Song, equally incredulous, noted that the family shares were controlled by Tang Tianlong, with some held by other members of the Tang family, leaving their family with none. He Yanmei excitedly handed it over. "Xiao Song, weren't you wishing for a new car? I'll buy you a decent one tomorrow, something impressive to show off." Tang Song gazed at the contract, his face lighting up with joy, and hurriedly said, "Mom, this is 10% of the shares. Each dividend will be a significant income. Mom, I'm planning to get a house. The one in the city is too small. Please let Dad transfer 5% to me. I want to upgrade our home. Your father's will eventually be yours. There's no need to rush." "Mom, I've set my eyes on a dress that costs several tens of thousands." Wu Min interjected, pulling on He Yanmei's arm and playfully adding, "Mom, it's just over a month until our wedding anniversary with Asong. I want to buy a nice dress." All right, let's buy it." He Yanmei, in high spirits, felt that after so many years of hardship, they finally obtained shares in Tang's Yonghua. Witnessing her mother's joy, Tang Chuchu also felt elated and couldn't help but grasp Jiang Chen's hand tightly, looking at him with gratitude. However, Jiang Chen, upon seeing that He Yanmei had secured the share transfer contract, refrained from looking at Tang Chuchu again, remarking, "Mom, this contract is for Chuchu to reclaim. It was requested from Dad." "You're quite talkative," He Yanmei retorted, her expression darkening as she placed her hands on her hips. "You are merely a servant of the Tang family. You have no say here. Besides, I have raised her for over 20 years. Isn't this her duty?" Realizing her mother was upset, Tang Chuchu quickly interjected, "Mom, I apologize. Jiang Chen did not mean to contradict you. This is indeed what a daughter should do. All right, come in." He Yanmei, in a good mood, chose not to dwell on the matter with Jiang Chen and turned to enter the house. Tang Chuchu's face beamed with joy, finally earning her mother's approval. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen wore a look of helplessness, recognizing Tang Chuchu's softness and her yearning for familial acceptance. This also revealed the extent of her grievances and suffering over the years. Once inside, the family gathered to discuss the contract. Yami even called Tang Bo, urging him to return quickly to sign it. Soon, Tang Bo arrived. Upon learning that Tang Chuchu had secured 10% of the family business for him, he was taken aback and could not help but ask, "Chuchu, is this true?" Sitting on the sofa, Tang Chuchu nodded. "Yes, Dad, it's true. Grandpa has even welcomed me back into the family." "Ha, that's wonderful," Tang Bo exclaimed, laughing with excitement. Yami doused his enthusiasm, snapping, "All right. Don't get too carried away. You didn't earn this yourself. You've been a failure your entire life. If it weren't for Chuchu's efforts, you would never have held your head high in the Tang family." Tang Bo lowered his head, reluctant to retort. Tang Chuchu returned with a share transfer contract, bringing joy to the family, who decided to celebrate with a nice meal out. As they set out, although Tang Bo lacked substantial wealth, he was a company manager with a decent salary and had financed a Honda worth over 300,000. Tang Song also owned a car, purchased by the family for his wedding. While it was valued at a mere 30,000, it served its purpose well. Tang Song drove away with Womin, while Jiang Chen and Tang Chuchu got into Tang Bo's vehicle. The family headed to the city, seeking a high-end restaurant. Meiwei Xian, renowned in Jiangzhou City, was the most luxurious establishment, boasting several tiers of dining rooms: diamond suites, gold suites, silver suites, bronze suites, and iron suites, along with a grand hall. Even dining in the hall could cost thousands. As it was peak dining time, the hall was packed, with a queue of over 30 people ahead. Yame began to voice her grievances. "Tang Bo, you truly lack ambition. Look at Tang Hai. He is a bronze member here at Meiwei Xian, skipping the wait and heading straight to the private rooms. And you, a mere soldier, lacking both wealth and influence. Just look at Tang Jie's son-in-law. He is a prominent silver member, with a single call bringing the waiter to greet him personally. How could my daughter marry such a pauper?" The wait for a table dampened Yinmei's spirits, prompting her to criticize Tang Bo's shortcomings and reproach Tang Chuchu for marrying an ineffectual husband. Jiang Chen had grown accustomed to Yinmei's disdainful remarks and chose not to engage. While waiting in line, he turned to Tang Chuchu and said, "Chuchu, wait a moment. I'll go buy a pack of cigarettes from the supermarket across the street." "All right," Tang Chuchu nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen then headed to the nearby convenience store. "Oh, isn't that Tang Chuchu?" A sarcastic voice cut through the air as the Tang family sat waiting outside Meiwei Xian. Tang Chuchu turned to see a provocatively dressed woman, her face heavily made up, approaching with a handbag. It was Wang Jing, immediately recognizable as her university classmate from a wealthy family, once the belle of the school, the object of admiration for countless suitors. During their university days, however, she had been regarded as the least attractive among her peers. Wang Jing observed Tang Chuchu, who had recently gained immense notoriety in Jiangzhou, not only for her restored beauty but also for her association with Chairman Yi Xiong of Qianjun. Following the scandal involving the Shao family and Tang Chuchu's facial injury, news of her resurgence had circulated widely. Having graced the news and been hailed as Jiangzhou's most beautiful woman by the media, this incited Wang Jing's jealousy. How could a former ugly duckling attain the title of the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou? Upon seeing Tang Chuchu at the entrance of Meiwei Xian, and noticing the bandages adorning her face, Wang Jing couldn't suppress her laughter. Is this really Jiangzhou's #1 beauty? Come and see, everyone. This is Tang Chuchu from the Tang family, previously dubbed the most beautiful by the media. Look at her now. Does she really deserve such a title? Wang Jing's voice drew considerable attention. Is this the renowned Tang Chuchu? The executive chairman of the Tang family, Tang Chuchu, does not appear as beautiful as depicted in the news. It is rumored that she is being kept by Yi Xiong, a woman like her. Even if she were to offer herself, I would not be interested. Unpleasant remarks echoed around. Tang Chuchu's face flushed with anger. She was merely a classmate of Wang Jing, with no prior interactions. Now, publicly humiliated by Wang Jing, she exclaimed, "Wang Jing, have I ever wronged you? Why do you insult me?" Wang Jing approached, noticing the bandage on Tang Chuchu's face. Seizing the moment when Tang Chuchu was distracted, she yanked the bandage off, revealing several unhealed scars and a face marred by injuries. Wang Jing doubled over in laughter, extending her delicate finger to point at Tang Chuchu. "Look, the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. This is what they call the so-called beauty." The Tang family, seated nearby, averted their gazes, fearful that others would discover their connection to Tang Chuchu. Yinmei even moved her chair away, not wanting to be recognized as Tang Chuchu's mother, wishing to avoid embarrassment. With the bandage torn away, Tang Chuchu felt a wave of panic, bowing her head, too ashamed to meet the eyes of onlookers. Chapter 22. Who dares? For 10 years, Tang Chuchu had endured ridicule. Each time she ventured out, she would don a veil. She thought she had grown accustomed to it. Yet now, as harsh and hurtful words surrounded her, she lowered her head, unable to face the gazes of those around her. Feeling a surge of inferiority. Even if offered money, I would not want it. The media must be blind to call her the most beautiful in Jiangzhou. With her head down, she could imagine the mocking faces surrounding her, a sense of grievance swelling within her, and tears glistened in her eyes. Observing Tang Chuchu's distress brought Wang Jing joy. She lifted Tang Chuchu's chin, staring intently at the healing scars on her face, and mockingly exclaimed, "What a beautiful face. Such a pity. What are you doing?" Tang Chuchu struggled in panic, averting her gaze from Wang Jing. At that moment, a loud slap resonated. Tang Chuchu still bowed, sensed a strong hand grasping her, and when she looked up, she saw Jiang Chen returning. Instantly, she felt a rush of emotion and collapsed into Jiang Chen's embrace, weeping. "You dare to hit me?" Wang Jing shouted, covering her stinging face, pointing at Jiang Chen in fury. "Jiang Chen, you worthless fool, do you know who I am? I am Wang Jing of the Wang family." Jiang Chen slightly released Tang Chuchu and grasped Wang Jing's fingers. "Ah." Wang Jing's face contorted in pain. "Kneel and apologize." Jiang Chen's cold voice commanded. This scene attracted considerable attention, with some even pulling out their phones to record the spectacle, with Wang Jing's fingers being twisted. Her expression of agony rendered her speechless. Jiang Chen applied a bit more pressure. Wang Jing's body bent as her fingers were forced downward, and when Jiang Chen kicked her knee, she felt a sharp pain and crumpled to the ground. Her knee struck the floor with a resounding thud, and she cried out in anguish as her body fell onto the ground. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Chuchu was instantly alarmed. "Chen, she is a member of the Wang family, one of the 4 prominent families. We cannot afford to offend them." Jiang Chen disregarded the wailing Wang Jing on the ground and, gazing at Tang Chuchu, his indifferent visage softened with warmth as he uttered, "I apologize." Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed against Jiang Chen's head. It was Yimei. Initially, she had no intention of intervening, yet Jiang Chen had struck a member of the Wang family. Previously, Tang Chuchu had offended the Xiao family, nearly leading to the downfall of the Tang family. Now, Jiang Chen had also antagonized the Wang family. Furiously, she scolded, "Jiang Chen, who permitted you to act? Hurry and help Miss Wang up, and prostrate yourself to apologize." Tang Song and Wu Min rushed over to aid the fallen Wang Jing. However, her knee was already scraped, bleeding profusely and staining her flesh-colored stockings. Supported, she sat down. Her face contorted in pain, her anger boiling over as she pointed at the Tang family members. "Do you know who I am? I am Wang Jing of the Wang family. I swear, your Tang family is finished." Upon hearing this, Yimei once again delivered a sharp slap to Jiang Chen's head, exclaiming, "Kneel and apologize this instant." Tang Chuchu, terrified, recalled the previous incident with the Xiao family and dared not provoke the members of the 4 prominent families any further. She bent down, preparing to kneel. However, Jiang Chen seized her, forcefully pulling her back up. "Chuchu, this is not your concern. I am the one who struck her. Let them direct their wrath towards me. I will never implicate the Tang family." "Oh, so it's directed at you, is it?" Wang Jing, seated in her chair, immediately seethed with anger. She took out her phone and called the manager of Mei Xian. "Manager Ding, this is Wang Jing of the Wang family, a gold member of Mei Xian. I have been assaulted outside your establishment. Send 2 security guards at once." After the call, Wang Jing glared menacingly at Jiang Chen. "You are doomed. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I will never spare you. I will break your legs, or I shall not be called Wang Jing." Yimei approached Wang Jing, incessantly apologizing. "Miss Wang, I am truly sorry. All of this is the fault of my useless son-in-law. I beg your forgiveness. Please show mercy and let us go." Yimei was genuinely terrified. She had only just secured her family's shares and did not wish to offend the Wang family. Fearing the patriarch's wrath and the potential loss of her shares, Wang Jing, with an air of superiority, pointed at Yimei, berating her. "You are not even worth a fart. Kneel down immediately and clean my high heels with your tongue." "No, you are unworthy. Let Tang Chuchu come and do it." Wang Jing changed her mind, directing her attention to the bewildered Tang Chuchu standing aside. At that moment, a middle-aged man accompanied by several security guards emerged. Observing this scene, those outside Mei Xian understood that the Tang family was doomed. Tang Song, seeing the aggressive security guards wielding stun batons, was nearly paralyzed with fear and quickly pulled Wu Min back, retreating into the crowd to avoid being caught in the crossfire. With Manager Ding and the security guards approaching, Wang Jing felt even more triumphant, casting a disdainful glance at Tang Chuchu. "Humph, A mouthful of saliva spat onto the ground, and pointing at it, Tang Chuchu commanded, "Kneel down and come over, lick it clean. I assure you, I will only break your useless husband's hands," leaving him with his feet intact. Yanmei, witnessing the manager of Delicious Pavilion approaching with several security guards, trembled in fear and immediately fell to her knees, pleading, "Miss Wang, we were wrong. We truly acknowledge our mistakes." Despite Yanmei's supplication, Jiang Chen remained indifferent, harboring disdain for her cowardice and her tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong. Tang Chuchu, gripped by fear, tightly clutched Jiang Chen's hand. He reassured her, "It's all right." With a swift kick, Wang Jing sent Yanmei sprawling, her anger boiling as she pointed at Jiang Chen, shouting, "Manager Ding, it's him. Beat him to a pulp." Tang Chuchu rushed to support the fallen Yanmei, exclaiming, "Mother, you wretched star, get lost." Yanmei retaliated with a slap, scanning the crowd for Tang Bo, but found him resembling a timid turtle, head bowed, afraid to utter a sound. The realization of having such a spineless husband brought tears to her eyes. Manager Ding Jianba of Delicious Pavilion approached, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Chen. Recognizing him as the infamous son-in-law of the Tang family, he commanded, "Strike him." Just then, a voice echoed from inside Delicious Pavilion. As the sound resonated, the thud of heavy-soled shoes against the ground followed. The crowd turned to see a middle-aged man clad in military attire striding forward, accompanied by 4 heavily armed men. On the shoulders of the man's uniform gleamed 5 shining stars, dazzling and blinding. Upon seeing this figure, Ding Jianba's face turned pale with fear, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground. The security guards, equally terrified, fell to their knees, realizing they were in the presence of a significant figure. Not even the owner of Delicious Pavilion would dare to stand before him. Recently, the 5 military districts had undergone a reorganization, with headquarters located in Jiangzhou. The man before them was the newly appointed commander, now the leader of the military unification. The King of the Western Borders. Chapter 23. I reserve the diamond private room. The King of the Western Borders, the supreme commander of the Western military, stood above all. A figure perched at the pinnacle of power. He approached with a commanding presence, and outside Delicious Pavilion, everyone held their breath. This was the King of Leisure, the new commander of the 5 armies. Previously, they had only seen him on television, but now, in his presence, they were awestruck by his aura, frozen in place. Ding Jianba and the security guards trembled on the ground. Yanmei, sitting and weeping, ceased her sobs upon seeing the approaching king, not daring to breathe. She had seen news reports and recognized him as a figure even more formidable than Xiaozhan. Wang Jing was equally intimidated, remaining silent. Fear gripped everyone, but Jiang Chen maintained a calm demeanor, having met the king once during his own promotion to commander. As Long Xiaoyao approached, his gaze fell upon Jiang Chen, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. He opened his mouth to speak, but upon noticing the expression in Jiang Chen's eyes, he immediately comprehended the situation. Casting a glance around, he beheld Ding Jianba, trembling on the ground, and in a calm yet authoritative tone, he inquired, "What transpired?" "Nothing, Commander," Ding Jianba stammered. Observing the scene, Long Xiaoyao understood the gravity of the matter and rebuked, "In my jurisdiction, all disturbances are strictly prohibited. Any transgressors shall face severe consequences. Leave at once." "Yes, sir." Ding Jianba, feeling like a deflated balloon, hurriedly scurried away. The security personnel followed suit, hastily departing from the scene. At that moment, several jeeps approached. Long Xiaoyao cast a glance at Jiang Chen, said nothing further, and climbed into the jeep, driving away with great determination. Only after his departure did the patrons of Meiwei Xian dare to express their relief. Is this truly the new commander of the 5 armies? Such an imposing aura. The moment he appeared, I felt as if a weight had settled upon my chest, making it difficult to breathe. Long Xiaoyao, the commander of the Western region, and now also the supreme commander of the 5 armies. What a figure at the pinnacle of power, a true heavyweight. Once Long Xiaoyao's vehicle had departed, restlessness surged outside Meiwei Xian. Wang Jing, no longer daring to confront Jiang Chen, felt fortunate that Long Xiaoyao had not assigned blame. Otherwise, the Wang family would have faced dire consequences. Jiang Chen, Tang Chuchu, just you wait. This matter is far from over. She left behind a venomous remark, disregarding her meal as she sulkily departed. Tang Chuchu, coming to her senses, gazed at the distant jeep, slightly entranced. Is this the Long Xiao depicted in the news? Even more imposing than on television. Yet, she could never have imagined that her husband was a man who paled in comparison to Long Xiaoyao. You coward. unable to utter a single word. How embarrassing it is to be married to you. Outside Mei Wei Xian, He Yanmei's scolding voice resonated once more. Tang Bo, grasped by the ear, dared not speak a word. Mom, there are so many people here. Please don't bully Dad. Tang Chuchu could no longer hold back. It's all because of you. You jinx. Wherever you go, you offend others. If it weren't for Long Xiao showing up just in time, the Tang family would have faced calamity today. He Yanmei raised her hand, preparing to strike. Jiang Chen, however, extended his hand and caught her descending slap. You worthless fool. Dare you strike me? He Yanmei's fury ignited as she lifted her hand to strike Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen did not retaliate, despite all her faults. She was still Tang Chuchu's mother. He merely wished to protect Tang Chuchu from harm, and that was all. Mom, please stop. Tang Chuchu implored, grasping He Yanmei's hand. At that moment, Tang Song approached alongside Wu Min, his face etched with discontent. Jiang Chen, you nearly brought us to ruin this time. Fortunately, we were lucky that Long Xiaoyao happened to be dining here and left just in time. Otherwise, you would have certainly faced a broken leg. And our family would have been implicated as well. Truly a jinx. Wu Min, glancing at Tang Chuchu, whose bandages had been removed, wore a look of disdain. Honey, enough now, there are so many witnesses. Let us discuss this later, Tang Bo cautiously suggested. Yet He Yanmei was far from concerned about the onlookers. Previously, she had knelt before Wang Jing, utterly losing her dignity, and thus she was no longer concerned about appearances. Tang Bo spoke, only to be met with a torrent of abuse. Now you decide to speak. What were you doing earlier? Too frightened to utter a word. Tang Bo, marrying you is truly a disgrace. I want a divorce. At the entrance of Mei Wei Xian, a considerable crowd had gathered, yet they paid no heed to the family's quarrel. Engrossed instead in discussions about the upcoming coronation of the carefree king. In a mere 5 days, the ceremony would take place. Indeed, it was said to occur at the Jiangzhou military district, with some seats made available for public viewing. Only those of considerable stature and influence within Jiangzhou were invited. Yes, I have also heard that only the genuinely affluent and powerful are deemed worthy of attending the coronation of the carefree king. Those fortunate enough to attend were the true luminaries of Jiangzhou. A group of individuals congregated, animatedly discussing the carefree king, while Jiang Chen sat quietly outside Mei Wei Xian, smoking contemplatively. He Yanmei, having sacrificed her pride for her family, even kneeling before Wang Jing, felt a significant amount of her anger dissipate after venting her frustrations. Ah, Yanmei, is that you? Are you here at Mei Wei Xian for a meal? A voice interrupted as Tang Bo's family stood in line, awaiting their turn. He Yanmei looked up to see a well-preserved woman, gracefully attired, accompanied by a man in a suit and tie, exuding the air of a successful individual, followed by a young couple. Xiaofun? He Yanmei rose, astonished by the woman who appeared as though she were in her 20s, and inquired, is that you, Lu Fin? The one who sat behind me back then? Indeed, it is you, Yanmei. It has been so many years. How is it that you seem to have regressed? You were once the belle of the school. Why haven't you married into a wealthy family? Waiting in line for a meal at Mei Wei Xian? Lu Fin remarked, her tone dripping with condescension as she clung to her companion's arm. He Yanmei was fully aware of Lu Fin's intent to flaunt. She drew Tang Bo closer, lifting her chin defiantly. My husband is Tang Bo, a member of the Tang family, holding 10% of the shares in Tang's Yonghua. The family's various enterprises are valued at billions. My husband's worth exceeds 100 million, with Tang Bo possessing a stake in the family business. He Yanmei could finally hold her head high, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Fin, her smugness intensifying. Lu Fin, taken aback, responded, oh, I wouldn't have guessed you were a shareholder in Tang's Yonghua. But, if you are indeed a shareholder, why are you waiting in line for a meal? Surely, members do not have to queue. Oh, I see, you must be bragging. Her companion interjected, Fin, I'm busy with numerous matters at the company, let us hurry and eat, as I must return to the office afterwards. Upon observing He Yanmei's discomfort, Lu Fin swiftly discerned the truth behind her boastfulness. Once, He Yanmei had been the school's beauty, possessing considerable charm, yet in the presence of Lu Fin, she had merely played a supporting role. Now, with a chance to bask in the limelight, she could hardly let it slip away. Lu Fin gestured to a rather charming young woman behind her, proclaiming, this is my daughter, who has married into a prominent family. Have you heard of the Zhou family? My daughter is wed to a member of the Zhou clan. The young man beside the girl tilted his head, wearing a smug expression as he wrapped his arm around her. Our family's assets are not substantial, merely in the hundreds of billions, placing us third among the 4 prominent families in Jiang. Upon hearing this, He Yanmei fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. She shot a fierce glare at Tang Chuchu, blaming her for being the cause of her embarrassment in front of her peers. Tang Chuchu lowered her head, too timid to meet anyone's gaze. Yanmei, is this your daughter? Ah, it's Tang Chuchu, the one featured in the news recently. I heard she married a worthless man who spends his days cooking at home and rides a little electric scooter to pick her up from work. What a shame. Has she lost her looks now? Seizing the opportunity to belittle He Yanmei, Lu Fen relentlessly disparaged both Tang Chuchu and Jiang Chen. While boasting about her own daughter and son-in-law, feeling scorned, Tang Song and Wu Min remained silent, acutely aware of their family's inferior status. He Yanmei was left feeling utterly humiliated. Even if Tang Bo had secured 10% of Yongla's shares, her pride remained shattered. She glared daggers at Jiang Chen, who sat calmly smoking, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards him, blaming this impoverished lad for her inability to hold her head high. Jiang Chen, witnessing this scene, felt helpless. As Tang Chuchu's husband, he wished to shield her from humiliation and prevent her parents from feeling ashamed in front of others. He promptly called Xiao He to reserve a diamond private room at Mei Wei Xian in Tang Chuchu's name. After making the call, he stood up and approached He Yanmei, saying, "Mom, didn't we reserve the diamond private room? Let us head out for dinner." Upon hearing this, Lu Fen burst into laughter. Huh, a diamond private room. How ridiculous. Even her husband wore a scornful expression. Kid, do you even know what a diamond private room at Mei Wei Xian is? This is not how you show off. Lu Fen's son-in-law, Zhou Yang, lifted his head with disdain. I'm a member of the Zhou family, and I can only book a silver room. Who do you think you are to claim a diamond room? In all of Jiang, there are only a handful of people who can reserve a diamond room. Outside Mei Wei Xian, dozens of people were waiting in line. They had been discussing the carefree king of leisure, but Jiang Chen's words made them chuckle. A diamond private room? The son-in-law of the Tang family truly knows how to boast. He's just a good-for-nothing who can't even afford a car, riding a little electric scooter to pick up Tang Chuchu from work. I've heard that the diamond private room at Mei Wei Xian cannot simply be booked with money. Its owner hails from a prestigious family in Kyoto, a true aristocrat. Even the four great families lack the qualification to dine in a diamond room. Jiang Chen had become a laughingstock. These humiliating remarks further enraged He Yanmei, prompting her to scold him vehemently. You worthless Jiang Chen, do you not feel ashamed enough already? Chen, refrain from speaking so much, she added. Tang Chuchu also pulled Jiang Chen along. Being from Jiangzhou herself, she understood the significance of the exquisite dining establishment, Mei Wei Xian, particularly the implications of its diamond private rooms. Zhou Yang, where is your silver membership card? Show it to these impoverished souls, and let them see what a silver membership card from Mei Wei Xian looks like. Lu Fen tilted her head with a proud expression, casting a disdainful glance at the visibly upset He Yanmei. Witnessing He Yanmei's embarrassment filled her with delight, akin to savoring honey. Zhou Yang produced a pure white card, elegantly crafted, inscribed with the word silver. Wow, so this is the silver membership card. It's my first time seeing one. Truly, the Zhou family is remarkable. I've heard that to upgrade to a silver membership, one must spend $1 million, while a gold membership requires expenditures of over $10 million. As for the diamond membership, it is not granted based on spending, but rather at the discretion of the owner of Mei Wei Xian. Zhou Gongzi, handsome and affluent, is indeed a catch. Any woman who marries him is surely blessed from a previous life. Lu Fen's lips curled in triumph upon hearing the praise from passers-by, while He Yanmei grew increasingly displeased. What could have been a quickly forgotten incident was reignited by Jiang Chen's comment, further humiliating her. Let us go, darling, Lu Fen said, linking arms with her husband as they entered Mei Wei Xian amidst envious glances. As they departed, she couldn't resist disparaging He Yanmei and the Tang family. And what about the 10% shares in Yongla? Who in Jiangzhou doesn't he know that Tang Bo is a good-for-nothing? A useless husband, a daughter who is quite unfortunate in looks, and a son-in-law who is equally inept. Hilarious. The harsh words caused the Tang family members to turn pale, particularly the prideful He Yanmei, whose teeth were clenched in fury, prompting Tang Chuchu to shrink back behind Jiang Chen. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. A tall, handsome man in a white shirt emerged swiftly. He appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old. Wow, it's Gu Yishuan, the owner of Mei Wei Xian. This truly is a person of understated power. I've heard that Gu Yishuan hails from the Gu family in Kyoto and has opened Mei Wei Xian in Jiangzhou, yet has seldom revealed himself to the public. Knowledge about him is scarce. As the strikingly handsome Gu Yishuan hurriedly approached, countless young women gazed at him with starry eyes. This is the epitome of a wealthy elite, far surpassing the four prominent families of Jiangzhou. Upon receiving a phone call, Gu Yishuan, not daring to show any negligence, spotted Lu Fan's daughter, Wang Fang. Mistaking her for Tang Chuchu, he immediately bowed with utmost respect. I apologize for my oversight. I have neglected you all. The diamond private room is ready. Please come inside. This scene left everyone outside Mei Weixian astonished. Clearly, the Zhou family wields significant influence, prompting even the owner of Mei Weixian to personally greet them. Indeed, the Wang family is fortunate to have a wonderful daughter, marrying into the illustrious Zhou family. It seems Zhou Yang shares a special relationship with the owner of Mei Weixian. Hearing the murmurs around them, Lu Fan's family stood in stunned silence. Zhou Yang, equally bewildered, pondered the unexpected turn of events. Having merely reserved a silver private room, he had never encountered the illustrious owner of Mei Weixian. Why then would the esteemed proprietor personally come to greet him? Yet, as he beheld the renowned owner approaching, a burgeoning sense of pride illuminated his countenance. He lifted his chin and embraced Lu Fan, reveling in the envious gazes of onlookers. Lu Fan, too, was filled with pride. Deliberately casting a glance at He Yanmei, letting out a haughty snort. He Yanmei, filled with indignation, attributed all this to Jiang Chen, berating him for his ineptitude. You, a good-for-nothing, look at how well others fare. Mei Weixian's owner himself comes to welcome them. Her disdainful thoughts pierced Jiang Chen, who furrowed his brow at her words. He contacted Xiao He, confident in his abilities, yet perplexed by the unfolding scenario. As he observed Gu Yishuan at the entrance, bowing respectfully, clarity dawned upon him. Gu Yishuan had undoubtedly mistaken him for someone else. With Lu Fan's family just entering, he must have thought Wang Fang was Tang Chuchu. Raising his voice, he called out, "Tang Chuchu, we shall not dine here any longer. Let us return." As he spoke, he grasped Tang Chuchu's hand and turned to leave. Gu Yishuan, hearing the name, was taken aback, looking up to see Jiang Chen and Tang Chuchu departing, causing him to shiver and slap himself in realization. He had been overly hasty and had misidentified the individuals. He quickly pursued them, positioning himself in front of Tang Chuchu with utmost respect, inquiring, "Might I be addressing Miss Tang Chuchu?" "Huh?" Tang Chuchu was momentarily stunned, nodding in bewilderment. "Yes, that would be me. Miss Tang. The diamond private room has been reserved for you. Please, allow me." The rapid shift in the narrative left everyone in a state of shock, unsure of the unfolding circumstances. He Yanmei, Tang Bo, Tang Song, and Wu Min were all agape, having never encountered the owner of Mei Weixian, yet aware of his stature as a true figure of significance from the capital. "Mr. Gu, you mean to say that the diamond private room is reserved for our Chuchu to dine?" He Yanmei's face bore uncertainty as she sought clarification. "Auntie, you must be Chuchu's mother. Please, come in." With a commanding voice, Gu Yishuan called for the staff. "What are you doing? Hurry and welcome our guests." In response to his call, dozens of waitstaff emerged, forming two lines and bowing in unison. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Security, escort these individuals out," Gu Yishuan commanded, directing his attention to Lu Fan's family, still standing at the entrance, utterly confounded. It was their presence that had led to his earlier mistake. Despite never having met the Black Dragon, he understood the gravity of the order given to reserve the room for Tang Chuchu. He could not afford any missteps, for offending her would spell disaster. Thus, a contingent of security personnel approached, beginning to usher the intruders away. Under the scrutinizing gazes of many, Lu Fan's family was expelled from the venue. Witnessing this spectacle, He Yanmei could not help but smile, although she remained oblivious to the reasons behind it all. The sight of Lu Fan's humiliation brought her immense joy. Bent over in laughter, she pointed at Lu Fan, exclaiming, "How utterly hilarious! A diamond room for you? How absurd!" Chapter 25. The Fortunate Ones. The plot twist unfolded with astonishing swiftness. Just moments ago, Lu Fan and Zhou Yang had exuded an air of invincibility, only to be abruptly expelled. Unwilling to concede defeat, Lu Fan clutched Zhou Yang's arm and implored, "Son-in-law, are you not a member of the Zhou family? Do you not possess a membership card? Quickly, present it." With a heavy heart, Zhou Yang approached and retrieved his silver membership card. "Boss Gu, I am a silver member of Mei Weixian, having spent several million over the years." At that moment, Gu Yishuan was engaged in extending an invitation to Tang Chuchu when Zhou Yang's arrival ignited his ire, prompting him to bellow in outrage. A few security guards, brimming with menace, advanced towards Zhou Yang, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks that sent him sprawling to the ground, where he pleaded for mercy. "Please, no more." The sight was met with raucous laughter from He Yanmei, who found her anger dissipating entirely. Her chest swelled with pride. It was clear that these individuals were merely posturing. For the Tang family held true power. Indeed, Tang Chuchu, a member of the Tang family, shared an extraordinary relationship with Yi Xiong and had reserved a diamond private room at Meiwei Xian, with the owner himself coming to welcome her. Around them, whispers of astonishment circulated once more. Oblivious to the unfolding drama, Tang Chuchu remained in a state of bewilderment. Miss Tang Chuchu, Auntie, Uncle, please come inside. Gu Yishuan reiterated his invitation, welcoming the esteemed guests. 2 rows of waitstaff stationed at the entrance, adorned in elegant kipeos, suddenly knelt in unison. Their beauty captivating yet startling to onlookers. Was this the privilege of a diamond member? It was indeed a splendid sight, with so many enchanting women kneeling, evoking both envy and admiration from the crowd. He Yanmei finally felt vindicated, while Tang Song straightened his posture proudly. Wu Min clung to Tang Song's arm, her lips curling into a triumphant smile. In that moment, they felt invincible, brimming with self-importance. Meanwhile, Tang Chuchu wore a perplexed expression, as she had no prior acquaintance with Gu Yishuan. Miss Chuchu, please. Welcome, esteemed guests. The kneeling waitstaff repeated in harmonious unison, their voices resonant. Chuchu, let us go. Jiang Chen urged, observing her confusion. Only then did Tang Chuchu snap back to reality and respond affirmatively. Led by Gu Yishuan, the family entered Meiwei Xian, taking a private elevator to the 5th floor. The opulent decor of the 5th floor resembled a palace, as they walked amidst rows of kneeling, alluring women. Tang Song was left speechless. He had never witnessed such grandeur, and Tang Bo stood in stunned silence. He Yanmei, too, had shifted from pride to astonishment, her mouth agape. Esteemed guests, please enter the private room. Gu Yishuan personally opened the door to a lavish suite. Spanning several hundred square meters, the room featured multiple large round tables, a relaxation area, and a dance floor, all adorned with exquisite opulence. Upon entering the private room, the Tang family was left in a state of stunned disbelief. Esteemed guests, please enjoy. I shall not intrude further, Gu Yishuan stated, making a swift exit after ushering them inside. It took a considerable moment for the Tang family to regain their composure. Are you pinching me? Am I dreaming? The diamond private room at Meiwei Xian. It is rumored that dining here costs at least $1 million. Woman exclaimed, his excitement rendering him speechless. Dear, what is going on? Tang Bo inquired. Coming to his senses. I don't know, He Yanmei replied, equally bewildered, having never witnessed such grandeur. Chen, is that you? Tang Chuchu gazed at Jiang Chen, who was holding her hand. Jiang Chen scratched his nose. How could I possibly have this capability? Was it you who made the reservation? The restaurant owner invited you. But I don't know him, she protested. Jiang Chen chuckled. That's beyond my knowledge. Regardless of who he is, let us dine first. Wait, I must take a few photos to share on social media. Tang Song, realizing the moment, took out his phone, snapping pictures here and there. The service at Meiwei Xian was prompt. Soon, alluring and elegant waitresses brought out exquisite dishes. These culinary delights were visually appealing and tantalizingly aromatic. The round tables in the private room were laden with delectable offerings. After the dishes were served, some stunning women appeared on a small stage in front of the private room, commencing an enchanting dance. The beauty of these performers left Tang Bo and Tang Song utterly mesmerized. As the meal progressed, the Tang family remained in a state of astonishment. There was an overwhelming abundance of food in the diamond private room, rendering them unable to finish even a tenth of it. Once the meal concluded, He Yanmei suddenly had a realization, slapping her forehead. I've heard that dining in the diamond private room costs $1 million. $1 million is hardly sufficient. Jiang Chen pointed to a bottle of red wine Tang Song had opened, stating, this wine alone costs 380,000. Let me see how many bottles we've consumed. It must be 3 or 4. Just the wine alone is likely over $1 million. What? Upon hearing this, Tang Song trembled in fear, quickly standing up. No, it was Timmy who ordered it. After leaving the private room, Gu Yishuan promptly began investigating matters concerning the Black Dragon, even consulting core family members for photographs of the Black Dragon when he was feng shui. Though Jiang Chen's identity as feng shui was confidential, the Gu family was a prominent clan in Kyoto and managed to obtain some images. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, he was struck with terror, nearly collapsing in the office. My heavens, the Black Dragon is actually Tang Chuchu's husband. He dared not act with any negligence and hastily proceeded to the diamond private room. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, followed by Gu Yishuan entering with a radiant smile. Chuchu, uncle, aunt, everyone, Are you satisfied with the meal? The Tang family exchanged glances. While they had enjoyed a moment of indulgence outside, they now faced the daunting prospect of settling the bill, and they had no means to pay. Yanmei had a bit of money, but she hesitated to part with it, as it was her private savings. Chuchu, did you eat well? Gu Yishuan inquired, bending slightly. Tang Chuchu, feeling somewhat dazed, instinctively nodded. Yes, it was good. Gu Yishuan presented a diamond-studded card, offering it with both hands. Chuchu, this is our diamond membership card. Please, you must accept it. No. Tang Chuchu quickly stood up, gently waving her hands. She could hardly dare to accept. Although the exquisite dining establishment, Mei Wei Xian, offers a diamond card as a symbol of status, the prices are exorbitant. Even a single meal there could lead one to financial ruin. Holding such a card does not alleviate the burden of expense. Gu Yishuan, bending slightly, remarked, Chuchu, I believe you might be misunderstanding. This is not merely an ordinary diamond card. It is the pinnacle of diamond cards. With this card, all expenditures are reduced to a mere 10%. And you are entitled to 3 complimentary dining experiences each month, complete free meals. Tang Chuchu exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. The Tang family stood in stunned silence. A 10% discount on the entire menu, coupled with 3 free meals each month? Is there truly such a delightful offer in existence? Recovering from her shock, Tang Chuchu could not help but inquire, Boss Gu, we are not acquainted. Why are you bestowing this diamond membership card upon me? Glancing at Jiang Chen, Gu Yishuan, feeling a tremor of fear upon meeting Jiang Chen's gaze, hastily explained, today marks the 5th anniversary of our establishment, and we are hosting a lottery event. You have been fortunate enough to win. Please accept this card, and we welcome you to Mei Wei Xian for your complimentary meal. Anniversary celebration, a lottery? Tang Chuchu was utterly bewildered. Upon realizing the circumstances, Yanmei felt a rush of emotion, nearly moved to tears. She hurried over to take the diamond card from Gu Yishuan's hand. Boss Gu, I will accept it on behalf of Chuchu. Seeing Yanmei take the card, Gu Yishuan's attention shifted to Jiang Chen, and he felt a shiver run through him as he coldly stated, only Chuchu may possess the diamond card for Mei Wei Xian. We recognize only her, not outsiders. Startled, Yanmei quickly handed the card back to Tang Chuchu. Tang Chuchu gazed at Jiang Chen, who smiled and said, My dear, I never imagined your luck would shine so brightly, encountering an anniversary celebration and becoming the fortunate one. Congratulations, quickly accept it. Encouraged by Jiang Chen's words, Tang Chuchu finally accepted the diamond card. Chapter 26. The marvelous art of healing. After dining at Mei Wei Xian, the Tang family left in a daze. Once outside, Wang Jing removed the bandage from Tang Chuchu's face, and Jiang Chen took her to the humble clinic of Shaohei, where he prepared another medicinal powder for her. As Tang Chuchu sat nearby, admiring the diamond card in her hand and observing the earnest expression on Jiang Chen's face, she felt as though the day's events were surreal. She had no prior acquaintance with Gu Yishuan of Mei Wei Xian, yet he had gifted her this diamond card, replete with numerous privileges, a 10% discount, and 3 free meals each month. What difference did this make from dining for free? Before long, Jiang Chen returned with the prepared medicinal powder. Chuchu, he called. Tang Chuchu snapped out of her reverie. Jiang Chen continued, Come, let me apply the medicine. I apologize for my absence today, which allowed you to be humiliated. I assure you, it will not happen again. It's nothing, Tang Chuchu replied, accustomed to it. She leaned in. Go ahead, apply the medicine. Jiang Chen began to treat her wounds and subsequently bandaged them. Once finished, he led Tang Chuchu back home. At the Tang residence, in the living room, Yanmei exhibited an unusually warm demeanor towards Tang Chuchu, pouring tea and fetching water as though attending to a cherished young lady. Meanwhile, Tang Bo clutched a share transfer agreement, grinning from ear to ear. Chuchu, please be honest with me. What is your relationship with the owner of the delicious pavilion? He is a scion from a prestigious family in Kyoto. Did you perhaps become involved during those few days when you regained your beauty? If so, once your facial injuries heal completely, you should divorce that Jiang Chen and be with Gu Yishuan. That way, I can also hold my head high. Just imagine, a remarkable son-in-law. How thrilling. Yanmei's face was full of longing as she recalled Gu Yishuan's imposing presence. The Zhou family was fearsome. They struck without hesitation, a most exhilarating thought. If I could have such a son-in-law, I would wake from dreams with a smile. Mom, I don't know him, Tang Chuchu replied helplessly, still perplexed as to why Gu Yishuan had shown her such warmth. Her suspicions lingered on Jiang Chen, for it was he who had facilitated Tang's collaboration with Qianjun in the past. However, Jiang Chen claimed it was due to saving Yi Xiong during his military service. As for Gu Yishuan, Jiang Chen insisted there was no connection between them. Across the room, Wu Min observed He Yinmei's fondness for Tang Chuchu with a flicker of disdain, pulling Tang Song aside. Let us go back to our room. Chuchu, show me the diamond card from Delicious Pavilion. I've never seen one before, He Yinmei urged. Tang Chuchu, feeling resigned, took it out. He Yinmei examined it closely, exclaiming at its weight and exquisite craftsmanship. It's truly made of diamond. This card alone must be worth a fortune. Our Chuchu has truly made a name for herself, even receiving a personal welcome from the owner of Delicious Pavilion. This is something I can boast about for a long time. I can finally hold my head high among my family. Jiang Chen observed this scene with a sense of resignation. If he were to empathize, he could understand He Yinmei's feelings. Marrying a husband lacking ambition and giving birth to a daughter who had once been disfigured, yet she had not succumbed to despair. This was commendable. Although he had previously knelt before Wang Jing, it was for the sake of family, better than Tang Song and Wu Min, who would slip away at the first sign of trouble. Tang Bo remained silent, too frightened to utter a word. It was not easy, he thought, shaking his head slightly. Having regained 10% of the Tang family shares and elevated He Yinmei's status at Delicious Pavilion, Tang Chuchu's position at home was rising as well. And He Yinmei no longer scolded her as useless or a jinx. Gaining her mother's approval filled Tang Chuchu with joy. In the following days, Jiang Chen accompanied Tang Chuchu at home, only leaving her side when it was time for her dressing changes. The medicines he provided were precious and meticulously prepared by him, yielding remarkable results. 3 days later, Tang Chuchu removed the bandages. Her facial scars had completely healed, leaving no trace behind. Standing before the mirror, she gazed in astonishment at her restored beauty. Despite Jiang Chen's repeated assurances of her recovery, witnessing it firsthand left her in awe. Jin, you are truly incredible. With so many injuries, not a single scar remains. Jiang Chen chuckled. This is not my prowess. It is all thanks to Xiao He and the knowledge he imparted to me. Tang Chuchu caressed her fair face, pondering how if this formula were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. If she were to open a beauty salon, the business would surely thrive. Jiang Chen remarked, Xiao He is indifferent to fame and fortune, preferring to lead a simple life. Tang Chuchu scoffed. What a peculiar person. It's rare to find someone who doesn't cherish wealth in this day and age. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called from outside. Chuchu, what are you dawdling about? The old man is convening a family meeting, and we must arrive punctually. If you are late and provoke his anger, you might revoke your shares, and I won't let you off easily. Mom, just a moment, please. Tang Chuchu shouted as she rummaged through the wardrobe for clothes. Chen, what should I wear? Jiang Chen sat on the bed, gazing at Tang Chuchu, who donned a delicate dress that was slightly sheer, accentuating her fine figure, particularly her long, slender legs, fair and straight. He spoke, Chuchu looks beautiful in anything. Oh dear. Please help me choose an outfit, she urged. The dress you're holding looks lovely. This one? Yes. Please step outside. I need to change. Tang Chuchu's face flushed as she pointed to the door. Despite being legally married and Jiang Chen residing in her home, they maintained a traditional arrangement where she slept in the bed while he took the floor, a request he made himself. From the very first day, this arrangement seemed natural. Although she was Jiang Chen's wife, their relationship had only progressed to holding hands, without even a kiss. Jiang Chen, seeking to repay a debt of gratitude, refrained from pressuring Tang Chuchu. He nodded, respecting her request, and stepped outside, waiting in the living room for a few minutes. Soon, Tang Chuchu emerged from her room. Wow, sis, your injury is healed. Tang Song exclaimed the moment he laid eyes on her, his face lighting up. Wu Min looked on, her expression one of envy, admiring Tang Chuchu's exquisite beauty and perfect figure. Daughter, you? He Yinmei was equally astonished. For days, Tang Chuchu had been bandaged, and she had paid little attention. Now, with the bandages removed, her face bore no trace of injury, a testament to remarkable medical skill. Dressed in a fitted white dress and red high heels, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, Tang Chuchu exuded elegance. Her radiant face bore a smile. It's all thanks to Chen. He Yinmei glanced at Jiang Chen and murmured softly, he isn't entirely useless. At least he possesses some medical knowledge. Jiang Chen smiled, but remained silent. His medical expertise was renowned far and wide. The elite of the capital sought to curry favor with him, not only due to his status, but also because of his extraordinary skills. Having some medical knowledge and operating a clinic could indeed be profitable, He Yinmei mused, scrutinizing Jiang Chen. Despite her initial disapproval, she couldn't deny his tall, robust physique and undeniable charm. Furthermore, after he had healed Tang Chuchu on 2 occasions, her interest in his medical abilities began to grow. "Mom, why has Grandpa suddenly called a family meeting?" Yime replied, "It's all about the succession ceremony for the carefree king. I've heard they've opened up quite a few seats for the public this time. Your father, being a man of pride, wants to hold a meeting and find a way to secure a spot for the Tang family among the elite." Chapter 27. The Family Meeting. Tang Family Villa, Grand Hall. This place gathers the 3 generations of the Tang family, along with several significant relatives. The reorganization of the 5 military districts and the appointment of the Wanderer King to command the Jiangzhou has created a sensation, reverberating throughout Jiangzhou and indeed the 5 major districts. The upcoming ceremony for the Wanderer King's succession is imminent, and it is a public event with numerous seats for spectators. However, only those of true power and influence are deemed worthy to attend. The 7 prominent families from the 5 districts, Jianbei, Jiangzhou, Nanhua, Haiqing, and Tianhai, keenly are the audience, all eager to witness the Wanderer King's succession, as attendance symbolizes status and prestige. Reports suggest that the ceremony will take place tomorrow, and only 100 seats are open to the public, with the remainder reserved for core internal members. The official announcement of the exact time for the ceremony has yet to be made. Nevertheless, the rumor of 100 available seats has prompted numerous families across the 5 districts to seek ways to secure their attendance. Tang Tianlong is no exception. He dreams of elevating the Tang family to the ranks of the elite, seizing this extraordinary opportunity. Thus, he convened a family meeting, gathering his kin to strategize. Most of the Tang family members are present, with only Tang Chuchu's family absent. "Grandfather, Tang Chuchu's family has become exceedingly arrogant ever since you granted Tang Bo 10% of the family business shares. Their behavior has become intolerable. And now they even have the audacity to arrive late to the family meeting," remarked Tang Lei, the son of Tang Hai, who stoked the flames of discontent. Since Tang Chuchu demanded shares for Tang Bo, Tang Hai's family has been increasingly dissatisfied, particularly because after granting Tang Bo those shares, Tang Tianlong reclaimed part of Tang Hai's shares, leaving him with fewer than Tang Bo. "Indeed, grandfather, I believe granting Tang Bo 10% of the shares is excessive," interjected Tang Minjing, her face betraying her discontent. "What gives them the right? Just because Tang Chuchu has shared a bed with Chairman Qianjun? Patriarch, I propose we retract Tang Bo's shares. They have contributed nothing to the family and do not deserve such a stake." Several members of the Tang family chimed in. "Yes, after all these years, they have benefited from the family and now seek shares?" Dressed in a blue Zhongshan suit and smoking a pipe, Tang Tianlong shared their sentiments but did not wish to grant Tang Bo any shares. In his eyes, among his 3 sons, Tang Bo was the least capable, and among his many grandsons, Tang Song, Tang Bo's son, was the most inept. However, withholding the shares would mean losing the opportunity to collaborate with Qianjun, jeopardizing the Tang family's chance to ascend to the ranks of the elite. Tang Tianlong waved his hand slightly, asserting, "Enough, I am not yet senile. I know where to draw the line." Tang Hai, seated nearby, remained silent. It was his idea to incite the family members to speak ill of Tang Chuchu's family in front of Tang Tianlong. Seeing that Tang Tianlong remained unmoved, he continued to plot, contemplating the retraction of Tang Bo's shares. Meanwhile, Tang Jie's family remained largely quiet, as they already possessed a significant number of shares, and granting shares to Tang Bo would not affect them considerably. At this moment, Tang Chuchu and her family entered the room. "Dad, I'm sorry for being late." Yanmei immediately apologized upon entering. Everyone turned to see the approaching Tang Chuchu's family, and they were taken aback by the sight of Tang Chuchu, whose appearance had seemingly returned to normal. What on earth happened? In just a few days, how could the wounds on Tang Chuchu's face have healed? They had witnessed with their own eyes at the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel when Xiaozhan had inflicted numerous cuts on her face, yet now, all the wounds had vanished without a trace of scarring. The crowd was puzzled, but upon seeing Tang Chuchu, an unpleasant feeling stirred within them. To the Tang family, Tang Chuchu was a harbinger of misfortune. Over the past decade, she had become the epitome of disgrace for the Tang family, turning them into a laughingstock and bringing them immense shame. Once again, it was Tang Chuchu who had nearly led the family to ruin. Tang Hai suddenly slammed his palm on the table, rising in anger. "Tang Bo, you have crossed the line. How can you be late to the family meeting? Do you truly believe that acquiring family shares elevates your status, allowing the rest of us to wait for you?" "I'm sorry, big brother," Tang Bo muttered, his head lowered in continual apology. Tang Chuchu stepped forward, saying, "Uncle, it was my fault that we were delayed, not Dad's." Tang Hai's expression darkened as he bellowed. Tang Chuchu, are you not aware of the family rules? The family meeting takes precedence over all else. Do not think that your close relationship with Chairman Jiang exempts you from adhering to our traditions. Indeed, it is because of Tang Chuchu that we almost fell victim to Xiaozhan. Fortunately, fate has not abandoned the Tang family. Otherwise, we would surely be expelled from Jiangzhou. You audacious harbinger of misfortune, you dare to speak up, demanding 10% of the family shares right off the bat. The members of the Tang family chimed in. Enough. Tang Tianlong waved his hand slightly, silencing the family. Throughout the commotion, Jiang Chen remained silent, for he was merely the son-in-law of the Tang family. Speaking up would only invite hostility and complicate matters for Chuchu. Once Tang Tianlong noticed that most had arrived, he finally spoke. It is rumored that tomorrow will be the coronation ceremony for the carefree king, and that there are 100 spots available for viewing. I urge you all to think of ways to secure a place. No one from the Tang family responded. Securing a spot seemed impossible. With so many families in the 5 major districts, it was unlikely that the Tang family, deemed insignificant, would be selected. What's wrong? Are you all suddenly mute? You were so vocal when it came to vying for family assets. Tang Tianlong scanned the room, his anger flaring. Look at all of you. So eager when it comes to family fortune, yet now you hesitate to contribute to the family. Grandfather, why not have Tang Chuchu step forward? Tang Lei, the 3rd generation of the Tang family, suggested. Isn't Tang Chuchu the lover of Yi Xiong from Qianjun? Perhaps she could spend another night with him, given his influence. Securing a spot should not be difficult. Tang Chuchu, who had always been timid and submissive to her family's wishes, felt a surge of anger. With trembling hands, she pointed at Tang Lei, tears of grievance brimming in her eyes. Tang Lei, do not speak such slander. What? Is it not true? Tang Lei cast a glance at Tang Chuchu. If he hasn't slept with Yi Xiong, how could he treat you so well? Why would he cancel the collaboration with the Xiao family for you? Tang Chuchu's chest heaved with indignation, her emotions so tumultuous that she could scarcely articulate a response. Meanwhile, Tang Bo remained resolutely silent. Yimei wished to counter his remarks but found herself at a loss, for even she harbored doubts about Tang Chuchu's integrity concerning Yi Xiong. Jiang Chen approached Tang Lei step by step. What do you intend to do? Tang Lei, taken aback by the imposing figure of Jiang Chen, instinctively recoiled. Jiang Chen, you worthless fool, what do you think you're doing here in the Tang family? Apologize, Jiang Chen uttered succinctly. Tang Lei felt a flicker of trepidation, after all. Jiang Chen had returned from military service. Yet, emboldened by the sanctity of the Tang household, he straightened his posture and retorted, isn't it true? If she hasn't slept with Yi Xiong, how could he be so kind to her? With a resounding slap, Jiang Chen struck Tang Lei across the face. The sharp sound echoed throughout the room. Ah! Tang Lei yelped in pain, covering his face and turning to Tang Tianlong. He cried, Grandfather, look at Jiang Chen. He is resorting to violence at the family meeting. I implore you to expel him from the Tang family. Tang Tianlong raised an eyebrow, casting a furious glance at Jiang Chen. Chen, apologize immediately, urged Tang Chuchu softly, tugging at his arm. Although she felt a surge of gratitude for Jiang Chen's defense, she was acutely aware of the significance of the family gathering, where such actions were a breach of their ancestral code. You worthless scoundrel, how dare you strike my son? Father, this is all Tang Bo's doing. He abuses his newfound influence to wreak havoc. Father, expel Jiang Chen from the family and revoke Tang Bo's shares, exclaimed Li Yin, Tang Lei's mother. Indeed, expel Jiang Chen from the family and reclaim Tang Bo's shares. This is utterly outrageous. Do they think the family rules are a joke? Have they no respect for the head of the family? Numerous members of the Tang family chimed in. Chapter 28. The dignity of the Black Dragon. As the eldest grandson of the Tang family, Tang Lei's plight garnered unanimous support from his relatives. In an instant, Jiang Chen became the target of collective ire, and even Tang Bo's family was drawn into the fray. Tang Chuchu endured a torrent of vitriol, being likened to a harbinger of misfortune, as an array of derogatory remarks ensued. Some even called for Tang Tianlong to revoke Tang Bo's shares. Witnessing the overwhelming support for himself, Tang Lei's face glimmered with smug satisfaction. He glanced at Jiang Chen, lifting his chin in a manner that seemed to convey, you are but a dog of the Tang family. How dare you strike me, so oblivious to your own mortality? Tang Tianlong's expression was marred by fury. This was a family gathering, and Jiang Chen, a mere son-in-law, had the audacity to strike a direct descendant of the Tang lineage. Before Jiang Chen could utter a word, Yimei struck him on the forehead, exclaiming furiously, you wretched fool, kneel and apologize at once. With an air of indifference, Jiang Chen not only refused to kneel but delivered a powerful kick to Tang Lei, sending him sprawling 2 meters away. Crashing into the corner of the sofa with a thud, disoriented and emitting cries of agony. Tang Chuchu, alarmed, hastily pulled at Jiang Chen's arm. In a moment of panic, she bent down, ready to kneel and apologize. However, Jiang Chen firmly grasped her, pulling her upright with determination. "You fool!" Tang Tianlong, filled with rage, slammed his palm upon the table and sprang to his feet, coldly declaring, "This is truly lawless. From this moment forth, you are no longer the son-in-law of the Tang family. Get out. Apologize quickly, do it now." Tang Chuchu continuously tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve. "Jiang Chen, you scoundrel. Why aren't you kneeling and admitting your fault?" He Yanmei also berated him vehemently, for she had only just acquired shares in the family business and did not wish for her son to provoke the old master by striking Tang Lei, risking the loss of her stake. Jiang Chen remained unfazed, responding coolly, "He is not worthy." Tang Tianlong trembled with fury, gasping for breath. "Grandfather, please do not be angry." Tang Minjing timely supported him, patting his back. "There is no need to stoop to the level of this scoundrel. Simply expel him from the Tang family. Moreover, his audacity surely comes from the authorization of Tang Bo." "Indeed," someone echoed. "Tang Bo, believing he has a 10% stake, has grown arrogant, disregarding the head of the family. Perhaps he is now proclaiming himself the master of the Tang family." He Yanmei's face turned ashen with anger. She loathed Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, Tang Bo remained silent in a corner, indifferent to the family's discourse, as if none of this concerned him. "Chuchu, this Tang family is not worth our time. I will take you away," Jiang Chen declared, attempting to lead Tang Chuchu away. However, she was on the verge of tears, her eyes brimming with sorrow. She had become the most disparaged woman in Jiangzhou, bringing shame upon her family. All she ever dreamt of was their acceptance, and just when hope seemed to arrive, Jiang Chen had ruined it. She felt gratitude towards Jiang Chen for restoring her appearance, yet at this moment, a flood of resentment surged within her. For it was Jiang Chen who had subjected her to the scorn of her family once more. "Jiang Chen, is it so difficult to kneel and admit your fault? You, a mere soldier, truly believe yourself to be a person of significance?" Seeing the tears welling in Tang Chuchu's eyes, Jiang Chen's heart ached instantly. Yet, as the Black Dragon and one of the 5 commanders, he held firm to his belief. It is better to die standing than to live kneeling. In the past, he had endured brutal beatings while captured by the enemy, sustaining countless injuries without ever kneeling. Now, as the son-in-law of the Tang family and the husband of Tang Chuchu, he had vowed never to let her feel sorrow or pain. It was he who had insulted Chuchu, and thus, he owed her an apology. Pointing at Tang Lei, he asserted, "Chuchu has no connection to Yixiong. His collaboration with Qianjun is due to a favor I granted him while serving in the military." Jiang Chen wished to shield Tang Chuchu from further humiliation, yet he did not want the Tang family to uncover his true identity. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood the situation. Jiang Chen continued, "If you desire an invitation to the upcoming ceremony for the succession of the carefree king, I can arrange one for you. However, I request that you cease mentioning Chuchu. We are leaving." With that, disregarding Tang Chuchu's protests, he took her hand and departed. He understood that as long as Tang Chuchu remained there, she would only face humiliation. If it were anyone else, he would not hesitate to take lethal action. But they were all members of the Tang family, and should he resort to violence, Tang Chuchu would never forgive him. What a wretched situation. As Jiang Chen departed with Tang Chuchu, Tang Tianlong trembled with rage. The family meeting had yet to conclude, and their abrupt exit seemed to undermine his authority as the family head. He decided to reclaim 5% of Tang Bo's shares. This had long been his intention, yet he had lacked the opportunity until now. Seizing this moment, he retrieved a portion of the shares, although not all, for he still relied on Tang Chuchu. Should she be pushed too far and choose to leave the family once more, the collaboration between the Tang family and Qianjun would come to an end. He Yanmei's expression darkened. 5% of the shares represented millions. She harbored a deep-seated desire to see Jiang Chen suffer. Throughout this turmoil, Tang Bo remained silent. Meanwhile, Tang Hai, Tang Lei, and Tang Minjing wore satisfied expressions. With the reclamation of 5% of Tang Bo's shares, it was only a matter of time before the remainder would also be reclaimed. Enough, this matter is settled. Let us now discuss how to obtain an invitation to the grand succession ceremony of the Xiangyao king, Tang Tianlong declared after reclaiming half of Tang Bo's shares. The Tang family resumed their discussions, paying little heed to Jiang Chen's earlier claim of assisting the Tang family in securing an invitation. A former soldier, despite having once saved Yixiong, could hardly expect further assistance now that the favor had been repaid. Someone spoke up, by the way. Isn't Minjing's boyfriend from the Liu family? The Liu family is only second to the four great families. If Liu Chong were to intervene and appeal to his father, we would surely secure an invitation. Upon hearing this, Tang Minjing beamed with pride, linking arms with a handsome young man seated beside her. Tang Tianlong turned his gaze toward this young man, and his previous gloom dissipated, replaced by a smile. Liu Chong, how about you go home and ask your father to help us procure an invitation for the Tang family? Liu Chong straightened his posture, responding, that's feasible, but I cannot guarantee my father will agree. After all, so many are vying for invitations. If he were to acquiesce to everyone, he would be overwhelmed. Liu Xiao, you must assist the Tang family. The Tang family implored in unison. Tang Minjing tilted her head, confidently declaring, Grandfather, you need not worry. This matter rests in Liu Chong's capable hands. She shot a glance at Liu Chong, affirming, right? Liu Chong felt exasperated internally. His own family was also striving for an invitation and had yet to secure one. However, he did not wish to lose face in front of the Tang family. So he nodded, absolutely, with my father's involvement, nothing is insurmountable. At the family meeting, the entire Tang clan fawned over Liu Chong. Outside the Tang family villa, Tang Chuchu abruptly pulled her hand away from Jiang Chen, tears brimming in her eyes. Jiang Chen, haven't you caused enough turmoil? This is the Tang family. If grandfather demands you kneel, you should kneel. Why are you so stubborn? Chuchu, return on your own. Tang Chuchu interjected, turning away and re-entering the Tang residence. Jiang Chen stood there, helpless. As a formidable figure, the Black Dragon, he had never endured such treatment. Yet, for the sake of Tang Chuchu, he chose to remain patient. He was acutely aware that in Tang Chuchu's eyes, the opinions of family held paramount importance. As she re-entered, he refrained from following her, choosing instead to wait outside. He settled on the steps of the villa, lighting a cigarette while simultaneously dialing a number to Xiaohei. I wish to meet with the Prince of Leisure. At this juncture, his only course of action was to procure an invitation for Chuchu. Such a gesture would elevate her standing within the family, thereby bringing her joy. Before long, Xiaohei returned his call, informing him, Brother Jiang, it's all arranged. The Prince of Leisure will personally meet with you. Simply state the time. That evening. In the central garden. Yes, I will call the Prince of Leisure immediately. After concluding his conversation with Xiaohei, Jiang Chen awaited outside as the Tang family meeting lingered for over an hour. Eventually, the family members departed, and Tang Chuchu's family emerged, all wearing stern expressions. Yeme particularly scolded Jiang Chen, insisting that Tang Chuchu should divorce him. The most incensed was Tang Song. His father's shares would undoubtedly be passed on to him in the future. However, due to Jiang Chen, Tang Tianlong had reclaimed half of the shares, a sum amounting to several million. Utterly useless, more of a hindrance than a help. Tang Song glared fiercely at Jiang Chen. Enough, do not blame Jiang Chen. He was merely trying to assist me, Tang Chuchu interjected, having regained her composure. Previously too impulsive, she now felt a pang of guilt towards Jiang Chen for blaming him when he had stood up for her. Jiang Chen offered a reassuring smile, stating, Chuchu, it's all right. Rest assured, I will secure an invitation for the Tang family, and your status will surely rise. His words, however, elicited skepticism from those present. Next time, you will not escape unscathed. Yeme scolded vehemently before turning away. Upon returning home, Jiang Chen found himself unwelcome among the family. He stood alone on the balcony, smoking. Tang Bo approached him, saying, Jiang Chen, don't take it to heart. You'll eventually get used to it. Jiang Chen glanced at his father-in-law but remained silent. Perhaps only Tang Bo could stoop so low. Tang Bo, sensing the tension, also chose to remain quiet. Throughout the day, Jiang Chen busied himself with household chores, cooking, and tidying up, enjoying the tranquility. The family's opinion of him mattered little. His focus remained solely on Tang Chuchu. That night, he found an excuse to step out. In the city, at the central garden. In a gazebo, two figures sat. You killed Xiaozhan. Indeed. Faced with the Prince of Leisure's inquiry, Jiang Chen did not deny it. He deserved to die, as did the members of the Xiao family. The Prince of Leisure furrowed his brow, then asked, What is the purpose of your visit? Nothing of great significance. The Tang family desires an invitation to your succession ceremony. Please send one over. With that, Jiang Chen stood to leave. Although he stood on equal footing with the Prince of Leisure, he had never regarded him with any reverence. Not only the Prince of Leisure, but even if all four commanders were assembled, he would remain unfazed. Wait, the Prince of Leisure called out, halting Jiang Chen in his tracks. Jiang Chen paused, turning to face him. Is there something else? Xiaozhan was one of my subordinates. The Wanderer King was notably incensed. Xiaozhan, one of his subordinates, had been slain by Jiang Chen, who offered no explanation for his actions. Yet, what of it? Jiang Chen remained indifferent. You seek an explanation? I have stated my position. He deserved to die. I am not imploring you for an invitation. If you wish to provide it, do so. If not, so be it. With that, Jiang Chen turned to depart. Only after his exit did a figure emerge from the shadows. My lord, is he not being excessively arrogant? The Wanderer King sighed lightly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. That is simply his nature. Do not take offense, even were the emperor to grace him with a visit. He might still disregard it. This matter shall be laid to rest. Xiaozhan brought this upon himself. You shall personally visit the Tang family and deliver an invitation. The man, discontented, inquired, My lord, are we truly to let this go? The Wanderer King cast him a glance and replied, What else can be done? Shall we kill him? Although he has submitted his resignation, it remains unapproved, and he is the commander of the Black Dragon, leading a 1,000,000-strong army, despite his brief tenure. The other 4 armies cannot rival the Black Dragon. His importance is recognized by those above. Understood. I shall proceed to the Tang family, the man conceded, refraining from further protest. Sighing, the Wanderer King lamented, the restructuring of the 5 major regions is being thrust into tumult once more. This restructuring, originally not intended for him, had been anticipated by the Black Dragon, who preemptively submitted a resignation upon sensing impending changes. Meanwhile, outside the Tang family villa, a jeep approached. Several men clad in military attire disembarked and approached the door, knocking firmly. Observing the soldiers through surveillance, Tang Tianlong promptly opened the door. General, what brings you here? The previous encounter with Xiaozhan had left him deeply unsettled, prompting a cautious inquiry. A middle-aged man in military garb produced an exquisite invitation and handed it to Tang Tianlong, stating, An invitation to the Wanderer King's inauguration ceremony. Tang Tianlong was taken aback. An invitation? You have a fine granddaughter-in-law, the middle-aged man remarked, leaving as swiftly as he had come. Dumbfounded, Tang Tianlong stared at the invitation, momentarily at a loss. Grandfather, what is it? Tang Minjing emerged. The Western Region Army has delivered an invitation, Tang Tianlong murmured, still in a daze. Ah, so soon. Grandfather. I didn't deceive you, did I? I told you, this matter rests with Lu Chong. Look, within just half a day, the Lu family has intervened to ensure the Western Region Army personally delivered the invitation. Lu Chong stepped forward, asking, Minjing, what is the occasion for such joy? My dear, thank you, Tang Minjing said, planting a kiss on Lu Chong's cheek. Thank you for having the Lu family intervene to secure the invitation for the Tang family. Lu Chong appeared perplexed. The Lu family intervened? I did mention it to my father, yet he remains troubled, having offered numerous gifts to secure the invitation. The total has amassed to over 10 million. How did this lead to the Tang family obtaining an invitation? He felt bewildered, though pride flickered across his face as he declared, For the Lu family to step in and procure an invitation is indeed a trivial matter. Lu Chong, I express my heartfelt gratitude to you. You truly are a remarkable son-in-law in the eyes of your grandfather. Tang Tianlong, realizing the situation, could not suppress his joy, his smile wide enough to nearly split his face. The messenger of the invitation had remarked upon the presence of a fine son-in-law, and it was clear to him that Lu Chong was the one being referred to, for among the several candidates, Lu Chong's lineage was indeed the most illustrious. Good son-in-law, please come inside and take a seat. I shall prepare a generous red envelope for you to take back to your father as a token of thanks for his assistance in securing an invitation for the Tang family. Chapter 30. The invitation of Merit. Jiang Chen returned home. As he exited the elevator and approached his door, he received a call from Xiaohe. Brother Jiang. News from the King of Leisure indicates that they have dispatched someone to the Tang family to deliver the invitation. Understood, Jiang Chen replied before ending the call. He knocked and entered his home, greeted at the door by Tang Song's wife, Wu Min. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, her expression hardened. What are you doing back here? You incompetent fool. Choosing to disregard her, Jiang Chen walked into the living room where Tang Chuchu sat on the sofa, a smile adorning his face. Chuchu, I have arranged for the Western Frontier Army to deliver the invitation to the Tang family. Tang Chuchu, wearing an expression of disbelief, questioned. But that is the Western Frontier Army. How could you arrange that? Jiang Chen chuckled. Have you forgotten? I once served in the military and know a few esteemed officers. I utilized my connections through my former superior. But your resume states that you served in the Southern Wastes. which is entirely unrelated to the western frontier. Tang Chuchu pointed out. Jiang Chen responded, indeed, they are not directly connected, but my former superior has some rapport with a significant figure in the western frontier. Regardless, the invitation will reach them, we shall soon see. In the room sat He Yanmei, Tang Bo, Tang Song, and others. He Yanmei, skeptical, scoffed. You think you can pull strings? You were merely a foot soldier for a decade. What influence could you possibly have? Jiang Chen, I warn you, Chuchu is naive, and I am not foolish enough to let you deceive her. Chuchu, you must be more discerning. This waste of space only knows a bit of medicine, possesses no wealth, and wields no power. Why are you so devoted to him? Having grown accustomed to He Yanmei's cold disdain, Jiang Chen remained silent and took Tang Chuchu's hand, stating, Chuchu, let us go to the Tang family. This time, I will ensure you gain the recognition you deserve. Tang Bo, unable to contain his curiosity, interjected, is this true? Can you genuinely arrange for the Western Frontier Army to deliver an invitation to the Tang family? After all, the audience for the King of Leisure's succession ceremony was limited, with only 100 spots available, and the wealthy from the 5 districts were scrambling for invitations. Father, do you truly believe this nonsense from that good-for-nothing? Tang Song scoffed, his disdain for Jiang Chen palpable. He loathed Jiang Chen, believing that had it not been for him, their family's shares would not have been reclaimed, allowing him to indulge in luxury cars and opulent residences. Now, due to Jiang Chen, all those aspirations had evaporated. Jiang Chen ignored their derision, firmly leading Tang Chuchu away. Seeing his confidence, He Yanmei followed suit. If what Jiang Chen claimed were true, then the old man would surely reward Chuchu, making it feasible to reclaim their shares thereafter. At the Tang family residence, Tang Tianlong was filled with elation. He had long dreamed of obtaining an invitation, particularly to the King of Leisure's succession ceremony, which was said to have a mere 100 spots for spectators. In the 5 major districts, there exists an abundance of wealthy individuals, many of whom are devising ways to present gifts in hopes of securing an invitation. Recently, the Lu family intervened to assist the Tang family in obtaining an invitation. Tang Tianlong was beaming with joy, unable to contain his smile as he presented a card to Lu Chong, his granddaughter's husband, containing 5 million, a token of appreciation for the Lu family's efforts. Ah, grandfather, this is too much, Lu Chong protested, yet he accepted the card, responding, we are becoming one family. What is there to distinguish us? He was elated, for the Lu family had exerted considerable influence and spent millions to procure an invitation. It was evident that the invitation from the Tang family was not solely the result of the Lu family's dealings, yet Tang Tianlong generously gifted him 5 million without hesitation. Why refuse something so gracious? Lu Chong thought, relishing the respect his family commanded. The Lu family's Taihong Pharmaceutical was among the most prominent conglomerates in the region, and Lu Chong's father, Lu Xiaohui, was well-connected and held considerable sway. Thanks to Lu Chong's efforts, the Tang family felt honored to have secured the invitation, and they began to curry favor with him. Lu Chong was thoroughly pleased, feeling as though he was floating on air, and he confidently proclaimed, as I said, this is a trivial matter. Just as the Tang family basked in the joy of their newfound invitation, Jiang Chen entered with Tang Chuchu, accompanied by He Yanmei, Tang Bo, Tang Song, and Wu Min. Upon seeing Tang Chuchu's family, the expressions of the Tang family immediately soured. Tang Minjing rose and coldly asked, what are you doing here? Tang Chuchu responded, Sister Minjing. Tang Minjing offered no courtesy in return, retorting, get lost. Who is your sister? Though Tang Tianlong was in good spirits from receiving the invitation, his mood soured upon the arrival of Tang Chuchu's family, particularly due to Jiang Chen's arrogance. How dare the son-in-law disregard him, the head of the family? Leave, he commanded, pointing towards the door. Grandfather, Jiang Chen has sent a request through a comrade to have the Western Frontier Army deliver the invitation. I came to inquire if our family has received it. He Yanmei, Tang Bo, and Tang Song all turned their attention to Tang Tianlong, awaiting his response. Before Tang Tianlong could speak, Tang Lei scoffed. Jiang Chen claims he had a comrade send the invitation via the Western Frontier Army. How absurd. It was clearly brother-in-law Lu Chong who facilitated this through the Lu family. Indeed, Tang Minjing added disdainfully, eyeing Jiang Chen with contempt. What qualification does a mere soldier have to engage with the high echelons of the Western Frontier Army? This is utterly shameless, coming here to take credit for the invitation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression darkened as he glanced at Lu Chong, who was lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed. Lu Chong glared back, shouting, useless. What are you staring at? It was clear that Jiang Chen was attempting to take unjust credit for the invitation that had been secured through the Lu family's efforts. Indeed. Thank goodness for Lu Chong, otherwise his scheme might have succeeded. The Tang family, with their incessant verbal barbs, mercilessly demeaned Jiang Chen while simultaneously currying favor with Lu Chong. Upon hearing their disparaging remarks, He Yanmei was instantly incensed. She raised her hand and struck Jiang Chen on the head, exclaiming, "You worthless fool, what a disgrace! Why are you still standing there? Hurry and leave." Tang Chuchu, wearing a face of grievance, had initially believed that Jiang Chen would elevate her standing in her grandfather's eyes. Little did she know that it was Lu Chong who, upon his return, had seized the credit for the invitation delivered by the Western Frontier Army. "Jiang Chen, you have utterly disappointed me," she lamented, covering her mouth and fleeing in tears. Chuchu, He Yanmei pursued her outside. And the others from the Tang family felt too ashamed to remain, hastily departing as well. Jiang Chen looked at the Tang family with a bemused smile, thinking to himself, "I've encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. So, it was an invitation obtained through Lu's intervention, was it? I shall see how you manage to attend the ceremony tomorrow." With that, he turned and left. Once outside the Tang villa, he took out his phone and called Xiao He, notify the carefree king to nullify the Tang family's invitation. Xiao He, unaware of Jiang Chen's intentions, complied and contacted the carefree king. Chapter 31. Acquire the city's commercial center for me. Jiang Chen had merely wished to bring joy to Tang Chuchu. That was his sole intention. Unexpectedly, after having the carefree king deliver the invitation, someone else usurped the credit, leading Tang Chuchu to misunderstand him. After his call to Xiao He, he chased after her. "Chuchu." He hurried over, grasping her arm, and pleaded, "Listen to me. I truly did not deceive you. The invitation was genuinely arranged by me, yet someone else took the credit. You worthless thing. How dare you still seek recognition?" He Yanmei berated him vehemently. "Aren't you ashamed enough already?" Tang Song egged her on. "Sister, he asked just a penniless ex-soldier. What abilities could he possibly possess? You should hasten to divorce him." With tears brimming in her eyes, Tang Chuchu responded, "Jiang Chen, enough. I am grateful for your past care and for healing me, but I do not wish to see you now. Please leave." After uttering those words, she ran away in tears. Jiang Chen felt a heavy weight in his heart. Even in the face of countless adversaries, he had never felt so utterly defeated. "You are a failure at achieving anything and only excel at causing trouble." He Yanmei continued to scold. Jiang Chen stood there, watching the Tang family depart, and took a deep breath. He pursued them once more, reaching the Tang residence, yet was barred from entering. Resigned, he chose to leave, intending to wait until Tang Chuchu had calmed down before explaining himself. After departing the Tang family, he headed to the clinic run by Xiao He. "Brother Jiang, what brings you here?" Xiao He inquired upon his entrance. Noticing Jiang Chen's dismal expression, he promptly fell silent and tossed him a cigarette. Jiang Chen felt a knot in his chest. He had only wanted to make Tang Chuchu happy, yet had encountered such shameless individuals who stole his credit. "Xiao He, do you think I should not have returned?" Jiang Chen inhaled the smoke, watching it swirl around his fingers. Xiao He asked, "Brother Jiang, what exactly happened?" Jiang Chen recounted the entire ordeal. With a wry smile, Xiao He remarked, "Brother Jiang, I have never experienced love, so I truly cannot assist you. However, if you harbor ill feelings towards the Lu family, I can easily eliminate them." Jiang Chen gently waved his hand and replied, "It is not a matter of deep-seated enmity. We are in Jiangzhou, a peaceful city, not the chaotic borders of the South Wilderness. The strategies against foes cannot be applied to our fellow countrymen." Upon hearing this, Xiao He fell silent. "By the way, Xiao He, all my assets are under your guardianship. How much do I currently possess?" Upon returning to the city, Jiang Chen had undergone numerous experiences. In the past, he regarded wealth as worthless, but now he realized the necessity of having money. "I cannot say for certain. Let me calculate. We once invaded an enemy nation, and our leader acquired several gold mines there, selling them to a wealthy businessman for over 300 billion. Additionally, there was an incident where a rich man committed a crime and was pursued by enemy forces, only to be saved by our leader, who received a reward of 100 billion. Moreover, various affluent merchants from small countries on the South Wilderness border pay our leader protection fees annually. Altogether, it must amount to 2 or 3 trillion, at least. Do I possess such wealth?" Jiang Chen was slightly astonished. Previously, he had been indifferent to such matters, but now he began to care, astonished by his unexpected fortune. "Brother Jiang, you are the commander of the Black Dragon Army in the South Wilderness. While it is chaotic, it is also a land of opportunity. Your wealth is immeasurable. You simply have not sought it. Otherwise, you would have been the richest man in the world by now." Listening to Xiao Hei's words, Jiang Chen murmured to himself, "It seems I was foolish in the past. Boss, why have you suddenly become concerned about money? You possess a special Black Dragon card, a reward granted to you by the upper echelons, with a limit of 100 billion. You should not be short of funds." Chuchu said, "I was hoarding private savings and confiscated them, stating I should save for future children." At the mention of Tang Chuchu, a smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face, one he was not even aware of. "Xiao Hei, yes? Purchase the newly constructed commercial center in Jiangzhou for me." Xiao Hei was taken aback by the statement. The commercial center in the city was a newly established complex, featuring over 50 skyscrapers exceeding 50 stories alongside a night market, a pedestrian street, and an antique street. The commercial center had been completed through a collaboration of several major real estate tycoons, aiming to create the most prosperous trading hub in the nation. Is the money insufficient? If so, leverage connections to suppress. Xiao Hei glanced at Jiang Chen and could not help but inquire, "Boss, what exactly do you intend to do? The total funds we have amount to merely around 2 trillion. To purchase the entire commercial center would require an enormous investment. Do you understand the scale of this venture? I have heard that various real estate giants have invested approximately 5 trillion over 5 years to complete the commercial center." Jiang Chen, lacking a clear understanding of these matters, directly asked, "Just tell me how much is needed to acquire the commercial center." Xiao Hei contemplated for a moment and stated, "The major real estate giants have collectively invested over 500 billion. Even if we offer the lowest price, and assuming the developers do not profit, we would still require at least 600 billion to secure the deal. We lack sufficient funds. We must solicit some affluent individuals from the southern wilderness border to expedite the assembly of 600 billion to purchase the commercial center in the city. This sum is substantial, and I fear I must personally return to the southern wilderness." With a slight wave of his hand, Jiang Chen dismissed him. Meanwhile, at the Tang family residence, the atmosphere was charged with urgency. "Chuchu, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up and divorce Jiang Chen," one family member urged. "Indeed, sister. Even if it means becoming the mistress of that old man Yu Xiong, it would be preferable to being with Jiang Chen, who has just returned from military service." Another chimed in. Surrounded by family, they all pressed her to end her marriage with Jiang Chen. Feeling weary, Tang Chuchu rose and announced, "I'm tired. I shall retire to my room." Once in her chamber, she sat upon the bed, lost in thought. She had grown accustomed to Jiang Chen's presence, and now his absence left her with a sense of emptiness, as though something precious had abruptly vanished. She understood that Jiang Chen intended to bring her joy, yet his actions had backfired, causing her embarrassment before her family. She retrieved her phone, contemplating calling Jiang Chen to request his return, but ultimately refrained from dialing. Instead, she sat in frustration on the bed, thinking, "Why should I be the one to reach out? He is the one who erred. He should call me and seek my forgiveness." In a fit of anger, she tossed her phone onto the bed. Nevertheless, she found herself repeatedly glancing at the device, hoping for his call. 1 minute passed, then 10, half an hour, 3 hours. By the time the clock struck 1 in the morning, Jiang Chen had yet to contact her, not even a text. Infuriated, she paced her room, cursing Jiang Chen for his heartlessness. After informing Xiao Hei of his intention to purchase the commercial center, Xiao Hei promptly set off for the southern wilderness to gather the necessary funds. The southern wilderness, being a border region, is home to numerous small nations abundant in various minerals and jadeite, thus harboring a significant number of wealthy individuals. Collecting several hundred billion would pose little challenge. Jiang Chen's return was motivated by a desire for both gratitude and vengeance. However, having spent considerable time by Tang Chuchu's side, he had yet to confront the 4 influential families. Aside from eliminating Xiao Bieha and Xiao Zhan from the Xiao family, he had refrained from further actions. Seizing the opportunity while Tang Chuchu was upset with him, he planned to seek out Xiao Ruren to inquire about the whereabouts of the Huawei mountain residents. At the Xiao family's remaining villa, the hour was late, and the lights had dimmed. A shadowy figure appeared outside. Clad in a black coat and donning a black mask resembling a specter, the figure approached with purpose. Chapter 32. 100-fold retribution. The other villas belonging to the Xiao family had been seized by the bank, leaving the family homeless and forced to rent accommodations. This particular villa was the private property of Xiao Ruren. Previously, Xiao Zhan had orchestrated a scheme to auction off some worthless items, and due to his influence, numerous wealthy individuals had spent lavishly on these trinkets. Although Xiao Zhan had met his demise, the funds from that auction had fallen into Xiao Ruren's possession. Although she is but a woman, Xiao Ruoiran became the pillar of the Xiao family following the demise of Xiao Bihe and Xiao Zhan. Now, the members of the Xiao family looked to her with hope, wishing for her to lead them back to prosperity. In a villa on the second floor, an elderly man in his 50s lies on the bed, while a woman dressed in a white gown stands nearby. This woman is Xiao Ruoiran. Though she is in her 30s, her appearance belies her age, reminiscent of a youthful maiden of 18 or 19. She possesses a slender figure, exquisite features, and striking beauty. With flowing hair cascading over her shoulders, enhanced by her slightly translucent dress, exuding an aura of allure and grace. Brother Zhang, when will you fulfill your promise to me? Xiao Ruoiran gazes at the elderly man, who is clad only in his undergarment. He is a significant figure, acquainted with many influential personalities. With the Xiao family now facing bankruptcy and their assets seized, Xiao Ruoiran is tirelessly leveraging every connection she can muster to reclaim what rightfully belongs to her family. Jiang Chen, eyeing the enchanting Xiao Ruoiran, responds with a smile. Do not worry, I will certainly deliver on my promise. As you know, Yu Sheng employed legitimate channels to orchestrate the Xiao family's downfall, and I must navigate various matters to rectify this situation. Xiao Ruoiran steps closer, nestling into Jiang Chengtian's embrace, and coos, Brother Zhang, I have already given you 500 million. It has been quite some time. Please provide me with a definitive timeline. Very soon, just a few more days, he replies with a grin, though inwardly he scoffs. This wretched woman. Now that the Xiao family is in ruins, and with Xiao Zhan deceased, they will never reclaim their status among the four great families. The money you provided is long gone. Were it not for the financial benefit, I would have no interest in this insipid creature. Rest assured, once we recover the Xiao family's fixed assets, you will be well rewarded, and I shall be yours as well. Suddenly, the door is forcefully kicked open. Who? Jiang Chengtian, startled, quickly scrambles up from the bed. As he sees a masked man enter, he trembles in fear. Falling from the bed in a desperate attempt to dress, he stammers, No, it's not my fault. I know nothing. I'm leaving right now. In the murky underworld. He is well aware of this masked figure. He is the one who killed Xiao Bihe and Xiao Zhan. Xiao Ruoiran, upon witnessing Jiang Chen burst through the door, is equally taken aback, her body shuddering in fear. Jiang Chen strides forward. Jiang Chengtian hastily dresses, attempting to flee, yet strong hand seize him, forcefully throwing him back onto the bed. Terrified, he curls into a ball, afraid to utter a word that might provoke this harbinger of doom. Who are you? What enmity do the Xiao family have with you? After regaining her composure from the initial shock, Xiao Ruoiran stares intently at the advancing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen removes his mask. You? Xiao Ruoiran gazes at Jiang Chen, her expression filled with confusion. You are Jiang Chen, the son-in-law of the Tang family? Indeed, Jiang Chen affirms without denial. Jiang Chen, suddenly recalling something, Xiao Ruoiran exclaims, You are the son of Jiang Nan, Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen nodded, bringing a chair to sit beside the bed, calmly lighting a cigarette. The spacious room was enveloped in a haunting silence, broken only by the sound of tobacco burning. Jiang Chengtian cowered on the bed, too frightened to utter a word. Xiao Ruoiran, on the other hand, wore a ghastly expression, finally understanding who was responsible for the demise of her Xiao family. Jiang Chen, what exactly do you intend to do? She asked. Jiang Chen let out a chilling laugh, one that was both sinister and terrifying. Xiao Ruoiran, you dare to question my intentions? Because of you, my grandfather died unjustly, becoming a laughingstock in Jiang. Because of you, my father suffered a heart attack, and you pushed him from the third floor, claiming it was suicide out of guilt. Because of you, the four great families, Xiao, Wang, Zhao, and Shou, conspired against the Jiang family, leading to the death of over 30 members and a devastating fire. What do you think I intend to do? At that moment, Jiang Chen resembled a fierce tiger that had broken free from its cage, exuding an aura of menacing wrath. He bellowed, causing Xiao Ruoiran's eardrums to ring, leaving her in a state of utter shock. Fear overwhelmed her. She was utterly terrified. She was a clever woman, and after Jiang Chen murdered her father, Xiao Bia, and her fourth brother, Xiao Zhan, she understood that the current Jiang Chen was no longer the weak boy he had been a decade ago. Jiang Chen, I am still your stepmother, she stammered. In response, Jiang Chen stood abruptly, delivering a sharp slap that sent her sprawling across the bed. Her fair face instantly turned swollen, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Grasping her hair, he forced her head down onto the bed, raising the cigarette but to burn her face. He showed no mercy simply because she was a woman. He vividly recalled his grandfather's unwilling expression before his death. The horrific scene of his father being pushed down the stairs, and the image of his family members being bound and consumed by flames. A cry of agony escaped Xiao Ruren's lips. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, terrified, had rolled off the bed, cowering in the corner, too frightened to make a sound. Xiao Ruren, do you remember how you schemed to get close to my father, betrayed my grandfather, and destroyed the Jiang family? Did you ever consider that this day would come? You must pay for the 38 souls of the Jiang family. How can they rest in peace if you are alive? Jiang Chen shouted, each word laced with fury. Jiang Chen, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. You have already devastated the Xiao family. Please spare me, Xiao Ruren pleaded. Her former grace and nobility completely stripped away, resembling a stray dog begging for mercy. Jiang Chen drew a spring knife, slicing it across her face with a swift motion. A horrific wound appeared, blood dripping down her neck and staining her pristine dress. The pain contorted Xiao Ruren's expression, leaving her voiceless in her suffering. 10 years ago, Tang Chuchu risked her life to pull me from the flames, saving my life. She is my savior, yet your Xiao family tormented her mercilessly. The suffering Tang Chuchu endured will be repaid to the Xiao family 100-fold. Rest assured, I have no intention of ending your life. Rather, I aim to make you acquainted with the depths of despair, to ensnare you in a state where life becomes unbearable and death elusive. Jiang Chen raised his hand, wielding a blade once more. I was wrong, Jiang Chen. I beg you, spare me, Xiao Ruren implored, her pleas incessant. Jiang Chen discarded the spring knife. Settling onto a chair beside the bed, his gaze fixed upon Xiao Ruren, whose visage was marred with blood, exuding a countenance of grotesque terror. Where is the painting of the Flower Moon Mountain residence? Chapter 33. The Black Dragon Weeps. Jiang Chen's voice thundered, reverberating in Xiao Ruren's ears like a muffled storm, leaving her disoriented and in a daze. In that moment, she could only weep, at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, she finally responded, her expression one of utter hopelessness. I do not know. I truly do not know. The painting was taken by Xiaozhan. It seems he intended to present it to some prominent figure in the capital. With a swift motion, Jiang Chen retrieved the spring knife from the bed and struck at Xiao Ruren's wrist. Blood splattered. Xiao Ruren gasped in agony, unable to utter a sound. Her expression contorted in a horrific grimace, her body trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Chen nonchalantly produced several silver needles, thrusting them into her flesh. She could not perish without revealing the whereabouts of the painting of the Flower Moon Mountain residence. Although the severed hand did not bleed profusely, the pain was excruciating, an anguish beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. In that instant, she yearned for death. Yet, as Jiang Chen had articulated, she was trapped in a state where survival was unattainable and death was equally out of reach. Jiang Chen resumed his seat, observing Xiao Ruren, who resembled a lost dog, and spoke with chilling indifference. The torment you endure pales in comparison to the sins you have committed. I shall inquire once more. Where is the painting of the Flower Moon Mountain residence? I do not know, Xiao Ruren stammered, her jaw quivering, her speech faltering. At these words, Jiang Chen's brow furrowed. Under such relentless torment, a person would typically divulge anything in the desperate hope of survival. However, Xiao Ruren's insistence on her ignorance raised the question, did she truly not know the whereabouts of the painting? The painting of the Flower Moon Mountain residence was a treasured heirloom of his family, passed down through generations. His grandfather had once proclaimed, the Jiang family may perish, but the painting must not be lost. I beg you, spare me. I truly do not know. Xiao Ruren's body quaked, her words slurred. At that moment, she felt dizzy. Yet she could not succumb to unconsciousness. The intense pain coursed through her face and hands, rendering her existence a torment. Jiang Chen was a demon, and fear had enveloped her completely. She continued to plead for mercy. Today, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. I will afford you time to ascertain the whereabouts of the painting of the Flower Moon Mountain residence. I will return, and should you remain ignorant of its location, I shall ensure you truly comprehend the essence of despair. Jiang Chen rose to his feet and approached the bed, seizing Jiang Chen, who cowered in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. A pool of urine at his feet, a clear testament to his terror. And no, I am not involved. I know nothing, Jiang Chen quavered, desperately beseeching for mercy. Let today's events be as if they never transpired. Should any whispers arise outside, you must consider the consequences. Jiang Chen's expression remained indifferent, his sense of justice clear-cut. He bore no grudges against Jiang Chen, and had no desire to extinguish his life. Once more, he cast his gaze upon the figure of Xiao Ruren, lying on the bed like a lifeless dog. You must be curious about my current identity. It is of no consequence to divulge it. I am the Black Dragon of the Southern Wilderness, the commander of a million-strong Black Dragon army, not merely Xiaozhan. But even the Prince of Freedom would be but a fleeting thought before me. Should I wish to eliminate him, it would be executed without hesitation. Jiang Chen left behind these words before turning to depart. His revelation of identity served as a means to instill pressure upon Xiao Ruren, urging her to swiftly uncover the whereabouts of the Huaiyue mountain residence map. Once he exited, the room was filled solely with Xiao Ruren's sobs, her body trembling. The darkness. The Black Dragon, the commander of the Southern Wilderness, one of the 5 great generals? She could scarcely believe it. How could that young man from the Jiang family, a decade ago, transform into the renowned Black Dragon of the Southern Wilderness? Although she was not part of the military, her 4th brother was a soldier of notable rank, and she had heard Xiaozhan speak of the 5 great generals. The Black Dragon had assumed command the shortest time ago, only a year past. Yet, he was regarded as the most formidable among them. His strength surpassed all imagination, and he was also a divine physician. The realization of Jiang Chen's identity sent tremors through her being. She never anticipated that his current standing would be so daunting. It was no wonder that after slaying Xiaozhan, the Prince of Freedom did not pursue the matter. The one responsible for Xiaozhan's demise was the Black Dragon, whom even the prince feared. Zhang Tian, witnessing Jiang Chen's departure, finally exhaled in relief. His entire body was drenched in sweat as he glanced at Xiao Ruren, lying on the bed, her face marred with wounds, her hands severed. A shudder coursed through him, and he turned to flee. Wait, don't go. Help me. Take me to the hospital. I have money. I can pay you. Previously, Xiao Ruren had wished for death. Now that Jiang Chen had left, she yearned for life. Upon hearing the mention of money, Zhang Tian paused, contemplating his next move. Jiang Chen had stated that Xiao Ruren must not die. If he departed and she perished, Jiang Chen would hold him accountable, and he would be unable to escape retribution. Moreover, rescuing Xiao Ruren could yield financial reward. With these thoughts racing through his mind, he promptly retrieved his phone and dialed the emergency services. After leaving Xiao Ruren's villa, Jiang Chen donned his mask once more. He proceeded to the Wang family, the Zhao family, and the Zhou family. The dawn was just breaking. At the Jiang family cemetery, before the grave of Jiang Tian, 3 bloody, severed heads lay in grim testament. Jiang Chen knelt before the grave. Grandfather, Xiao Bieha is dead. Wang Yongguei is dead. Zhao Jingshan is dead. Zhou Depeng is dead. The architects of the inferno that consumed the Jiang family are all dead. Grandfather, I am but a useless grandson, still unable to ascertain the whereabouts of the Huaiyue mountain residence map. However, rest assured, I shall retrieve it. Though the culprits from the 4 great families have perished, I will not easily let them escape my wrath. They shall know despair. I will make them wish for death yet find no solace in it, tormenting them to their last breath, a tribute to the souls of the Jiang family. Jiang Chen knelt before Jiang Tian's grave, tears streaming down his face. The illustrious Black Dragon of the Southern Wilderness, even in the face of 1,000 armies, had never shed a tear. For a man, blood may flow, but tears must not fall. In that moment, he wept, reduced to a mere figure of tears. Though he now stood as the Southern Wilderness Black Dragon, basking in glory, none could fathom the torment he had endured over the past decade. 10 years prior, he was engulfed by flames. A harrowing sight as he witnessed his loved ones cry out in despair, their faces etched with anguish and helplessness. This scene was forever seared into his memory. Just when hopelessness threatened to consume him, a girl with a ponytail burst into the inferno, recklessly untying the ropes that bound him, pulling him from the fiery abyss. Upon escaping the flames, he saw that the girl herself was ablaze. Yet, consumed by self-preservation, he leapt into the river, forsaking her. For a decade, guilt and self-reproach weighed heavily upon him. He bore the burden of vengeance, rising from a mere soldier to become the Black Dragon. All for this day, to repay kindness and exact revenge. Now, with his enemies vanquished, the fury within him remained unquenched. The 4 great families had erred. They must face retribution. Furthermore, from the words of Xiao Ruren, he surmised that the mastermind behind the Jiang family's downfall hailed from the capital. With intentions fixated on the Huaiyue mountain residence map, he clenched his fists. Grandfather, no matter who seizes the Huaiyue mountain residence map, one day, your grandson shall present their head as an offering in your honor. The grievances and torments of the past decade transformed into tears at that moment. Chapter 34. A sensation soon. A hint of dawn appeared on the horizon. The sun ascended slowly from beneath the horizon, illuminating the darkened earth. Last night, Jiang Chen had visited the three great families, slaying their patriarchs and bringing their severed heads to honor his grandfather and the souls of the Jiang family. Today marked a day of great upheaval in Jiangzhou and across the 5 districts. The succession ceremony for the carefree king had yet to be officially announced, yet this morning, a message was released stating that the ceremony would take place at noon today at a military base in Jiangzhou. This revelation caused a considerable stir. Countless individuals scrambled to secure invitations, only for the official announcement of the succession date to surface. Shortly thereafter, another sensational news story swept through Jiangzhou. Good morning, viewers. This is the Jiangzhou News Channel. Last night, the renowned tycoon Wang Yonggui was found dead in his home, his head severed. Zhao Jingshan also met the same fate, as did Zhou Depang. All 3 were discovered bound to chairs, decapitated. Relevant authorities have initiated an investigation. For further developments, please stay tuned to our latest reports. This news sparked an uproar. Wang Yonggui, the patriarch of the Wang family, one of the 4 great families, was worth hundreds of billions. Zhao Jingshan, the head of the Zhao family, was equally affluent. Zhou Depang, patriarch of the Zhou family, also held significant wealth. What was unfolding? During the carefree king's succession ceremony, who would dare to provoke chaos? Moreover, these were no ordinary individuals, but illustrious tycoons of Jiangzhou. This was clearly an affront to the carefree king. Discussions erupted everywhere. Adding to the turmoil was the recent death of Xiao Bia, the patriarch of the Xiao family. The patriarchs of the 4 prominent families in Jiangzhou have all perished. Is it mere coincidence, or is there a sinister hand at play? At the municipal hospital, Xiao Ruren was hastily brought in. Her severed hand had been reattached, yet it would never regain its full strength. Bandaged, she lay in her hospital bed. Ruren, there has been a calamity. The heads of the Wang, Zhao, and Zhou families have all been killed, decapitated and bound to chairs. A significant member of the Xiao family spoke. What? At these words, Xiao Ruren's body trembled. Dead? Who has harmed you? Is there a connection to our father's death? Could the one who murdered the other 3 patriarchs be the very one who has wronged you? Pale with fear, Xiao Ruren swiftly urged, Elder brother, we must leave Jiangzhou at once. The farther away, the better, never to return. Xiao Hao, perplexed, inquired, Ruren, what are you so afraid of? Who is it? Today marks the coronation ceremony of the carefree king, yet such a scandal has erupted. This is clearly an affront to him. How could he possibly tolerate it? Do not ask, just listen to me. We must leave quickly, or the Xiao family will be thrown into chaos. Xiao Ruren was genuinely terrified. This was the Black Dragon. What was the carefree king in comparison? If the carefree king dared to intervene, she was convinced he would meet his demise as well. Xiao Hao, still confused, nodded, very well. I will arrange for the clan to leave. But what about you? Xiao Ruren shook her head slightly. It's futile. I have committed an unforgivable sin. No matter where I flee, it will be in vain. Elder brother, depart without me. Xiao Ruren understood who the Black Dragon was, a figure standing at the pinnacle of power. Escape? How could one escape, and to where? She believed that no matter where she went, the Black Dragon would find her, and at that moment, she would face inevitable doom. However, if she could uncover the whereabouts of the Huawei Mountain residence map, perhaps she could atone for her sins, reclaim her life, or even safeguard the Xiao family. Xiao Hao could not fathom the depth of Xiao Ruren's fear. Yet, he was certain that she had discerned the identity of the one who killed their father, and knew that this individual was also responsible for the demise of the other family heads. He could not help but think of one family, the Jiang family. They harbored enmity towards the Xiao family and shared a deep-seated grudge with the other 3 great families. Only one family fit that description, the Jiang family, which had been annihilated a decade ago. Choosing not to inquire further, he turned and exited. Lying in her hospital bed, Xiao Ruren felt utterly despondent. She had always yearned to see the Xiao family regain its former glory. Now, she realized that hope was lost. For the Xiao family to salvage even one life was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. The Black Dragon was truly terrifying, intent on sowing discord among the 4 great families. Yet, it was understandable. After all, who could easily forget the events of a decade past? In her despair, Xiao Ruren muttered to herself. Meanwhile, at a military base, the carefree king donned a battle uniform adorned with 5 stars. Your Majesty, an incident occurred last night. Several individuals were killed. reported one of the Carefree King's trusted subordinates. Is that so? The Carefree King furrowed his brow. Was it the Black Dragon's doing? It should be the Black Dragon. My subordinate has investigated that the Black Dragon is none other than Jiang Chuchu, who saved Tang Chuchu from the inferno of the Jiang family 10 years ago. His visage was scorched, and somehow he acquired a new face, wandering to the southern wilderness, where he became a mere soldier. In a mere decade, he has amassed countless achievements, earning the title of Black Dragon and commanding a million-strong Black Dragon army. Upon hearing this, the Carefree King was perplexed and inquired, "Does he have any grievances with the four great families?" My subordinate discovered that the downfall of the Jiang family 10 years ago was inextricably linked to the Shao family. And the Great Fire at the Jiang family also implicated the four great families of Jiangzhou. The Carefree King pondered deeply. He previously only knew that Jiang Chen killed Xiao Zhan because Xiao Zhan had interfered with Jiang Chen's wife, Tang Chuchu. He had not anticipated that so many matters were entangled within this affair. Tang Chuchu was the one who rescued Jiang Chen a decade ago, while the Shao family was the principal instigator of the Jiang family's demise. Your Majesty, how shall we handle this? With the ceremony of your succession approaching, Jiang Chen has stirred up such a commotion. If we do not provide the public with an explanation, it may tarnish your reputation. The Carefree King wore a bitter expression. An explanation? What sort of explanation? Do you expect me to send troops to encircle the Black Dragon? I lack the courage for such a venture. Report it and let the higher-ups decide. Yes. Wait, Your Majesty, is there anything else? Never mind. After a moment of contemplation, the Carefree King said, "Let it be suppressed for now. Find a scapegoat to take the blame for Jiang Chen. Your Majesty, you must think this through. The Black Dragon has submitted a resignation and returned to Jiangzhou. He is back for vengeance. This is merely the beginning, and we cannot foresee how many lives the four great families will lose in the future. We may manage to suppress it this time, but can we continue to do so? This could potentially trigger a tremendous uproar, and since this falls under your jurisdiction, if the higher-ups cast blame, the responsibility lies with you." Taking a deep breath, the Carefree King pondered, who is the Black Dragon? He is the commander of the southern wilderness, a master of warfare with unparalleled strength and unmatched medical skills. I believe the higher-ups will not trouble the Black Dragon. If I report this, they might suspect me of attempting to frame him. If that label sticks, I would be unable to bear the consequences. Indeed. I shall find a way to notify the media and provide them with an explanation. The Carefree King's trusted aide departed. The Carefree King remained deep in thought. The higher-ups undoubtedly know Jiang Chen's background, yet they still allowed him to return to Jiangzhou and subsequently transferred him here. What could their true intentions be? The Carefree King sighed deeply, unable to fathom the motives of those above him. Chapter 35. The Grand Convoy. The Carefree King's succession ceremony was met with turmoil following the tragic deaths of the heads of the three great families. After paying respects to the Jiang family, Jiang Chen returned to the imperial residence, took a bath, and changed into fresh attire. After his bath, he retrieved his phone to check the time, only to find several missed calls and messages. It was already past 8 in the morning. At the Tang residence, Tang Chuchu sat on her bed, staring intently at her phone. Last night, she had waited the entire night for Jiang Chen's call or message, but none came. She had refrained from calling him herself. As the night wore on, she could no longer contain her impatience, having dialed Jiang Chen several times to no avail. She sent a message, yet received no response. At this moment, anxiety consumed her. Could it be that my tone was overly harsh yesterday, injuring his pride? Tang Chuchu incessantly berated herself, regretting her words. Had she known, she would have refrained from speaking so. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had seen the message from Tang Chuchu. "Chen, I apologize. I was too impulsive yesterday. I didn't mean to offend you. Please come back." A faint smile graced Jiang Chen's face upon reading her words. He bore no resentment towards her. Rather, he had withheld explanations out of respect for her feelings at that moment. He felt guilty towards Tang Chuchu, for she had saved him, yet he selfishly leapt into the river, abandoning her. In her attempt to rescue him, Tang Chuchu had become the subject of ridicule. The most unfortunate woman in the entire Jiang city, mocked by outsiders and family alike. Now, as long as Tang Chuchu was happy, he would comply with her wishes. Except for one, he would never kneel before another, not even if that person were her grandfather. For he would rather die standing than live on his knees. This was the dignity of the Black Dragon. He promptly replied to Tang Chuchu, "I'm sorry. I just woke up and missed your calls. I'm on my way back now." Originally intending to take a brief nap, he cast aside sleep and drove the unregistered business vehicle towards the Tang residence. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, he noticed numerous cars parked outside. These belonged to the Tang family, all gathered for the grand ceremony of the succession of the carefree king. The Tang family had received an invitation, mobilizing dozens of vehicles, led by a Bentley worth several million, while the others were luxury brands like Mercedes and BMW. Only Tang Song's car appeared modest in comparison. Tang Tianlong, a man who cherished his reputation, was eager for everyone in Jiang City to know that his family had received an invitation, thus orchestrating an extravagant display, complete with banners proclaiming the celebration of the Tang family's attendance at the ceremony. In front of the Bentley, Tang Tianlong, clad in a blue Jiang Chen suit and leaning on a cane, radiated vitality and pride. As Jiang Chen approached in his unregistered vehicle, which bore a distinctive emblem resembling a black dragon or a dark cloud, he parked aside upon spotting the Tang family and stepped out. Ignoring the onlookers, he strode directly towards Tang Chuchu, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Chuchu. Chen. Tang Chuchu rushed forward, grasping his hand, her expression tinged with remorse. I'm sorry for my harsh tone last night. Where did you go? I stayed the night with Xiao He, he replied. You worthless fool. How dare you show your face here? Tang Lei approached with an air of arrogance, scrutinizing Jiang Chen with disdainful eyes. He glanced at the unregistered vehicle, which bore a symbol he had never seen, and contemptuously remarked, Surely, you don't intend to drive this to the military district? What a disgrace. And you? He pointed at Tang Song. Look at what you're driving. It's simply embarrassing for the Tang family. Tang Hai approached, glancing at the vehicles of Tang Song and Jiang Chen, and coldly remarked, What a disgrace. You ought to leave this car behind and find someone with a spare seat to share a ride. If it weren't for grandfather's orders, I wouldn't want our family to suffer such embarrassment. The cars were filled to capacity. Who had an available seat? Indeed, in my opinion, the Tang Bo family should refrain from attending. Several members of the Tang family voiced their agreement. Tang Tianlong, leaning on his cane, approached and noticed the Tang Bo family. He observed the car worth over 200,000 belonging to Tang Song and the vehicle resembling a Wuling Chang'an owned by Jiang Chen, causing him to frown. Your family should not go. Today's gathering at the military district is for distinguished individuals. Arriving in such a vehicle would bring shame to the Tang family. Grandfather Tang Chuchu was about to speak when Jiang Chen pulled her back, smiling, Grandfather, then we shall not attend. Chen, what are you doing? Tang Chuchu complained. Yes, we shall spare ourselves the embarrassment, he astutely remarked. Realizing that accompanying them would only lead to criticism, it was better to stay at home. Let us depart, commanded Tang Tianlong, who then entered the foremost Bentley. The drum team hired by the Tang family began to play, and the convoy set off with great fanfare, attracting considerable attention. Upon seeing the banner at the front of the Tang family's procession, discussions erupted. The Tang family is impressive. They received an invitation to the succession ceremony of the carefree king. Indeed, it is said that Tang Minjing's boyfriend, Lu Chong, facilitated this through the Lu family. Isn't that Tang Bo? Why isn't he going? He is, after all, the son of Tang Tianlong. Even some distant relatives with strained connections were invited. Yet the Tang Bo family was excluded. Let us not mention him. Everyone knows he is a good-for-nothing. Whispers of disdain continued. Useless. He Yanmei shot Tang Bo a fierce glare. Ever since marrying him, she had lost her pride. Chu-Chu, do you wish to witness the succession ceremony of the carefree king? Jiang Chen inquired of Tang Chuchu. She gently shook her head, responding, This ceremony will be broadcast live across the internet. We can watch it at home. Jiang Chen took her hand and said, If you wish to see it in person, I will take you, and we will sit in the front VIP section. He pointed to the car he drove, stating, Do you know what kind of vehicle this is? It is not an ordinary car. It is the only one of its kind in the southern wilderness. Only one person is permitted to ride in it. And I had to leverage my superior's connections to acquire it. The Western military would never dare to stop us. Is that true? Tang Chuchu looked skeptical. Sister, do you still believe him? Tang Song sneered. It's just a Wuling Hongguang, hardly unique. Useless, a family of useless individuals. I am a failure. And my son is no better, marrying into garbage, he Yanmei scolded, berating the entire family. Chu-Chu, let us go. I'll take you to see the excitement. Jiang Chen disregarded Tang Song and the others, pulling Tang Chuchu towards the car. After they entered, he rolled down the window and called out to the departing He Yanmei. Smiling, Mom, why not join us to see the spectacle? There's nothing pressing at home, and I hear the attendees at the military district are all genuine aristocrats. Aren't you looking to find a wealthy heir for Chu-Chu? This is a splendid opportunity. That is true. He Yanmei nodded, casting a glance at Jiang Chen. I must say, you do have some sense, recognizing that you are not worthy of Chuchu. Seated in the front passenger seat, Tang Chuchu, visibly angered, rebuked Jiang Chen. What do you mean by that? Jiang Chen chuckled. If I don't say it this way, how could Mom possibly get in the car? Rest assured, this time I will certainly bring you honor, while simultaneously witnessing Tang Tianlong's embarrassment. Chapter 36. The pinnacle of life. He Yinmei entered the vehicle, while Tang Bo and the others chose not to join them, opting instead to return home. Jiang Chen drove towards the military district, leisurely trailing behind the Tang family's convoy. Although the Tang family was merely a second-tier clan, they still possessed considerable wealth, with family members driving luxury cars. Moreover, Lu Cheng had also brought a luxury vehicle to bolster the Tang family's presence. The Tang family's convoy was opulent, a grand spectacle with dozens of vehicles, accompanied by the vibrant sounds of gongs and drums, creating a lively atmosphere. In particular, the prominent banner at the forefront of the procession caught the attention of passers-by, many of whom eagerly took out their phones to capture the scene, sharing it on social media, causing quite a stir. The Tang family was indeed impressive. Among the numerous prominent families in Jiangzhou, none had received an invitation, yet the Tang family had secured one, thanks to the acquisition of a fine son-in-law. Countless people whispered amongst themselves. Seated in his Bentley, Tang Tianlong surveyed the onlookers with a broad smile, his face beaming with pride. The members of the Tang family shared in his elation. Attending the succession ceremony of the carefree king signified the Tang family's acknowledgement, elevating them to the status of a true aristocracy. "Darling, thank you," Tang Minjing exclaimed, her face radiant with joy as she leaned over to plant a kiss on Lu Cheng, who was driving a borrowed Ferrari supercar. His expression was one of pride. "Minjing, I promised I wouldn't bring you shame. How is it? Did I not keep my word? We brought honor to the Tang family, haven't we?" "Indeed," Tang Minjing replied, tears of excitement welling in her eyes. However, Father mentioned that 500,000 is far from sufficient for the necessary arrangements. "I will speak to Grandfather and ask for a bit more." "Minjing, that's not quite what I meant," Lu Cheng interjected. "Darling, you have helped us immensely. How could we let the Lu family bear the expenses?" "Rest assured, the Tang family can manage 3 to 5 million without issue." Lu Cheng's face lit up with delight upon hearing this. The grand convoy continued its majestic advance, the sounds of gongs and drums resonating powerfully, while pedestrians on either side of the road captured the spectacle on their phones. Soon, they arrived at the military district. The succession ceremony had yet to commence, and attendees were still outside, waiting. Those who came to witness the event were notably discreet, arriving individually in their own vehicles. Several dignitaries congregated outside the military gate, engaging in conversation. At that moment, the distant sounds of gongs and fireworks resounded, crackling loudly. The crowd turned to see a convoy approaching, its leading vehicle adorned with a banner. The sight left those gathered for the carefree king's succession ceremony momentarily stunned. The convoy halted outside the military district. Tang Tianlong disembarked, leaning on his cane, his face radiating glory. He felt an overwhelming sense of pride, believing he had successfully led the Tang family into the ranks of the affluent. As he greeted several notable figures, although the Tang family is merely a second-tier clan, Tang Tianlong still possesses a degree of acquaintance with these prominent figures, albeit lacking in substantial relations. "Brother Zhao, is that you? You managed to procure an invitation as well? I imagine it cost quite a bit," he remarked. Recognizing the chairman of Haitan Pharmaceuticals, Mr. Sun, "Greetings, I am Tang Tianlong from Tang's Yongla. By the way, we have recently formed a partnership with Qianjun Group." As Tang Tianlong approached, he greeted several individuals he had previously met but had not forged deeper connections with, deliberately showcasing the invitation he received from the Western Frontier Army. The members of the Tang family disembarked from their vehicles, each of them walking with an air of elation, feeling as though they had reached the pinnacle of their lives. Upon noticing the invitation in Tang Tianlong's hand, many present changed their expressions. A special guest? There were indeed numerous influential figures in attendance, all well-versed in the nuances of such invitations. These invitations are tiered. The general public typically receives standard seating, relegated to the rear to observe from a distance, while special guests enjoy front-row seats. Tang Tianlong's display of a special guest invitation astonished many. How could a second-tier family like the Tangs possess such an invitation? It was no wonder they commanded such grandeur. It turned out he was a special guest of the carefree king. Many began to murmur, believing the Tang family's connection to the carefree king was extraordinary. After all, only true luminaries occupy the special guest seats. Wealth alone does not grant such privilege. "Brother Tang, it's you. How have you been?" "Tianlong, it has been over a decade. You look remarkably vibrant. Upon recognizing the special guest invitation in Tang Tianlong's possession, numerous influential individuals approached him warmly. Feeling honored by the greetings from these genuine titans of industry, Tang Tianlong sensed that he had finally penetrated the upper echelons of society. Mingling with its elite, the members of the Tang family beamed with pride, each feeling they had reached the zenith of their existence. In the rear of the convoy, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuchu remained in the vehicle. He Yanhui observed this scene, consumed with regret. Had she known, she would have refrained from attending. Now that Tang Tianlong basked in such glory, it was certain that Tang Minjing would receive accolades. Ah, Minjing has indeed found a fine partner, she mused. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen remained silent, waiting for the entrance to commence. The higher Tang Tianlong was exalted now, the more grievous his fall would be later. Yi Xiong had also arrived and noticed the special guest invitation in Tang Tianlong's hand, feeling a twinge of envy for his fortunate granddaughter-in-law. He approached with a warm greeting. Old Tang, it's been a while. Tang Tianlong, taken aback by the attention, promptly extended his hand to shake Yi Xiong's. Exuding enthusiasm as he said, Mr. Yi, I am exceedingly pleased with our recent collaboration with Qianjun. I hope Tang's Yangla can maintain this partnership moving forward. That is only natural, Yi Xiong replied. In just a few days, I shall celebrate my 80th birthday. If Chairman Yu has the time, he is most welcome to attend. Before Tang Tianlong could finish his words, Yi Xiong readily agreed, exclaiming, I will definitely come, Brother Tang. Just then, another voice emerged. Following closely, a man in his 50s approached. He was none other than Zhang Changtian, the esteemed head of a major pharmaceutical company, whose assets were only surpassed by Qianjun. Having learned of Jiang Chen's identity, he now regarded Tang Tianlong with a hint of trepidation. Hello, Brother Zhang, Tang Tianlong said, promptly shaking Zhang Changtian's hand. In that moment, he felt a swell of pride. Previously, these influential figures had looked down upon him, but now they were eager to greet him. He was profoundly grateful to the Lu family. Observing this scene, the Tang family began to flatter Lu Chong, almost rendering him disoriented. Hello, General Tang. Lu Xiaohui of the Lu family also approached, extending his hand to Tang Tianlong. He had not anticipated that Tang Tianlong was connected to the King of Leisure and had received an invitation as a special guest. Now was not the time to delay in currying favor. General Tang, let us finalize the alliance between our families soon, lest my inept son become engaged to Minjing after the ceremony. Haha, splendid, splendid. Tang Tianlong laughed heartily. At that moment, he felt it was the most glorious time of his life, convinced that he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. As he led the Tang family into the realm of true aristocracy, just then, the tightly shut gates of the military district swung open. A contingent of soldiers clad in uniforms marched in, standing at attention along the sides, and a deputy commander stepped forward. Addressing those gathered at the entrance, the ceremony is about to commence. Please enter and take your seats according to the numbers indicated on your invitations. Chapter 37. The higher you hold, the harder you fall. The restructuring of the 5 military districts is a significant affair, necessitating the attendance of key personnel from each region. Ordinarily, such internal matters are not accessible to outsiders. However, with the King of Leisure succeeding to leadership of the 5 districts, an exception has been made, opening up several seats for guests. Each invitation bears a number corresponding to a designated seat. Upon hearing that it was time to enter, everyone instinctively parted ways for Tang Tianlong. As a special guest, he was to occupy a position at the forefront, equivalent to that of the military district leaders. What is this? Tang Tianlong mused, momentarily taken aback. Tianlong, why are you standing there in a daze? Go on. A voice broke through his reverie, prompting him to react. What is happening? Am I to go first? After a brief pause, he burst into laughter, leaning on his dragon-headed cane, and strode confidently toward the entrance, chest held high. Under the gaze of numerous dignitaries. How enviable. After this event, the Tang family would truly rise. I assure you, within 3 years, the Tang family's assets will multiply several times over, whispered many in hushed tones. Though their voices were low, Tang Tianlong still caught wind of their words. For a man who cherished his pride, this served as a tremendous boost to his vanity. As Tang Tianlong advanced, the other affluent individuals followed suit, forming a line and awaiting the inspection of their invitations. As the vice commander observed the formation of the troops, he spoke in a clear voice. First, upon entry, please take the side path and proceed to the rear of the venue, standing in the designated areas marked on the ground. Second, once in position, maintain absolute silence. Third, under no circumstances should anyone leave the venue prematurely. He elaborated on numerous regulations, which the audience attentively noted. When the ticket inspection commenced, Tang Tianlong was the first to present his exquisite invitation. Upon recognizing it as a special invitation, the vice commander instantly straightened his posture, saluted, and greeted, "Greetings, Commander." The salutation left Tang Tianlong momentarily bewildered, while those behind him looked on with envy, realizing that his connection with the carefree king was indeed extraordinary, warranting such respect even from a military general. Meanwhile, the Tang family members in the distance grew animated, eagerly pulling out their phones to capture this moment of glory. After saluting, the vice commander opened the invitation. However, upon seeing the name inscribed within, his expression darkened. The invitation had indeed been issued from the highest authority. Yet it was accompanied by a directive. Should Tang Tianlong's entourage arrive, they were to be denied entry and forcibly removed. Casting a glance at Tang Tianlong, the vice commander instructed the soldiers beside him, "Remove this old man." "Understood," the soldiers replied, approaching Tang Tianlong from either side to escort him out. Tang Tianlong was taken aback and soon panicked, shouting, General, what is happening? I have an invitation. What are you doing?" He was unceremoniously thrown out, landing harshly on the ground, leaving him dazed and unable to rise for a considerable time. All the affluent spectators were left speechless. What had just transpired? One moment they were saluting, and the next, he was being cast out. The Tang family, recording the events on their phones, were equally stunned, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Daring to forge even the carefree king's invitation? You are fortunate this is your first offense, otherwise such an act would warrant severe consequences, the vice commander stated coldly. Forgetting his pain, Tang Tianlong scrambled to his feet, looking towards Lu Xiaowei, exclaiming, "Xiaowei, you must help me. This invitation was orchestrated through you, personally delivered by the Western Command to the Tang family." Upon hearing the general claim that Tang Tianlong had fabricated an invitation, Lu Xiaowei was reluctant to associate himself with Tang Tianlong and quickly retorted, "Tang Tianlong, do not cast false accusations. What relevance does your forged invitation have to me?" In a state of panic, Tang Tianlong searched frantically for support and spotted Lu Chong. He hurried over, grasping Lu Chong's hand and pleading, "Son-in-law, you must advocate for me." Lu Chong, equally distressed, was perplexed by the situation. Thinking quickly, he responded, "Grandfather, did you offend someone important? I assure you the invitation is genuine. You must have angered a significant figure, leading to your expulsion." "I did not," Tang Tianlong exclaimed, nearly in tears. "Ah, I understand. It must be the firecrackers set off outside the Tang residence that displeased the carefree king. Grandfather, I warned you to keep a low profile, yet you insisted on such a grand display." Lu Chong mused, and Tang Tianlong found himself agreeing with this assessment. At this moment, he was filled with profound regret. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have been so ostentatious. The prominent figures who had previously sought favor with Tang Tianlong now regarded him with disdain. At the rear of the Tang family's convoy, Jiang Chen occupied the driver's seat. Beside him, Tang Chuchu cast a glance at Jiang Chen, her face etched with confusion. "Chen, is this what you meant by watching Grandpa make a fool of himself? You knew about this all along, didn't you? What is going on?" Jiang Chen replied with a smile, "I wasn't lying to you last night. It was indeed I who persuaded my superior to use his connections, which is why the Western Frontier Army went to the Tang family to deliver the invitation. Unexpectedly, the credit was snatched away by someone else. I called my superior and told him to inform the Western Frontier Army that the Tang family's invitation was void." "Haha, son-in-law. Well done. Magnificent." He Yanmei in the back seat chuckled. Although it was her father being expelled, she felt a sense of joy and couldn't help but admire Jiang Chen. That stubborn old man, so gullible, believing anything others say. What nonsense about the Lu family stepping in. To dare steal my son-in-law's credit, he deserves it. Tang Chuchu, however, appeared speechless. "Mom, that's Grandpa. How can you say that about him? What's wrong with Grandpa? He's an old hardhead, always favoring Tang Hai and Tang Jia, never showing any affection for your father. Now that he's suffering, I find joy in his misfortune. So what?" Jiang Chen smiled faintly and turned to Tang Chuchu, asking, "Chuchu, do you wish to attend the inauguration ceremony of the leisurely king?" "Huh?" Tang Chuchu was taken aback. "Can we go? The Tang family's invitation has been voided." Jiang Chen chuckled and, patting the steering wheel, said, "Did I not tell you before? This car belongs to a prominent figure. To put it plainly, a good friend of my superior is the driver for this prominent individual. since this figure is currently not in Jiangzhou. I specifically asked my superior to leverage his connections to secure this car. As long as I drive this vehicle, the Western Frontier Army will surely grant us passage. Really? Tang Chuchu seemed skeptical. What are you waiting for? Let's go? He Yanmei, now convinced of Jiang Chen's words, playfully tapped his head. Yes. Jiang Chen grinned, started the engine, and intentionally honked the horn. Beep. As everyone watched Tang Tianlong being unceremoniously discarded like a dead dog. The sound of the horn echoed from the rear of the Tang family convoy, followed by the arrival of an unlicensed business vehicle. Seeing Jiang Chen truly in motion, He Yanmei rolled down the window and poked her head out to observe the numerous wealthy individuals ahead. All the affluent onlookers were left dumbfounded. What was the Tang family up to? Honking in front of so many military personnel and arriving in a vehicle. Were they intending to drive into the military district? Chapter 38. Absolutely restoring dignity. Tang Tianlong was consumed by regret, lamenting his extravagant display and the firecrackers set off outside the military district, which had provoked discontent from the higher-ups, resulting in his disqualification from attending the ceremony. At that moment, the blaring horn reached his ears, and he soon spotted Jiang Chen approaching in the vehicle. He had been searching for an outlet for his frustrations. Leaning on his cane, he walked over to the front of the car, his anger boiling over as he stomped his cane and shouted, "You useless creature, isn't it embarrassing enough? Hurry up and move this car." Beep. Jiang Chen looked at the furious Tang Tianlong standing in front of the vehicle and pressed the horn, signaling him to step aside. He Yanmei peered out. "Dad, what happened to you? You look so disheveled and covered in dust. By the way, Jiang Chen mentioned that cars can enter here. At your age, why not just come up and ride in the car?" Her words incensed Tang Tianlong, causing him to tremble with anger. She intended to provoke him. Fully aware of his pride and that he would never accept her invitation, Tang Lei approached, bellowing, "Jiang Chen, what are you doing? You fool. Do you wish to die? Get away from here. Do you not realize where you are? How dare you drive in? Don't drag the Tang family into this." Tang Hai also marched over to the driver's seat, ready to slap Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen promptly rolled up the car window. "Chen, stop making a scene. Grandpa has already angered the Xiaoao King. If this continues, how will we resolve this?" Tang Chuchu expressed her apprehension, for they were outside the military district, and many influential figures were present besides the Xiaoao King. Honking his horn once more, Jiang Chen signaled the Tang family in front of the car to move aside. He Yanmei called out, and upon seeing Tang Tianlong still refusing to enter the car, she chuckled. "Good son-in-law, this old stubborn man won't budge. Now you can drive in, but I warn you, do not bring me shame this time. If you do, I will not spare you." The wealthy onlookers outside the military district watched the spectacle with amusement. The Tang family was indeed a source of entertainment, having fabricated a fake invitation and causing such a commotion with drums and firecrackers, as if fearing that others might not notice. Now they attempted to drive in, as if the entire family were fools. Jiang Chen dared not run over Tang Tianlong directly. Instead, he carefully reversed and maneuvered around Tang Tianlong and the other members of the Tang family in front of the car. However, a crowd stood in line ahead. Honking again, he called out. He Yanmei leaned out, scolding, "Are you blind? Can't you see their SA car? Do you wish to die?" The wealthy exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting amusement as they instinctively cleared a path. Fuming with rage, Tang Tianlong's body trembled as he charged forward with his cane, striking the rear window of the car. Yet, not only did he fail to shatter the glass, but the force of his blows sent him staggering backward, ultimately falling to the ground. Some members of the Tang family rushed over to help him up. With a face ashen with fury, Tang Tianlong barked, "Quick! Stop this worthless fool. If he wishes to die, do not let him involve the Tang family." The Tang family members rushed to block Jiang Chen's path, standing resolutely in front of his car to prevent him from advancing further. "Jiang Chen, do you wish to die? Don't drag the Tang family down with you. What do you think you can accomplish with that willing Hongguang? Are you planning to crash into the military gate?" The Tang family chastised him. At the entrance of the military district stood numerous fully armed soldiers, including a high-ranking deputy commander. Yet, these soldiers remained steadfast, unperturbed by the unfolding chaos. The deputy general did not make any further comments but stepped aside to discreetly make a phone call. In a hushed tone, he said, "Wang, I have expelled Tang Tianlong. But the Black Dragon's vehicle has arrived and is currently being obstructed by the Tang family. It seems they are unaware of Jiang Chen's identity. How should we proceed?" The response was simply to focus on his duties and not to concern himself too much. "Understood." After the deputy general made the call and inquired about the opinion of the Prince of Leisure, he waited at the entrance without beginning to check tickets for entry. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen faced the accusations from the Tang family with a sense of disbelief. What does it matter to you that I drove here? He rolled down his car window, poked his head out, and addressed the irate figures of Tang Lei and others who had even climbed onto the hood of his car. Hey, what are you all doing? Just because you can't enter doesn't mean I can't. Who says vehicles aren't allowed inside? At that moment, a car appeared in the distance. It was a Hongqi, its license plate reading Jiang 00001. Upon seeing this vehicle approach, the Tang family members quickly made way, while the soldiers at the entrance saluted and then allowed it to pass. Jiang Chen pointed to the car that had just entered and exclaimed, "Look, there's a car going in, isn't there? Jiang Chen, have you lost your mind?" Tang Lei, seated at the front, shouted angrily, "That's a vehicle belonging to a city magnate. What do you think yours is? Get out of here." At this moment, He Yanmei felt a twinge of uncertainty and quietly asked, "Son-in-law, is this going to work?" Jiang Chen confidently replied, "Mom, don't worry. I will definitely make you proud this time. If I can't get in, I'll divorce Chuchu." "Dream on," Tang Chuchu retorted, with renewed confidence. He Yanmei looked at the members of the Tang family and, focusing her gaze on the livid Tang Tianlong, smiled and said, "Dad, did they throw you out? Was it the Liu family that facilitated the invitation for the Tang family? What is going on? If you can't enter, just get in Jiang Chen's car. Let him drive you in. You useless disgrace." Tang Tianlong yelled in fury, then bellowed, "From now on, the Tang Bo family has no connection to the Tang family. Everyone, step aside. If they want to court disaster, let them." Hearing this, the Tang family finally cleared a path. They all looked at Jiang Chen and his companions with mocking expressions, as if observing a jester. Other wealthy individuals stood by in silence, with only a few discerning the underlying tension. Jiang Chen drove his vehicle towards the entrance. Upon seeing the car, the guards stood at attention and saluted sharply. Jiang Chen rolled down his window again and, looking at the deputy general standing nearby, asked with a smile, "Excuse me, what is your name?" The deputy general was momentarily taken aback, then straightened his posture and replied, "Reporting to the commander, I am the deputy general under the Prince of Leisure, named Wadong." "Wadong, excellent. Continue to perform your duties well, and I shall speak highly of you before the Prince of Leisure. You can look forward to a promotion." "Thank you, sir." This scene left many in awe. The Tang family members were left speechless. Jiang Chen, amidst the multitude of gazes, drove into the military district. Tang Tianlong quickly gathered his wits and pursued, calling out, "Son-in-law, wait for me, wait." However, in his haste, he slipped and fell. By the time he regained his footing, Jiang Chen's vehicle had completely entered the military district, and his attempt to follow was thwarted by the soldiers at the entrance. "What are you doing? Do you know who just entered?" "That is my son-in-law." Tang Tianlong stood tall. "Throw him out," ordered Wadong once more. Tang Tianlong was unceremoniously ejected again. Chapter 39. A breath of ventilation under the gaze of many onlookers, Jiang Chen drove his car into the military district. Meanwhile, the Tang family was filled with regret. Just moments ago, they had been mocking him, and now Jiang Chen had driven in, earning the respect of the deputy commander at the gate. Could it be that Jiang Chen was a person of great significance? Inside the military district, Jiang Chen, glancing at Tang Chuchu, smiled subtly and remarked, "Chuchu, I was not deceiving you, was I?" Tang Chuchu, looking at Jiang Chen, questioned, "Please, tell me plainly, who exactly are you?" In that moment, she was once again filled with doubt about him. Since their acquaintance, an array of extraordinary events had unfolded. First, he had healed her injuries. Second, a figure as prominent as Yu Xiong had personally attended to her. Third, the owner of Mei Wei Xian, Gu Yishuan, had presented her with a diamond membership card. Today marked the fourth instance. All of this was utterly surreal. Jiang Chen explained, "I am merely a soldier, having served for 10 years. It's not surprising that I know a few generals. Besides, I told you, this vehicle has a remarkable background. The Western Border Army wouldn't dare obstruct it." The deputy commander likely assumed that someone important was inside, mistaking me for the driver of a notable figure. However, He Yanmei did not dwell on such thoughts. To her, Jiang Chen was just a soldier, lacking wealth and power. Yet, she couldn't deny that his actions had indeed been impressive. What a relief it was. At that moment, a group of fully armed soldiers approached. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's car, they immediately stood aside, saluting as the vehicle passed. Only after it had departed did they march away in an orderly fashion. "Haha, what a proud moment." He Yanmei beamed, unable to contain her joy. Good son-in-law. May I step out to take a few photographs? Jiang Chen promptly advised, perhaps it's best to stay in the car. It's safer here. If you step out, you'll certainly be driven away. Upon hearing this, he may abandon the idea. Jiang Chen then directed the vehicle towards the venue. Within the military district, a stage had been erected, with an array of seats below, already occupied by numerous high-ranking military personnel. Jiang Chen cautioned, Chuchu, Mom, let us remain in the car. If we step out, we will surely be asked to leave. Also, Mom, please refrain from taking photos. These are truly significant figures, and if any images were to circulate, it would be a grave offense. Then what's the point of staying? We might as well go home and watch television. May immediately lost her enthusiasm. She entered with the intent of capturing photographs to share on social media, seeking to display her grandeur. However, upon hearing Jiang Chen's prohibition against photography, her enthusiasm waned. Conversely, Tang Chuchu remained intrigued, for the vantage point from the side of the stage afforded her a perfect view of the entire succession ceremony of the carefree king. Son-in-law, drive out the car. I wish to flaunt before the Tang family, May declared. Over the years, since marrying into the Tang family, she had felt unwelcome, and Tang Bo was utterly ineffectual, neither retaliating nor defending himself. She had reached her limit. Jiang Chen regarded Tang Chuchu and inquired, Chuchu, do you wish to see? Tang Chuchu replied, Mother wants to return. Let us go back. The ceremony has yet to commence, and we can still catch the live broadcast on television. Very well. Jiang Chen started the vehicle and turned it around. They were currently verifying invitations, with numerous wealthy individuals queuing in anticipation. At this moment, Jiang Chen's car emerged once more. Son-in-law, honk the horn to attract attention. Beep. Jiang Chen promptly pressed the horn. A hush fell over the military district, no one daring to utter a word. At that instant, the sound of the horn resonated, drawing the gaze of many. All heads turned in curiosity. Upon seeing the vehicle, expressions transformed into astonishment. What is this? They are back again. The soldiers at the entrance, along with the deputy commander, immediately stood at attention and saluted. Good day, sir. Their voices rang out in unison, clear and resounding. May rolled down the window, her head peeking out, her face alight with barely concealed excitement and pride. As the car approached, the lined-up wealthy individuals made way, creating a clear path. May even leaned out, waving at the soldiers on either side, greeting them. Hello, comrades. Thank you for your hard work. Her demeanor and presence truly resembled that of a commanding officer. The vehicle exited the military district and halted before the Tang family members gathered at the entrance. May alighted, standing tall and proud, her countenance radiant. With a beaming smile, she exclaimed, Father, let us head back. I took a stroll inside, and there was nothing remarkable to see. The Tang family members appeared ashen, their expressions gloomy, enveloped in silence. They could hardly miss the fact that May was boasting. Casting a glance at Tang Minjing, who was conspicuously absent from Lu Chang's sight, May mockingly remarked, Minjing, where is your boyfriend? The young master of the Lu family? Did he not manage to procure an invitation? Could it be that the invitation was indeed a forgery? The young master of the Lu family pales in comparison to my worthless son-in-law. Tang Minjing's face turned a deep shade of anger, her teeth clenched. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. Witnessing Tang Minjing's vexation brought May immense satisfaction. How delightful it is to witness your pride, which now seems to have turned to embarrassment. Father, what troubles you? Your complexion is rather poor. Come, rest a moment in my son-in-law's wooling hongguang. Though the vehicle lacks air conditioning, I wonder if you can withstand this sweltering heat. Enough. Tang Hai stepped forward, his voice cold and commanding. May. What do you mean by this? Are you seeking to kick someone while they are down? May immediately placed her hands on her hips and pointed at Tang Hai. Rebuking him, what are you shouting about? Just because you are the eldest son and hold the family's power, you look down upon us. Just because your family resides in a villa with Dad, you feel entitled to spread baseless rumors. The invitation was clearly arranged through my son-in-law's connections. Yet you have the audacity to claim the credit and insult Chuchu in our family? May had long harbored resentment. Indeed, Jiang Chen was merely a soldier returned from service, lacking wealth and power, but what of it? He was a soldier, with comrades and superiors. Let me tell you, it was your appropriation of Jiang Chen's credit that drove him to call his superior, who then utilized connections to inform the Western Border Army, rendering the Tang family's invitation void. Voicing this brought May considerable relief. At this moment, she could hardly care about Tang Tianlong's fury as she reclaimed the remaining shares. She knew the Tang family too well. With them around, Tang Bo's shares would never last and would soon be retrieved. The Tang family members were rendered speechless, unable to respond. It dawned on Tang Tianlong that Jiang Chen's words had indeed been true. He could procure an invitation, and it was genuinely obtained through him. How foolish I am, how foolish. Tang Tianlong lamented as he slapped his forehead in regret. Tang Minjing promptly approached to support him, offering words of comfort. Grandfather, do not be angry, do not heed her slander. Indeed, Tang Lei interjected, the invitation was originally facilitated by Lu Cheng. And it was through the Lu family's efforts that we received it. Our high profile attracted discontent from above. He Yinmei is merely seizing the opportunity to sow discord. She is unhappy about the shares being reclaimed. The members of the Tang family exchanged blame towards He Yinmei. He Yinmei, you have gone too far. Hurry and apologize to Dad. He Yinmei scoffed. Apologize? He has already cast us out of the Tang family. We are no longer Tang family members. So why should I apologize? Let me tell you, I do not need the shares. Reclaim them if you wish. Even without the Tang family, I can live splendidly. Over the years, He Yinmei had endured enough. Now, she was determined and no longer regarded Tang Tianlong with any respect, seeing him merely as a stubborn old fool clinging to his pride. Having said that, she got into the car and instructed, son-in-law, drive through the military district again. No. Make several rounds, making Tang Tianlong regret expelling our family from the clan. Chapter 40. A change of attitude. Jiang Chen never anticipated that one day he would find himself reduced to being someone else's driver. Yet, he found He Yinmei's actions quite satisfying. He drove into the military district once more, in and out, back and forth several times, infuriating the Tang family members whose faces turned ashen with anger. Meanwhile, other wealthy onlookers observed the spectacle with keen interest. Jiang Chen felt helpless. How could a dignified black dragon behave like a naive simpleton? If this were to return to Kyoto, how humiliating it would be. But Jiang Chen found a peculiar pleasure in it. Life now was indeed leisurely and carefree. Jiang Chen drove out once more and was about to turn around when Tang Chuchu timely reminded him. Chen, enough. You're delaying their examination of the invitation. Jiang Chen turned to He Yinmei and asked with a smile, Mom, did you enjoy it? Haha, absolutely. I feel utterly refreshed, He Yinmei replied, her smile wide and uncontainable. It was a moment of great satisfaction for her, perhaps the most exhilarating in decades. The wealthy elites from the 5 major districts were all watching her, and she felt immensely proud. Jiang Chen said, if that's the case, I'll return the car. It's not mine, after all. Upon hearing this, the smile on He Yinmei's face faltered, but recalling that Jiang Chen had lent her the car to elevate her spirits, she refrained from mocking him and instead said, all right, let us head back. Okay, Jiang Chen replied, driving away under the gaze of the Tang family and the affluent observers from the 5 major districts. He first dropped off Tang Chuchu and He Yinmei at home, then drove to the imperial residence, parked the car, and took a cab to the Tang household. Before he even entered, he could hear He Yinmei's laughter from inside. Haha, it's hilarious. You should have seen the expressions on the Tang family's faces. They looked like liver, so amusing. Mom, how can you say that about Grandpa? Jiang Chen has made a fool of himself, and you're following suit. Tang Song exclaimed in exasperation. How dare you speak of Grandpa like that? It took a while to gain some shares, and now Grandpa must be furious. He will surely reclaim the remaining shares. Let him take them back, He Yinmei replied nonchalantly. The old man never thought much of Tang Bo, finding him lacking in ambition. So he never gave him a second glance. Besides, with Tang Hai whispering in his ear, reclaiming those shares is only a matter of time. He Yinmei was well aware of the true nature of the Tang family. Mom, you really shouldn't be so reckless. This is money. Don't jeopardize it. Wu Min added, her displeasure evident. It's nearly the end of the month, time for family dividends. Even if it's just 5%, that is still a substantial amount. Now, it's all gone. The door was ajar as Jiang Chen entered. Son-in-law, you're back. Come, sit. He Yinmei greeted him warmly, having come to terms with the situation. Without the shares, she still had some money and planned to open a clinic for Jiang Chen, confident in his medical skills. Tang Song and Wu Min wore stern expressions, their eyes nearly blazing with anger. Chen, Tang Chuchu rose slightly, shifting to make space for Jiang Chen. Son-in-law, I've made up my mind. I still have over 2 million from the last time Chuchu gave it to me. Let's open a clinic or a pharmacy and make our own living. It's far better than groveling in the Tang household. And you, Tang Bo, should quit working at Tang Shiyongla. I refuse to believe we will starve if we leave the Tang family. Jiang Chen glanced at He Yinmei. He had previously looked down on her, perceiving her as materialistic and obsessed with wealth. However, it now seemed she was merely a victim of circumstance. Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Opening a clinic is indeed feasible. But perhaps we should wait a while. I've heard that the city's commercial center will soon be open for investment. We could establish our clinic there in the newly constructed center." He Yanmei raised her hand and struck Jiang Chen on the forehead, scolding. "Do you know what kind of place that is? It is an elite venue, meant to be transformed into the most prosperous financial center in the nation. Do you still dare to dream of opening a clinic there? Let alone anything else, the fees for entry alone are astronomical." Jiang Chen, with an innocent expression, touched his head. Entry fees? He was on the verge of acquiring the entire commercial center. Who would dare question him about entry fees for opening a clinic? However, he wisely chose to remain silent. If he were to tell the Tang family that he intended to buy the commercial center, they would surely regard him as a fool. Upon hearing He Yanmei's intention to invest in Jiang Chen's clinic, Tang Song became anxious and hurriedly exclaimed, "Mom, this is not acceptable. Investing money in this good-for-nothing will only result in a wasted effort. You promised to give me money for a new car. How can you go back on your word? Mom, our wedding anniversary is approaching. What about the dress you promised me?" "Enough." He Yanmei retorted sharply, "If you have no money, stop pretending to be wealthy. What car? What dress? Do you even know how much money you have in your pocket? Besides, that money was originally meant for Chuchu. Mom, you are biased. I am your son. He is merely your son-in-law," Tang Song protested. He received a swift slap to the forehead from He Yanmei, who scolded, "Look at Tang Lei. He is already a department manager at Yongla. And Tang Yong from Tang Jia's family, who doesn't he work at Yongla, has built his own factory with an annual income exceeding 10 million. Now look at you. What have you achieved?" Tang Song could only glare at Jiang Chen in silence. His eyes filled with resentment. Tang Chuchu, however, remained silent with a smile, delighted to see her mother recognizing Jiang Chen. Wu Min gently tugged at Tang Song, giving him a knowing glance, and then apologized. "Mom, we were wrong. We want to change the car or buy the dress." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He Yanmei, seated on the sofa, glanced at Tang Song and scolded, "What are you standing there for? Go open the door." "Oh." Tang Song quickly stood up and went to the door. A few people stood outside, none other than Tang Tianlong, Tang Hai, Tang Jia, and several important members of the Tang family, all carrying gifts. Tang Hai smiled and asked, "Xiao Song, it's you. Are your parents home?" From inside, He Yanmei's voice called out, "Tang Song, who is it?" Tang Song turned back to reply, "Mom, it's Grandpa, Uncle, and Second Uncle." Upon hearing this, He Yanmei immediately rose and walked over. Seeing the guests at the door, she sarcastically remarked, "Oh, what a rare visit. I've owned this house for many years, and this is your first time here. This little abode of mine cannot accommodate such esteemed guests." With that, she pointed outside and added, "Leave." "Yanmei, don't be like this. Dad came specifically to apologize," Tang Hai interjected promptly. "Look, he is of such advanced age, and yet he came personally to apologize. How can you not let him in? If this gets out, people will accuse you of being unfilial." "Let them accuse me. Have outsiders not criticized my family enough over the years?" He Yanmei retorted haughtily. "What? Now that you know Jiang Chen has a significant background, you come to curry favor. This may disappoint you, but he is merely a soldier returning from service, a junior at that. Although his superior is formidable and acquainted with the general of the western frontier, he could only borrow a vehicle once, and not a second time." It was evident what intention Tang Tianlong harbored by personally visiting. He Yanmei could surmise it with her toes. Even though Tang Tianlong was an elder, she offered him no respect whatsoever. Chapter 41. Conducting affairs with elegance and dignity. "Mother, what are you doing? What is this attitude? Grandfather came here personally, and you behave in such a manner? Indeed, do you really think so highly of yourself? Hurry and kneel to apologize to grandfather." The accompanying members of the Tang family reprimanded He Yanmei one after another. Instantly, He Yanmei altered her demeanor, wearing a smile. "Father, my home is modest, not a villa. And there aren't enough chairs. There's no room to sit inside, so let us discuss matters here. Oh, you even brought gifts. Xiao Song, why are you dawdling? Quickly accept the gifts." Tang Song readily accepted the gifts brought by the Tang family, but there were too many for him to carry alone. He yelled, "Xiao Min, come over and help with the items." Wu Min approached, and Tang Song passed the gifts to her, then reached out again for the offerings from the Tang family. Tang Tianlong endeavored to maintain his composure, leaning on his cane as he said, "Yanmei, we are all family. What grievances exist should be left in the past. I have come specifically to invite you back to the family. Father, let it go. He Yanmei waved her hand slightly, stating, leaving the Tang family is for the best. At least we will not endure humiliation or have to appease others. Moreover, we are capable individuals. I do not believe we will starve outside the Tang family. Sister-in-law? What do you mean by that? Tang Hai interjected. Let me remind you, this is not the Tang family. You have no authority to point fingers at me. Inside the house, Jiang Chen heard the commotion at the door and merely smiled faintly. However, Tang Chuchu appeared somewhat anxious. We are all family. Why must we make relations so strained? She rose and walked towards the door, urging, Mother, let it go. Let it go? What do you mean by that? He Yanmei retorted sharply. Are you not yet embarrassed enough? Have you not been insulted enough? Have you forgotten how they demeaned you before? Tang Chuchu's face flushed crimson, and she opened her mouth but could find no words. He Yanmei turned to Tang Tianlong and declared, Father, we no longer wish to claim our shares. I refuse to endure your disdain any longer. Please take your leave. With a resounding bang, she slammed the door shut. The faces of the Tang family turned ashen. Tang Hai trembled in anger, pointing at the closed door. Father, look at this. He Yanmei is utterly despicable. Tang Jia incessantly knocked on the door, shouting, Tang Bo. You coward, what are you hiding in there for? Hurry and open the door for father. However, no matter how hard he knocked, no one responded. This is outrageous. Truly lawless. Grandfather, why are we still seeking their return? They should be expelled from the family directly. Indeed, we have just signed a new contract with Qianju. I do not believe they would dare breach it, for the penalty is astronomical. Father, let it go. We should return home. The members of the Tang family voiced in unison. Tang Tianlong let out a deep sigh and remarked, Well, let us wait until their anger subsides. With that, he leaned on his cane and departed. Inside the room, He Yanmei unveiled the presents purchased by the Tang family. Oh, Maotai. TSK, a limited edition of Huangbalu. This box of cigarettes must be worth several tens of thousands, right? With both cigarettes and liquor, Tang Bo. Take these to the convenience store outside the community tomorrow and see how much you can exchange for them. Tang Bo, who had remained silent, simply replied with an "Oh." Mom, is it really necessary to go about it this way? We are family after all. Why create such a rift in our relationship? Tang Chuchu quietly interjected. What do you know? He Yanmei retorted sharply. I have long endured enough. Now is the time. We needn't worry about their expressions anymore. And you, Tang Song, stand up for our family. Do not go to Yongla, find another job. I refuse to believe that if we leave the Tang family, we will starve. Yes, Tang Song muttered softly, keeping his head down. Jiang Chen yawned. He had been out all night engaged in significant matters and had not slept. Chuchu, I'm going to sleep in my room for a bit. Tang Chuchu waved her hand slightly, saying, Go ahead. After he left, she took out her phone to watch the live broadcast of the succession ceremony of the carefree king. Jiang Chen entered Tang Chuchu's room. He had been residing in the Tang family home for some time now, but had always slept on the floor. Instinctively, he intended to fetch a mat from the wardrobe to lay on the ground. But upon realizing that Tang Chuchu was not in her room and had not come to sleep, he thought little of it and simply collapsed onto the bed. Meanwhile, the Tang family returned home in disarray. Tang Tianlong sat to the side, smoking a pipe, while the other members of the Tang family wore expressions of anger, hurling accusations at Tang Bo's family and cursing He Yanmei. Enough, Tang Tianlong bellowed, prompting the family to fall silent. After taking a drag from his pipe, he stated, Allocate 20 of the shares to the Tang Bo family. Once their tempers have cooled, have the contract delivered. Tang Hai, you will personally oversee this and ensure we gain their family's forgiveness. Upon hearing about the 20 shares, the Tang family grew anxious. Father, you've lost your mind. This is 20 of the shares. How can we just give them away? Indeed, grandfather, why should we? Their family is worthless. And we built this family business through hard work. What? Do my words not hold weight? Tang Tianlong admonished. I am still alive. I am still the head of this family. I decide who receives shares. Moreover, fetch Tang Chuchu back for me. Tang Hai, relinquish the chairman position at Yongla and hand it over to Tang Chuchu. You will assist her and ensure a good relationship with Qianjun. If we curry favor with Qianjun, our family's assets will soon flourish. Yes, father, Tang Hai replied, bowing his head, though he felt reluctant. He dared not defy the old man's orders. Tang Tianlong continued, In a few days, I will celebrate my 80th birthday. For this grand occasion, arrange the banquet at Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. Utilize every connection you have. I want to reserve an entire floor. It must be splendid. Send out invitations and ensure all prominent figures are invited. Tang Hai could not help but inquire, "Father, how much do you intend to spend on this celebration?" Tang Tianlong pondered for a moment and declared, "Allocate 30 million for the event. You are entirely responsible for this matter concerning Tang Hai. I want it to be splendid and dignified, so that the entire Jiangzhou knows that the Tang family is not a second-rate clan, but a true aristocracy. Do you understand?" "Yes, Father. I will ensure it is executed magnificently," Tang Hai responded promptly, his heart brimming with joy. With 30 million allocated for the banquet, he secretly anticipated pocketing some kickbacks, potentially earning $1 million in profit. "All right, everyone disperse," Tang Tianlong said with a slight wave of his hand before rising to ascend the stairs with the aid of his cane. Once he departed, the Tang family members gathered together. Tang Jie whispered, "Elder brother, Father has granted Tang Bo 20% of the shares in one go and instructed you to relinquish the position of chairman. This seems to indicate support for Tang Chuchu, positioning her as the heir of the family." Tang Hai glanced at him and replied, "Jie, what do you mean by that?" Tang Jie hastily added, "Elder brother, I am merely concerned for you. As the eldest son, you are the rightful heir of the Tang family. Our father is aging and may not have many years left. If he were to pass away one day, wouldn't all the family assets fall into Tang Chuchu's hands?" Tang Hai waved his hand slightly, stating, "Jie, this is father's decision. We must comply and cannot defy it. As for who the family heir is, that is solely for father to determine, understood?" "Yes, you are right, elder brother. I was overly concerned," Tang Jie admitted. Chapter 42. The Divine Doctor of Jiangzhou today marked a momentous occasion in Jiangzhou. The carefree king ascended as the new leader of the 5th district. The patriarchs of the 3 major affluent families were bound to chairs and executed. Their heads went missing. Meanwhile, the Shao family had entirely evacuated Jiangzhou. However, Jiang Chen had long anticipated this turn of events. He had already instructed his subordinates to prepare everything, sealing off the land, sea, and air routes, prohibiting any members of the 4 major families from leaving the area. After the inauguration of the carefree king, the authorities also intervened, explaining the murders of the 3 wealthy patriarchs. They brought forth a death row inmate from prison, donning the ghost mask used by Jiang Chen, and executed him publicly to provide an explanation to the masses. This incident was momentarily suppressed. The once formidable 4 prominent families of Jiangzhou saw the Shao family utterly decimated, unable to recover. Although only one patriarch from the other 3 families had perished, it instilled a sense of unease among their ranks, prompting them to utilize their connections to uncover whom they had offended. Speculation arose that this was a warning from the newly appointed carefree king to the 4 families, signaling impending repercussions. Whispers circulated in the outside world. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen found himself in a deep slumber at Tang Chuchu's residence, sleeping soundly until the afternoon. Around 2 o'clock, Tang Chuchu entered the room and saw Jiang Chen lying on the bed, sprawled in a relaxed manner. Concerned about the low air conditioning, she approached and gently covered him with a blanket. In that instant, Jiang Chen abruptly turned over, springing up and grasping Tang Chuchu's neck with startling speed. "Ah!" Tang Chuchu's startled cry brought Jiang Chen back to his senses, and he quickly released his grip, his face filled with remorse. "Chuchu, I am so sorry." Tang Chuchu, clutching her neck which had turned red from the sudden grip, glared at him with indignation, expressing her displeasure. "What on earth were you doing?" Jiang Chen wore a look of embarrassment. He has long been stationed at the border, a perilous duty where death looms at every turn. Even in slumber, he remains vigilant, awakening at the slightest rustle or whisper of the wind, a consequence of his profession. Jiang Chen gently rubbed his head, casting a sympathetic glance at Tang Chuchu, who was nervously touching her neck. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Tang Chuchu replied, though she truly was unscathed. It was Jiang Chen's heightened alertness that concerned her. Living with him might lead to her demise at his hands one day. "My apologies," Jiang Chen said, his expression filled with remorse. Tang Chuchu shot him a sidelong glance and asked, "What on earth were you doing last night?" "You returned this morning and slept until now. I was worried you might still be upset, so I couldn't sleep." Jiang Chen fabricated a tale. If Tang Chuchu discovered that he had slain the heads of the 3 great families, it would be catastrophic. Tang Chuchu felt a sweetness in her heart, akin to tasting honey, yet she maintained a stern demeanor, her face betraying her dissatisfaction. "Huh, who would believe that? You didn't even call all night. You're certainly off gallivanting with another woman," Jiang Chen vehemently asserted. "I truly did not." Tang Chuchu pouted. "All right, I believe you. This afternoon, accompany me to the talent market. I intend to seek employment." The rift with her family had grown too severe for her to return to work at the Tang family's Yongla company. Although she had faced derision and disdain over the years, she remained ambitious and dedicated to her studies, continually pursuing various courses. She harbored dreams and aspirations, unwilling to languish at home in idleness. Let's discuss this later, Jiang Chen suggested. He planned to acquire the city's trade center, anticipating that many large corporations would establish themselves there. He also intended to start a company. Recalling how Tang Chuchu had once served as the executive chairperson of Yongla for half a month, managing the company with remarkable efficiency, he envisioned establishing a business and entrusting its management to her. That's not feasible, Tang Chuchu replied sternly. If I don't work, how will I eat or support myself? Will you buy me beautiful dresses, expensive handbags, and cosmetics? If you're willing to do that, then perhaps. But I have saved a considerable sum during my 10 years of service. I am not accustomed to relying on a man's money. Very well, Jiang Chen conceded, falling silent. If she wished to work, she should pursue it. After all, he was still in the preparatory stages, and the timeline for implementation remained uncertain. I'll go wash my face, you change your clothes, he said. Okay, Jiang Chen nodded and stepped outside. The living room was empty. Everyone must have gone out. Just awakening, he groggily made his way to the washroom, casually splashed some water on his face, and returned to the living room to wait. Before long, Tang Chuchu emerged, having changed her attire. Upon seeing her ensemble, Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. She wore a crisp white blouse paired with a form-fitting skirt and high heels, embodying the essence of a successful woman, exuding confidence. Her figure was striking, long black hair cascading down her back, presenting an air of maturity and competence. Truly beautiful. Jiang Chen admired Tang Chuchu, as if beholding a flawless work of art, unable to contain his praise. Tang Chuchu twirled in place, a playful smile gracing her lips. What do you think? Jiang Chen raised his thumb in admiration, proclaiming, splendid. I must have accumulated great virtue in my past life to have found such a beautiful wife. Tang Chuchu pouted playfully, enough with the flattery. If it weren't for you healing me, I wouldn't have married you at all. Mother was right. If you opened a beauty salon, your business would undoubtedly flourish, allowing me to relax at home as a wealthy lady without the need to work. Jiang Chen stroked his chin, pondering the term wealthy lady. He had never assessed his assets before, but after doing so yesterday, he discovered he possessed over 200 billion, an amount that undoubtedly made him the richest man in Jiangzhou. However, he had sent Xiaohe to Nanhua to make more money, planning to purchase the newly constructed commercial center in the city. Don't worry, my dear. I will ensure you become a wealthy lady, he assured her. Stop teasing. Do you even know your own worth? She replied. Let us go. It's nearly 3 o'clock, and if we delay any longer, we will miss the recruitment events of the major corporations. Oh, Jiang Chen responded, finally rising. The couple ventured out together, as Tang Chuchu had no vehicle, and Jiang Chen's was a special car for the Black Dragon. He opted not to drive. Instead, they rode on his small electric scooter, with Tang Chuchu embracing Jiang Chen's waist, resting her head against his back, a contented smile gracing her face. Though their current life was modest, lacking luxury cars like Mercedes or BMWs, it felt far more fulfilling than riding in such vehicles. They were close to nature, enjoying the gentle breeze. Jiang, tell me about your time in the military, she requested. With a laugh, Jiang Chen replied, that is a long story. A decade of military life could fill 10 days and nights with tales. I'll share it all with you gradually. I'm just curious, how does a soldier acquire medical skills? This is Jiangzhou, the capital of traditional medicine, where countless practitioners converge. I grew up in an orphanage where the director was an old Chinese doctor, a man of great depth. I learned a few things from him since childhood and know many folk remedies. My medical skills are only average, but Xiaohe possesses extraordinary abilities. He remains low-key, otherwise he would have become a renowned healer by now. Really? How do you compare to Feng Xuanxin's medical talents? Feng Xuanxin? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Huh? You claim to study medicine but don't even know of Feng Xuanxin? Surely you know Feng Yongji, the esteemed physician of Jiangzhou and president of the Chinese Medicine Association. Feng Xuanxin is his granddaughter, surpassing her predecessor. Jiang Chen genuinely had no knowledge of such figures. As the Black Dragon of Nanhua, he had little interest in these lesser-known individuals. Chapter 43. Job application. Jiang Chen rode his electric scooter with Tang Chuchu to a nearby large talent market. Upon arriving, Tang Chuchu said, Jiang, you wait for me outside. I'll explore on my own. Jiang Chen teased, what is this? Are you embarrassed to walk alongside me? Tang Chuchu quickly clarified, not at all. I plan to browse for a while, and I worry you might find it tedious. Their essay nearby internet CAF. Why don't you go play some games? I'll call you when I'm done. She gently pushed Jiang Chen away, despite her lack of romantic experience. She had read enough to know that men often dislike leisurely wandering with women, and she genuinely feared he might find it bothersome. I am not adept at playing games. Perhaps I should accompany you, for your beauty leaves me somewhat uneasy, Jiang Chen remarked with a smile. Tang Chuchu felt a surge of joy within her, nodding enthusiastically like a chick pecking at grain. Deep down, she truly wished for Jiang Chen's company. Together, they entered the talent market, where numerous companies had established recruitment positions. Young men and women, clad in suits and ties or professional attire, bustled in and out, seeking roles that suited them. Jiang Chen inquired, Chuchu, what kind of job do you intend to pursue? Tang Chuchu replied, I will just see what is available. I am open to any position that fits, as I lack substantial work experience. As long as a company is willing to hire me, even as a mere junior employee, I would consider it a learning opportunity. I have faith in my abilities. Once employed, I am confident I will rise swiftly. Why not call Yu Xiong and ask him to arrange a position for you at Qianjun? Perhaps not. He is quite an esteemed figure and likely too busy to concern himself with someone as insignificant as I. Tang Chuchu gently shook her head. Although you have saved him, he has repaid that debt. We cannot rely on others indefinitely. We must forge our own paths. Jiang Chen was greatly satisfied with her response. To have such an insightful partner like Tang Chuchu was indeed a blessing. My dear, we are officially registered, yet we have yet to hold a wedding. Let us choose a favorable date to celebrate. I promise to make you the happiest bride and ensure our ceremony is grand. There is no rush, Tang Chuchu replied, waving her hand lightly. Let us work hard for a few years, acquire wealth, and purchase a home before we consider such matters. At that moment, Tang Chuchu spotted a job listing at a company, revealing a position that resonated deeply with her aspirations, fashion designer. Ever since her childhood, she had been enamored with beauty. Yet an accident a decade ago had marred her appearance, rendering her the most unattractive woman in Jiangzhou. The more she felt her lack of beauty, the stronger her desire for it grew. Thus, she had chosen fashion design as her major in university, driven by her passion for creating elegant garments to compensate for her internal insecurities. In addition to fashion design, she had acquired knowledge in various fields, including sales, accounting, finance, and marketing strategies. Over the past decade, she had absorbed nearly all she could. Nevertheless, among all these disciplines, her heart remained most devoted to fashion design. Grasping Jiang Chen's hand, she pointed ahead and exclaimed, Chen, this is the Ella Group. The brands under Ella are world-renowned and high-end. I aspire to work there as a fashion designer. A glimmer of joy illuminated her face, and she nearly leapt with excitement, once burdened by her past appearance. She had developed an acute awareness of beauty and was well acquainted with the fashion industry. Then let us pursue it. I believe in you, and I am certain you will be accepted, Jiang Chen encouraged. Indeed, Tang Chuchu nodded, taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart. They then approached the recruitment area of the Ella Group, a prestigious international conglomerate, where the other companies merely had tables, while Ella Group boasted a prominent storefront. At the entrance, a multitude of individuals stood in line, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to submit their resumes and partake in interviews. Tang Chuchu, feeling a sense of duty, joined the queue. After standing for over an hour, it was finally her turn. Seated at the office chair was a man in his 30s. Clad in a suit and tie, engrossed in organizing documents as he prepared to conclude his workday. Upon hearing footsteps, he did not lift his gaze but instead placed the resume on the desk, instructing her to await notification. If successful, she would receive a call to attend an interview at the company. Tang Chuchu promptly set her prepared resume on the table. At that moment, the man looked up. Upon seeing Tang Chuchu, his eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, he said, as she was about to leave after placing her resume. She turned to the recruitment supervisor of Ella Group and inquired, is there something else? Zhou Hao scrutinized Tang Chuchu from head to toe, his expression tinged with desire. He had encountered beauty before, but none quite like her. He gestured toward the chair, saying, please, sit. Let us converse. Certainly, Tang Chuchu replied, taking a seat. What position are you applying for? He inquired. I am applying for the designer role. Do you possess any relevant work experience? None, she admitted. Zhou Hao frowned and remarked. My dear, that's simply one to do. Are you aware of what our company represents? Do you understand what being a designer here entails? As he spoke, he picked up her resume and examined it. Graduating from a top-tier domestic fashion design academy with no work experience, he shook his head slightly and said, You must realize that those applying for this position are graduates from prestigious foreign universities, many boasting years of experience at renowned firms. You have no advantages whatsoever. Tang Chuchu responded promptly. While I may lack work experience, my understanding of fashion design is certainly not inferior to those with years of practice. Please grant me an opportunity to present my design portfolio in a personal interview at the company. Zhou Hao stroked his chin, scrutinizing her closely, his gaze lingering on her fair neck before gradually descending to her nearly bursting blouse, instinctively swallowing hard. He then feigned interest in her resume once more. Upon reading that she had formerly served as the executive chairman of Tang's Yongla, he instantly recognized her identity. This was Tang Chuchu of the illustrious Tang family, the very family that had been the subject of much gossip today. Earlier that morning, the Tang family had faced a significant embarrassment when Tang Tianlong was ousted for using a counterfeit invitation to attend the ceremony for the succession of the idol king. Meanwhile, their son-in-law Jiang Chen, returning from military service, had borrowed a remarkable vehicle. It was a sight to behold. However, rumors had already spread that this vehicle belonged to a prominent figure, currently absent from Jiangzhou. Jiang Chen's superior happened to know the driver for this notable individual, thus facilitating the loan of the vehicle. The word on the street was that once this influential person returned and learned of the incident, not only would the driver face dire consequences, but Jiang Chen's superior would also suffer, and Jiang Chen himself would be left in a precarious situation. How foolish to flaunt such a vehicle, oblivious to the dangers that lay ahead. Tang Chuchu, is it? I believe you meet all the requirements of our company. How about this? If you could spare some time this evening, we could discuss the subsequent interview process in person. No need to wait until the evening. I am about to finish work as well. Let us find a suitable place to converse in detail. That sounds wonderful, Tang Chuchu replied, her face lighting up with joy. Thank you so much. There's no need for gratitude, he replied. The Tang family has shown me kindness in the past. And since you are a member of the Tang family, I feel obliged to assist you. Let us have a private discussion. And I will provide you with insights regarding the upcoming interview process and ensure you have a favorable opportunity for employment. Zhou Hao began to weave his deceptive web. The foremost objective was to lure Tang Chuchu to a hotel. Once there, she would be at his mercy. Tang Chuchu, utterly trusting Zhou Hao's words, genuinely believed that the Tang family owed him a debt of gratitude and that he was indeed willing to offer her a helping hand. Outside the interview room, Jiang Chen crouched on the ground, smoking a cigarette. At that moment, he sensed a surge of murderous intent, prompting him to become alert. His gaze swept across the crowd, and he spotted someone amidst the throng. Her? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. What is she doing in Jiangzhou? Noticing that Tang Chuchu had yet to emerge, he pondered briefly before swiftly following her. Chapter 44, till the workday had concluded. Zhou Hao instructed the other candidates to return the following day. After tidying up, he turned to Tang Chuchu and suggested, "Why don't we go to my house? It's unoccupied, and I can thoroughly explain the subsequent interview matters to you." Your house? Tang Chuchu was taken aback. Observing her astonishment, Zhou Hao quickly amended his suggestion. My home is quite close, making it more convenient. However, if you're hesitant, we could go to the company, to my office. As the manager of the HR department at Ayla Group, Zhou Hao was responsible for recruitment and possessed an office equipped with a sofa that could serve as a makeshift bed. He had resolved to employ both coercion and seduction to pursue Tang Chuchu, the beauty hailed by the media as the most stunning woman in Jiangzhou. The mere thought of her alluring figure and exquisite face sent his excitement soaring. Upon hearing the suggestion of going to the office, Tang Chuchu finally relaxed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, manager. There is no need for thanks. Simply call me Brother Zhou from now on, he said, reaching out to grasp her hand. However, Tang Chuchu deftly evaded his touch. Zhou Hao, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "My apologies, Tang Chuchu. I considered you like a sister. With so many people around, I wish to hold your hand to prevent others from taking advantage." Tang Chuchu gently brushed her hair aside and smiled. "It's all right." Zhou Hao gestured for her to proceed. "Shall we?" Tang Chuchu stepped out first, yet she failed to notice Jiang Chen. A wave of confusion washing over her as she took out her phone to call him. The call connected, but there was no answer. Frowning, she murmured, "Where could he have gone?" "Chuchu, let us go," Zhou Hao prompted. "Okay." As Jiang Chen departed, Tang Chuchu thought little of it. Assuming he had chosen not to wait for her, and thus left ahead, she sent him a voice message. "Chun, I am going to Ayla Group to discuss the next steps of the interview. You can head home first." After sending the message, she glanced at Zhou Hao, whose eyes glimmered with avarice. She caught sight of Zhou Hao's gaze and couldn't help but frown. Zhou Hao, realizing the impact of his stare, smiled and said, "Chuchu, I apologize. You are simply too beautiful. Upon seeing you, I found myself pondering what attire would best complement your elegance." Indeed. His thoughts revolved around the fantasies of what alluring lingerie might adorn Tang Chuchu. Zhou Hao's words piqued Tang Chuchu's interest entirely. It seemed that Zhou Hao possessed an understanding of fashion design and an appreciation for beauty. Well, it appears that Brother Zhou has delved deeply into the realms of clothing design and outfit coordination. "I must seek your guidance," she replied. At her words, Zhou Hao basked in a sense of pride. Being merely an HR department employee, he hardly knew much about such matters. Yet, he proclaimed with confidence, "Oh, I have a wealth of knowledge in this area. Shall we head to the office for a more in-depth discussion? This way, please. I'll drive. I manage at ERA, earning a modest salary of around 50,000, yet the year-end bonuses are substantial, allowing me to purchase a luxury car worth millions." He intentionally boasted. Tang Chuchu smiled and said, "Brother Zhou, you are truly impressive. At such a young age, you have already reached the pinnacle of success. I hope you will continue to support me in the future." "Haha, we shall see about that later," Zhou Hao laughed, the prospect of later sending his thoughts adrift. Tang Chuchu accompanied Zhou Hao to ERA Group. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen waited outside for Tang Chuchu and sensed a murderous intent. Soon, he spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd. Silently, he switched his phone to silent mode and discreetly followed. Exiting the talent market, they ventured towards a nearby shopping mall. Jiang Chen trailed the woman as she entered the mall and made her way to the underground parking lot through the back entrance. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, clad in a black leather jacket and pants, with flowing black hair. Her beauty and figure were striking. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, she stood in a corner, scanning her surroundings as if searching for something. She stealthily reached to her lower back and produced an exquisite handgun. In that instant, she abruptly turned, aiming the petite firearm at Jiang Chen. Upon seeing him, a flicker of panic crossed her features, and she quickly holstered the weapon, her demeanor slightly tense. What are you doing here?" Jiang Chen approached. Leaning against a stone pillar, scrutinizing the woman in her snug leather attire, exuding an aura of both innocence and allure. "Why are you not at the South Wilderness border? What brings you to Jiangzhou?" Jiang Chen recognized her as a key member of a tomb raiding team from the South Wilderness border, who had previously stolen from an ancient tomb and had been apprehended by him. However, since they had plundered an enemy's tomb, he had not pursued them too harshly, demanding a hefty ransom before releasing them. Yet, how was it that this group had ventured into Jiangzhou? Faced with Jiang Chen, the Black Rose appeared somewhat anxious, tiny beads of sweat forming on her delicate visage. This was the Black Dragon, commander of the million-strong Black Dragon army in the South Wilderness. Why was he here instead of guarding the border? "Commander, I followed someone to Jiangzhou," she stammered. Jiang Chen regarded the Black Rose intently. "You followed someone?" Previously, he had sensed a deadly threat. However, the aura of malevolence does not emanate from the Black Rose. Although she possesses some skill, she certainly does not exude such a terrifying bloodlust, which can only be acquired through the taking of many lives. The Black Rose dared not conceal anything. "Commander," she began. "Some time ago, we ventured into an ancient tomb and unearthed a treasure, but we were ambushed. All my comrades perished, and I was the sole survivor. I followed the mastermind to Jiangzhou only to lose his trail." Jiang Chen, indifferent to her plight, cast a fleeting glance at the Black Rose and remarked coolly, "This is Jiangzhou, not the border of an enemy nation. Here, one must adhere to the local laws, do not provoke trouble." With that, he turned to leave. The commander, the Black Rose, grew anxious and hastily stepped forward, grasping Jiang Chen's hand. His expression darkened as he swiftly seized her by the throat, lifting her off the ground and coldly demanding, "What do you intend to do?" With her neck in his grip, the Black Rose's face flushed as she struggled to speak. "See, Commander, I was presumptuous. Please forgive me. I meant no harm. Please, allow me to explain." Jiang Chen dismissed her with a disdainful flick, casting her aside as if she were refuse. The Black Rose quickly fell to her knees, her forehead touching the ground, pleading for his mercy. Jiang Chen asked indifferently, "What do you mean by this?" "The treasure we unearthed cost the lives of my 10 or so brothers and sisters, and I hold the key to it," she explained. "The enemy who decimated our team must be formidable. I implore your protection. I am willing to offer the key to the treasure." In the past, Jiang Chen would have scoffed at such a proposition, but now his interest was piqued. He waved his hand slightly, gesturing for her to rise and speak. "Yes." The Black Rose complied. Jiang Chen inquired, "What tomb did you raid this time, and what treasure did you find?" the tomb of the Lianling king, where we discovered an ancient box. It is said that within this box lies a treasure of immeasurable worth, capable of unveiling the secrets hidden within the legendary treasure map of Huawei Mountain Residence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression darkened. The Huawei Mountain Residence map? Who is the Lianling king? What connection could the treasures unearthed from his tomb possibly have with my family's heirloom? Chapter 45. Seeking Death. The tomb of the Lianling king, treasure chests, keys, the Huawei Mountain Residence map, the Black Rose? Jiang Chen gazed at the Black Rose before him. Clad in black leather armor, her figure gracefully alluring, and fell into deep contemplation. Was this mere coincidence, or was there someone orchestrating these events? Commander, please bestow your protection upon me, the Black Rose implored once more, a pleading expression adorning her exquisite visage. Jiang Chen regarded her with skepticism. You claim that someone slaughtered your companions, yet instead of fleeing for your life, you come to Jiangzhong seeking my protection. This does not logically follow, does it? The Black Rose elucidated. The one who committed the murders is not the mastermind. The killer sought to monopolize the treasure chest, refusing to deliver it to the employer, and instead infiltrated Jiangzhong with the chest. That is why I followed. I possess the key. If the employer discovers that the key is in my possession, I am doomed. And who is the employer? Jiang Chen inquired. The Black Rose shook her head. I do not know. It has always been my elder brother who dealt with him. And now he is dead. And who is the one that committed the murders? Uncertain, the ancient tomb was in utter chaos, shrouded in darkness. I was gravely injured, preoccupied with escaping, and thus failed to discern my surroundings. Jiang Chen extended his hand. The key? The Black Rose reached behind her, retrieving a key from a pouch within her leather pants and handed it over. Jiang Chen accepted it, observing it closely. The key was small and unadorned, lacking any distinctive features. Is this it? Indeed, this is the key to the treasure chest. It is exceptionally unique. No one can unlock it aside from this key. Even the most advanced technological means today cannot open it. Jiang Chen tucked the key away and remarked calmly, seek out Xiaohei at the Mortal Clinic. Follow his lead. However, Xiaohei has returned to the South Wilderness, so you should wait a few days before going. Leaving those words behind, Jiang Chen turned and departed. He had little desire to involve himself in these matters, yet the connection to his family's treasured Huawei Mountain Residence painting compelled him to take notice. He knew not the origins of this painting, only that it had been passed down through generations, renowned in the antique world as the most valuable artwork. Countless forgeries of the Huawei Mountain Residence painting existed, but none had ever laid eyes on the authentic piece. After exiting the underground parking lot, the Black Rose did not linger, swiftly departing. Upon stepping outside, Jiang Chen retrieved his phone and noted an unanswered call from Tang Chuchu alongside her messages. He chose not to return the call, instead retracing his steps back to the talent market, riding his electric scooter. Era Group. This multinational corporation held considerable renown on the international stage. Jiangzhong, a bustling metropolis, also housed a branch of Era Group. In the Human Resources Department, within the manager's office, Tang Chuchu sat on the sofa, her legs neatly together, holding a glass of water personally poured by Zhou Hao. She gazed at Zhou Hao, who stood before her, slightly at a loss. Zhou, brother Zhou. Chuchu, on such a sweltering day, please take a sip of water. We can discuss matters afterward. Zhou Hao's gaze lingered on Tang Chuchu. Standing, he had a clear view of her shirt collar, revealing glimpses of her allure beneath. He was filled with excitement, an involuntary sensation coursing through him. He had surreptitiously added a special substance to the water. Once Tang Chuchu consumed it, she would be at his mercy. Chuchu, do drink. Zhou Hao was impatient, already envisioning the forthcoming scenario. The sight of Tang Chuchu's exquisite form rendered him parched. Tang Chuchu took a gentle sip. Seeing her drink, Zhou Hao exhaled in relief, settling onto the sofa opposite her to engage in conversation, now merely awaiting the drug's effect. Chuchu, you are the most beautiful and graceful woman I have ever encountered. Thank you for the compliment. By the way, Chuchu, I heard that your husband was personally sought out by Tang Tianlong, an orphan who returned from military service. How could you possibly choose someone so impoverished and recently discharged? With your qualifications, you could easily find someone more suitable, a successful and wealthy young man. As he spoke, Zhou Hao straightened his posture and declared, I happen to know a young individual who has already become a manager at a large enterprise, earning a monthly salary of 50,000. You should divorce that useless Jiang Chen. I am confident my friend would not disdain you. The friend he referred to was, in fact, himself. Yet, being a clever man, he refrained from making his intentions overtly clear. He was testing Tang Chuchu. Tang Chuchu gently lifted her shirt, and fanned herself. Sensing Zhou Hao's lecherous gaze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lowering her head, she murmured, "Brother Zhou, I apologize for the discomfort. It's quite all right, but with the air conditioning on. Why do you still feel this way?" Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Hao rose and sat beside her, reaching out to touch her smooth forehead. "Are you running a fever?" Tang Chuchu swiftly evaded, shifting her body slightly. "Brother Zhou, about the job application? There's no rush." At that moment, Tang Chuchu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Could it be the water? She sensed something was amiss and stood up, saying, "Brother Zhou, I need to use the restroom. There's one in my office." Zhou Hao indicated towards a door. Tang Chuchu, not wanting to linger, quickly stood up. As soon as she did, a wave of dizziness hit her, nearly causing her to collapse onto the sofa. Zhou Hao was quick to support her, feigning concern as he asked, "Chuchu, are you all right?" I don't know what's wrong. I feel a bit dizzy. I need to go to the restroom." Tang Chuchu shook her head slightly, then stood up, forcing herself to endure the vertigo as she made her way to the restroom. Upon entering, she locked the door and swiftly retrieved her phone to call Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, on his way back, answered Tang Chuchu's call. "Chen, I think I've been drugged. I'm in the HR manager's office at Ayla Group. Please hurry." Tang Chuchu was on the phone in Zhou Hao's restroom. After the call, she felt the world spinning, her eyelids growing heavy, and an overwhelming urge to sleep. She turned on the faucet, splashing water on her face, which helped her regain some clarity. Upon receiving Tang Chuchu's call, a surge of rage erupted within Jiang Chen, rising from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. How dare anyone lay a hand on his wife? He carelessly discarded his electric scooter onto the road, rushing into the street to intercept a passing car. The driver slammed on the brakes, tires screeching against the pavement, emitting clouds of black smoke as he glared at Jiang Chen through the roll-down window, cursing, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Jiang Chen approached, forcibly opening the car door and yanking the driver out, throwing him violently to the ground before commandeering the vehicle and accelerating towards Ayla Group. However, in his haste and worry for Tang Chuchu, he overlooked the fact that a woman was seated in the back seat. This woman sat silently in the rear, too frightened to utter a word, as Jiang Chen's intimidating presence instilled a terror within her that caused beads of cold sweat to appear on her brow. In the HR manager's office at Ayla Group, Zhou Hao had removed his shirt, revealing his pristine physique. He gazed at the restroom door, licking his dry lips, a sly grin of triumph spreading across his face. "Today, I shall taste the beauty of Zhang's first lady." As for the consequences, he had contemplated them. In his eyes, Tang Chuchu had already been expelled from the Tang family and bore no relation to them anymore. Otherwise, she wouldn't be out job hunting. As for her husband, Jiang Chen, that brat who borrowed a car to show off, once the real owner returned, he would be utterly ruined. Zhou Hao felt invincible, especially after secretly recording the incident. Knowing Tang Chuchu wouldn't dare speak out. "Chuchu, here I come." Chapter 46. Suppress this for me inside the office. Zhou Hao had already stripped off his clothes. He strode toward the bathroom, pushing the door only to find it locked. "Quite alert, aren't you?" He sneered viciously, pounding on the door and shouting, "Tang Chuchu, open this door." In the bathroom, Tang Chuchu splashed water relentlessly over her face and even her head, drenching her clothes until they clung tightly to her skin, accentuating her delicate figure. But the drug was potent. No amount of cold water could dull its effects. Her discomfort grew unbearable, an intensity she had never experienced before. She slumped to the floor, trembling with agony. Outside, Zhou Hao's voice slithered through the door. "Chuchu, open up. You can't take it anymore, can you? Let me help you. I'll make it all go away." His taunts grew more provocative, laced with dark promises. Tang Chuchu hadn't lost her senses yet. She knew she couldn't surrender. She had a husband, Jiang Chen. No one else could claim what belonged to him alone. Sitting on the floor, her cheeks flushed crimson, her face twisted in torment, Zhou Hao bellowed for minutes, but the door remained shut. Enraged, he began kicking it, determined to break it down. It was after hours. No one would hear the commotion. Even if the door was damaged, he could simply have it repaired tomorrow. The feast was right before him. How could he let it slip away? Thud, thud, thud. Each kick sent a jolt of terror through Tang Chuchu's heart. After relentless pounding, the door finally gave way. There she was, drenched, flushed, and crumpled on the floor. Zhou Hao swallowed hard, then crossed his arms, smirking down at her. "Well, suffering, aren't you? Beg me, beg, and I'll ease your pain." Now, he was in no hurry. This was his office. Tang Chuchu, in the state, was entirely at his mercy. He pulled out his phone and began recording. Watching the footage, he grinned. crouching beside her. He forcibly pried her arms away from her knees and tore at her blouse. Rip. The buttons scattered. Perfect. Absolutely perfect, Zhou Hao murmured appreciatively. He wouldn't rush. He'd wait. Wait until she couldn't resist anymore, until she pleaded with him. Tang Chuchu, beg me. Go on, beg. Her vision swam. She wanted to scream. But instinct screamed louder, don't. She bit her tongue, the sharp pain anchoring her last shred of sanity. She knew Jiang Chen was coming. The moment he received her call, Jiang Chen had commandeered a car, flooring the accelerator, running every red light, racing toward Isla Corporation at breakneck speed. Who are you? A furious Jiang Chen stormed into the Ella Group building after work hours. Several security guards approached, barking, "We're talking to you. Halt." Jiang Chen clenched his fists and unleashed a powerful punch. The approaching guard was propelled several meters away, crashing to the ground, unconscious and unaware of his fate. With chaos erupting, security swiftly called for reinforcements. Jiang Chen seized one guard, yanking him from the floor, and coldly demanded, "Which floor is the HR manager's office on?" He exuded the ferocity of a wild beast, his crimson eyes ablaze with wrath. The guard trembled in fear, nearly losing control of himself, stammering, "On the third floor." Jiang Chen tossed him aside effortlessly. At that moment, a dozen guards armed with electric batons charged in. Jiang Chen, fists clenched, charged forward, his face taut with determination. Striking mercilessly, the guards fell instantly, crumpling to the ground, limbs broken, their anguished cries echoing through the air. He rushed to the staircase, ascending to the third floor where he found the manager's office. Inside, Zhou Hao had already dragged Tang Chuchu out, unceremoniously tossing her onto the sofa. Tang Chuchu, disheveled and nearly devoid of her last shred of sanity, bit her lip, refusing to plead despite her body's torment. Zhou Hao, like a cat toying with a mouse, taunted, "Speak up, Chuchu, beg me." Suddenly, the locked office door was forcefully kicked open with a thunderous crash. A grim man, veins bulging on his forehead, barged in. "Who are you?" Zhou Hao turned, stunned by the sight of the door collapsed and the man who had entered. In that instant, he felt the temperature drop, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Jiang Chen approached. "Who are you?" Upon seeing the soaked and disheveled Tang Chuchu on the sofa, his fury intensified. He reached behind him, revealing 2 silver needles in his palm. With a swift motion, he launched them. "Ah!" Zhou Hao screamed in agony, his eyes blinded. Jiang Chen seized his hand and applied a sudden, forceful pressure. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed. A swift kick to his knee shattered it, and Zhou Hao collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Jiang Chen then placed a foot upon his chest, exerting tremendous force that snapped Zhou Hao's ribs. Dazed, Zhou Hao felt an overwhelming terror rise within him. Was this a demon? Before he could comprehend the situation, he was blinded, his hand broken, his leg shattered, and his ribs crushed. The guards rushing in were paralyzed with fear, their faces pale as they stood at the office door, too terrified to enter. Jiang Chen pressed his foot against Zhou Hao's heart. "Ah!" Zhou Hao screamed, only to fall silent as his head tilted, life slipping away. After eliminating Zhou Hao, Jiang Chen approached the sofa. "Chuchu, it is I, Jiang Chen." Tang Chuchu's expression was hazy as she heard the familiar voice. She slightly opened her eyes and, upon seeing Jiang Chen, felt a sense of relief wash over her. "Chen, do not speak. I shall take you back," Jiang Chen interjected as he reached out and pressed a specific acupoint on Tang Chuchu's body, causing her to fall into a deep slumber. Observing her condition, Jiang Chen realized that the effects of the drug within her system had yet to dissipate. If left unaddressed, it could lead to dire consequences, mildly affecting her cognitive functions, potentially resulting in dementia, or worse, leading to her demise. He swiftly retrieved the silver needles he always carried and began to insert them into Tang Chuchu's body, utilizing their properties to stimulate her meridians and expel the toxins from her system. Having completed this urgent task, he cradled Tang Chuchu in his arms and made his way out. At the entrance of the office, a throng of security personnel had gathered, armed with electric batons. Yet, none dared to impede his passage. As Jiang Chen approached, they instinctively retreated. Outside, the wail of police sirens pierced the air, causing Jiang Chen to furrow his brow. Without delay, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Wang Xiaoyao was in the midst of a meeting when his personal phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, he gestured to pause the proceedings. "Hello, who is this?" "It's Heilong Jiang Chen. I have just taken a life at the Ayla Group, and the police are on their way. You must help me contain this." "Heilong, I am not your subordinate. You have no authority to command me." In that case, I shall eliminate all witnesses to my actions. Do not act recklessly. I will make the necessary arrangements immediately. Chapter 47. The arrival of Wang Xiaoyao Jiang Chen. Hearing the police sirens, understood that law enforcement had arrived. He wished to keep this incident from becoming public knowledge, as Tang Chuchu was merely an ordinary woman who had endured far too much humiliation. Jiang Chen was determined not to let the arrival of the police escalate the situation into a scandal that would tarnish her reputation, for even if she was unharmed, the rumors that would ensue could be devastating. Having made the call to Wang Xiaoyao, he returned to the office and settled onto the sofa to await developments. Meanwhile, at the entrance, a multitude of security guards stood, clutching their batons, their foreheads glistening with sweat, too intimidated to enter the office. Inside, Zhou Hao lay lifeless on the floor, surrounded by a pool of blood. Upon receiving Jiang Chen's call, Wang Xiaoyao halted his meeting, apprehensive about Jiang Chen's volatile temperament, which he was well aware of. He terminated the gathering and issued orders. Contact the police, disregard the matters of the Ayla group. The military will intervene. Prepare the vehicles immediately. We are heading to the Ayla group. Despite it being after hours, numerous employees remained at the Ayla group, diligently working. On the first floor, several security personnel lay incapacitated. Some were missing limbs, their injuries not mere fractures, but gruesome severances inflicted by overwhelming force. The scene was chaotic, with the injured groaning in agony, some fainting from excessive blood loss, while terrified employees crouched on the floor, trembling in fear. At this moment, the police had arrived and cordoned off the scene, shortly followed by the dispatch of ambulances. The heavily armed special forces, confronted with such a gruesome spectacle, were on high alert and began to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that the perpetrator was still within the organization, they swiftly initiated a lockdown. Just then, the captain of the special forces received a call from higher authorities instructing him to disregard the affairs of the Era group, as the military would take over. Soon, military vehicles appeared outside the Era group, with dozens of jeeps arriving and thousands of fully armed soldiers emerging, dispersing the crowd gathered outside and driving away the police. Jiang Chen waited in his office for approximately 10 minutes when the military made their entrance, forcibly detaining the security personnel at the entrance. A burly middle-aged man stepped into the office, casting a glance at Zhou Hao, who lay lifeless on the floor, before turning his gaze to Jiang Chen, who was seated on the sofa, cradling Tang Chuchu. He approached with a look of dissatisfaction etched on his square face. Jiang Chen, this is Jiangzhou, not the southern wilderness. How could you act with such brutality? Jiang Chen stood up, still holding Tang Chuchu, and replied, I require a vehicle arranged through the back door to ensure my safe return. Furthermore, I do not wish for any whispers about this incident to reach the outside world. I expect you to manage those who have seen me here. With that, Jiang Chen turned to leave. The carefree king found himself in a rather helpless position. As the commander of the western region and now the leader of the 5 armies, he was being summoned at will by Jiang Chen. Yet, he genuinely did not wish for the situation to escalate. Wait, Jiang Chen, still holding Tang Chuchu, turned back to face the carefree king, who was clad in military attire adorned with 5 stars on his shoulders. Is there something else? Jiang Chen, please refrain from causing further trouble. This falls under my jurisdiction, and I would appreciate your cooperation. Can I plead with you on this matter? Those who do not provoke me shall not be harmed. However, should they do so, they will face dire consequences, Jiang Chen declared, turning to leave once more. Jiang Chen's disdain for authority incensed the carefree king. Yet he found himself powerless against Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen were to commit a heinous crime, he had no authority to apprehend him without direct orders from the highest officials. Taking a deep breath, he commanded, arrange for a vehicle to the back door to escort him home. Understood, replied the carefree king's subordinate, who promptly set about making arrangements. Subsequently, the carefree king instructed, remove all surveillance from the Era group. Ensure the families of those injured by Jiang Chen are compensated and treated. Detain all security personnel who witnessed Jiang Chen, requiring them to sign a confidentiality agreement to keep today's event secret. Should any information leak to the outside, we will investigate thoroughly. Furthermore, announce publicly that this was a joint military police drill. The carefree king swiftly organized the matter with precision. As for the deceased Zhou Hao, he dispatched personnel to investigate his identity, only to discover he belonged to the Zhou family, one of the 4 prominent families in Jiangzhou. The carefree king personally sent troops to the Zhou family, informing them that Zhou Hao had been selected for covert training to become an agent and would not return for some time. Meanwhile, Zhou Hao's body was discreetly removed and incinerated without anyone being the wiser. The carefree king arranged for a vehicle to take Jiang Chen home. Upon arrival, he found the house empty as everyone had gone out. Jiang Chen cradled the unconscious Tang Chuchu and gently placed her onto the bed. Noticing that her clothing was completely drenched, he frowned slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he moved to the wardrobe and retrieved a dress. He then approached the bed to change her attire. As the esteemed black dragon of the southern wilderness, it was a rare occasion for him to assist a woman in changing clothes. He fumbled for the task, taking nearly half an hour to finally dress Tang Chuchu. Afterward, Jiang Chen activated her sleep acupoint, ensuring she remained in a deep slumber. Several hours later, as evening approached, she gradually awakened. Rubbing her head, memories of earlier events flooded back, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Instinctively, she pulled the blankets around her and, upon recognizing that she was home, let out a sigh of relief. "Chuchu, you're awake?" The door swung open to reveal Jiang Chen, donned in an apron, who announced, "I've prepared dinner. It will be ready once Mom and Dad return." "Chen," Tang Chuchu cried out, her voice tinged with grievance. Jiang Chen moved to her side, settling on the edge of the bed. In an instant, she threw herself into his embrace, weeping sorrowfully. "Everything is all right. I arrived just in time. Nothing happened." Jiang Chen comforted her. "The manager of the HR department at the Ayla Group has already been taken away by the police. He will likely spend several years behind bars." At his words, Tang Chuchu exhaled a sigh of relief. She was grateful for Jiang Chen's timely arrival. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Yet, reflecting on the ordeal still sent a shiver down her spine. "Chen, thank you. You must be more cautious in the future. With your beauty, it is only natural that men might harbor ill intentions." "I shall remain by your side at all times," Jiang Chen remarked, eliciting a smile from Tang Chuchu. "Did you change my clothes?" she inquired, glancing at the dress she wore. "Yes. And my undergarments as well?" Jiang Chen appeared flustered, scratching his head. "You were soaked, and I worried you might catch a cold. After bringing you back, I changed you with my eyes closed. I didn't look at anything." "Pfft, silly. I am your wife. Why close your eyes?" Tang Chuchu chuckled. "By the way, I only remember you bursting through the door. I can't recall anything after that. What happened?" She laughed, leaving Jiang Chen momentarily stunned. Her laughter was like a flower unexpectedly blooming, enchanting and radiant. What does it mean to have a smile that captivates a city? Perhaps it is a smile like hers. Chapter 48. The Black Dragon Values Loyalty. Jiang Chen, having momentarily lost himself in thought, soon regained his composure. "When I arrived, you had already lost consciousness, so I called the police, and the manager was apprehended." He expressed concern that Tang Chuchu might bear psychological scars, speaking lightly and continuously offering her comfort. Tang Chuchu felt fortunate, grateful for her habit of reading, which had equipped her with knowledge to perceive danger in advance. Otherwise, she shuddered to think of the possible repercussions. "Come, let us go out for dinner." Jiang Chen took her hand. Tang Chuchu nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. By the time they were ready for dinner, Jiang Chen had already cooked the meal. Soon after, the Tang family returned from their outing. They had gone to the supermarket and were still discussing the eventful day as they entered. Wow, what a spectacle! Dozens of vehicles. It was quite impressive. He Yanmei entered the house, the earlier scene still lingering in her mind, instilling a sense of unease. Jiang Chen spoke softly. "Chuchu, please don't mention what happened to Mom and Dad. I'm afraid it will only worry them." Tang Chuchu nodded, relieved that this time, there was no real danger. If they informed their parents, it would surely cause them concern. "Mom, what are you laughing about?" "What drill?" Tang Chuchu stood up to take the items He Yanmei was holding. He Yanmei replied, "This afternoon, there was a joint military police drill outside the Ayla Group, involving a significant number of personnel. I heard even someone as influential as the Carefree Prince made an appearance. Unfortunately, when I arrived, I only saw them leaving and missed the grand spectacle." Tang Chuchu was taken aback. "A drill outside the Ayla Group?" She couldn't help but glance at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shrugged and said, "How would I know? I didn't see any joint military police drill when I brought you back." Tang Chuchu didn't dwell on it further. Jiang Chen then called out, "Mom and Dad, dinner is ready and waiting for you." The family entered the home, and Jiang Chen went to fetch the utensils. During dinner, woman spat the food she had eaten onto the table and angrily exclaimed, "Jiang Chen, are you trying to make me choke with spice? Don't you know I've been having heat lately and can't eat anything too spicy? Why did you put in so many chili peppers?" He Yanmei abruptly set down her chopsticks and scolded, "If you find it too spicy, then you should cook. Jiang Chen prepared this meal for us. And yet you are being so picky. Tang Song promptly pulled Wu Min back. Mom, Wu Min said, her voice tinged with grievance. Nearly in tears, she recalled how much her mother-in-law used to dote on her, but now she was siding with her son-in-law. I'll use less chili in the future. Jiang Chen apologized, not wanting to escalate tensions, as it would only create difficulties for Tang Chuchu. If you can't handle the spice, go eat out. May picked up her chopsticks and served Jiang Chen a piece of meat, a smile gracing her face. Son-in-law, today I visited several streets and discovered a few promising storefronts at reasonable prices. With the money we have, we could easily open a clinic. Once it's established, we can advertise using Chuchu. If she can restore her appearance, it will undoubtedly attract many customers, ensuring booming business. Jiang Chen wore a look of resignation. He truly had no desire to open a clinic. If news of it spread to the capital, wouldn't all the prominent figures line up to seek his services? He simply wished to be by Tang Chuchu's side, enjoying a tranquil life. Mom, let's discuss this later. Isn't Tang Song looking to buy a car? We should use that money for his purchase. Even if we were to open a clinic, I have saved some funds over the years, which should suffice. Upon hearing this, Tang Song beamed with delight and quickly added, Mom, brother-in-law is right. Let us get a new car first, perhaps a luxury one that starts at $1 million. It would certainly bring us some prestige. Jiang Chen supported Tang Song's suggestion, and Tang Song no longer referred to him as useless, but instead called him brother-in-law. Jiang Chen nodded, affirming that finances were not an issue. By the way, Chuchu seems quite interested in fashion design. Why don't we abandon the clinic and establish a clothing company instead? The commercial center in the city is soon opening for investment. I can leverage my connections to secure a floor of office space at a minimal cost for our headquarters. Tang Chuchu promptly pulled Jiang Chen back, exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting? I've heard that the city's commercial center aims to become a global financial hub, and the rental prices are exorbitant. The costs to establish a business are astronomical. We lack both connections and funds. How could we possibly start a company? Jiang Chen chuckled, Leave the financial matters to me. We can obtain loans or borrow. As long as it pleases you, I will support you wholeheartedly. Do you know about the Imperial Residence? It's south the place I took you to last time. Let me be candid. The owner of the Imperial Residence is my comrade in arms. We have fought side by side. Though he has ascended the ranks more swiftly than I, while I remain a mere foot soldier. Asking a favor from my friend is not a daunting task. What? The owner of the Imperial Residence is your friend? Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. The Imperial Residence was the most opulent villa in Jiangzhou, spanning over 2,000 acres. A realm of luxury and extravagance. The identity of its owner had always been shrouded in mystery. However, it was rumored that residing there was not merely a matter of wealth. Jiang Chen nodded. Indeed, he was once my comrade. But he is currently abroad on business and has temporarily entrusted the Imperial Residence to me. Chuchu, I intend to host our wedding at the Imperial Residence. I wish to make you the happiest bride in the world. That sounds wonderful. Before Tang Chuchu could respond, May burst into laughter. Let us do it at the Imperial Residence. We should hasten to arrange it for the old man's birthday. I heard he plans to spend $30 million to book a floor of the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel for his 80th birthday celebration. We can have our wedding on the same day in the most luxurious and extravagant setting, infuriating that proud Tang Tianlong. Mei's joy was palpable. Although the Imperial Residence did not belong to Jiang Chen, his connections allowed him to host a wedding there. If word of this spread, it would certainly elevate their status. Tang Song, somewhat skeptical of Jiang Chen's claims, could not help but inquire, Brother-in-law, you're not joking, are you? The Imperial Residence you speak of is the Jingxiu Imperial Residence, the one that spans over 2,000 acres, the most luxurious and extravagant villa in Jiangzhou. Rumored to be valued at over $3 billion? Yes, Jiang Chen confirmed with a nod. Chuchu has been there. That's the one. Brother-in-law, do you truly possess such influence? Who is your comrade? Jiang Chen chuckled. I served in the southern wilderness. One of my companions who went there with me is none other than the commander of the southern wilderness, Black Dragon, the leader of the million-strong Black Dragon army. A figure of equal stature to the carefree king. The Imperial Residence belongs to Black Dragon, and he has been quite generous, allowing me to stay there. Puffed, Black Dragon. Tang Song scoffed, losing interest. That's quite the boast. Tang Chuchu rolled her eyes, saying, Your claims are becoming increasingly grandiose. If you truly knew Black Dragon and he was looking out for you, would you be struggling so much now, even having to ask me for cigarette money? Exactly. Wu Min wore a scornful expression, deriding the pretense of others. Do you have any idea what people are saying about you outside? They claim you coerced your superior into leveraging connections to borrow a car for the sake of appearances. When the car's owner returns, your superior, and the driver will find yourselves in dire straits. Brace yourself for the consequences. He Yanmei overheard this exchange and felt a twinge of concern. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Jiang Chen, is it truly as the rumors suggest? Will you face judicial repercussions once the influential figure returns? Jiang Chen felt helpless. He lamented that no one believed him when he claimed to have been a comrade of the Black Dragon. If he declared himself to be the Black Dragon, disbelief would only intensify. Since skepticism abounded, he decided to keep it under wraps for the time being. Rubbing his head, he reassured Mom. It's nothing more than a report of self-reflection. It's not as grave as it seems. Besides, having served in the military for a decade and having once saved my superior, who possesses significant connections, it's merely a matter of borrowing a vehicle, not a capital offense. He sighed in relief, patting her chest. That's a relief. By the way, is the wedding at the Emperor's residence truly reliable? There won't be any complications. Well there? Jiang Chen responded with conviction, absolutely reliable. The Emperor's residence is indeed the abode of the Black Dragon, who is currently abroad on business and won't return anytime soon. I genuinely know the Black Dragon. We undertook missions together 8 years ago. Though a considerable time has passed, the Black Dragon is known for his loyalty. If one of his subordinates encounters trouble, as long as it's not excessive, he will acquiesce. You can inquire whether the Black Dragon is among the 5 commanders renowned for his loyalty and care for his men. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Tang Hai's family appeared at the threshold, bearing a new share transfer contract. Chapter 49, A Display of Resolve. Tang Tianlong presented 20 of the family shares to the Tang Bo family and insisted that Tang Hai relinquish his position as executive chairman, emphasizing the necessity of obtaining Tang Chuchu's forgiveness. It was imperative to bring Tang Chuchu back, otherwise he would have to leave the Tang family. Consequently, Tang Hai prepared gifts and returned to Tang Chuchu's residence. This time, his entourage was modest, comprising only himself, his wife Li Yao, son Tang Lei, and daughter Tang Minjing, each carrying gifts. Tang Hai gently knocked on the door. Inside, Tang Chuchu's family was enjoying a meal and engaging in casual conversation. He Yanmei instructed, Tang Song, go answer the door. Oh, Tang Song replied, setting down his utensils to head to the door. Upon seeing Tang Hai's family, he greeted them with a broad smile. Uncle, what brings you here? Please, come in. Earlier that morning, He Yanmei had declined to return to the Tang family, leaving Tang Song filled with regret. Without the Tang family, he would be unemployed, leaving his family without sustenance. Now, with his uncle visiting again, he warmly accepted the gifts from their hands and ushered them inside. Why bring gifts? Have you eaten? We're currently dining. Let us share a meal together. He led Tang Hai's family inside, calling out, Amin, what are you standing there for? Hurry and fetch some bowls and chopsticks. Tang Bo also rose, greeting, elder brother, elder sister-in-law. However, He Yanmei maintained a stern demeanor, abruptly setting down her chopsticks and casting a glum look at the entering Tang Hai family, asking, what are you doing here? Ma Tang Song promptly remarked, could you refrain from speaking so much? Uncle has personally come to visit. How can you exhibit such an attitude? Be silent. He Yanmei reprimanded sharply. Tang Hai, unperturbed, smiled and said, sister-in-law, I have come specifically to apologize. You see, father is about to celebrate his 80th birthday. Wouldn't it be better for the family to be harmonious? Besides, father has stated he will allocate 20 of the family shares to Tang Bo. Tang Song was overjoyed. Really? Wu Min, emerging with bowls and chopsticks, also displayed a joyful expression and hurriedly said, Uncle, Aunt, please do not stand. Take a seat. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Hurry up and rise to make room. Jiang Chen began to stand. Sit down, He Yanmei commanded. Jiang Chen immediately complied. He Yanmei cast a cold glance at Tang Hai's family and said in a frigid tone, what? Do you fear that without Chu, Qian Jun will cease to cooperate with Yongla? The old man publicly expelled our family in front of so many prominent figures. 20 of the family shares? Will they be given today and taken back tomorrow? Is this amusing? Although the allure of 20 of the family shares is undeniable, equating to an asset of 100 million, He Yanmei, having married into the Tang family for decades, knows Tang Tianlong's temperament all too well. What is given today could just as easily be reclaimed on a whim. Mother, please stop, Tang Song interjected. But this is 20 of the shares. You must consider us as well. A Song and I are about to have a child. You must think of your grandson. He Yanmei's stance caused Tang Song and Wu Min great anxiety. Tang Lei promptly apologized. Chuchu, I am sorry. It was wrong of me to insult you. I beg you to return and continue as chairwoman. The matters of the company await your attention. Tang Minjing also spoke up. Sister Chuchu, please return. Grandpa said you could continue as the group's executive chairwoman, with a monthly salary unchanged at 300,000. Upon hearing this, Tang Chuchu was indeed tempted. She wished to return to work, not wanting to squander her days at home. However, seeing He Yinmei's demeanor, she prudently chose to remain silent. Not worth it. He Yinmei maintained her resolute attitude. She no longer wished to endure humiliation from the Tang family. Sister-in-law, why must you be like this? Do not let money come between us, Li Yao interjected with a smile. 20 of the family shares is substantial. The Tang family has considerable assets, all of which are profitable. With 20 of the shares, one could easily receive at least 1 million monthly. Mother, please agree. Tang Song was nearly in tears. A monthly distribution of 1 million was a luxury his family had never experienced, akin to acquiring a luxury car each month. Mother, I implore you, do not be angry. Please. Women also pleaded, as her bags, dresses, and cosmetics depended entirely on those family shares. Tang Hai smiled and said, Sister-in-law, let bygones be bygones. Look how generous father is this time, offering 20 of the shares in one go. He Yinmei began to waver. This 20 of the shares represented wealth. Upon the old man's passing, the division of inheritance would amount to billions. Tangbo, that useless fool, could never earn such wealth in a lifetime. Yet, recalling the treatment received from the Tang family over the years, the grievances endured, and Tangbo's position in the household, tears welled up in her eyes. Recalling yesterday, the Tang family appropriated Jiang Chen's merits and insulted her family. Remembering this morning, Tang Tianlong expelled them from the Tang family. Anger welled up in her heart. Since she chose not to return, she would not go back. Returning would only subject her to ridicule. Now, she was resolute. She would forego money, embracing poverty if necessary. For at least she would have her freedom, unburdened by the disdain of others. Leave. She stood firm, pointing toward the door. Jiang Chen sat silently beside her, absorbed in his meal. He had not anticipated that He Yinmei, who had always been materialistic and had clamored for Tang Chuchu to divorce him in favor of a wealthy suitor, would refuse the 20 stake offered by the Tang family. Mother, do not be ungrateful. Tang Song was instantly enraged. Their grandfather had personally come to negotiate, only to be turned away, and now his uncle faced the same fate. The 20 family shares offered by their grandfather had already displeased him, and He Yinmei's attitude only exacerbated his frustration. Grandfather is not begging you to return. He is imploring Chuchu. Since she has not spoken, why do you meddle? He Yinmei retorted, Chuchu is my daughter. Whether she returns or not is my decision. Leave. Will you? Rising, she brandished a broom and forcefully expelled the Tang Hai family, slamming the door behind them. Outside, Tang Hai said, Father, what is this attitude? Grandfather has already offered 20 of the shares. How much more do they desire? Are they insatiably greedy? Tang Lei and Tang Minjing fumed with indignation. Enough. Let us return for now, Tang Hai replied calmly. Inside, after expelling them, He Yinmei felt a twinge of regret. The 20 stake in the Tang family was worth a fortune. Mother, you are being foolish, Tang Chuchu exclaimed. You have endured so much hardship and injustice within the Tang family over the years. This is rightfully ours. How can you refuse? Consider not just yourself, but also me. Tang Song and Wu Min began to voice their grievances. Enough, do not address her as mother anymore, Tang Chuchu interjected. Grandfather and my uncle have consistently looked down upon our parents. I have embarrassed them too. Mother, it is commendable that you stand your ground. I support your actions. He Yinmei glanced at Tang Chuchu and replied, Chuchu is right. Rather than return to endure scorn and insults, it is better to assert ourselves. Instead of a grand birthday banquet, let us host a wedding at the imperial residence to infuriate that biased Tang Tianlong. Tang Chuchu resolutely declared, Mother, rest assured, I will never bring you shame again. Jiang Chen chuckled, Mother, I know you desire a better life for our family and wish to return, but your pride holds you back. Trust me. The Tang family fears the dissolution of their partnership with Qianjun and Yangla. They will come seeking Chuchu again. Stand firm, and you will secure even more. A hint of regret lingered in He Yinmei's heart as she pondered, given my current stance, will they truly return? If they do, should I reject them again or acquiesce? Jiang Chen replied with a smile, that depends on your wishes. Refusal or acceptance is entirely up to you. Mother, if they come back, you must agree, or I shall kneel before you, Tang Song exclaimed, suddenly dropping to his knees. What a spineless thing. He Yinmei exclaimed vehemently, look at Jiang Chen, though impoverished. He possesses integrity. What about you? For a mere sum of money, you are willing to forsake your dignity. Tang Song rose, muttering under his breath. Weren't you once like this? What did you say? Repeat that. Hiyeme stood up, raising her voice to a deafening pitch, gripping Tang Song by the ear, and sternly admonished, you are becoming increasingly audacious. Mother, please don't be angry, Wumin interjected promptly. Ah-sung is doing this for all of us. Without the Tang family, what will we eat? If there's no food, we won't return, Hiyeme retorted defiantly. All of you go find work. You have hands and feet. I refuse to believe that without the Tang family, we will starve. Chapter 50. Jiang Chen's proposal. Tang Song, silenced by her outburst, harbored deep resentment towards Jiang Chen. His mother had not always been this way. Previously, she had subserviently pleaded with the family for money, yet now she rejected even the wealth presented before her. All of this change was instigated by Jiang Chen's arrival. A dinner had been soured by the visit of the Tang Hai family. After the meal, the family sat on the sofa, watching the replay of the ceremony for the new king of leisure, while Jiang Chen busied himself with the dishes in the kitchen. Tang Song approached Tang Chuchu, whispering, Sister, you must persuade mother. This is money we are talking about. Do you comprehend the significance of a 20 stake in the family? Moreover, grandfather has spoken. You can continue as the executive chairperson. Do you realize the magnitude of that power? You are unaware of the profits uncle has amassed while serving as executive chairperson over the years. Tang Lei, despite not working, drives a car worth over $1 million. Mentioning Tang Lei filled Tang Song with envy. They were all members of the Tang family, yet the disparity was stark. Now, he was on the brink of success. Yet his mother had become obstinate, rejecting even the wealth that was offered. Tang Chuchu did not wish to exacerbate the rift within the family. She understood her grandfather, who was somewhat vain, dreaming of leading the Tang family to grandeur, transforming them into a true aristocracy. For years, the Tang family had strived toward that goal. I will speak with mother. Sister, you must persuade her, she urged. I will do my best. Tang Chuchu rose and approached Hiyeme. Mother. Hiyeme, engrossed in the television, turned to glance at her. Yes, what is it? Tang Chuchu replied. Mother, do you not wish to hold your head high before your relatives? This is a splendid opportunity. Grandfather has welcomed us back into the family and granted us a substantial share. Furthermore, he has allowed me to continue as executive chairperson. Once I assume that role, you can speak with pride among your family, can't you? Hiyeme sighed softly. Chuchu, do you truly understand what kind of person your grandfather is? His current generosity is simply because he still needs you. Once you are no longer of use, he will cast you aside without hesitation. The shares he has given will inevitably be reclaimed. That is a matter for the future. We can discuss it then. Tang Chuchu insisted, doing her utmost to persuade her. As she spoke, her voice trembled. Mother, I am sorry for the shame I have brought you over the years, making it difficult for you to hold your head high among family and outsiders. Chuchu, do not blame yourself. Without your involvement, your grandfather would not have favored your father either. Your father is but a feckless individual, unwilling to strive or seize opportunities, which has led to his diminishing status within the family. While other members of the Tang family thrive at Yongla, purchasing cars and homes, your father is still burdened with mortgage payments. Hiyenme's expression was one of frustration, akin to a teacher disappointed in a student's lack of progress. Back in school, Tang Bo was exceptionally capable in all aspects, yet she never anticipated his profound weakness and naivety. Despite being a manager, he remained oblivious to the prospect of receiving kickbacks. Mom, let us return home, Jiang Chen remarked as he finished washing the dishes. Upon hearing this, he added, Chuchu, do not rush. The Tang family is in need of your assistance. Given that our parents have held a lowly position in the Tang family for years, we should seize this opportunity to reclaim everything at once. You useless chatterbox. Tang Song bellowed angrily. Jiang Chen, I warn you, this is a family matter. Refrain from meddling. Initially, Tang Song had harbored some fondness for Jiang Chen, especially since Jiang Chen had persuaded their mother to provide him with funds for a car. Now, however, he loathed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen settled down and lit a cigarette, offering one to Tang Bo, who was diligently watching television. Dad, have a smoke, he said. Tang Bo accepted, casting a glance at Hiyeme before rising to the balcony to smoke. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, letting the smoke curl around his nostrils, and remarked, If we are to negotiate, let us aim high. Mother, listen to me. Should they come again, you must demand half of the Tang family's shares. If they refuse, we shall not return. If they agree, then we will go back. Are you joking? Tang Song retorted. Do you have any idea how vast the Tang family's assets are? Do you comprehend the value of 50% of their shares? Tang Chuchu chided, Chen, do not complicate matters further. However, Hiyeme straightened her posture and declared, I find merit in Jiang Chen's argument. If they are to offer, let it be 50%. After all, I have no desire to return unless they agree to that. If they do, then we can consider it, and from that point onward, the Tang family will be under our dominion. Mother, that is implausible. Grandfather would never consent. Tang Chuchu protested. Indeed, mother, 20% is ample. Just think, that would yield over $1 million a month, and combined with my sister's salary, within a year, we could purchase a villa. He Yanmei appeared swayed by the idea. Jiang Chen interjected promptly. Mother, do not yield to sentimentality. This is your prime opportunity to assert your authority in the Tang family. If you let it slip away, such a chance may never arise again. Yet, He Yanmei lacked confidence and questioned, 50? Might that be excessive? Will the old man acquiesce? Jiang Chen elucidated, you are aware of Qianjuan's standing in Jiang. Qianjun is merely one faction of the illustrious Yu family in the capital, with an estimated market value in the hundreds of billions. The entire Yu family's worth is immeasurable. In contrast, the Tang family's total assets barely exceed a few billion, primarily fixed assets. Only through a substantial partnership with the Yi family can Tang's assets rapidly appreciate. Although grandfather is obstinate, he is not devoid of intelligence. Jiang Chen paused briefly before continuing. You are aware of the commerce city, right? It is a prestigious commercial and financial hub. Gaining entry is akin to scaling a mountain. And a small enterprise like the Tang family would find it nearly impossible to establish a presence there. However, my grandfather, with his penchant for maintaining appearances, has long aspired for the Tang family to ascend to prominence and will undoubtedly seek every possible means to secure a foothold in Commerce City. Without the support of the Yi family, what leverage does he possess? Thus, he hopes for Chuchu to return. Only by her assuming the leadership of the Tang family can their collaboration with Qianjun endure. Jiang Chen meticulously analyzed the pros and cons of the situation. His arguments compelling and persuasive, earning the unwavering trust of the Tang family members. As long as Chuchu continues as the executive chairman of Yangla, the family's orders will multiply, and their assets will flourish surely. My grandfather can calculate that. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, He Yanmei decisively agreed, affirming, yes. We must secure 50. Good son-in-law, you are truly our family's savior. If Tang Bo possessed your intellect, we would not find ourselves in such a diminished position. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, while Tang Song threatened, I sincerely hope your proposal bears fruit. Should we end up losing even 20, I will not spare you. After issuing his threat, Tang Song gazed at He Yanmei with a grin. Mother, look, we are on the verge of acquiring 50 of the family shares. We will soon be affluent, won't we? He Yanmei shot Tang Song a sharp glare. He then turned to Jiang Chen, silently pleading for his support. Jiang Chen, with a calm smile, remarked, Mother, Xiaosong is correct. Our family indeed requires a luxury vehicle. It would be quite fitting for you to drive it when visiting your family, wouldn't it? Indeed, that makes sense, He Yanmei nodded, declaring, let us purchase it. We shall go buy one tomorrow. Tang Song cast a grateful glance at Jiang Chen, recognizing the boy's utility. Jiang Chen merely smiled lightly. Above all, Tang Chuchu valued her family and their opinions. His actions were driven by a desire to foster harmony within the household. A fleeting glance at Tang Chuchu revealed a subtle smile on her face, one that she herself was unaware of, an expression of joy that emerged spontaneously. As long as Tang Chuchu was pleased, he was willing to do anything for her. Chapter 51, not as terrifying as rumored with just a few words. Jiang Chen resolved the internal strife within the Tang family. That night, in Tang Chuchu's room, she lay in bed, glancing over at Jiang Chen, who was sleeping on the cool mat on the floor. Reflecting on the day's events, she felt a pang of anxiety. Chen, is it cold on the floor? Ah, it's not too bad, Jiang Chen replied instinctively, lost in thought about his family's treasure map and the encounters of the day, particularly with the black rose. Upon hearing Tang Chuchu's voice, he responded reflexively. Then you should continue sleeping on the floor, she huffed, turning away in annoyance. She had intended for Jiang Chen to join her on the bed, but his obliviousness frustrated her. Jiang Chen suddenly realized, his body quivering involuntarily. Chuchu. I'm so cold. However, Tang Chuchu kicked off a blanket, and Jiang Chen recognized that his moment of distraction had cost him an opportunity. Yet, he did not dwell on it. Life at present was rather pleasant. The night passed quietly and unobtrusively. Early the next morning, Tang Chuchu's family set out to purchase a luxury car with the 2 million yuan that belonged to her. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen chose to remain at home, opting to tidy up the house instead. After they left, he abandoned the broom and decided to venture out to the mortal clinic. For Little Black had returned from the southern wilderness. The southern wilderness, a border region, is home to 18 small nations, abundant in mineral resources and wealthy individuals. Little Black, the vice commander of the Black Dragon Army, occupied a position of great authority, and acquiring money was a trivial task for him. Upon returning to the southern wilderness, he disseminated word that the Black Dragon was in need of funds, prompting the owners of gold mines, coal mines, diamond mines, and jadeite mines to personally deliver money to him. Billions flowed in swiftly. Soon, Little Black amassed the required funds and made his way back to Jiangzhou. Jiang Chen rode his electric scooter to the mortal clinic. Aside from Little Black, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in tight black leather pants, known as Black Rose, a key member of the tomb raiding gang from the southern wilderness, was also present. Little Black greeted Brother Jiang. Upon seeing Jiang Chen approach, Black Rose immediately knelt. Jiang Chen waved his hand slightly, saying, "There is no Black Dragon in Jiangzhou. There's no need for such formalities. Just call me Brother Jiang." Understood. Black Rose replied as she rose, addressing him, Brother Jiang. She then stepped aside. Jiang Chen took a seat and inquired, "Little Black, have you secured the funds?" Little Black chuckled, "Of course. Once I spread the word that the boss needed money, the wealthy merchants came knocking." Jiang Chen nodded, acknowledging, "I have accepted the money from others. Ensure that our brothers take care of the situation. Within our capacity, assist as much as possible. I have already instructed them." "Brother Jiang, what shall we do next?" Jiang Chen fell into contemplation. His intention was to acquire the commercial center in the city. Yet both he and Little Black held unique identities, making it unwise for them to appear publicly. He cast a glance at Black Rose. Upon meeting his gaze, Black Rose trembled and instinctively knelt again. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, questioning, "What does this mean?" Black Rose was taken aback, thinking to herself, "You gaze at me with such a peculiar expression and still inquire about its meaning?" However, she dared not voice her thoughts. "Commander, please punish me." "Who said anything about punishment?" "Stand and speak," Jiang Chen commanded. Black Rose stood, her head bowed, not daring to utter a single word. Jiang Chen asked, "Black Rose, what is your real name?" She replied earnestly, reporting to the commander, "My real name is Baisu." "Ah, Baisu, I intend to purchase the Jiangzhou Commercial Center, and you will be responsible for this endeavor. Little Black will assist you from the shadows, ensuring you acquire the center at the lowest possible price. Your task is to attract investment and transform the center into a premier financial hub." "Understood," Black Rose nodded, not daring to express any dissent. "Little Black," Jiang Chen instructed, "notify our brothers in the southern wilderness to investigate the tomb of King Lanling. Find out who commissioned Black Rose's gang for the tomb raiding, and ascertain the identity of the murderer who sought treasure. Was it a member of Black Rose's gang or someone else?" "Understood. I will arrange this immediately." The little black figure nodded before stepping outside, retrieving his phone to contact the headquarters in the South Wilderness, urging them to leverage all their connections to investigate the matter. Jiang Chen turned his gaze once more to the trembling Black Rose, who kept her head lowered. He gestured towards a chair, instructing her to sit without hesitation. I dare not," Baisu stammered, nearly on the verge of tears. After all, this was the Black Dragon, the commander of the million-strong Black Dragon army that had swept through the 18 nations bordering the South Wilderness. How could she possibly sit in the presence of such a figure? "I have said it before, there are no Black Dragons here, only Jiang Chen." "Yes, Brother Jiang," Baisu replied, her voice trembling as she uttered the term of endearment. She finally sat down. Jiang Chen inquired, "Please recount the events concerning the ancient tomb." "Very well." Baisu nodded, proceeding to narrate the sequence of events. Approximately 3 months prior, they had received a sum of remuneration along with a map, instructing them to plunder an ancient tomb. They spent a month surveying the area before finally entering the tomb. After deciphering numerous mechanisms, they ventured into the depths of the tomb. There, they discovered an ancient chest within a crystal coffin, complete with a key. At that moment, their electronic devices suddenly malfunctioned, and the flashlight extinguished. Following this, screams echoed through the air. Being the closest to the ancient chest, Baisu witnessed a shadow approaching the crystal coffin. In a state of desperation, she seized the chest, only to have it snatched away, leaving her with only the key. After obtaining the key, she was shot. With no time to spare, she fled the tomb, clutching the key. Since then, she had been investigating who had taken the chest, which led her to Jiang Chen. "Brother Jiang, I do not know the identity of the murderer, but he is exceedingly powerful. Had it not been for my agility, I surely would have met my demise within the tomb." Jiang Chen listened intently, assessing the veracity of Baisu's account. After instructing the headquarters in the South Wilderness, the little black figure entered the room. He had overheard Bai Su's recounting of the events in the ancient tomb. Jiang Chen cast a glance at him. Having accompanied Jiang Chen for many years, the little black figure understood immediately. He swiftly drew his gun, aiming it at Bai Su's head. Bai Su, terrified, felt her legs give way and she collapsed to the ground, her smooth forehead touching the floor as her body trembled uncontrollably, pleading, "I do not know how I have wronged the commander. I beg for mercy." Jiang Chen's demeanor remained indifferent as he asked, "Is there a single word of falsehood in what you have said?" In response to the commander, "There is absolutely no falsehood," Bai Su replied. Jiang Chen waved his hand slightly, prompting the little black figure to holster his weapon. "Enough, rise. Since you have chosen to align with me, you may serve me with peace of mind. Remember, this is Jiangzhong. Here, there are no black dragons, nor black roses. I'm Jiang Chen, and you are Bai Su. As for your identity, embellish it a bit, after all. Who could possess the means to purchase the commercial center in the city, if not someone of significance?" After giving his orders, Jiang Chen stood and departed. Once he had left, Bai Su exhaled in relief. Her smooth forehead had been bloodied from hitting the floor, and beads of sweat appeared on her fair face. The little black figure chuckled, "Do not be overly anxious. Brother Jiang is not as fearsome as the legends portray. In truth, he treats his subordinates quite well. As long as you follow him loyally and do not betray him, you shall be safe. However, should you choose to betray him, the consequences." "I understand." "I understand," Bai Su nodded vigorously. "Let us proceed to attend to the matters arranged by Brother Jiang and swiftly acquire the commercial center." Chapter 52. The nightmare of the four great families. Jiang Chen departed from the mortal clinic, with pressing tasks awaiting his attention. His return to Jiangzhong held two significant purposes: to repay a debt of gratitude and to exact vengeance. Although the Shao family, one of the four great families, had been rendered powerless, and the heads of the other three families had met their demise, many prominent members had ventured to the Jiang family in the past. Anyone who set foot in the Jiang villa would meet their end. The Wang family, one of the four illustrious clans of Jiangzhong, boasted countless enterprises and assets amounting to hundreds of billions. Their villa was both opulent and grand. However, today, an unusual somberness enveloped the Wang household, devoid of the usual revelry. In the hall of the villa lay a coffin, as the third-generation heir of the Wang family knelt upon the floor, accompanied by several Taoist priests performing rites. Families closely allied with the Wangs had gathered to pay their respects at the funeral of the family patriarch, Wang Zhen. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the villa, a significant assembly was underway. At the forefront stood Wang Zhen's eldest son, Wang Ming. Following his father's death, Wang Ming had ascended to the position of family head. Alongside him were several of Wang Zhen's sons and daughters, congregating to deliberate over the arrangements for their father's burial. At that moment, a young man clad in mourning attire rushed in, exclaiming, "Father, something terrible has happened." Wang Ming sprang to his feet, admonishing, "Calm yourself. What is the meaning of this panic?" "Father, no, it's not that. Look." The third-generation male of the Wang family pointed towards the staircase. The Wang family turned to behold a figure approaching the entrance, a man draped in a black coat and adorned with a ghostly mask. "Isn't this the one who killed Xiao Bieha and Xiao Zhan? What is going on? Wasn't the murderer executed?" Jiang Chen advanced, and instinctively, the Wang family members rose to their feet and recoiled. Jiang Chen took a seat upon the sofa, regarding the Wang family with an icy demeanor. Those who forced their way into the Jiang family a decade ago, those who set fire to the Jiang villa, must prostrate themselves at the Jiang family cemetery for 10 days and nights, and only then may the others of the Wang family be spared. Upon uttering these words, Jiang Chen stood and departed amidst the fearful gazes of the onlookers. He paused at the doorway, causing the Wang family to shudder in trepidation. "Remember, starting tomorrow morning, for 10 days and nights, you are not to rise. Should you defy this order, the Wang family shall face utter annihilation." Jiang Chen's voice resonated like thunder in their ears, leaving them in a state of disarray. It was only after Jiang Chen had left that the Wang family regained their senses. Wang Ming collapsed onto the sofa, his complexion pale, murmuring to himself, "I should have anticipated this. I should have realized that the one who killed Xiao Bieha was the very person whom Tang Chuchu rescued from the fire at the Jiang villa 10 years ago. But who exactly is he?" Xiao Zhan, under duress, failed to uncover this man's identity, and now Wang Ming contemplated Xiao Zhan's status as a deputy general in the Western region, a subordinate to the carefree king. The Western region military had executed the man in the ghostly mask. How could he have resurfaced? Who was he, truly? The remnants of the Jiang family, whom Tang Chuchu rescued. Could it be that her husband, Jiang Chen, is involved? Wang Ming recalled that a decade ago, there was a boy named Jiang Chen from Jiangnan. Impossible. Wang Ming shook his head, dismissing his own thoughts. Tang Chuchu's current spouse is merely a soldier who has returned from service, lacking both wealth and power. Father, what should we do? What truly transpired a decade ago? Is there any connection between the Great Fire at the Jiang family estate and the four great families? The Wang family was in a state of despair. This was a formidable figure, a harbinger of death, intent on annihilating the Wang family entirely. After Jiang Chen informed the Wang family, he proceeded to the Zhou and Zhao families. The message remained unchanged. The three families must compel the culprits responsible for the Jiang family's demise to kneel for 10 days and nights before the Jiang family tomb, followed by their own suicide and atonement. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Of the four great families, the Shao family had already been eradicated, and the heads of the remaining three families had perished. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Panic spread among the three families, prompting their key figures to convene and strategize with Xiao Ruren, who had instigated this entire affair. At the city hospital, in Xiao Ruren's ward, she lay gravely injured, her face marked with several cuts from Jiang Chen's assault, still confined to her hospital bed. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and Jiang Chen entered. Upon seeing him, Xiao Ruren, terrified, tumbled from her bed, hastily rising to kneel on the floor. Commander, Jiang Chen casually locked the door behind him and approached, taking a seat while observing the trembling Xiao Ruren. Xiao Ruren, notify those from the Xiao family who went to the Jiang home years ago to kneel for 10 days and nights at the Jiang family tomb, and then take their own lives in repentance. I shall spare the lives of the remaining members of your family. Otherwise, none shall be left. You need not go yourself, but I grant you 1 month. Within this time, ascertain the whereabouts of the Huaiyue mountain residence painting. Commander, I implore you to spare the Xiao family. I acknowledge my mistakes. I truly regret them. Allow me to atone with my life and spare my family. Before the overwhelming power of the Black Dragon, Xiao Ruren had no spirit left, continuously pleading for mercy. 24 individuals. Jiang Chen's expression remained impassive. I remember clearly that besides the deceased Xiao Biehe and Xiao Zhan, as well as the heads of the Wang, Zhou, and Zhao families, there are 19 others. Excluding you leaves 18. These 18 must kneel for 10 days, and then commit suicide in repentance. Only then will this matter be resolved. Otherwise, Jiang Chen stood and turned to leave. Not a single one shall remain. Follow my instructions. I, the Black Dragon, am a man of my word. Once these 18 individuals have knelt in repentance and taken their lives, this matter will be concluded. As he exited, Xiao Ruren knelt on the floor, tears streaming down her face. Regret consumed her. She believed in Jiang Chen's current might. If he threatened total annihilation, he would undoubtedly follow through. She had previously arranged for the Xiao family to evacuate Jiangzhou, yet they found themselves trapped, unable to escape by land, sea, or air. Devoid of energy, she sat weeping on her hospital bed. Soon, the heads of the three families came knocking at her door. If the remnants of the Jiang family have returned, seeking vengeance, then it is indeed they who are responsible for the death of Xiao Zhan. The specter executed by the king of Carefree was merely a fabrication. Your fourth brother serves under him. You must urgently seek the king of Carefree. Yes, that remnant has demanded we kneel at the Jiang family cemetery for 10 days, followed by suicide as an act of contrition. We are now wholly relying on you. For only the Xiao family has any connection to the king of Carefree. The heads of the three major families spoke in unison. Xiao Ruren lifted her gaze and glanced at the group, her voice weak as she uttered, "Let it be. The death of a mere dozen is preferable to the annihilation of the entire four great families." The revelation sent shockwaves through the room. What? The heads of the three families were utterly taken aback. Xiao Ruren shouted, "Do you not comprehend? My fourth brother is a trusted aide to the king of Carefree, holding the rank of deputy commander with a single star. If my fourth brother were to perish, the king of Carefree would not dare utter a word in protest, let alone assist in suppressing the matter. Are you still unaware of the terror that the survivors of the Jiang family embody?" The heads of the three families were left astounded. More terrifying than the king of Carefree? He is one of the 5 great commanders, a figure atop the pyramid of power. If there exists someone more fearsome than he, then who could that possibly be? The heads of the three families found themselves unable to fathom the identity of the Jiang family's remnant. Ignoring their presence, Xiao Ruren took out her phone and called Xiao Hao, weeping, "Elder brother, take those members of the Xiao family who went to the Jiang family back then and kneel at the Jiang family cemetery for 10 days and nights, or else not a single one of the Xiao family will remain." Chapter 53. A stalwart resistance. The individuals who had ventured to the Jiang family back then were the core members of the four great families, as ordinary members could not access such classified matters. After the annihilation of the Jiang family, the four great families refrained from speaking of the incident. Yet rumors circulated in the outside world. Some claimed the Jiang family perished by suicide, setting their own estate ablaze to eradicate their sins. Others asserted they had offended a powerful figure, leading to their downfall. Yet, the truth remained shrouded in mystery. Now, Jiang Chen had issued a death decree, kneel for 10 days, followed by suicide. How could this be possible? These individuals now basked in wealth, possessing assets in the hundreds of millions, enjoying boundless riches and glory. How could they kneel for 10 days and then end their lives? One by one, the heads of the three families departed from Xiao Ruoren's hospital room. Soon, Xiao Bie's son, Xiao Hao, hurried to the hospital. Ruoren, what are you saying? Kneeling for 10 days? Suicide as atonement? Xiao Hao's expression was frantic. Elder brother, do not ask. Just do as I say. You, second brother, third brother, as well as second and fourth uncles, have them all go. The death of a few is far better than the demise of the entire Xiao family, which numbers in the hundreds. Xiao Ruoren wept uncontrollably. She felt regret, immense regret. This entire predicament was orchestrated by her fourth brother. Had it not been for fourth brother Xiaozhan, she would not have approached the Jiang family, would not have married Jiang Nan, and would not have shattered the Jiang family in pursuit of the Huaiyue mountain residence painting. Yet, where could the Huaiyue mountain residence painting be? She was utterly in the dark, for the sole individual privy to its whereabouts, Xiaozhan, had already met his demise. Ruoren, what are you truly afraid of? Who is this remnant of the Jiang family, and how could he possess such formidable power? Xiao Hao continued to inquire. It is utterly inconceivable to suggest that he should kneel for 10 days at the Jiang family cemetery and subsequently take his own life. No individual would ever succumb to such a fate after enduring a prolonged period of humiliation. I am unable to voice my thoughts. Should I do so, the demise of the Xiao family would be hastened. There are so many of them, and I do not wish my words to bring about their ruin. Xiao Ruoren was reduced to tears, while Xiao Hao wore a grave expression. He knew his sister's temperament well. After all these years, having weathered countless storms, she had never displayed such fear. What manner of individual could instill such dread in her? Ruoren, let us seek out the carefree king. Our fourth brother was his trusted aide, and now that he is gone, the carefree king will surely protect us out of loyalty to him. It is futile, truly futile. Xiao Ruoren wept. If it were of any use, the carefree king would have intervened long ago. Brother, do you not grasp that the force intent on annihilating the Xiao family is a being even the carefree king fears? The impact of Ruoren's words struck Xiao Hao like a thunderclap, reverberating in his mind. He staggered back a few steps, his face ashen, his heart racing and breath quickening. Disbelief etched upon his pallid features as he exclaimed, "Impossible. This cannot be. The carefree king is the commander of the Western Territories, one of the 5 marshals. What could possibly be more terrifying than him?" Tears streamed down Xiao Ruoren's face as she despaired, speaking weakly. "Brother, I have spoken all I can. The decision is yours. I can no longer protect the Xiao family." Meanwhile, the leaders of the other 3 prominent families convened. Wang Ming of the Wang family wore a grave expression and inquired, what could Xiao Ruoren possibly fear? The Xiao family has deep ties to the carefree king. Xiaozhan was his trusted confidant. Yet she is so frightened now? Zhou Kuan of the Zhou family replied coldly, "It is mere bluster. I refuse to believe that the remnants of the Jiang family could annihilate my entire Zhou clan." Indeed, Zhao Donglai, the current head of the Zhao family, concurred. "There is nothing to fear. I have a close relationship with Brother Jiao from the underworld. With a bit of financial persuasion, I can have him safeguard the Zhao family for a time." The notion of kneeling at the Jiang family cemetery for 10 days and then committing suicide as an act of contrition is utterly implausible. With the head of the family deceased, the time has come for them to take charge. They possess assets worth hundreds of billions. How could they possibly forsake their pride to kneel, let alone take their own lives afterward? The 3 leaders gathered to devise a strategy. After deliberation, they resolved to stand firm. Each of the 3 families reached out to their contacts in the underworld, spending lavishly to gather numerous allies, determined that should the remnants of the Jiang family dare to approach, they would ensure their return would be impossible. Yet, even the deputy commander of the Western Territories and the elite Western Army had perished at the Jiangzhong Hotel. How could ordinary figures from the underworld offer them protection? Nonetheless, at this juncture, they had no choice but to take a stand. They were unaware of the dire consequences that awaited them should they fail. The 4 prominent families were in a state of turmoil, But this turmoil was an internal affair, unbeknownst to the outside world. The external narrative only spoke of the grave troubles faced by the four families. Xiao Bia of the Xiao family had met a tragic end at a birthday banquet, soon followed by the death of Xiao Zhan. Now, the heads of the other three prominent families are present. The significant figures of the four great families have all perished. This is undoubtedly a sensational event in Jiang. However, due to the ascension of King Xiaoyao, the fervor surrounding these matters has been overshadowed. Now that King Xiaoyao's succession has concluded, discussions regarding the four great families have resumed. The four great families have offended powerful individuals. The Xiao family is finished, and the other three families are not likely to endure for long either. The balance of power in Jiang is set to be reshuffled. Who will rise to replace the four great families and become the new aristocracy of Jiang? The Liu family possesses the qualifications, as their assets rival, if not surpass, those of the four great families. The Li family also holds promise. With the conclusion of King Xiaoyao's coronation ceremony, the people of Jiang are keenly focused on the four great families, speculating on when the other three families will follow in the footsteps of the Xiao family. They are engaged in discussions about which family could ascend to replace the four great families as the new elites of Jiang. Amidst the swirling rumors, Jiang Chen, after notifying the four great families, returned to the Tang family, assuming the role of a devoted house husband, meticulously tidying up the home. The current Jiang Chen is a stark contrast to the one who visited the four great families. He was like a harbinger of death back then. After cleaning the rooms, Jiang Chen checked the time and set out to the market to purchase ingredients for dinner. He rode his electric scooter, humming a light tune, leisurely making his way to the market. Meanwhile, on the 18th floor of a grand building in Jiang, a luxurious office houses a tall woman standing before a floor-to-ceiling glass window, her arms crossed, surveying the sprawling cityscape. A knock resounds at the door. "Come in," she responds, settling into her office chair. She possesses a flawless visage, her features exquisitely chiseled, resembling a meticulously crafted work of art, utterly perfect. "Chairman, we have identified the individual. His name is Jiang Chen, the son-in-law of the Tang family." Jiang Chen? The woman pauses, taken aback. Her name is Lin Yi. She is a member of the Lin family from Kyoto, overseeing their interests in Jiang. Yesterday, she attended an important banquet, but on her way, her car was hijacked, and her driver was left on the roadside. The hijackers sped through red lights, making their way to the Ayla group. Lin Yi witnessed Jiang Chen storm into the Ayla group with a fierce demeanor, swiftly incapacitating a dozen security guards. What transpired after his entry remains unknown to her. However, she is aware that shortly thereafter, the police were dispatched, followed by military forces, and even King Xiaoyao himself made an appearance. Subsequently, it was publicly declared to be a drill. A performance? Only Lin Yi knows that this was far from mere theatrics. Consequently, she sought to uncover the identity of the hijacker, discovering that he is Jiang Chen, the son-in-law of the Tang family. Her slender fingers rhythmically tap on the desk, producing a steady sound. King Xiaoyao personally intervened to suppress this incident. What on earth is the origin of Jiang Chen, the Tang family's son-in-law? Could his background be more formidable than that of King Xiaoyao himself? Chapter 54. Causing trouble. The Tang family set out early in the morning, with the intent of purchasing a luxury vehicle. They visited numerous luxury car dealerships, testing various vehicles including renowned brands such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi. However, none captured their fancy. The cars were either too inferior to warrant interest or excessively luxurious beyond their financial reach. On this day, a car exhibition was being held in Jiangzhou City, where opulent vehicles were in abundance. As the family strolled through the venue, Tang Song was mesmerized by the array of luxury cars, Ferraris, Bentleys, Maybachs, and Bugattis. He gazed at the strikingly beautiful models beside the cars, filled with envy, pondering when they might own a genuine luxury vehicle, realizing that even a car priced over $1,000,000 paled in comparison to these magnificent machines. Suddenly, Yanmei slapped him on the forehead, admonishing him, "Stop dreaming impractically. A car costing over $1,000,000 is already quite sufficient. What are we doing here? Don't think I'm unaware. The vehicles here often exceed 10 million. Tang Song chuckled. "Mom, I brought you here to broaden your horizons. After all, looking doesn't cost anything." "Wow, this car is stunning," Tang Chuchu exclaimed, instantly captivated by a red Ferrari. She took out her phone and snapped several pictures. The family continued to explore the exhibition, constantly photographing the exquisite cars. After a thorough look around, they decided to leave, as the prices were far beyond their budget. Eventually, They visited a Maserati dealership and, after careful selection, spent $2 million on a Maserati. After the purchase, Jiang realized her account had dwindled to just a few thousand, leaving no funds for insurance or registration fees. With a stern expression, she scolded, "I told you a car worth over $1 million would suffice. But you insisted on this extravagant purchase. Now we're broke." Tang Song reassured her, "Mom, we will soon receive our family S50 share. Then we will have money. Come on, let us drive home. I'll take you for a ride in our luxury car." The thought of finally owning a luxury vehicle brought a smile to Jiang face, as she felt proud to return to her family with newfound confidence. After completing the transaction, Tang Song drove the family around the city, reveling in the exhilarating power of the car. "Oh, this is amazing," he shouted, eager for others to notice his recent acquisition. However, mere minutes into their drive, while waiting at a traffic light, Tang Song, caught in the thrill, failed to brake in time and collided with the vehicle in front. The impact startled him, causing his heart to race, while the Tang family's expressions turned grave. They had just acquired the car and hadn't even secured insurance yet. Tang Song stepped out of the car with a serious demeanor. Simultaneously, the driver of the other vehicle, a portly man in his 40s, dressed modestly yet exuding an air of authority, also emerged. "What were you thinking? How could you brake so abruptly? Causing me to crash? Do you have any idea how much my car is worth?" $2 million. Tang Song inspected the damage to his bumper, noticing the paint was scraped and the metal dented, and he could not help but express his frustration vocally. The man silently assessed his own vehicle before casting a wary glance at the irate Tang Song. With an air of indifference, "I observed my vehicle. A limited edition Maybach valued at over 40 million. Should we engage the insurance or resolve this privately?" "What?" Tang Song was momentarily taken aback. His concern solely for his own car, oblivious to the damage inflicted upon mine. Upon closer inspection, his complexion drained of color as he exclaimed, "My goodness. Tang Bo." Jiang, Tang Chuchu, and Wumin subsequently exited their vehicles. Upon realizing the collision involved a limited edition Maybach, they too turned pale with shock. Lin Xian, not one to shy away from confrontation, was known as the underground emperor of Jiangzhong, engaging in dubious dealings. Yet, before he could utter a word, this young man had audaciously attempted to shift the blame onto him. "How dare you blame me? I was merely waiting at a red light when you recklessly collided with my car, and now you accuse me with such a vile attitude." Lin Xian, noticing that Tang Song's vehicle still bore no license plates and lacked insurance markings, found amusement in the situation. "Just acquired, I presume? Look at the dent on the rear of my car. If you sell this one and add a few million, it should suffice for compensation." Tang Song's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. "Brother, I was wrong. Please, spare me. I invested all my savings into this car. I cannot afford to compensate. Without money, what is there to boast about?" Lin Xian retorted, delivering a kick that sent Tang Song sprawling to the ground, following it with a flurry of punches and kicks. "Stop." Wumin rushed forward, attempting to restrain Lin Xian. A sharp slap from Lin Xian sent Wumin crashing to the ground. Tang Song, ignoring his pain, rose again and knelt, pleading for mercy. Jiang approached with a grim expression and struck Tang Song on the head. "You useless fool. Had I known, I would never have permitted you to purchase this car." After berating him, she turned to the middle-aged, ruthless-looking Lin Xian and implored, "Brother, consider this. The issue is not insurmountable. I have 5,000 in my account. Would that suffice?" 5,000? Lin Xian's expression darkened. "Do you take me for a beggar?" Jiang cautiously inquired. "Then, how much do you require?" Lin Xian pointed at Tang Song's newly purchased Maserati. "I have stated, sell this vehicle and add another 5 million. You ought to have some funds for a 2 million car. If you lack the means, utilize whatever connections you have to resolve this matter swiftly, or the consequences you face will be dire." Lin Xian, now adopting a low profile, was uncertain of the backgrounds of those before him. If they could leverage their connections, he would not press them further, as his past dealings had been far from clean. Having since sought redemption, he preferred to remain inconspicuous and avoid antagonizing anyone. With that, Lin Xian entered his vehicle and made a call. "I'm at Tianhua Road. Send a few people and have them bring me a young man." The location was in the city center, at a traffic light intersection, where the two vehicles had collided, swiftly causing a traffic jam. The traffic police arrived promptly, taking photographs and instructing both parties to move their cars to the roadside. Tang Song and Wumin knelt, continually pleading for mercy, but Lin Xian remained unmoved. At this very moment, a van approached, and several men with fierce and intimidating appearances disembarked, advancing towards Lin Xian. "Boss," Lin Xian remarked, pointing at the kneeling Tang Song. Take him away. Understood. The men forcibly seized the kneeling Tang Song and dragged him into the van. Lin Xian then turned to Tang Bo, Hiyame, Tang Chuchu, and Wu Min, stating calmly, before midnight, bring 8 million to Xingshi dynasty to secure his release. Otherwise, prepare to collect his remains. What should we do? Hurry and think of something. Wu Min cried, overwhelmed with distress. Hiyame found herself at a loss. Tang Chuchu, equally anxious, retrieved her phone and called Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, occupied with cooking dinner, answered the call. Chuchu, are you coming back? My meal is almost ready. Chen, something terrible has happened. My brother is in trouble. What's wrong? Jiang Chen inquired, taken aback. With a quivering voice, Tang Chuchu explained. We just bought a car and had barely driven it when my brother accidentally rear-ended a limited edition Maybach, rumored to be worth over 40 million. Now he has been deemed fully responsible, the car isn't insured, and he was beaten up before being forcibly taken away. What are we going to do? Don't panic. Where are you? I will come immediately. At Tianhua Road. All right, remain calm. I will be there shortly. Jiang Chen ended the call and turned off the induction cooker that was simmering soup. He quickly exited and hailed a taxi, heading towards Tianhua Road. Chapter 55. Divorce from Jiang Chen. Tang Song's abduction sent the Tang family into a frenzy. He had been taken right in front of the traffic police, who did nothing to intervene. They were not foolish. Someone capable of driving a car worth millions must surely be a person of considerable influence. Wu Min grasped Tang Chuchu's arm, her face pleading, Sister, you are our only hope to save a song. Don't you know Yi Xiong? Please call him. I'll try. Tang Chuchu responded, uncertain. Given the gravity of the situation, she felt compelled to reach out. I'm sorry, the number you are trying to reach is temporarily unavailable. Tang Chuchu attempted to contact Yi Xiong, but her call failed to connect. I can't get through, she said, her voice filled with despair. What do we do now? Wu Min, on the verge of tears, exclaimed. Where is Jiang Chen? Didn't he just come back from the military? Didn't he claim to know powerful figures? We need him here. I've already called him. He's on his way, Tang Chuchu replied. Hiyame, maintaining her composure, remarked, even if Jiang Chen arrives, it won't change anything. Don't be swayed by his words. If he truly knew influential people, he wouldn't be in such a predicament, nor would he have married into the Tang family. Mom, what should we do? Wu Min cried. After a moment's contemplation, Hiyame suggested, I will call young Master Sunday. The Sun family ranks just below the 4 major families. I had previously mentioned introducing my daughter to him, but since Chuchu was injured by Xiaozhan, I set that aside. Ever since Tang Chuchu regained her beauty, I have been reaching out to affluent families, seeking a suitable match for her. Young Master Sun has always been my ideal choice for a son-in-law. However, due to various circumstances, I had not contacted him recently. She promptly dialed Sun Yao, briefly recounting the situation. Auntie, I'm nearby. I'll be there shortly. Sun Yao was dining at a restaurant near Tianhua Road when he received Hiyinmei's call, prompting him to rush over. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived, driving a luxurious Porsche worth over 10 million. He parked, alighted from the vehicle, and spotted Tang family members by the roadside, his gaze landing on Tang Chuchu, causing his eyes to brighten. Auntie, Uncle, Chuchu, he greeted warmly. Upon seeing Sun Yao, Hiyinmei felt as if she had grasped a lifeline. Young Master Sun, you must help me. Tang Song crashed into a luxury car, and the owner is demanding 8 million in compensation. If we can't pay, they want us to retrieve Tang Song's body. Sun Yao assured her with conviction, Auntie, do not worry. I will take care of this. The Sun family is among the elite in Jiangzhou, second only to the 4 prominent families. I know all sorts of influential figures here. All right, let's head to the Xintai dynasty. Huh? Sun Yao was momentarily taken aback. The Xintai dynasty? Lin Xian's territory? He asked tentatively, Andy, what kind of car did Tang Song crash? It seems to be a limited edition Maybach. Upon hearing this, Sun Yao instinctively took a step back, then inquired. Is the owner somewhat portly and dressed rather ordinarily? Yes, that's him. My goodness, Sun Yao gasped internally. This was the underground emperor of Jiangzhou, once known as the Black Wind Lin Xian, who had since turned legitimate, running a proper business. Lin Xian had adopted a low profile. As long as one did not provoke him, there would generally be no issues. However, should one cross him, the consequences could be dire. Sun Yao took a deep breath, glancing at Tang Chuchu, unable to suppress a nervous swallow. Auntie, I can assist you with this matter, but Lin Xian is not to be trifled with. We will need my father to intervene. He has some connections with Lin Xian. However, I cannot assist without something in return. You mentioned introducing Chuchu to me last time. What about that? For the sake of her son, Yanmei was willing to overlook such matters. Young master son, rest assured, Chuchu will soon divorce Jiang Chen. Although Tang's song was disappointing, he was still her son. How could she stand by while he faced trouble? Moreover, Jiang Chen was merely a soldier. Despite his claims of knowing influential figures, she preferred the latter. Sun Yao belonged to the Sun family, which possessed vast wealth, with assets amounting to hundreds of billions. Marrying into the Sun family would be a far better prospect for Chuchu than remaining with Jiang Chen. Chuchu, what do you think? Sun Yao turned to Tang Chuchu. Lin Xian was indeed formidable. The Sun family was insignificant in his presence, a mere trifle. Lin Xian was a true big shot, uninterested in the superficial prestige of elite families. Yet, his father had some acquaintance with Lin Xian. They had dined together. Furthermore, this was not a significant matter, just a rear-end collision. With his intervention and a slight financial settlement, the issue could be resolved. For Tang Chuchu, spending a few million was not a loss. Mom, I won't divorce Jiang Chen. Slap. Yanmei raised her hand and struck, exclaiming, not divorcing? Will you produce 8 million to save your brother? Tang Chuchu bore a distinct handprint on her face. Her delicate hand pressed against her cheek as tears shimmered in her eyes. Sun Yao spoke. Chuchu, do you truly understand who Lin Xian is? Do you have any idea what he was involved in years ago? He carries the weight of at least 80 lives on his shoulders. He is a man who devours without leaving bones behind. Upon hearing this, Tang Chuchu felt a wave of fear wash over her. Sun Yao gazed at her graceful figure and stunning visage, swallowing hard as he continued. Do you really believe that offering 8 million will suffice to save him? Let me be frank. Once Lin Xian receives the money, he certainly will not spare Tang Song. Those who offend him never meet a favorable end. Chuchu, if you do not consider your own safety, at least think of your brother. Yanmei, growing desperate, exclaimed, Are you asking your mother to kneel before you? As she spoke, she almost sank to her knees. Mom, Tang Chuchu quickly supported her mother, tears streaking down her cheeks. I will divorce Jiang Chen. Please don't do this. Sun Yao, witnessing this exchange, wore a look of delight. Yanmei had mentioned that if the Tang family brought 8 million to the Xingshi dynasty, Lin Xian would release him. Sun Yao was familiar with Lin Xian. He was a man of his word in the underworld. Over the years, he had maintained a low profile, generally avoiding trouble. As long as the money was in place, Tang Song would surely be safe. Moreover, he was connected to the Sun family. His father had a slight acquaintance with Lin Xian, and if he intervened, it would likely not cost as much. Once this matter was resolved, Tang Chuchu would be his. After all, she was the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. Additionally, Yanmei had informed him that although Tang Chuchu was registered as married to Jiang Chen, they had not yet consummated their union. Uncle, Chuchu, leave this matter to me. I still have some funds in my account. You all go home and wait. I will go rescue him. With my family's connections. Once the money is paid, Lin Xian will not complicate matters for Tang Song. Yanmei pleaded, Young master's son, may we accompany you? She had witnessed Lin Xian's violent tendencies and was now deeply concerned for Tang Song's safety. Sun Yao assured her, Auntie, you can rest easy and return home to wait. This matter is in my hands. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the despondent Tang Chuchu and smiled. Chuchu, once I bring Tang Song back, shall we share a meal together? Yes, I will wait for you. Yanmei replied for Tang Chuchu, who stood aside, quietly shedding tears. She took out her phone and called Jiang Chen, saying, Chen, the matter has been resolved. You may go home and wait for me. I have something to discuss with you. After hanging up, she felt a sense of relief. Jiang Chen was already on his way. He had taken a taxi, but traffic delays had held him up. Upon receiving Tang Chuchu's call, he exhaled in relief and instructed the driver to turn back. Chapter 56. Who do you think your father is? Tang Chuchu's phone call proclaimed that the issue had been settled. Jiang Chen returned home, setting the table with food, awaiting Tang Chuchu and the others for lunch. They returned swiftly, yet as soon as they entered, Jiang Chen sensed something was amiss. The expressions on his family's faces were far from normal. Tang Chuchu and Wu Min still bore traces of tears on their faces, with a puzzled expression on his face. Jiang Chen inquired, Chuchu, what is the matter? Wasn't everything resolved? Where is your brother? Why has he returned with you? Tang Chuchu cast a glance at him, her eyes brimming with tears, and then she began to cry pitifully. What is wrong? Jiang Chen promptly sought to comfort her. If there is something bothering you, please share it with me. I can help. Sighing deeply, Yanmei interjected. Jiang Chen, sensing her distress, pressed further, Mom, what is troubling you? Yet, no one in the family spoke a word. After they settled down in the house, Jiang Chen went to fetch bowls and chopsticks, serving food while saying, "Come, let us eat and talk." With tears in her eyes, Tang Chuchu finally spoke. "Chen, let us get a divorce." Jiang Chen was instantly taken aback, frozen in place. After several moments of shock, he finally sat down and lit a cigarette, inquiring quietly, "Why?" Yanmei, her face etched with regret, responded, "Jiang Chen, I am truly sorry. Although you lack wealth and power, I acknowledge your thoughtfulness and your ability to manage household chores well. However, you and Chuchu are simply not suited for each other." Yanmei had observed Jiang Chen's efforts during this time, in an attempt to elevate her dignity. He even sought help from his superior to procure a car to take her to the military district, marking one of the proudest moments of her life. Yet, Chuchu had become exceptionally accomplished, deserving only someone equally remarkable. Once more, Jiang Chen pressed, "What exactly happened? Please, tell me." But once again, the family remained silent. "Dad." Jiang Chen turned to Tang Bo. Tang Bo exchanged a glance with Yanmei, who nodded in affirmation, before whispering, "Hear us what transpired." He then recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen stood up and left. "Chen." Tang Chuchu choked out, rising to call after him. She wished to follow, but was restrained by Yanmei. "Chuchu, let him go. If it were anyone, they would feel hurt. In time, he will recover. Once he has more resources, you can make amends to him. After all, he has saved you twice." Sobbing, Tang Chuchu lamented, "I don't care about Sun Yao or any wealthy family. I only love Jiang Chen." However, caught between familial bonds and love, she chose the former. She understood that Jiang Chen must hate her deeply, loathing her entire family, which prompted his departure. Jiang Chen left the Tang family home, taking a taxi to the prosperous Dynasty, the most renowned leisure club in Jiangzhou, a venue that combined a bar and bathhouse for entertainment. In the basement of prosperous Dynasty, Tang Song found himself brought to this place, hung up and bound. After bringing Tang Song back, Lin Xian utilized his connections to investigate Tang Song's background, as he feared offending certain privileged individuals. He feared nothing but the powerful, aware of his own murky past. If he crossed those in authority, it would be all too easy for them to make his life miserable. Upon discovering that Tang Song was merely a useless member of the Tang family, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He settled into an armchair. Observing the bound and suspended Tang Song with narrowed eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Tang Song, I had no intention of getting involved with you. But how unfortunate that you had to cross paths with me. Brother, I was wrong. Please, give me another chance." Tang Song pleaded. Tang Song was left battered and bruised, continuously pleading for mercy. At that moment, someone entered and announced, "Master Lin, someone has arrived claiming to bring money to redeem this lad." "Bring him in," came the reply. Soon, Sun Yao was escorted in by several underlings. Upon seeing Tang Song bound and hanging, his body marred with injuries, he nearly collapsed in shock. However, the thought of rescuing Tang Song in exchange for winning over Tang Chuchu bolstered his courage. Furthermore, the tales surrounding Lin Xian were numerous. Sun Yao understood that Lin Xian was a man of loyalty who rarely instigated trouble. He approached, offering a cigarette while bowing slightly, and said with a smile, "Master Lin. Greetings. I am Sun Yao from the Sun family. My father is Sun Taiyan. We have shared a meal before." Lin Xian chuckled softly, replying, "Ah, so you are the son of Sun Taiyan." "Indeed, I have dined with your father a few times, so we are somewhat acquainted. However, this young man has acted foolishly. Not only did he collide with my vehicle, but he also spoke disrespectfully. If I do not teach him a lesson, it would reflect poorly on my reputation. Master Lin, this lad deserves punishment, but his sister is my woman. As you can see, I have come personally. Could we perhaps lessen the penalty in light of my father's connection with you?" Sun Yao ventured. Lin Xian's expression darkened as he seized Sun Yao by the hair. "In consideration of your father? What significance does he hold? Even if he were to come himself, I would not easily let this boy go. I have stated my price, 8 million, or he stays." Sun Yao, aware of Lin Xian's unwavering resolve, had dared to come only because of this knowledge. Otherwise, even with 10 times the courage, he would not have approached. He had hoped that invoking his father's name would absolve him of the payment. It seemed that to win Tang Chuchu's affection, he would need to part with a substantial sum. "Master Lin, please do not be angry. I have brought the money. I am willing to pay, but could we possibly reduce the amount a bit, considering my father's friendship with you?" Sun Yao tentatively inquired. Lin Xian released his grip on Sun Yao. "Very well, let us reduce it to 5 million. The Sun family was indeed a prominent clan with some influence. Although Lin Xian was unafraid, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary conflict now that the new king of leisure had taken office. Thus, he lowered the demand from 8 million to 5 million. Sun Yao felt a pang in his heart. Although his family was wealthy, 5 million was mere pocket change. It was not his own. That sum represented his entire allowance for a month. Resolute in his desire for Tang Chuchu, he nodded decisively. Yes, if Master Lin says 5 million, then 5 million it shall be. A direct transfer? Indeed, a direct transfer, Lin Xian confirmed. Then gestured to one of his subordinates. You take him to arrange the transfer. The subordinate nodded and led Sun Yao away to complete the transaction. Soon after, Sun Yao returned to the basement, where Tang Song was released from his restraints. Though he had already succumbed to unconsciousness after enduring a beating and being suspended for a considerable time. Suddenly, at that moment, a subordinate rushed in, visibly agitated. Boss, something's gone awry. Intruders have broken in, and many of our men have been taken down. What? Lin Xian's fury ignited instantly. This is the prosperous dynasty, where everyone knows this territory is under his control. Who dares to stir trouble here? Who? It is I. A voice resonated through the air. As the sound echoed, several men wielding iron rods and machetes stumbled into the basement, rolling and crawling. Lin Xian turned to see a stranger entering, observing his subordinates being toppled while others retreated in fear. In the prosperous dynasty, he had hundreds of subordinates and security personnel. This intruder was undoubtedly no ordinary foe. Lin Xian, with a hand resting on his waist grasping a weapon, wore a somber expression as he coldly inquired, Who are you? Having reached this point, he approached every situation with utmost caution, fearful that a misstep could offend a powerful figure and jeopardize the empire he had painstakingly built over a lifetime. Jiang Chen. The indifferent voice rang out. Chapter 57. You may offend me, but do not anger my wife. Jiang Chen stepped into the basement, where over 20 of Lin Xian's subordinates had gathered. The hundreds of security personnel and dozens of subordinates outside had already been incapacitated by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Is it you? Sun Yao was about to leave with Tang Song when he caught sight of Jiang Chen approaching. His countenance darkened immediately, and he spat vitriol. Do you know where you are? Kneel and apologize to Lord Lin at once. Jiang Chen advanced, raising his foot to deliver a powerful kick directly to Sun Yao's chest. He was propelled several meters away, crashing to the ground with a painful scream. He had broken bones and lay there, unable to rise. Who are you? Lin Xian refrained from rash actions. As someone accustomed to the underworld, he recognized the signs from Jiang Chen's strike. This was undoubtedly a specially trained soldier. Fixating on Jiang Chen, he queried, So you are Jiang Chen? I, Lin Xian, have no grievances with you recently, nor any enmity in the past. What is the meaning of this? Jiang Chen approached step by step, while Lin Xian's hand brushed against his weapon, retreating cautiously. Jiang Chen seated himself in a grand armchair, producing a cigarette and lighting it. The expansive basement fell into silence, punctuated only by the flick of the lighter. Kneel, Jiang Chen commanded. His voice thundered like a storm, resonating in Lin Xian's ears and numbing his eardrums. At that moment, Jiang Chen exuded an overwhelming aura, a blend of dominance and lethal intent, cultivated only by those who have spent years in relentless combat in high positions. Lin Xian, also a figure of the underworld, had witnessed countless scenes in his earlier years. Yet, at Jiang Chen's command, his legs weakened, instinctively yearning to kneel. However, being an underground emperor and a formidable character, he was not easily intimidated. Jiang Chen's roar did not frighten him, yet he dared not act recklessly. With a stern expression, he demanded, Who exactly are you? Lord Lin. He is the son-in-law of the Tang family, the husband of Tang Chuchu, and the brother-in-law of Tang Song. He is merely a useless soldier returned from service. Quickly, kill him. Sun Yao, who had been kicked away, managed to rise but could not stand, sitting on the ground. He glared at Jiang Chen with a face full of malice. Vagrant, do you know who I am? I am Sun Yao of the Sun family, son of Sun Taiyan. And do you recognize the illustrious figure before you? This is none other than the renowned Lord Lin. Jiang Chen cast a sharp glance at the prostrate Sun Yao. His eyes gleamed with the ferocity of a hawk. Sun Yao felt as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, his entire being trembling involuntarily, cold sweat trickling down his spine. Sun Yao, indeed, was the very reason Yin Mei demanded Tang Chuchu divorce him, as he coveted her. Whoosh! A silver needle shot forth. Ah! Sun Yao writhed on the ground, agony coursing through him, as if he were being pricked by 1,000 needles. He rolled incessantly, clawing at his skin. Yet the more he scratched, the greater the pain became, an unbearable torment that rendered him desperate. He pleaded for mercy. Jiang Chen, I was wrong. Please, I beg you. Spare me. Beside him, Lin Xian was drenched in cold sweat, fear etched on his forehead. What extraordinary prowess was this? he witnessed Jiang Chen brandishing a silver needle. And with a mere flick of his wrist, Sun Yao was writhing in pain on the ground. Lin Xian's 20-plus underlings were rendered weak-kneed, some collapsing in terror. Lin Xian? Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the corpulent middle-aged man. Thud. Lin Xian immediately knelt, desperation in his voice. Lord Jiang, I acknowledge my folly. I have offended you. Please forgive me. As he knelt, his hand stealthily moved to his waist. In an instant, he drew a gun. Bang. The gunshot echoed. Yet, the chair was empty. Lin Xian looked up, panic flooding his senses upon discovering the chair devoid of its occupant. Where had he gone? Lin Xian's subordinates searched frantically. They looked up to find one person suspended from the ceiling of the basement. He clung to the wall with one hand, as if glued. His entire body dangling in midair. Bewilderment gripped everyone. What manner of skill was this? Was this even human? Jiang Chen descended swiftly. In the moment of his descent, his foot struck Lin Xian's chin with brutal force. Crack! Lin Xian's jaw shattered instantly, his body propelled backward, flipping through the air before crashing violently to the ground. Emitting a pained cry, this scene left Lin Xian's more than 20 subordinates in a state of shock, armed with machetes and electric batons. They retreated in fear to the corner of the wall, drenched in sweat at the sight of Jiang Chen, who resembled a deity of death. Sun Yao remained sprawled on the ground, rolling and wailing, his skin torn by his own nails. Lin Xian lay moaning in agony, his jaw broken. Meanwhile, Tang Song, after being brought here and suspended for some time, had been beaten and had lost consciousness, still yet to awaken. Jiang Chen rose and approached Sun Yao. He yanked him from the floor, extracting the silver needle embedded within him. As the needle was removed, Sun Yao's pain began to subside. Grasping him by the hair, Jiang Chen lifted him from the ground, his voice cold and unyielding. So, it is you who has been coveting my wife? Jiang Chen, no, brother Jiang, I was wrong. I fail to recognize your stature. I dare not do so again. Sun Yao trembled in fear. Those who dare to confront Lin Xian are certainly not to be trifled with. With a swift motion, Jiang Chen delivered a resounding slap, leaving a stark imprint upon Sun Yao's face. His head tilted, blood spewed forth from his mouth, accompanied by a few lost teeth. A cry of anguish escaped Sun Yao. His expression contorted, revealing a terrifying visage. Like a discarded rag doll, Jiang Chen cast him to the ground and strode towards Lin Xian, placing a foot upon his chest. Spare me, please. Lin Xian implored, his jaw shattered, the pain tearing at his very soul, his voice trembling. I had no intention of taking a life, but you, lacking foresight, may provoke me, yet do not incite my wife's ire. Jiang Chen pressed down upon Lin Xian's heart with force. A scream of despair erupted from Lin Xian as his head fell to the side, life extinguished in an instant. The henchmen in the basement, witnessing the scene, trembled in fear, dropping to their knees in fervent supplication. Sun Yao, sprawled on the ground, quaked in terror. Lin Xian is dead? Jiang Chen settled into a grand chair and dialed a number, contacting the king of leisure. I have injured some ruffians at the Shengshi dynasty and taken a life. Send someone to handle the aftermath. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's call, Sun Yao teetered on the brink of madness. Who on earth is this person? He thought, bewildered by Jiang Chen's audacity to summon the king of leisure for assistance. Rising, Jiang Chen cast a glance at Tang Song, who lay on the floor, then turned to Sun Yao with a calm demeanor. Before my brother awakens, ensure he is safely returned. Should a whisper of this incident reach the outside, Lin Xian's fate shall be yours. With that cryptic warning, Jiang Chen departed, casually discarding the cigarette butt, which landed squarely upon the lifeless Lin Xian. After Jiang Chen's departure, Sun Yao broke into tears, overwhelmed by fear. He had never encountered such a horrifying spectacle in his life. As a pampered scion of wealth, he was unaccustomed to such brutality. Even though Jiang Chen had left, the dread lingered within him. He wished to take Tang Song away, yet his own body was broken, teeth shattered, and blood filling his mouth. Struggling to his feet, he was met with searing pain in his ankle, collapsing once more to the ground. In a state of panic, he retrieved his phone, dialing Sun Taiyan. Father, I've gotten into trouble at the Shengshi dynasty. Please, come and rescue me. Chapter 58. The King of Leisure's fury after his visit to the Shengshi dynasty. Jiang Chen proceeded to the mortal clinic, deliberately avoiding Tang Chuchu. He understood that Sun Yao would no longer dare entertain any thoughts regarding her, and soon she would call him back. Meanwhile, upon receiving Jiang Chen's call, the King of Leisure erupted in furious indignation. He was the King of Leisure, a commander destined to lead the 5 armies, not a mere janitor for Jiang Chen. He immediately dispatched troops to the Shengshi dynasty and demanded an investigation into its background and ownership. With the king of leisure's wrath unleashed, the military district trembled. Hundreds of military vehicles mobilized instantaneously, and the intelligence system was activated. Lin Xian was a notable figure in Jiangzhou, having engaged in many unsavory activities in years past. Thus, uncovering his background was a trivial matter for the king of leisure. In less than 10 minutes, comprehensive information about the Shengshi dynasty was presented before him. The carefree king, upon witnessing the scene, was filled with rage and bellowed, "Seal off the Shengshi dynasty. Detain all associated individuals, leaving no one behind. Let this matter be deemed a military operation." Upon receiving the command, the military district swiftly mobilized. It was midday, and yet hundreds of military vehicles surged forth, creating a considerable stir on the streets. What was happening now? Another drill, perhaps? As the military vehicles halted before the Shengshi dynasty, citizens began to murmur among themselves. "I've heard that the Shengshi dynasty is not above board. Indeed, the proprietor, Lin Xian, has engaged in numerous dubious activities in the past, though he now walks a more discreet path. They say a new official ignites 3 fires. It appears that the carefree king is targeting Lin Xian." Within the Shengshi dynasty, the vice commander under the carefree king, Huadong, adorned with a single star on his military insignia, led his troops inside. As he traversed the premises, security personnel and local ruffians littered the ground, groaning in agony. Witnessing this spectacle, Huadong's muscles quivered slightly. How had Lin Xian of the Shengshi dynasty provoked the wrath of Jiang Chen, the harbinger of death? Huadong descended into the basement, where over 20 individuals remained, all subordinates of Lin Xian. Among them lay the unconscious Tang Song, the incapacitated Sun Yao, and the long-deceased Lin Xian. "Remove the corpses and take everyone away," Huadong commanded with a glance. In a state of panic, Sun Yao implored, "General, please, I have done nothing wrong. I am Sun Yao of the Sun family." Huadong halted, casting a disdainful glance at the seated Sun Yao before delivering a kick. "What Sun family? Why provoke Jiang Chen, the harbinger of death, and cause trouble for our king? I tell you, my king is furious, and you are doomed." Sun Yao was sent sprawling to the ground, but quickly regained his footing, exclaiming, "No, you cannot arrest me. Jiang Chen instructed me to return his brother safely." Sun Yao was not foolish. He had discerned something amiss and pointed towards the unconscious Tang Song. "This is Jiang Chen's wife's brother. Jiang Chen ordered me to ensure his safe return." "Oh." Huadong glanced at the prostrate Tang Song, instantly comprehending the situation. So, they had crossed paths with Tang Chuchu's brother. No wonder. "What are you waiting for? Get out of here now," Huadong shouted, delivering another kick. It was precisely due to these short-sighted individuals provoking others that they had attracted Jiang Chen's ire, compelling Jiang Chen to clean up their mess. Tears welled in Sun Yao's eyes as he felt desperate. He wished to escape too, but with a fractured bone. Walking was a challenge, let alone carrying Tang Song. At that moment, a fully armed soldier approached and inquired, "General, a man outside claims to be Sun Taiyun, stating that his son is inside. Should we let him in?" Huadong glanced at Sun Yao and slightly gestured. "Let him in. Quickly remove this useless individual." Outside the Shengshi dynasty, a middle-aged man clad in a suit and tie, sweating profusely, was none other than Sun Taiyun, the principal figure of the Sun family conglomerate. Upon receiving his son's call, he hurried over, only to be struck with fear upon seeing the military surrounding the Shengshi dynasty. What on earth has this ungrateful child done? A soldier approached, pointing at Sun Taiyun, commanding him to enter. He complied and stepped into the establishment, his heart racing. As he walked through, he was surrounded by fully armed soldiers, many of whom were carrying injured individuals away. When he reached the basement, he was confronted with the sight of his battered son, Sun Yao, and Huadong, adorned with a star on his shoulder. Overcome with terror, he collapsed to his knees, uttering a single word, "General, Dad, please take me away." Sun Yao cried, his voice choked with sobs. Rising to his feet, Sun Taiyun advanced, unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks upon him. "You wretched child, what have you done?" Huadong interjected sternly, "Enough of this disgrace. Hurry and take him away. Also, ensure this kid is safely returned to the Tang family. We will deal with you later." Hearing this, Sun Taiyun's heart sank. He then forcefully kicked Sun Yao a few more times, exclaiming, "You useless fool, I could kill you. What, do you think my words fall on deaf ears? If you refuse to leave, then someone, take him back." At this, Sun Taiyun was instantly filled with dread. He hoisted the unconscious Tang Song and, seizing Sun Yao, made a hasty exit. Outside, in the car, Sun Taiyan was drenched in sweat, loosening his tie and unbuttoning his shirt, which was now soaked. After driving a distance, he pulled over and lit a cigarette. "What have you done, you ungrateful child?" he bellowed as he smoked. "Dad, I can't say. If I do, it's all over," Sun Yao whimpered. Furrowing his brow, Sun Taiyan pressed, "You can't say? What have you gotten yourself into?" "I've offended a powerful figure, someone who could command the likes of the carefree king. What do I do? Am I doomed?" Sun Yao stammered. "What exactly transpired?" Sun Taiyan shouted. "I was just thinking about Tang Chuchu." Sun Yao recounted the events vaguely, omitting the name Jiang Chen. He only mentioned that someone had come to Tang Chuchu's aid, resulting in Lin Xian's death, and that the carefree king had been summoned to handle the aftermath. He refrained from disclosing any further details. "Who is this individual?" Sun Taiyan pressed. "Dad, please don't ask. If I say anything, I'll be dead. And you mustn't breathe a word. If you do, our family is finished." That was Lin Xian. He was killed without hesitation, and now even the general has arrived. Sun Yao trembled, haunted by the events that had transpired. "You are a failure, incapable of accomplishing anything but causing ruin," Sun Taiyan berated him. "You must tell me who you've offended." "It's Jiang Chen, Tang Chuchu's husband." "Dad, please don't let this slip. Jiang Chen warned me. If even a whisper of this gets out, Lin Xian's fate will be mine," Sun Yao implored. Sun Taiyan furrowed his brow. He had expected a significant figure. Yet it turned out to be this Jiang Chen, a mere son-in-law of the Tang family. How could he wield such influence? How could he command the carefree king to clean up the mess? At this moment, Sun Taiyan was engulfed in confusion and doubt. He could not fathom how a mere son-in-law could possess such extraordinary capabilities. However, he understood that the events of the day must remain confidential, otherwise the Sun family would face ruin. Who was Lin Xian? The underground emperor of Jiangzhou, with assets exceeding those of the four prominent families, had been ruthlessly eliminated like a dog. The Sun family certainly lacked Lin Xian's formidable prowess. In a fit of rage, he cursed loudly, instructing, "Quickly send Tang Song back to plead for mercy. We must secure Tang Chuchu's forgiveness. If that fails, I shall go myself." Chapter 59. A new official's three fires. The military mobilized, sealing off the Shengshi dynasty and apprehending numerous individuals, causing a tremendous uproar in Jiangzhou. The newly appointed king of leisure ignited his first blaze upon Lin Xian. I have heard that Lin Xian had previously engaged in dubious enterprises, but had since cleaned up his act and turned to legitimate business. Nevertheless, he bore the weight of many lives lost and a plethora of dark secrets. It is truly gratifying that the notorious Lin Xian has finally been captured. Even if he avoids gunfire, he will undoubtedly spend the rest of his life behind bars. The people of Jiangzhou were abuzz with speculation. Meanwhile, the various families instructed their members to remain subdued during this period, urging them not to provoke the king of leisure and bring trouble upon their households. At Tang Chuchu's home, the family sat on the sofa in silence, the atmosphere unusually tense. Tang Chuchu appeared utterly despondent, her tear-streaked face reflecting her distress. Witnessing her state, he and Mei felt a pang of compassion. Despite the humiliation Tang Chuchu had caused her over the years, she had always been well-behaved and understanding. Unable to contain her sympathy, she consoled, "Chuchu, I am powerless in this situation. If you do not divorce Jiang Chen, Sun Yao will not leverage the Sun family's connections to save your brother. You must think of your brother as well as yourself. Besides, being with Sun Yao is certainly preferable to being with Jiang Chen. As someone who has been through it, I do not wish for you to live your life with your head held low like I have." He Yanmei's words only served to deepen Tang Chuchu's sorrow, and she began to weep. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from the door. "Wu Min, go answer it." "Yes, Mom." Wu Min rose to open the door. Standing outside was a middle-aged man in a suit, his tie loosened and shirt buttons undone, looking quite disheveled. On his back was a figure, Tang Song. Seeing Tang Song on Sun Taiyan's back, Wu Min cried out in surprise, immediately inviting Sun Taiyan inside. "Come in quickly." Sun Taiyan entered, carrying Tang Song. After such a long time, Tang Song had regained consciousness. Although he had been beaten, Lin Xian had been careful not to inflict any bone injuries, leaving only superficial wounds. Sun Taiyan placed Tang Song on the sofa. As Wu Min caught sight of Tang Song, she burst into tears. Meanwhile, Tang Bo fetched water for Sun Taiyan, saying, "Thank you for bringing Tang Song back." He Yanmei inquired, "You must be someone hired by young Master Sun, correct? Where is young Master Sun?" Sun Taiyan, catching his breath, had already conducted a calm analysis of the situation. Jiang Chen possesses an illustrious background, one so formidable that even the esteemed king of leisure harbors trepidations. However, It appears that the Tang family remains oblivious to Jiang Chen's true identity. Since they are unaware, he refrains from revealing it. Being astute, he quickly discerns how to navigate the situation. Should he manage it adeptly, not only will the Sun family emerge unscathed, but they may also curry favor with a genuine luminary. Sun Taiyun spoke up. My unremarkable son has been assaulted by Lin Xian and sustained minor injuries. He has been taken to the hospital, which is why I escorted young Master Tang back. Upon hearing this, the Tang family was collectively taken aback. An unremarkable son? This is indeed Sun Taiyun of the Sun family? You are? He Yanmei exclaimed in disbelief. Are you the esteemed chairman, Sun Taiyun? Please. No need for such honorifics. I am indeed Sun Taiyun, he replied modestly. Ah, Mr. Sun, it truly is you. Please, have a seat, he Yanmei urged. Astonished that the illustrious Sun Taiyun would personally return Tang's song. Observing Tang Chuchu still seated nearby, he Yanmei reprimanded, Chuchu, why are you still dawdling? Hurry over and summon assistance. Tang Chuchu rose, Uncle Sunday. Ah, that won't do, Sun Taiyun interjected promptly. Miss Chuchu, you may simply call me Old Sunday, Mr. Sun. My daughter is on the verge of divorcing Jiang Chen and will soon wed Sun Yao. Sun Yao assures me that he will not disdain Chuchu. And although she is legally married to Jiang Chen, she remains an untouched maiden. Marrying into the Sun family will not tarnish our reputation. That is not advisable. Not at all. Sun Taiyun asserted decisively. Madam let us leave it at that. Chuchu and Jiang Chen are truly a match made in heaven. My unremarkable son is utterly unworthy of Chuchu. Let us not discuss this further. He Yanmei was left bewildered. Mr. Sun, do you disapprove of Chuchu? Do you reject her because she is divorced? Absolutely not. The ancients were wise. It is better to dismantle 10 temples than to disrupt a single marriage. Miss Chuchu and Jiang Chen share a profound affection. Let this matter rest here. Upon learning of Jiang Chen's esteemed lineage, how could Sun Taiyun still entertain the notion of Chuchu divorcing him? If that were to happen, the Sun family would be doomed. The only course of action now was to wait for Jiang Chen's temper to subside and to foster a good relationship with the Tang family. Mr. Sun, He Yanmei found herself at a loss for words. Well then, I shall take my leave. By the way, please inform Jiang Chen that my son will no longer trouble Chuchu, Sun Taiyun remarked hastily before departing. His son awaited him in the car below, and time was of the essence to take Sun Yao to the hospital. Despite Sun Yao's many failings, he was still his son. Once Sun Taiyun left, the Tang family remained in a state of confusion. After spending several million to retrieve Tang's song, was that truly the end of it? Song, how are you? I shall take you to the hospital immediately, Woman exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as she gazed at Tang Song, who lay on the sofa. Tang Song weakly gestured. I'm fine. Just a beating and a few hours of suspension. I experienced some cerebral ischemia and hypoxia. Merely fainted for a while, but I am all right now. He Yanmei, regaining her composure, realized she had no time to dwell on these matters any longer. She approached Tang Song's side. Song, are you all right? Come on. Let us head to the hospital. Mom, it's nothing serious. No need to go to the hospital. We must go. Look at you. Your face is bruised and battered. Tangbo, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and carry your son downstairs. We need to drive him to the hospital. Yes. Tangbo swiftly lifted Tang's Song onto his back. The family took Tang's Song to the hospital, underwent various examinations, and upon learning that he was not gravely injured, they finally returned home. Upon arriving home, Tang Chuchu looked eagerly at He Yanmei. Mom, Mr. Sun said I shouldn't divorce Jiang Chen. What do you think? Isn't it strange? Tang Song's well-being brought a sigh of relief to He Yanmei. Now, in a moment of calmness, she too found it peculiar. Casting a glance at Tang Chuchu, she wondered if Mr. Sun disdained her, thus wishing for her to remain apart from his son. Mom, regardless of the circumstances, Mr. Sun has already rejected my marriage into the Sun family. Jiang Chen Chuchu, I only want what is best for you. Even if you do not end up with Sun Yao, you have the option to pursue others. What is there to gain from Jiang Chen? Why not consider Gui Xuan? Isn't he infatuated with you? The Gu family is a prominent lineage in Kyoto, far surpassing the Sun family. Mom, Tang Chuchu cried in grievance. Now that my brother is fine, do you wish to pressure me further? He is your son, but I am also your daughter. I have the right to choose my own partner. Witnessing Tang Chuchu's tears, He Yanmei sighed deeply. Alas, I only wish for your well-being. Not wanting you to end up like me. Since you insist on not divorcing, let Jiang Chen return. He may not be without merit. At least he possesses medical knowledge and manages the household well. He Yanmei had even turned down a 20 stake in the family business. She had come to terms with her situation. The latter half of her life would unfold this way. without expecting Tang Chuchu to marry into a wealthy family to bring her pride. Now, as long as Chuchu was happy and the family harmonious, that was sufficient. Thank you, Mom. Tang Chuchu was overwhelmed with joy, rising abruptly to go to the balcony, where she took out her phone and called Jiang Chen. Chen, we're not getting divorced anymore. Hurry back, please. Chapter 60. The carefree prince comes knocking. After leaving the Xingshi dynasty, Jiang Chen headed to Xiaohei's mortal clinic. However, Xiaohei was out and not at the clinic. Possessing a key to the clinic, he entered without opening for business, closing the door behind him. He retreated to the inner room and lay down to sleep. He had not rested well in the past few days and intended to seize this opportunity for a proper nap. Just as he felt he had barely fallen asleep, his phone rang. Turning over and sitting up, he discovered it was a call from Tang Chuchu, and a faint smile graced his face as he answered. On the other end, Tang Chuchu's voice trembled with tears. Hearing her, warmth enveloped his heart, and he gently replied, I am at Xiaohei's mortal clinic. I will return shortly. He understood that the Sun family must have brought Tang Song back. With Lin Xin deceased, the Sun family was not foolish enough to continue troubling Tang Chuchu or to force her into a divorce, unless they sought their own demise. Jiang Chen stretched lazily before finally rising and exiting the clinic, closing the door behind him. Upon closing the door and preparing to leave, he noticed a young woman standing at the entrance of the clinic. She appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age, adorned in a white dress complemented by white high-heeled shoes. With long black hair, a statuesque figure, and striking features, her fair skin radiated an undeniable aura of confidence. Positioned before a Ferrari, she crossed her arms and scrutinized Jiang Chen as he turned to depart. Jiang Chen caught sight of her, but chose to remain silent and continued on his way. Jiang Chen, Lin Yi called out. Jiang Chen halted, turning to face Lin Yi with a look of curiosity. What is it? He scrutinized her closely, only to realize that she was a stranger to him, which caused him to frown in confusion. Lin Yi approached, extending her delicate hand. Hello, Jiang Chen. My name is Lin Yi. By the way, my birthday is tomorrow night, and I would like to invite you to my birthday celebration. Jiang Chen frowned, perplexed. Is this a joke? I don't even know you. Yet, Lin Yi continued to extend her invitation. I'm a classmate of Tang Chuchu, she stated. Upon hearing Tang Chuchu's name, Jiang Chen paused and regarded her. Classmate? Indeed. We are alumni, Lin Yi replied with a subtle smile. We both attended Jiangzhou University. However, she studied fashion design while I majored in economic management. By the way, at this, she produced 2 pre-prepared invitations and handed one to Jiang Chen. Tomorrow night at Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, I look forward to your presence. Jiang Chen regarded Lin Yi with curiosity. It struck him as odd how, despite attending the same university with different majors, there was a connection. Moreover, during their university years, Tang Chuchu had been disfigured, and no one had shown her kindness. In stark contrast, Lin Yi was breathtakingly beautiful and exuded an ethereal grace, clearly a campus belle. Why would she extend an invitation to him and Tang Chuchu? Nonetheless, he accepted the invitation, stating, I will ask Chuchu if she knows you, and if she wishes to attend, I will take her. With that, Jiang Chen turned to leave. Lin Yi stood by the entrance, in front of her convertible Ferrari, watching him depart. Once Jiang Chen was out of sight, she retrieved her phone and instructed, Please look into Tang Chuchu for me, and invite all her former classmates to my reunion. Understood, miss, came the reply from the other end. Jiang Chen, the Black Dragon. How intriguing, Lin Yi mused with a smile as she ended the call. Hailing from the prominent Lin family in Kyoto, her lineage held comparable wealth to the Yi and Gu families. After Jiang Chen had taken her car and headed to the Ayla Group, she utilized her connections to investigate him, acquiring photographs from his days as one of the 5 handsome men. Thus, she became aware of his true identity. Who would have imagined that the esteemed Black Dragon, highly regarded above, would surface in Jiangzhou as the son-in-law of the Tang family? Lin Yi felt a pang of envy. What merit did Tang Chuchu possess to earn Jiang Chen's protection? Meanwhile, Jiang Chen rode his electric scooter, humming a cheerful tune as he made his way towards the neighborhood where the Tang family resided, opting for a shortcut through an alley. A jeep suddenly materialized before him, obstructing his path. A middle-aged man emerged from the vehicle, clad in an expansive robe, with pronounced brows and large eyes, exuding the aura of one accustomed to wielding power. Jiang Chen halted his electric scooter, observing the carefree king as he approached. The carefree king produced a special cigarette and tossed it over. Jiang Chen accepted it. The carefree king gestured towards the car, suggesting, Shall we converse? Jiang Chen lit the cigarette, inhaling deeply, and replied nonchalantly, There is nothing of significance to discuss. If you have matters at hand, state them here. My wife awaits my return. What is it that you truly desire? The carefree king inquired calmly. Having arrived in Jiangzhou not long ago, he had already aided Jiang Chen twice in delicate matters. As the carefree king of the western region and now the leader of the 5 armies, he was not Jiang Chen's subordinate, yet Jiang Chen persistently issued commands. Nothing of consequence, Jiang Chen replied dismissively. The carefree king erupted. First it was the Ayla group, then the Xingshi dynasty. Jiang Chen, I recognize your unparalleled strength. But this is Jiangzhou, not the southern wilderness. Can you employ your tactics against your own compatriots? In the face of the furious carefree king, Jiang Chen appeared unfazed, remarking, I can provoke, but not my wife. The carefree king inhaled deeply and stated, I merely hope you can remain composed and refrain from causing trouble. Furthermore, I have heard whispers of your visit to the 4 great families, compelling some to kneel at the Jiang family tomb for 10 days, followed by self-termination. Otherwise, none shall be spared. Indeed, Jiang Chen's expression darkened. They deserve death. Even so, not in your manner. Allow me to handle this. Within 3 days, I will ensure all involved are apprehended and face appropriate punishment. Jiang Chen lifted his gaze to meet that of the carefree king. Their eyes locked, and time seemed to stand still. Carefree king, I caution you, do not meddle in my affairs. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to reduce the 5 commanders to 4. Are you threatening me? Indeed, Jiang Chen affirmed. The carefree king seethed with rage. Throughout his career, who had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner? Having heard of Jiang Chen's unparalleled prowess, yet never having fought him, the carefree king shed his outer garment. Yet, in that very instant, Jiang Chen's body flickered, and before anyone could comprehend, a silver needle appeared in his hand, poised against the carefree king's throat. The scene froze at that moment. Beads of sweat emerged on the carefree king's forehead. As the carefree king of the western region, he had encountered countless situations, yet now, he felt fear. A chill enveloped him, akin to being submerged in an icy abyss, causing cold sweat to trickle down his spine. He recognized the strength of the black dragon, but never anticipated it to be of such terrifying magnitude. No wonder he was held in such high regard by those above. Jiang Chen retracted the silver needle, dissipating the cold atmosphere. Restoring his nonchalant demeanor, he remarked, Mind your business regarding the 4 great families. If you truly wish to intervene, then assist me in locating the whereabouts of the Huaiyuan mountain residence map. With that, Jiang Chen departed, riding away on his electric scooter while whistling, leaving the carefree king to watch him go. After Jiang Chen had distanced himself, the carefree king could not help but take a few steps back. A man descended from the vehicle. He was Huadong, a trusted aide of the carefree king. The king of carefree subtly gestured, interrupting Huadong's words. To his astonishment, Huadong's prowess had grown to such an alarming degree that, should he wish to harm me, a mere silver needle would suffice. The black dragon truly lived up to its reputation. The king of carefree took a deep breath. Chapter 61. I was once a general. The appearance of the king of carefree did not perturb Jiang Chen's spirits. Having resolved matters with Tang Chuchu, she personally called him to return. In good spirits, he hummed a light tune, exuding a sense of leisure and ease. Soon, he arrived at Tang Chuchu's residence and knocked on the door. It was opened by Tang Chuchu, who upon seeing Jiang Chen, broke into tears and collapsed into his embrace. The captivating fragrance of the beautiful woman enveloped him, stirring his senses. Jiang Chen gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, smiling as he reassured her, It's all right now. Don't cry. If you keep weeping, you'll ruin your beautiful face. Only then did Tang Chuchu cease her tears and usher him inside. The entire family was present within the home, but their expressions were far from cheerful. Jiang Chen approached, greeting, Dad, Mom. Yime nodded in acknowledgement, stating, Jiang Chen, please don't blame us. We were left with no choice. Mom, I harbor no resentment towards you. I only hold myself accountable for failing to resolve the troubles. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Indeed, he bore no grudge against anyone, especially Tang Chuchu. No matter her actions, he would always accept them, for he felt indebted to her. Taking a seat, Jiang Chen produced 2 invitation cards and handed one to Tang Chuchu, inquiring, Chuchu, do you know Lenny? Tang Chuchu accepted the invitation with a puzzled expression. Lenny? I seem to recall her. She attended Jiangzhou University 2 years below me and was quite the campus belle. Extraordinarily beautiful, with countless admirers. I heard she hails from a prestigious family in Kyoto. Why do you ask? I encountered her on my way back. She mentioned her birthday tomorrow and invited us to a celebration at Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, Jiang Chen explained. Upon hearing this, Tang Chuchu opened the invitation, which indeed bore her name alongside Jiang Chen's, signed by Lin Yi. She was perplexed. But I don't know her. Why would she invite me? Jiang Chen shrugged, saying, how would I know? She personally delivered the invitation. I couldn't very well refuse, so I brought it back for you. Tang Chuchu glanced at Jiang Chen, a hint of jealousy flickering across her face. It's understandable for her to invite me. After all, we share the same school, but inviting you? Jiang Chen quickly clarified, Chuchu, I assure you, I have no acquaintance with her and have never met her before. I merely mentioned it casually. Look how startled you are. At that moment, a notification chimed from Tang Chuchu's WeChat group. She retrieved her phone and opened the message. Wow, this is monumental news. The campus bellman from our school sent me an invitation stating her 25th birthday celebration will take place tomorrow at Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. I received an invitation too. I find myself pondering, is this Lin Yi truly the school beauty from 2 years below us? Is she the scion of a prestigious family in Kyoto? Is she the current chairperson of Chongqing Pharmaceutical? Indeed, the bearer of the invitation confirmed it. It is indeed that Lin Yi. The long-dormant WeChat group buzzed with excitement at that moment. Every classmate received the invitation. Upon seeing these messages, Tang Chuchu felt perplexed. What could this mean? Our class has had little interaction with Lin Yi, so why did everyone receive an invitation? Chuchu, this is your opportunity, remarked He Yanmei. Her gaze fixed on Tang Chuchu's phone. I know Chongqing Pharmaceutical. It is a significant conglomerate, second only to Tianjin and Jiangzhou, and a collaborative pharmaceutical group with major city hospitals. Now that Lin Yi has invited you, you must attend. This is the perfect chance to expand your social circle. Despite these words, Tang Chuchu remained doubtful. Why would the illustrious chairperson of Chongqing Pharmaceutical extend invitations to her classmates? Jiang Chen inquired, Chuchu, will you go? Of course. Why wouldn't I? Tang Chuchu replied, lifting her chin. During her school days, she was the subject of ridicule, lacking confidence and feeling inferior. Now, having regained her beauty, her self-assurance surged. Jiang Chen nodded, saying, indeed, this is a grand occasion. The attire in your closet lacks sophistication. We should go shopping for something suitable. Also, you are not wearing any jewelry. Nonsense. Who says it's not sophisticated? I think it looks fine, Tang Chuchu retorted, pouting. Why buy new clothes? I have no money. Jiang Chen, well aware of her thoughts, chuckled. Come on, I have funds. My card is with you after all. This represents a decade of savings. And I have quite a bit set aside. Oh, never mind, Tang Chuchu shook her head. She was not one to indulge in extravagance and held no fascination for luxury items. Why not go? He Yanmei insisted. Dear daughter, this is a grand gathering, the birthday celebration of the chairperson of Chongqing Group. We cannot appear shabby, and we must purchase a gift. Fine, fine, Tang Chuchu relented, nodding. All right, let us go. Jiang Chen reached for Tang Chuchu's hand, but she instinctively recoiled. Upon realizing the awkwardness of the moment, she reached out to grasp Jiang Chen's hand, offering him an apologetic smile. Jiang Chen responded with a gentle smile of his own. Hand in hand, they ventured out. Jiang Chen rode his electric scooter, with Tang Chuchu seated behind him, her arms wrapped around his waist, her head nestled against his back. Jiang Chen, wishing to move beyond the confines of the scooter, contemplated purchasing a car and casually asked, Chuchu, what kind of car do you like? Do I like it? Tang Chuchu paused, then said, this morning, we visited a car exhibition, and I saw a stunning red Ferrari. It was beautiful. If I ever have the money, I will definitely buy one. She encouraged herself, not out of a desire for luxury, but simply because she admired it. Driving such a car would undoubtedly be impressive. Then go ahead and buy it. Tang Chuchu lightly tapped Jiang Chen on the forehead, scolding him. Do not utter such impractical words. Do you have any idea how much that is? That is a limited edition Ferrari supercar. I checked the price, and it's over 20 million. Even selling you wouldn't be enough to afford it. Chuchu, Jiang Chen said softly. I must tell you the truth, but you mustn't get angry. Go on, she replied. Jiang Chen continued in a hushed tone, in truth. I was once a high-ranking official in the South Wilderness. I misused my position to acquire some money, which led to my demotion to a mere soldier, ultimately resulting in my expulsion from the military. Ah, Tang Chuchu exclaimed in shock. What you just said, don't be angry. Fuming, she smacked Jiang Chen on the head, scolding. Why couldn't you do something better? Why engage in such illegal activities? It's not exactly illegal, Jiang Chen defended. Do you know about the South Wilderness? It's a border area of the 18 nations, rife with wealth, yet chaotic. The wealthy there often bribe the generals for protection. I accepted some money, and that is how I was discovered and expelled. Hence, I have a bit of money. If you wish, we can buy a car. I cannot accept that. Tang Chuchu firmly rejected him. Jiang Chen, I warn you, I don't care what you did before. But you absolutely must not engage in illegal activities while you are with me. Chuchu, this isn't illegal. It's quite common in the South Wilderness. I was just unlucky to be caught. You see, other generals earn even more than I did. They make their fortunes and then choose to retire, spending their money on luxury cars and mansions, living carefree. Jiang Chen gradually began to make Tang Chuchu accept his past. If she could come to terms with this, she would likely not be too shocked by his identity as the Black Dragon in the future. Really? Is that so? Tang Chuchu was somewhat perplexed. However, she understood that receiving benefits from others is bribery. Jiang Chen nodded. Of course. Our boss, the Black Dragon, you know him, right? He is one of the 5 great generals, renowned alongside the carefree king. He receives far more than I do. He even directly raids enemy countries to seize their gold mines and sells them to other bosses, amassing billions in the process. Tang Chuchu gasped. So much? Not at all. It's hardly anything, Jiang Chen explained. That is just one aspect. The wealthy in the South Wilderness send my boss millions upon millions. His assets are immeasurable, amounting to several hundred billion. And you? How much have you made? Not much, just a few hundred million, Jiang Chen admitted cautiously. Upon hearing this, Tang Chuchu was taken aback. A few hundred million is not much? She then composed herself and reprimanded him. Look at you, Jiang Chen. You seem so honest. Yet you are overflowing with schemes, solely focused on making money. Is that not normal? Mother has said that our uncle's family in the company also exploits their positions for personal gain, living lavishly with luxury cars and mansions. Grandfather turns a blind eye, while our father is honest and yet gets scolded mercilessly by mother. Tang Chuchu pondered this. There is some truth to it. However, the nature of the situation is different. This is a family business, and they are embezzling from the family's wealth, while Jiang Chen is brazenly committing wrongdoing. Chen, return the money. It's all right to be poor. As long as one is willing to work hard, wealth can be attained. If the higher-ups pursue this matter, you will be in serious trouble. I certainly do not wish to visit you in prison in the future. Jiang Chen chuckled. Chuchu, it's not that serious. I have faced a military tribunal before, and their decision regarding me was to expel me from the army, permanently disqualifying me from service. As for this money, it has not been reclaimed by the authorities. It's a gesture of support from my superior, who has recognized my 10 years of service in the military, my trials and tribulations. This could be considered a reward. Jiang Chen began to weave an elaborate tale. He spoke extensively, and eventually, Tang Chuchu begrudgingly accepted his words. How could a mere soldier have the freedom to borrow a vehicle within the military district? Now she understood that Jiang Chen had once been a significant figure, expelled from the army for financial misconduct, and he truly knew influential people. However, despite Jiang Chen possessing some wealth, she was reluctant to purchase a luxury car. Since this money had been acknowledged by the commander as a reward for Jiang Chen, Tang Chuchu devised other plans for it. She intended to use it as startup capital. She began to share her dreams and ambitions with Jiang Chen. Suddenly, she interjected, by the way, Chen, you must not let our mother know about this money, or she will boast about it everywhere and may even demand a share. This is our private property. She, like grandfather, is very concerned about appearances. So, shall we buy a car? Tang Chuchu playfully tapped Jiang Chen on the forehead. Buy a car? The money is with me. I will keep it safe. What to buy is my decision. Now, you should head back. I will go buy some clothes. What? Tang Chuchu, you are being ungrateful. I just told you I have a bit of money, and now you want to send me back? How ungrateful. No, I want to shop for a long time. I worry you might get tired. What are you talking about? When I was in the army, I endured far worse hardships. Besides, spending time with the woman I love. How could I say I am tired? Upon hearing this, Tang Chuchu felt delighted and instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around Jiang Chen's waist. Soon, the two rode a small electric scooter to a women's clothing boutique. This store was quite renowned in Jiangzhou, with garments priced extravagantly, often costing thousands or even tens of thousands for a single outfit. Initially, Tang Chuchu had no intention of purchasing anything so expensive, but Jiang Chen insisted on buying. Unable to resist, she agreed to take a look. The boutique was luxuriously decorated, with exquisite dresses displayed on the racks. Tang Chuchu's eyes sparkled with excitement, reminiscent of a young girl, as she eagerly examined each piece. Hey, be careful not to touch anything. If you break it, can you afford to pay for it? A disgruntled voice interjected. Tang Chuchu turned to see a sales associate in a tailored suit glaring at her disapprovingly. She quickly apologized. "Oh, I'm sorry. Chuchu, why are you apologizing? We are the consumers. The customer is king. How can you bow to her?" Jiang Chen said, his face reflecting displeasure. Tang Chuchu was too meek. Such a disposition could lead to being taken advantage of. She tugged at Jiang Chen's arm. "Chun, let's forget it and look elsewhere. This place is too expensive, with outfits costing over 10,000. She pulled Jiang Chen away to leave. Although Jiang Chen informed her that there was money in her account, she was reluctant to spend such a sum on clothing. The sales assistant regarded her with disdain, thinking her to be a pauper, reckless with her finances. Jiang Chen was on the verge of losing his temper, but Tang Chuchu timely restrained him, knowing well his volatile nature. He had even resorted to violence during family gatherings. If she hadn't intervened, a scene would surely have ensued. Alas, soldiers are often quick to anger. With Tang Chuchu holding him back, Jiang Chen refrained from lashing out, and together they made their way towards the entrance. "Chuchu, is that you?" A woman at the door gazed at Tang Chuchu, her expression tinged with surprise. Tang Chuchu turned to see a woman in her late 20s, adorned in a flowing blue dress, clutching a Chanel handbag, and adorned with gold earrings, an emerald bracelet, and a crystal necklace that graced her fair neck. She was the epitome of elegance and sophistication, accompanied by a man in his 30s, clad in designer attire, exuding an air of authority that suggested he was a person of considerable stature. "Who are you?" Tang Chuchu failed to recognize her. "Is it really you, Tang Chuchu?" The woman in the blue dress approached with a playful smile. "Have you forgotten? I'm Feng Xiaowei." "Oh, Xiaowei, it's you," Tang Chuchu exclaimed. Her memory rekindled to recall a classmate from university named Feng Xiaowei. "Chuchu, I heard you've regained your beauty and have been hailed as the fairest in Jiangzhou. I also heard that the Tang family has welcomed a son-in-law?" "Indeed." Tang Chuchu gestured towards Jiang Chen, introducing him. "This is my husband, Jiang Chen." Feng Xiaowei, in turn, introduced her dashing companion. "This is my husband, Sun Ze. He hails from the Sun family, a prominent lineage in Jiangzhou, second only to the four great families." Sun Ze's gaze lingered on Tang Chuchu. Her reputation was widely known. Once dubbed the ugliest, she was now celebrated as the most beautiful. The stark contrast was hard to overlook, and he eyed her with a hint of avarice. Casting a glance at the plainly dressed Jiang Chen, he couldn't suppress a smirk. "Chuchu, considering your family's standing, how did you end up with such a worthless husband? There are plenty of eligible bachelors in my family. How about you divorce this good-for-nothing, and I'll introduce you to someone better?" Sun Ze was clearly harboring ulterior motives, disguising his intentions as concern for the single men in his family. "Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Sun," Tang Chuchu replied with a polite smile, pulling Jiang Chen along to leave. "Wait, Chuchu, are you here to shop for clothes for Lin Yi's birthday party?" Feng Xiaowei hastily grabbed her arm. Tang Chuchu looked at her, inquiring, "What's the matter?" During their school days, she had been dismissed by such peers, feeling out of place. Now, why was everyone so chatty with her? "Chuchu, I heard that your entire family was expelled from the Tang family. How do you still afford such expensive clothes?" Tang Chuchu's expression darkened. She, despite her innocence, recognized the mockery in Feng Xiaowei's words. She had no desire to engage with such superficial individuals. "Dear guests, please come inside." At that moment, the saleswoman who had previously mocked Tang Chuchu approached. Upon seeing Feng Xiaowei adorned in lavish gold and silver, clutching a handbag worth tens of thousands, she immediately bent low, as if welcoming a deity, her demeanor starkly contrasting with her earlier attitude towards Tang Chuchu. Feng Xiaowei, with her head held high and arm-linked with Sun Ze, approached with ostentation. She glanced back at Tang Chuchu and remarked with a smile, "Chuchu, tomorrow is Lin Yi's birthday banquet. Given your rather shabby appearance, perhaps it would be best for you to refrain from making a fool of yourself. The Tang family has become the laughingstock of Jiangzhou, haha. Attending the carefree Wang's succession ceremony with a fake invitation is simply hilarious." Tang Chuchu trembled with anger. Beside her, Jiang Chen spoke calmly. "See, I told you not to leave. We are not short of money." "Oh." Jiang Chen's words piqued Feng Xiaowei's interest, and she burst into laughter. "You, a poor soldier, are not short of money? Can you even afford the clothes here?" Chapter 63. Let Sun Taiyun kneel and apologize. "Chun, let us go." Tang Chuchu urged Jiang Chen, fearing he might lose control and boast about their wealth. Jiang Chen had explained the origins of their money, which was far from clean. He had also mentioned that it was due to these funds that he had ended up in court, lost his military status, and been expelled from the army, never to be enlisted again. This money was, in theory, legal, a final reward for his decade of service. However, considering the origins of this money, Tang Chuchu remained somewhat apprehensive. It was best to avoid trouble. If the higher-ups pursued the matter again, it could spell disaster. Thus, she insisted on leaving with Jiang Chen. As they prepared to depart, Jiang Chen did not wish to prolong the conversation. Feng Xiaowei sneered again. A poor fool is just a poor fool. Sun Ze, having devised a plan, approached with a smile, saying, Chuchu, which piece of clothing catches your eye? I would be delighted to buy it for you. Thank you. But that's unnecessary, Tang Chuchu replied, pulling Jiang Chen away. Yet, Jiang Chen felt deeply insulted. To offer clothes to his wife in front of him? Tang Chuchu, my husband wishes to gift you clothing. It is an honor for you. How dare you refuse? Feng Xiaowei then approached, raising her hand to slap Tang Chuchu across the face, exclaiming, don't be so ungrateful. She was merely from an ordinary family, although she had married into wealth. She held no status in that world. Her husband frequently flirted with other women in her presence, even bringing them home. She was acutely aware of her position. Her current standing was entirely due to Sun Ze. Without him, she was nothing. Tang Chuchu's lack of appreciation vexed her. As she sensed Sun Ze's interest in Tang Chuchu and wished to assist him in seducing her, perhaps Sun Ze would reward her for it. However, when she struck, Jiang Chen intercepted the blow, grasping her wrist. Ouch! Feng Xiaowei cried in pain. Enough, Chen, Tang Chuchu urged, and Jiang Chen finally released her. Yet Feng Xiaowei, like a shrewish woman, pointed at Jiang Chen and shouted, Who do you think you are, daring to strike me? Do you know who I am? As she spoke, she cast a pitiful glance at Sun Ze and playfully said, Darling, a useless person dares to strike me? Sun Ze understood that Feng Xiaowei had discerned his thoughts and intended to assist him. He shot a cold glare at Jiang Chen. Do you know who I am? I am a member of the Sun family. Jiang Chen appeared utterly indifferent and retorted, And what relation does Sun Taiyan bear to you? He is my uncle. Sun Ze declared with pride. So, what now? Are you frightened? Jiang Chen turned to Tang Chuchu and inquired, Chuchu, I heard from my mother that it was Sun Taiyun who returned your brother yesterday, and he held you in high regard? Yes, that's true. Upon recalling this incident, Tang Chuchu felt perplexed. What was the reason that all these prominent figures showed her such respect? Could it truly be due to Jiang Chen? Yet, even if he once held a significant position, it was only in the southern wilderness, and he had since been stripped of his military rank. Moreover, she had heard about the events concerning the Shengshi dynasty the previous night, knowing that the military had intervened to combat crime, targeting Lin Xian first. This matter had absolutely nothing to do with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stated, You must have Sun Yao's number. Call him and instruct him to inform his father to come here immediately and apologize on his knees. Tang Chuchu indeed possessed Sun Yao's number, given to her by her mother during their last conversation. She quickly clarified, Chen, my mother gave me the number, but I've never called him. I believe you. Now make the call. No, let it be. Tang Chuchu shook her head. She doubted that a mere phone call would compel Sun Yao to notify Sun Taiyun, much less for Sun Taiyun to come in person to apologize. However, Feng Xiaowei laughed heartily, bending over in amusement. Ha, you think so highly of yourself. You believe a single phone call would cause the heir of the Sun family to kneel and apologize? Sun Ze's expression darkened as he remarked, You think I can summon my uncle to apologize? Who do you think you are, the king of leisure? Jiang Chen raised his foot and kicked. Bang! Sun Ze was instantly sent flying, crashing into a clothing rack, sending a row of garments tumbling to the ground. This startled the sales assistant, who yelled in a low tone, You're finished. Do you have any idea how much those clothes are worth? Prepare to compensate. Tang Chuchu was at a loss for words. In a moment of carelessness, she hadn't restrained Jiang Chen, allowing him to strike. The security personnel and sales assistant shouted. Several intimidating security guards approached from the entrance. The commotion also attracted the attention of other shoppers in the clothing store, who gathered around with expressions of amusement. Tang Chuchu felt a wave of anxiety. Chen, let us leave quickly. She tugged at Jiang Chen to move, but they were blocked by the security staff. The sales assistant coldly stated, Leave? You think you can just walk away after dirtying the clothes? Sun Ze scrambled to his feet, roaring menacingly, Jiang Chen, you're finished. He immediately pulled out his phone and made a call. Third brother, it's me. I'm at a clothing store on Nanlong Road. I've been assaulted. Hurry and bring 30 of your men. I want to break this kid's legs. After hanging up, he glared viciously at Jiang Chen. You better not think of leaving. You're doomed. Seeing this situation unfold, Tang Chuchu grew frightened and tightly grasped Jiang Chen's arm. Jiang Chen comforted her with a gentle pat on her hand, reassuring her. It's all right, quickly call Sun Yao and ask him to come over. Tang Chuchu observed Jiang Chen's unwavering confidence and recalled the series of peculiar incidents that had transpired since their marriage. It seemed he had always been poised and self-assured. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved her phone and scrolled to find Sun Yao's number. At that moment, Sun Yao was at the hospital, attended by Sun Taiyun, who was advising him to extend an invitation to the Tang family for a meal once he had recovered, in hopes of earning their forgiveness and fostering a good relationship. Sun Yao nodded vigorously in agreement. Suddenly, Sun Yao's phone rang. Upon seeing Tang Chuchu's name on the caller ID, he was so startled that he nearly dropped his phone. Useless fool, Sun Taiyun scolded as he picked up the phone with a cracked screen, realizing it was Tang Chuchu calling. He too was taken aback and hastily handed the phone to Sun Yao, urging him to answer. Sun Yao had developed a fear of Tang Chuchu, specifically of her husband. Jiang Chen. He answered the call, stammering, Chuchu, is there something wrong? The memory of Jiang Chen's violent actions caused his teeth to chatter in trepidation. Sun Yao. I am at the Yanli Women's Clothing Store on Namlong Road. Do you know Sun Zhe? He came here with his wife to shop, and we inadvertently offended him. Could you speak to your father and ask him not to pursue this matter? Tang Chuchu spoke cautiously, not requesting Sun Yao to summon Sun Taiyun to apologize, but rather pleading with him to leverage his connections to defuse the situation. Sun Yao had the phone on speaker, and Sun Taiyun, overhearing, erupted in furious anger, declaring, That useless wretch, I will take care of him. With that, he dashed out of the hospital room. Meanwhile, in the clothing store, Feng Shaohui mockingly observed Tang Chuchu on the phone and couldn't help but scoff. Do you think knowing Sun Yao will help? The Sun family will never assist outsiders. Just as Tang Chuchu finished speaking, Sun Yao abruptly hung up the phone, paralyzed by fear. The news of Tang Chuchu offending Sun Zhe caused his hands to tremble so violently that he dropped his phone, rendering it inoperable. Sun Zhe, may nothing unfortunate occur, or I will make you pay once I am discharged. Sun Yao cursed in fright. Sun Zhe in the clothing store erupted into laughter, exclaiming, calling my cousin? How amusing. Seeing Sun Yao's silence, Tang Chuchu felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. She glanced at the several security guards blocking her and Jiang Chen. Then at the menacing expression on Sun Zhe's face, the sullen demeanor of the sales assistant, and the onlookers surrounding them. A wave of dread washed over her. Chen, what should we do? Don't worry, let's just go inside and take a seat for a moment. Jiang Chen replied as he guided Tang Chuchu towards the seating area of the store. Once seated, he picked up an apple from the table, peeled it with a knife, and offered it to her, saying, Here, dear, have a bite. With Feng Shaohui, Sun Zhe, the sales assistant, and several security guards looming nearby, Tang Chuchu's heart raced uncontrollably. At that moment, she felt utterly despondent, with no appetite to eat. The thought of the numerous garments they had soiled weighed heavily on her mind, and the prospect of 30 or more people arriving summoned a wave of panic. What are we going to do, Chen? Chapter 64. Do you also miss my wife? Tang Chuchu was on the verge of tears, while Jiang Chen remained undaunted. Jiang Chen had struck Sun Zhe and knocked over several clothing racks, attracting the attention of the manager. The manager of the clothing store was a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s, with an oval face, long black hair, and a form-fitting professional dress. Young Master Sun, she said respectfully, bending slightly as she acknowledged Sun Zhe. Seated in the lounge, waiting for his brother to bring people to confront Jiang Chen, Sun Zhe cast a glance at the manager. Noticing her attractiveness, he found himself momentarily captivated. However, with Tang Chuchu sitting directly across from him, his interest quickly waned. Do you know me? He asked nonchalantly. Yes. I saw young Master Sun from a distance at a previous banquet, replied Manager Li Min, her expression filled with respect. Sun Zhe nodded slightly, then turned his attention to the anxious Tang Chuchu. Calculate how much the clothes he has damaged are worth and make him pay, he instructed Li Min. Young master, I have already calculated it. A total of 18 items were soiled, each priced over 10,000, amounting to 210,000 in total, she informed him. 210,000? Prepare to pay up. Looking at you, I doubt you can manage it. Come here and kneel before my husband to apologize. We will cover the cost, Feng Shaohui arrogantly declared. Chen, let's just pay and leave, Tang Chuchu whispered, her anxiety palpable. The Sun family is not to be trifled with. Sun Zhe has called for reinforcements. If we don't leave now, we might find ourselves trapped. Tang Chuchu was restless. All she wanted was to escape. Although 210,000 was a considerable amount, Jiang Chen had assured her that he had funds available, and they could consider it a purchase of clothing. Even if some items did not fit perfectly, They could be tailored for wear. Dear, it's all right. I'm waiting for him to call for help. Have you forgotten? I come from a military background, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Chen, stop joking. I've heard that the newly appointed king of leisure has issued strict orders, and the relevant departments are cracking down hard on brawling. It's a serious offense, Tang Chuchu warned, glancing nervously at the several security guards eyeing them. If we can resolve this with money, then let us do so. Shall we leave? Sun Ze's voice darkened, coldly asserting, let us see you try to leave today. At his words, several security guards stepped forward. Jiang Chen had no intention of fleeing. He regarded the small-time thugs before him with disdain. Just then, a man in his 30s, bald and clad in a black tank top adorned with a tiger tattoo, approached, flanked by over 20 followers. The sight of so many entering the store caused other customers to shudder and retreat. Third brother, it's this brat. Break his legs, Sun Ze commanded, rising and pointing at Jiang Chen. He then cast a smug glance at Tang Chuchu. If you come with me, I will let your useless husband go. Sun Ze's gaze lingered on Tang Chuchu's figure, and he swallowed hard, consumed by jealousy towards Jiang Chen. How could this man possess such a beautiful wife? Even as the young master of the Sun family, he had never encountered anyone as exquisite. Fueled by these thoughts, he gestured for his minions to attack. Tang Chuchu was instantly filled with anxiety, hastily rising to her feet. Young master's son, we were blind to your greatness and have offended you. I beg for your forgiveness. Ha, an apology at this point is futile, Feng Shaohui chuckled. Tang Chuchu, unless you spend a few days with my husband, your husband is as good as dead. Jiang Chen, pulling Tang Chuchu back down, gazed somberly at Sun Ze. So, you have your eyes on my wife too? Indeed, Sun Ze admitted unabashedly. The women he desired were never beyond his grasp. His gaze lingered on Tang Chuchu, admiring her graceful figure and exquisite face, unabashedly revealing his greedy desire. Having been openly scrutinized, Tang Chuchu's cheeks flushed with anger. You Tang Chuchu, I offer you a chance. Accompany me for 3 days, and I shall spare your husband. Otherwise, I will ensure he spends the rest of his life in a wheelchair. I will count to 3. If you do not agree, do not blame me. 1. Sweat began to bead on Tang Chuchu's anxious face as she glanced at the menacing bald man and the 20 or so men watching intently. She understood that if she refused, Jiang Chen would undoubtedly suffer a broken leg. 2. The panic in Tang Chuchu's eyes intensified. 3. I agree, Tang Chuchu exclaimed. Nearly in tears, Jiang Chen, sitting nearby, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Tang Chuchu would make such a sacrifice for him, stirring a wave of emotion within him. I promise, just don't harm my husband, she cried. Sun Ze, a smirk gracing his lips, stood up to embrace Tang Chuchu's delicate waist. If you had done this sooner, we wouldn't be in this predicament. The clothing store was bustling with onlookers, all standing at a distance, whispering among themselves, aware of the Sun family's reputation. However, at that moment, Jiang Chen stood up and delivered a powerful kick, sending Sun Ze crashing onto the sofa. Fight. Go ahead and fight, Sun Ze shouted in frustration, still struggling to rise. Just then, a middle-aged man rushed in with fervor. It was Sun Taiyan, who had come from the hospital. Upon receiving Tang Chuchu's call about offending Sun Ze, he was furious, driving recklessly through red lights to arrive. The events from yesterday were still fresh in his mind. Even someone as formidable as Lin Xian was dealt with without consequence, and the carefree Wang personally handled the aftermath. This was the wife of a colossal figure. Who dared provoke her? It was tantamount to courting death. He burst in, drenched in sweat, his hair sticking to his forehead. Upon entering, he heard Sun Ze's words and immediately erupted in rage, bellowing, "Useless fool." His thunderous voice drew the attention of many. Sun Ze trembled at the sound. His uncle, Sun Taiyan, was the second in command of the Sun family and the rightful heir, wielding significant power within the clan. Sun Taiyan stormed in, grasping Sun Ze by the hair and delivering several resounding slaps. He struck with all his might, fearing that a light blow would not suffice. Sun Ze was left dazed, losing several teeth and bleeding from the corner of his mouth. After a few slaps, a swift kick to Sun Ze's abdomen sent him crashing back onto the sofa, toppling it over in the process. Then, seizing the ashtray from the table, he furiously hurled it at his forehead. In an instant, blood streamed from Sun Ze's brow. The unexpected scene left everyone in shock. Feng Shaohui was momentarily stunned. And after a while, she finally reacted, exclaiming, "Uncle, what are you doing? This is Sun Ze, your nephew." Sun Taiyan charged forward, gripping her long hair and violently smashing her against the table. Bang! Feng Shaohui's head collided with the glass tabletop, shattering it instantly. Tang Chuchu, bewildered and tear-streaked, had been prepared to sacrifice herself to protect Jiang Chen, but now found herself momentarily unable to process the unfolding chaos. The third brother, summoned by Sun Tzu, dared not utter a word. He recognized the individual before him, a prominent candidate for the head of the Sun family, a figure of considerable stature in Jiang. After the assault, Sun Taiyan dropped to his knees before Tang Chuchu, causing her to recoil in fear. The staff at the clothing store stood frozen, particularly the third brother, who, accustomed to the underworld, could hardly believe his eyes. How could Sun Taiyan, the head of the illustrious Sun family, be kneeling? At that moment, Sun Tzu, battered and bewildered, could not comprehend why his uncle was bowing to Tang Chuchu. Feng Xiaowei, bloodied and dazed, was equally astonished. The sales assistant at the store was left in a state of shock, while manager Li Min gaped in disbelief. Sun Taiyan, kneeling, repeatedly bowed his head, causing it to bleed with each impact. The sound of his head striking the ground resonated, sending shivers through the crowd. Chapter 65. The Man with the Ghost Mask. Everyone's mouths hung agape in astonishment. After several seconds of stupor, Tang Chuchu finally reacted. She hurried to assist the prostrating Sun Taiyan, anxiously saying, "Mr. Sun, what are you doing? Please, get up. Miss Chuchu, I implore you for forgiveness for my incompetent nephew," he pleaded. Jiang Chen suddenly interjected, "Does he still expect Chuchu to accompany him for 3 days? What?" Sun Taiyan, furious, sprang to his feet, searching for something to strike with. Spotting a wooden chair, he seized it and swung it towards Sun Tzu's lower body. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from the clothing store. Blood pooled in Sun Tzu's trousers as he fainted from the excruciating pain. Feng Xiaowei, her face pale and covered in blood, stumbled back in terror, weeping uncontrollably. Others also retreated in horror, gasping in disbelief. It was brutal. With that single blow, Sun Tzu was left incapacitated. Afterward, Sun Taiyan once again knelt on the ground, pleading, "Miss Chuchu, do you see now? Has the rage subsided?" Tang Chuchu was also visibly pale, instinctively retreating as she grasped Jiang Chen's hand, casting a glance at him. "Chen, what is happening?" Jiang Chen, with an expression of innocence, replied, "Why are you looking at me? He is not seeking my forgiveness. Chuchu, do you happen to know some influential figure?" "Me?" Tang Chuchu was somewhat taken aback. An influential figure? Who could she possibly know? However, a certain individual did come to mind. That was the person she encountered at the auction held by the Xiao family at the top of the Jiangzhong Grand Hotel. She had been captured by Xiao Zhan, her face marred, and just when despair threatened to consume her, a man donned in a ghostly mask appeared and rescued her. Could it be him? Tang Chuchu momentarily lost herself in thought, then shook her head slightly, dismissing the notion. She was aware that this individual had killed Xiao Bieha of the Xiao family, as well as Xiao Zhan, followed by the heads of the other 3 prominent families. Yet, this person had already been apprehended by the king of leisure and executed. Aside from him, it seemed she was not acquainted with any formidable figures, and her connection to that masked man was tenuous at best. Over the past decade, she had remained sequestered, hardly stepping outside to meet anyone of significance. Could it be Jiang Chen? She cast a perplexed glance at him, only to quickly dismiss that thought as well. It was impossible for it to be Jiang Chen. Although he had once held a significant position in Nanhua, he had committed offenses, faced trial, and been stripped of his military title. Bang bang. Seeing that Tang Chuchu had not spoken for a while, Sun Taiyan continued to kneel on the ground, bowing his head. Tang Chuchu, unable to comprehend the situation and unwilling to dwell on it further, hurriedly helped Sun Taiyan to his feet, saying, "Mr. Sun, look, he has lost so much blood. We must get him to the hospital at once." "Thank you, Miss Chuchu, for your forgiveness," Sun Taiyan exclaimed with great relief, grateful to have been pardoned. Otherwise, his family would be ruined. Sun Taiyan stood up and glanced at Jiang Chen, and upon seeing him, he could not help but shudder, nearly collapsing to the ground. Jiang Chen then said, "Mr. Sun, what are you doing? Did you not hear Chuchu say to take him to the hospital? Moreover, this incident does not concern my Chuchu. Please do not report her to the authorities." Yes, I was the one who struck him. It is entirely unrelated to Miss Chuchu." As he spoke, Sun Taiyan made a phone call. Soon, several individuals arrived to take the unconscious Sun Tzu and the bloodied, astonished Feng Xiaowei away. "By the way, do we need to compensate for the clothing?" Jiang Chen inquired, glancing at the clothing store manager who still stood nearby. The manager, realizing the gravity of the situation, trembled and hurriedly replied, No need for that. If Mr. Sun is bowing in apology, who am I to dare ask?" Meanwhile, the others in the store had already informed the owner of the incident. The proprietor of this upscale clothing store was none other than Linny. Although Lin Yi served as the chairwoman of Chongqing Pharmaceutical, the business belonged to the family, and she merely assisted in its management. Additionally, she had numerous side ventures, this store being one of them. Upon hearing that Tang Chuchu and Jiang Chen were causing a disturbance, she hastily rushed over from her company. Jiang Chen, observing the presence of Sangu and others still standing by, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Your master has already departed. Do you still intend to make a move against me?" With a sudden tremor, the third brother bent over in fright, repeatedly apologizing. "Yes, I'm sorry. I'll leave at once." Without lingering any longer, he hastily departed with his companions. Phew. Tang Chuchu took a deep breath, overwhelmed by the surrealism of the moment. Everything felt utterly astonishing. Just then, a Ferrari supercar pulled up at the entrance. A woman clad in a white blouse and a black bodycon skirt approached, her tall figure and exquisite features radiating an ethereal grace. The sound of her high heels clicking against the ground echoed crisply. "President Lin." The sales staff greeted her with utmost reverence as she entered. The manager, Li Min, also respectfully called out, "President Lin." Lin Yi walked over, casting a glance at Jiang Chen before her gaze settled on Tang Chuchu. She feigned intimacy, taking her hand and smiling. "Chuchu, it's really you." Tang Chuchu was momentarily taken aback, failing to recognize the stunning woman before her. "Chuchu, it's me, Lin Yi. Remember back in school when Professor Qi lectured? And you made a statement that earned applause? I was there too." Tang Chuchu's memory stirred, recalling such an incident, yet she didn't truly know Lin Yi. "Are you the Lin Yi who sent me the invitation? The chairwoman of Chongqing Pharmaceuticals?" she asked in astonishment. "Yes," Lin Yi affirmed, still holding Tang Chuchu's hand. "I've heard about the incident. I'll fire that disrespectful sales associate immediately. You're here to shop for clothes, right? Come. Let me take you to the second floor and personally help you choose." Tang Chuchu was flabbergasted. How could the chairwoman of Chongqing Pharmaceuticals be so kind to her? It felt akin to the bond of inseparable friends. She glanced at Jiang Chen, who smiled encouragingly. "Go ahead." With his permission, Tang Chuchu nodded and followed Lin Yi to the second floor. The second floor showcased luxurious items, even pricier than those on the first, with gowns priced over 100,000, each piece dazzling and radiant. As a fashion design student, Tang Chuchu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the exquisite dresses. Yet she maintained her composure. Observing Lin Yi's graceful figure and captivating presence, she couldn't help but inquire, "President Lin, we don't really know each other. Why did you send me an invitation? Why are you treating me so warmly? Please tell me honestly, who prompted you to act this way?" Lin Yi smiled subtly, realizing Tang Chuchu was unaware of Jiang Chen's identity. Since she was oblivious, Lin Yi chose not to reveal it. "Oh, why do you concern yourself with such matters? I have always admired you. You are a genius with talents in diverse fields." Tang Chuchu pressed further. "Is it Jiang Chen, or the man in the mask?" Among her acquaintances, those two seemed to possess such influence. Yet, she remained uncertain. She had once suspected Jiang Chen, but it was merely a suspicion. The masked man? Lin Yi paused, then recalled the man in the mask who had recently stirred quite the commotion in the city. Moreover, she had heard that the man in the ghost mask had once rescued Tang Chuchu at the Xiao family's auction and had publicly executed Xiao Zhan. Recalling the previous incident involving the Ayla group, where the carefree king had intervened to shield Jiang Chen, she immediately began to speculate. This man in the ghost mask was none other than the Black Dragon, who was also Jiang Chen. Otherwise, how could such a series of events lead to the execution of a masked man only after the carefree king assumed his position? It was evident that the carefree king had covered for Jiang Chen, aiming to diminish external discussions by finding a scapegoat. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yi smirked. What exactly did this Black Dragon intend to achieve? "Chuchu, are you not aware of the identity of the man in the ghost mask?" "How could I possibly know?" Lin Yi whispered in her ear. "He is the person you saved from the Jiang family fire 10 years ago. This individual has now gained considerable power. You are aware of the matters concerning the 4 prominent families, right? He has returned to exact revenge." "Ah?" Tang Chuchu gasped in surprise. The person she saved 10 years ago? She knew she had rescued someone from the fire at the Jiang family villa, but she was unaware of the identity of that person and even less so of the grievances between the Jiang family and the 4 prominent families. Who is he? Could it be Jiang Chen? The thought crossed Tang Chuchu's mind, connecting the dots due to their shared surname. Lin Yi playfully tapped her forehead. "You are overthinking it. Your husband Jiang Chen is just a useless fellow. How could he possess such immense capability?" Chapter 66. Others join in seeing Lin Yi belittle Jiang Chen. Tang Chuchu felt a twinge of displeasure. "My husband is not useless. Is he not?" Lin Yi chuckled. I have heard that he is the son-in-law of the Tang family. Without a job, spending his days sweeping the floor and cooking at home, relying on the Tang family for support. He even rode a little electric scooter to pick you up from work at Yongla, which has become a laughingstock in Jiangzhou. What more can I say? I won't bother you anymore. Tang Chuchu's face darkened. All right, I was just joking. Lin Yi quickly apologized. It seemed Tang Chuchu held a strong affection for Jiang Chen, making it somewhat challenging for her to sow discord between them. She shifted the topic. Choose whatever you like. I'll gift it to you. With your stunning figure and beauty, you would look lovely in anything. At this, Tang Chuchu's displeasure dissipated. However, she was wealthy and did not wish to accept gifts from Lin Yi. With Lin Yi's assistance, she selected a fitted white dress, as she had a penchant for white, symbolizing purity. When it came time to pay, she was taken aback to find the dress priced at 180,000. Surprised, she exclaimed, I didn't expect this dress to be so expensive. Chuchu, I already told you, this dress is a gift. This boutique belongs to me. No, I can't accept it. Tang Chuchu gently waved her hand, retrieving the black card confiscated from Jiang Chen. At that moment, she felt a hint of trepidation. What if there were insufficient funds? Wouldn't that be utterly embarrassing? The cashier looked at Lin Yi. Upon seeing the black card in Tang Chuchu's hand, Lin Yi gasped in shock, her face instantly turning envious, her heart tinged with jealousy. Others may not recognize the card, but she knew well that it was the unique black dragon card, the only one in the nation. Go ahead and swipe it. With Tang Chuchu producing the black dragon card, Lin Yi no longer insisted on gifting her the dress. Tang Chuchu timidly handed over the card. The cashier accepted it with both hands and swiped it through the card reader. Tang Chuchu entered the password that Jiang Chen had mentioned. In truth, this black dragon card bore no password, as it was uniquely Jiang Chen's, requiring none at all. Regardless of the input, the password was always deemed correct. Upon hearing the successful transaction, Tang Chuchu sighed in relief, reassured that there were indeed funds in the card. Miss Tang, here is your card. Please keep it safe. The cashier said. Tang Chuchu took the black dragon card and placed it in her pocket. Lin Yi, wearing a radiant smile, gazed at Tang Chuchu and asked, Chuchu, where are you headed next? Shall I accompany you for a stroll? Tang Chuchu was taken aback. After all, Lin Yi was the chairperson of Changchun Pharmaceuticals. What merit did she possess to warrant such an invitation? Well, I have nothing planned. Jiang Chen mentioned I should buy some more jewelry. All right, I'll go with you. Lin Yi responded cheerfully. Good, Tang Chuchu replied, feeling somewhat flattered. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen rested in the lounge area, smoking a cigarette while playing Plants vs. Zombies on his phone. Chen, Tang Chuchu's voice called out. He immediately put away his phone, stood up, and asked with a smile, how did it go? Tang Chuchu raised the bag in her hand, saying, I bought one piece, but it was a bit pricey, costing 18,000. Having never worn anything so expensive in her life, she feared Jiang Chen would scold her for being extravagant. Jiang Chen chuckled, it's merely 18,000. We aren't short on money. Come on, let us continue shopping. Lin Yi approached, smiling, Jiang Chen, you should head back. I'll keep Chuchu company. Jiang Chen frowned. Lin Yi reassured him, don't worry, I promise to safely escort Chuchu home. Jiang Chen glanced at Tang Chuchu, who was equally puzzled by Lin Yi's enthusiasm towards her. Could it truly be due to that masked man? She yearned to learn more about the person she had saved a decade ago, to discover who had rescued her from Shaozhan last time. After a moment of contemplation, she said, Chun, you should go back. I'll accompany President Lin for a while. Since Tang Chuchu had spoken, Jiang Chen did not insist on following her. He nodded and said, be careful, and call if anything happens. Lin Yi pulled Tang Chuchu along, smiling at Jiang Chen as she waved her delicate hand in farewell. Jiang Chen thought little of it. With Lin Yi around, Tang Chuchu would be safe. He exited the clothing store, watching as Tang Chuchu got into Lin Yi's sports car before riding away on his electric scooter. However, he did not return home. Instead, he headed to the mortal clinic. When he arrived, the clinic was closed. He took out his key, entered, and shut the door behind him, retreating to the inner room to rest. It was not until evening that Xiao He and Black Rose by Su returned. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Chen awoke and stepped out from the back room. Ah, Brother Jiang, you're here? Bai Su exclaimed, slightly surprised upon seeing him. Yes, Jiang Chen replied softly, then inquired, how did everything go? Xiao He smiled, Brother Jiang. Everything was handled within the afternoon. The newly constructed commercial center in the city is now under your name and ready for external investment. Good, Jiang Chen said, settling down and lighting a cigarette from the table. By the way, Did the members of the four great families go to the Jiang family cemetery to pay their respects? Xiaohei shook his head. I have been keeping a close watch. Not a single one has gone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression darkened. Xiaohei hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. Finally, he said, according to the latest intelligence gathered, 10 years ago, apart from the four great families, there were others who visited the Jiang family. With a loud clap, Jiang Chen slammed his palm on the table, causing the solid wooden surface to splinter instantly. Bai Su trembled in shock. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Xiaohei, with an apologetic expression, replied, Jiang Gu, I'm sorry, I was negligent. I only investigated the four great families and overlooked some details. Jiang Chen's countenance remained grim as he pressed, who else was involved? Xiaohei promptly responded. The four great families consist of Bai and He, but these individuals did not make their presence known. They operated in the shadows. To put it plainly, 10 years ago, the attack on the Jiang family involved not only Jiang's four prominent families, but also nearly all underground forces in Jiang, and there was a mastermind behind the scenes. Jiang Chen understood the implication. He pondered who held the map of Huaihua Mountain. That person would undoubtedly be the mastermind. Who exactly are we talking about? Xiaohei said. Jiang Gu, our influence lies in the southern wilderness. Now that the carefree king has assumed command of the 5 armies, I lack the authority to utilize the intelligence network in Jiang. I cannot confirm which underground forces participated. The carefree king, Jiang Chen mused, then waved his hand dismissively. Let us bypass the carefree king in this matter. In that case, we must seek out one individual. Who? Jiang Chen inquired. Xiaohei replied. This person is known as Ghost Boss, nicknamed Ghost Seer. He specializes in the business of intelligence trading and claims there is nothing he does not know. His influence runs deep, not only in Jiang, but also through an underground network capable of uncovering matters that official channels cannot. Contact Ghost Seer. I need to know which forces, aside from the 4 great families, were involved in the extermination of my Jiang family 10 years ago. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair and took a deep breath. He had not anticipated that the events of a decade ago were so intricately woven. However, regardless of who was implicated, anyone connected to this matter could only face one outcome: death. Chapter 67. The complexity of events from 10 years ago. Upon discovering that, aside from the 4 great families, various underground forces were also involved in the destruction of the Jiang family a decade ago, Jiang Chen's expression darkened ominously. Xiaohei promptly set about making arrangements. His formidable status made organizing such matters a straightforward task. Before long, he reported, Jiang Gu, everything is in order. We are to meet Ghost Seer tonight at the auto repair shop in the suburbs. Jiang Chen nodded. Xiaohei, remember that Ghost Seer's business is intelligence trading, and his prices are exorbitantly high. Are we prepared to pay? Jiang Chen looked at Xiaohei and asked, How long have you been with me? Xiaohei replied, It has been about 8 years. Indeed, 8 years. You know my temperament well. As the leader of a local power, do I need to spend money? Yes, Jiang Gu. You are absolutely correct. Jiang Chen glanced at the time. It was barely past 7. The journey to the outskirts would take over an hour. It seemed he would return quite late this evening, perhaps not at all. He took out his phone and called Tang Chuchu. Chuchu, have you returned? I've been delayed and will likely be back very late tonight. There's a possibility I may not return at all. The tone of Jiang Chen's voice during the call was remarkably different from moments prior. Bai Su, taken aback, could hardly believe her eyes. The legendary god of death renowned throughout the south had displayed such a tender side, even smiling. She tugged at Xiaohei and glanced towards the door. Xiaohei nodded and went to the entrance. Outside, Bai Su inquired, Hey Gu, who is Brother Jiang calling? Why has he suddenly transformed? Perhaps she is the happiest woman in the world, Xiaohei mused. Is she Brother Jiang's beloved? Bai Su pressed. It's best you refrain from probing into Brother Jiang's matters. Xiaohei cautioned. I just wish to understand a little better, in case I inadvertently offend her in the future. After Jiang Chen finished his call with Tang Chuchu, he stepped outside and noticed Bai Su and Xiaohei whispering. Ahem, what are you discussing? His cough startled Bai Su, causing her to tremble. Xiaohei chuckled. Oh, nothing much. The Black Rose was merely inquiring about your sister-in-law. Jiang Chen cast a glance at Bai Su, who immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. From now on, there will be no Black Rose, only Bai Su, Jiang Chen stated lightly. Yes, Brother Jiang, it was a slip of the tongue. Jiang Chen patted Xiaohei on the shoulder and remarked, Xiaohei, you're no longer a child. It's time to consider matters of the heart. What type do you fancy? I could introduce you to someone, an elegant lady, a youthful girl, a seductive one, or a pure-hearted beauty? Ahem. Xiao Hei's face flushed with embarrassment. Brother Jiang, let us discuss this later. Jiang Chen maintained a serious demeanor. You're already over 30, since we're currently in Jiangzhou. It's wise to resolve lifelong matters sooner rather than later. Although I have submitted my resignation, it has yet to be approved. You never know when turmoil may arise in the south, and I could be reassigned at any moment. Therefore, seize the opportunity. Indeed, Brother Jiang speaks wisely. If I encounter someone I like, I shall pursue her. Pursue? With that wooden head of yours? Jiang Chen playfully swatted the back of his head. You might manage in a fight, but pursuing women? That's another story. I'll find someone suitable for you instead. Bai Su, standing nearby, felt somewhat uncomfortable listening to the two older men converse and decided to retreat indoors. At the entrance of the mortal clinic, Jiang Chen and Xiao Hei sat together on the steps, sharing special cigarettes and discussing matters of love. As their conversation progressed, Xiao Hei grew embarrassed and hurriedly shifted the topic. Brother Jiang, the events surrounding the Jiang family 10 years ago were quite complex. It wasn't merely about the four great families. There were numerous underground forces involved. Would the Jiang family truly require such elaborate schemes? Jiang Chen regarded Xiao Hei with interest. What are your thoughts? Xiao Hei pondered briefly before responding. I've conducted some research. 10 years ago, Xiao Zhan was not part of the Western Army. He was from the capital. It was only after the Jiang family's downfall that he moved to the west. Furthermore, the four great families were certainly not the masterminds behind it all. Whoever could mobilize them and many underground forces in Jiangzhou must possess a significant background. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and inquired, and how substantial do you believe that background to be? Xiao Hei chuckled and said, no matter how grand it becomes. Can it compare to Brother Jiang's current stature? Enough of the flattery. Prepare the car. Let us meet Ghost Jian Chou. I am eager to see how much he knows about the Jiang family's affairs from a decade ago. With that, Xiao Hei swiftly departed for a nearby parking lot. Shortly thereafter, he returned driving a black Changan automobile. Xiao Hei navigated the vehicle, carrying Jiang Chen and Bai Su, as they made their way toward the suburban Volkswagen repair shop. With ample time at their disposal, Xiao Hei drove leisurely. Upon arriving at the suburban repair facility, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Outside the expansive repair shop, a black Changan vehicle was parked. From the driver's seat, Xiao Hei pointed towards the repair shop and remarked, Brother Jiang, this is the lair of Ghost Jian Chou. While it appears to be merely a repair shop on the surface, within lies a fully armed force. Jiang Chen, unperturbed, replied, Get out. The three exited the vehicle and approached the repair shop. Just before they entered, a man dressed in tattered clothing and smeared with grease approached them, stating, I apologize, but it is night now. Please return tomorrow for repairs. Xiao Hei responded, We are here to meet the boss, and we have an appointment. The mechanic glanced at Jiang Chen and the others, then nodded, Follow me. The mechanic led the trio into the rear courtyard of the repair shop and into a room that contained a hidden door. Upon opening the secret door, a subterranean passage was revealed. At the entrance of this passage stood several men armed with submachine guns. The mechanic gestured slightly, saying, The boss is expecting you. Conduct a search. 2 men emerged to perform the search. What are you doing? Xiao Hei stepped in front of Jiang Chen, his voice cold. Do you know who this is? The mechanic retorted, This is the rule. If you don't allow the search, then I'm afraid you'll have to leave. Jiang Chen gently pulled Xiao Hei back, waving his hand slightly. Since we have arrived in someone else's territory, we must abide by their rules. Xiao Hei then nodded in agreement. The men began their search. They found a firearm on Xiao Hei, while Bai Su voluntarily surrendered her weapon. Jiang Chen, however, was found to possess no weapons, yet a silver needle was confiscated from him. Let us go. After the search, the mechanic finally spoke. Jiang Chen and the others followed him into the underground passage. The corridor was lengthy, stretching deep into the earth, lined with fully armed mercenaries. Xiao Hei whispered, Ghost Jian Chou's influence extends beyond Jiangzhou. He has a foothold in numerous major cities. He is the true underground emperor, known on the streets as the Ghost Boss. The Lin Xian that Brother Jiang killed was nothing more than a triviality in Ghost Jian Chou's eyes. Indeed, Jiang Chen nodded slightly. An underground power leader was hardly of concern to him. With a mere phone call to the carefree king, this place could fall in an instant. Before long, they arrived deep underground, where Jiang Chen discovered an underground casino bustling with patrons. He glanced around, but paid little heed. The trio was escorted to a sealed room, where the mechanic remarked, The boss is meeting with guests, please wait. Jiang Chen nodded lightly. Very well. Since we are here, we shall wait a while. If one does not inquire about their desires, then the purpose of this place becomes futile. Chapter 68. The Ghost's Dread, the Ghost Boss. This underground chamber is modest in size, merely over 50 square meters. On either side are stone walls, and at both ends, iron doors. The entrance door has been securely locked. The iron door ahead remains closed, shrouded by a black curtain, concealing the scene beyond. Upon noticing the locked door, Bai Su furrowed her brow and turned to Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, what now? Jiang Chen waved dismissively, responding, no worries, let us wait. Having braved perilous trials in his past, he found no reason to fear this trivial power. Jiang Chen maintained his composure, yet Bai Su was visibly anxious. Although she navigated the underworld, her expertise lay solely in tomb raiding, leaving her inexperienced in dealings with such formidable figures. Brother Jiang, Brother He, is there a chance something might go awry? A sheen of perspiration appeared on her delicate face, for she had observed the heavy security upon arrival. With at least 100 fully armed mercenaries present, Xiao He reassured her, no problem, should trouble arise, I alone could carve our way out. At his words, Bai Su felt considerably more at ease. The group awaited in the stone chamber for approximately 10 minutes. After this duration, a slightly hoarse voice emerged from behind the black curtain. You are the Xiao He introduced by Bai Yi, correct? Upon hearing the voice, Xiao He promptly replied, indeed. I am the one introduced by Bai Yi. What information do you wish to sell? Xiao He cast a glance at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen interjected. Is this how business is conducted? At the very least, we ought to be seated, and you should show yourself. Having been brought into the stone chamber devoid of even a bench, Jiang Chen's dissatisfaction grew. Now, with Gui Jianqiu speaking, he still remained unseen. Conversing through the black curtain, the hoarse voice continued. Here, regardless of who arrives, all must stand. As for a face-to-face meeting, that is unnecessary. Now, what information do you seek? Jiang Chen stated, I wish to know which underground forces, aside from the 4 major families, were involved in the extermination of the Jiang family a decade ago. I require a list of all participants and the identity of the mastermind. The stone chamber fell into silence. After a lengthy pause, a voice finally responded, this is top-secret information, sealed for many years, with no one having sought to purchase it until now. If you wish to acquire it, the price is a flat 10 billion. Jiang Chen replied, no problem. I need the information first. From behind the black curtain came a cold snort. Here, there is no precedent for receiving information before payment. You must pay first. Once the payment is made, I will provide the information. I, Gui Jianqiu, have always been reputable. If I had no information, I would never quote a price. Jiang Chen's expression darkened upon hearing this. Bai Su felt a chill envelop her. Only Xiao He understood that Jiang Chen was enraged. It seemed that this night would inevitably turn into a bloodbath. Jiang Chen stepped forward resolutely. Do not act rashly, came a fierce warning. Immediately, dozens of fully armed mercenaries appeared behind them, weapons drawn, with countless red dots aimed at Jiang Chen and his companions. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed. His silver needles had been confiscated, rendering it impossible to subdue the several fully armed mercenaries behind him in an instant. He turned around and glanced at Xiao He, inquiring if there was still money in the account. Xiao He nodded affirmatively, stating there was still some, albeit not much, yet in the hundreds of millions. Jiang Chen acknowledged this with a nod, agreeing to the transaction. He then looked towards the black cloth ahead and declared, all right, it's a deal. If there are any discrepancies in the information you provide, do not blame me. Rest assured, I, Gui Jianqiu, have always prided myself on my credibility and would never deceive a client, came the confident reply. Jiang Chen asked, how do we proceed with the transaction? Direct transfer, was the straightforward response. Jiang Chen nodded, very well. At that moment, the armed mercenaries approached, their weapons aimed at the trio's heads. Shortly thereafter, the black cloth was lifted, revealing a man clad in black, his face obscured by a hood, who proceeded to open an iron door. Jiang Chen glanced inside and saw a lavish room, where a middle-aged man was seated on a sofa. The man appeared to be in his 40s, slightly overweight, wearing a tank top, a blue dragon tattoo adorning his arm, and toying with 2 walnuts in his hands. Move, barked one of the mercenaries, pressing the gun against Jiang Chen and the others. They complied and walked over. Sit, commanded the middle-aged man in the black tank top, gesturing towards the sofa while still fiddling with the walnuts. Jiang Chen cast a glance at him before taking a seat, followed by Xiao He and Bai Su. Although they were seated, the mercenaries did not lower their weapons, keeping them trained on the trio. Jiang Chen inquired nonchalantly, you are Gui Jianqiu, the notorious boss rumored in the outside world? The man remained silent, casting a glance at a hooded individual standing behind him. The latter immediately understood and produced a laptop. The man in the black tank top pointed to the laptop on the table, stating, Swiss Bank, proceed with the transfer. Once completed, I will provide the information. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Boss Gue, with so many guns aimed at me, do you expect me to transfer funds? If I do and you renege, I would be at a loss. The man in the black tank top made a reassuring gesture, saying, you need not worry. I, Gue Jinxiu, have never engaged in deceit. My success thus far is built on trust. Jiang Chen turned to survey the individuals behind him, and with a single glance, he assessed their numbers. He then reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs and shifting them slightly. Noticing this, Xiao He understood the unspoken cue. After settling back, Jiang Chen remarked, I have indeed heard of your reputation for trustworthiness, but I still feel uneasy. How about this? You provide me with the information first, and once I verify its accuracy, I will then proceed with the payment. With a loud slap, Gue Jinxiu struck the table. In response, the mercenaries behind Jiang Chen stepped forward, their guns pressing even closer to the trio's heads. Kid, do I need to repeat myself? In my dealings, payment comes before information. There has never been an exception to this rule. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. In business, one can always negotiate. Just because it hasn't happened before does not mean it cannot happen now. He and Xiao He maintained their composure, but He Mei was different. With a gun pressed against the back of her head, she dared not move, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Meanwhile, in another room, an elderly man in his 60s sat smoking a pipe, intently observing the surveillance feed displaying the scene in Jiang Chen's stone house. With a snap of his fingers, the individual standing behind him approached respectfully, addressing him as boss. Have you uncovered the backgrounds of these three individuals? The elder inquired. Yes, boss. We have ascertained their details. The man in the center is named Jiang Chen, who has only recently arrived in Jiangzhou. According to our records, he is a veteran who returned from service in the southern wilderness, though his rank was modest, merely a private. He is currently the son-in-law of the Tang family. The man beside him is known as Xiao He, who operates a clinic in Jiangzhou. We have yet to gather information on the woman. She appears to have entered Jiangzhou illegally. Upon hearing this, the elder furrowed his brow. A veteran and a clinic owner, what business could they possibly have in acquiring information about the Jiang family's downfall a decade ago? These individuals were far from ordinary. Faced with a gun to his head, they remained unflinching, engaging in casual conversation. Such demeanor undoubtedly indicated a person accustomed to high-stakes situations. Is this information from Old 8? Indeed, boss. Make a call to Black Old 8 and inquire further about these three. Understood. Chapter 69. You'll be terrified to hear this. Jiang Chen reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs as he lit a cigarette. The smoke wafted through the subterranean stone chamber. Opposite him, a middle-aged man clad in a black vest, idly toying with a walnut, wore a grim expression. Repeat that. If you want the information, transfer the funds immediately. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I shall not proceed with the purchase. Your terms are far too steep. He rose to his feet, prompting Xiao He and Black Rose to do the same. The man in the black vest, fuming, retorted, Do you think this is your playground? You cannot simply come and go as you please. Jiang Chen offered a faint smile. If you wish to negotiate, have your boss come in person. This is a significant transaction, and I doubt you can handle it. The man in the black vest paused for a moment before breaking into laughter. Are you suggesting I am not formidable? Jiang Chen pointed to a concealed camera in the corner. Your boss is undoubtedly watching from the shadows. Truly. You were careful in your dealings, sending an underling to negotiate. If this is how it is, I shall withdraw. In another chamber, the elderly man puffing on his pipe appeared increasingly grave. Jiang Chen was no ordinary individual. He remained composed even when threatened with a firearm. And he observed his surroundings with keen attention. He scrutinized the surveillance footage, noting Jiang Chen's meticulous demeanor. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen regarded the walnut-tinkering man on the sofa with a knowing smile. You play your part well. There are almost no flaws in your performance. Yet, how can you claim I'm not formidable? Presence, Jiang Chen replied calmly. The influence of the ghost of worry is vast. He is a true underground emperor. As a prominent figure, one who has held power for long, he exudes an invisible aura, yet you lack it. Is that all it takes? Indeed. In another stone chamber, a subordinate approached, reporting, Boss, I contacted Black Old 8, but he was evasive, providing little information. Only stating that the person seeking the data is not to be trifled with. Very well, understood. The elderly man waved his hand slightly and then rose, exiting the room. As Jiang Chen spoke, he turned to leave. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed through the air. Following this, an elderly gentleman, dressed in a green outfit and sporting a slick-back hairstyle, approached with an invigorating demeanor despite his age. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Impressive, truly impressive." Jiang Chen turned to see the approaching elder. The moment he arrived, Jiang Chen sensed a formidable aura emanating from him. He realized that the notorious ghost Seer had truly arrived. To his surprise, the infamous figure he had heard so much about was indeed an old man. The elder gestured for the mercenaries to step back, and they complied, retreating. A man clad in a black vest bent slightly, addressing the elder with respect. Ghost Seer nodded gently and took a seat on the sofa, while the man in the black vest stood behind him. Ghost Seer regarded Jiang Chen and his companions, inquiring, "Are you seeking the truth behind the fire that consumed the Jiang family 10 years ago?" Jiang Chen met his gaze and replied, "Indeed, do you possess it?" "I do. But the price remains unchanged, 10 billion. Jiang Chen smirked. 10 billion is exorbitant. I offer you 10. At these words, Ghost Seer's expression darkened instantly. The man behind him swiftly drew a gun, pointing it at Jiang Chen and coldly remarked, "Are you deliberately seeking trouble?" Indeed, Jiang Chen's countenance shifted, and he abruptly discarded his cigarette. The small cigarette but transformed into a deadly projectile in his hand. Before the man in the black vest could fire, his wrist was struck, causing him intense pain that made him drop the gun to the floor. In a flash, Jiang Chen rolled across the table, materializing in front of the man in the black vest, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying, before retrieving the fallen weapon. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Ghost Seer had not yet processed the events when his subordinate was sent sprawling, and a gun was already pressed against his forehead. Hearing the commotion, the mercenaries returned, all raising their weapons at Jiang Chen. With a gun aimed at his head, Ghost Seer remained unperturbed, his demeanor composed as he calmly stated, "Do you know where you are? Even if you kill me, do you believe you can walk out alive? 10. Will you sell it?" Jiang Chen pressed the gun against Ghost Seer's head, a playful smile gracing his lips as he said, "You would do well to have your men leave. Otherwise, a mere twitch of my finger could end your life." At that moment, the man in the black vest, having recovered from being kicked, rose from the ground, furiously cursing, "Bastard, you are outrageous." Ghost Seer raised his hand slightly, and the man fell silent. Remaining composed on the sofa, Ghost Seer asked, "Who exactly are you?" "Xiaohe, inform him of my identity." The man in black seated himself once more. Bai Su, trembling and drenched in sweat, sat down as well upon seeing Xiaohe take his seat. Xiaohe smiled faintly and replied, "Ghost Seer, I advise you not to know. Knowing could frighten you to death." "Is that so?" With a dismissive smile, Guo Jianshou said, "Pray tell." "I have encountered numerous prominent figures over the years. I am curious to see what sort of illustrious personage could instill such fear in me." Xiaohe replied, enunciating each word carefully. "The one holding the gun to your head is He Long, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, which boasts 1,000,000 troops in the southern wilderness, and now one of the 5 great generals of the Great Xia Kingdom." Upon hearing this, the 20 or so armed mercenaries trembled, swiftly retreating a few steps before discarding their weapons and kneeling on the ground, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. As mercenaries, they were well aware of He Long's reputation, a renowned figure of death on the international stage. Guo Jianshou also felt a shiver run through him, beads of sweat appearing on his previously composed face. Jiang Chen casually tossed his weapon to a man clad in a black vest and approached Xiaohe, sitting beside him while lighting another cigarette, disregarding the kneeling mercenaries behind him. Guo Jianshou wiped the sweat from his brow, harboring no doubt about Jiang Chen's identity. The calm demeanor Jiang Chen exhibited when a gun was pressed against his head indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Moreover, his ability to swiftly subdue Guo Jianshou's subordinates solidified Guo Jianshou's conviction regarding Jiang Chen's identity. So, it is indeed the illustrious presence of He Long. Guo Jianshou spoke, but his earlier composure had vanished, replaced by trembling. Had he not been seated on the sofa, he would have crumpled to the ground. "Can we proceed with the transaction now?" Yes, at once." Guo Jianshou hastily commanded. "Quickly fetch all the documents pertaining to the fire at the Jiang family 10 years ago." "Understood." The man in the vest nodded and turned to leave. However, after just a few steps, he collapsed to the ground, only to scramble back up, his legs quivering with fear, and fell once more. He crawled towards the archives to retrieve the relevant documents regarding the Jiang family fire from a decade prior. As the situation shifted, Bai Su let out a sigh of relief. Truly, He Long remained unfazed even in such circumstances. One flick of a cigarette could cause harm. She was astounded by Jiang Chen's prowess. Today, She finally witnessed the capabilities of this world-renowned man. Jiang Chen remained silent, while Gue Jianchou opposite him fidgeted restlessly. The atmosphere in the stone chamber grew increasingly tense, and after about 5 minutes, Gue Jianchou could no longer restrain himself. At this moment, the aura emanating from Jiang Chen was overwhelmingly potent, leaving Gue Jianchou unable to endure it. He shrank back from the sofa and knelt on the ground, pleading, "Commander, I beseech you to spare my life." Jiang Chen glanced at him and coolly remarked, "What are you doing? Stand up and speak. I hope the information you provide is of use to me. Otherwise, there will be no more Gue Jianchou in this world." A chilling sensation surged from Gue Jianchou's feet to his brain, causing him to shudder and collapse once again, only to rise and kneel, repeatedly bowing his head. I implore the commander for mercy. Chapter 70. Chaos looms in Jiangzhou. In the underground stone chamber of the public repair shop, over 20 mercenaries knelt on the ground. The underground emperor of the 5 provinces, Gue Jianchou, also trembled as he knelt there. His journey to this day, and his firm establishment in his current position, can be attributed to the numerous influential figures he has encountered. Otherwise, he would have long since been eliminated. Yet, the formidable underworld boss now appeared as pitiful as a defeated dog, kneeling in submission. Soon, the man in the black vest returned, clutching some documents. Upon witnessing his superior trembling on the ground, he stumbled, scattering the papers everywhere. Jiang Chen cast a glance at the little black figure, understanding the unspoken cue. The little black figure rose and approached to gather the scattered documents. He brought them back to Jiang Chen, who examined them intently. It was no surprise that the information, sourced from the notorious ghost Cesaro, was thorough, revealing many details that official channels could not uncover. The Jiang family had once been the foremost clan in Jiangzhou a decade ago. Having migrated from Kyoto, 30 years prior, Jiang Tian had arrived in Jiangzhou and established the Jiang family. Upon reading this information, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. The Jiang family had moved from Kyoto? How was it that he had never heard this from his grandfather? He glanced at the little black figure, who was also scrutinizing the documents in Jiang Chen's hands. Feeling the intensity of Jiang Chen's gaze, the little black figure trembled and immediately knelt down. Alarmed, Bai Su followed suit and also knelt. "What kind of business are you running, little black, that you cannot even uncover such simple information?" Jiang brother." The little black figure stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he hastily explained, I was using official channels to investigate. If nothing turned up, it must have been erased by someone." Jiang Chen waved his hand slightly, saying, "Rise. Do not kneel at every turn. You are my brother." "Yes." The little black figure stood up, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Although Jiang Chen treated him like a brother, he understood his place. He was merely a subordinate. Jiang Chen continued to peruse the documents in his hand. The Jiang family possessed the painting of Huaihua Mountain. This artwork had been passed down for a millennium, rumored to conceal a tremendous secret, and was worth a fortune. Many powerful figures had coveted this painting. A conspiracy against the Jiang family was thus set in motion. Xiao Zhan, one of the 4 major families, persuaded his sister, Xiao Ruoren, to get close to Jiang Tian's son, Jiang Nan, eventually marrying him. A year later, Xiao Ruoren seized an opportunity and appeared in Jiang Tian's bed, framing him and leading to his disgrace. This caused a rift between Jiang Tian and his son, Jiang Nan. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Ruoren reported Jiang Nan for negligence and embezzlement, which triggered a heart attack in Jiang Nan. Xiao Ruoren then pushed him from the 3rd floor, resulting in his death. That very night, both underworld and legitimate forces converged upon the Jiang family. 25 members from the 4 major families gathered at the Jiang family's villa by Huaihua Lake, taking dozens of Jiang family members hostage and demanding the whereabouts of the Huaihua Mountain painting. Outside the villa, underworld forces awaited, in collaboration with the 4 major families. Among the notable figures from the underworld involved were Duke Duan, Heifeng Linxian, and Jiuzhi Tian, along with others unknown. The mastermind behind the scenes remained a mystery, as did the fate of the Huaihua Mountain painting. Jiang Chen continued to sift through the latest documents. A decade later, the patriarch of one of the 4 major families, Xiao Bieta, died, followed by Xiao Zhan and the patriarchs of the other 3 families, including Linxian. It is speculated that a decade ago, the individuals rescued from the Jiang family fire by Tang Chuchu have returned for vengeance. The identity of the masked man remains unknown. The king of Carefree publicly executed the masked man. Upon seeing the latest news, Jiang Chen inhaled deeply. The information was rather detailed, containing much that he had previously been unaware of. For instance, the Jiang family originally hails from the capital. This was never disclosed by his grandfather. nor did Xiao He uncover such details in his investigations. Additionally, the members of the underground forces who were mobilized were not identified by Xiao He, though this document listed several names. However, these individuals did not enter the Jiang family estate. Rather, they remained concealed outside, prepared to assist in case of any unforeseen developments. Among them was Haifeng Lin Xian. Jiang Chen was taken aback to realize that Lin Xian, whom he had previously killed, was indeed one of the principal architects behind the destruction of the Jiang family. He fell into deep contemplation. The document indicated that beyond the known individuals, there were certainly others involved. Where exactly is the Huaiyue Mountain residence map, and who is the mastermind behind it? Jiang Chen remained silent. The atmosphere within the stone chamber extraordinarily tranquil. After a considerable time, he produced a lighter and incinerated the document in his hand. Observing the kneeling Gue Jianchou and his subordinates, he spoke coldly. Rise and speak. No, I dare not. Gue Jianchou trembled. Stand up. Jiang Chen bellowed suddenly. This outburst startled Gue Jianchou, the underground emperor of 5 provinces, causing him to collapse to the ground, his legs weakened and unable to rise. Jiang Chen stood, yanked him up by the collar, and coldly inquired, where is the Huaiyue Mountain residence map? Who are the significant figures in the document? And who is the mastermind? I do not know. Gue Jianchao's aged face glistened with cold sweat, his teeth chattering. Commander, I truly do not know. Enraged, Jiang Chen hurled Gue Jianchou to the ground, exclaiming, You are worthless. If you know nothing, what use are you? A terrifying aura of murderous intent emanated from Jiang Chen. No, please. Gue Jianchou trembled, hastily responding, Commander, the Huaiyue Mountain residence map is in the capital. But as for who possesses it, I truly cannot ascertain. I am merely someone who operates an underground intelligence network. My organization does not dare to infiltrate the capital. Oh, wait. Gue Jianchou suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, The Huaiyue Mountain residence map seems to be related to an ancient artifact. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen calmed himself. He took a seat, inhaled deeply, and lit a cigarette, saying, Speak. Yes. Gue Jianchou crawled to the front of the sofa, mustering all his strength to rise, and sat down. What artifact? I am not sure. This artifact was only recently unearthed, allegedly excavated from the ancient tomb of King Lanling at the southern frontier. A tomb raiding gang had a falling out, leading to the artifact being seized, and it has already entered the antique market in Jiang. Do you know the current whereabouts of this artifact? Not at the moment. I will immediately utilize the entire network system to investigate. I implore the commander for a little time. I will notify you the moment I have news. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen cast a glance at Bai Su. It seemed that Bai Su had not spoken falsely. That glance sent a shiver through Bai Su. Jiang Chen rose to his feet and inquired, Xiao He, do you have 10 yuan? Xiao He rummaged through his pocket and, after sifting through a handful of coins, produced a crumpled 10 yuan note and handed it over. Jiang Chen casually tossed the bill, which soared through the air like a concealed weapon, precisely embedding itself into the sofa beside Gue Jianchao's head. Gue Jianchou felt a gust of wind rush past his ear, followed by a tingling sensation in his eardrum, rendering him too startled to move. I said I would pay, and I shall. Once you uncover the information, notify me immediately. No, go to the mortal clinic and inform Xiao He. With that, Jiang Chen departed. Xiao He and Bai Su followed closely behind. After their exit, Gue Jianchou finally exhaled in relief. He retrieved a handkerchief, continuously wiping the beads of sweat that had formed on his forehead. Good heavens, the black dragon of the southern wilderness, this harbinger of death. How did he end up in Jiang? Could it be that he is the one whom Tang Chuchu rescued from the Jiang family fire a decade ago? Yes, it must be. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Gue Jianchao's mind raced with thoughts. He had conducted investigations into Jiang Chen and learned that he was the son-in-law of the Tang family. Why would such a formidable figure as the Black Dragon choose to become a son-in-law? This must be an act of gratitude for Tang Chuchu's life-saving intervention. Moreover, he had heard rumors that the Black Dragon was also a miraculous physician, which explained how Tang Chuchu had regained her beauty twice. He was also aware that the notorious figure known as the Ghost-Face Man, who had stirred up a storm in Jiang, was none other than Jiang Chen, the Black Dragon of the southern wilderness. Chaos was brewing in Jiang. Chapter 71. A life of legend. After obtaining the desired information, Jiang Chen and his companions departed. Outside, in the car, Xiao He started the engine and drove back to the city. Jiang Chen reclined in the passenger seat, lost in contemplation, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. After a considerable silence, Jiang Chen's voice broke through. Xiao He, please investigate Lord Duan and the Nine-Fingered Celestial. Who are they, and what is their background? Also, take me to the hospital. I need to visit Xiao Ruren once more. Understood, Xiao He nodded. With a long sigh, Jiang Chen mused. Had he not come to confront Gui Jianchou, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that, besides the four major families, many others had participated in the destruction of the Jiang family a decade ago. Regret washed over him. He regretted killing Xiaozhan. This entire ordeal was orchestrated by Xiaozhan. Had he lived, Jiang Chen could have gleaned more information, perhaps even uncovered the identity of the mastermind behind it all. However, in the heat of the moment, consumed by fury, he had only desired Xiaozhan's demise. The journey continued in silence until they soon returned to the city. Brother Jiang, should I wait for you? Xiao He asked. Jiang Chen waved his hand slightly, replying, No need, it's getting late. You should head back and rest. I'll take a taxi home. Understood. Jiang Chen exited the vehicle and Xiao He turned to leave. Throughout the drive, Bai Su remained silent. It was only after Jiang Chen's departure that her taut nerves began to relax. Brother He, being with Brother Jiang is too much pressure. I didn't dare to breathe. Xiao He chuckled. Brother Jiang isn't as fearsome as he seems. He's quite kind to his friends, only ruthless toward his enemies. The aura he exudes is just too chilling. Upon hearing this, Xiao He was momentarily taken aback, then sighed deeply, saying, You are unaware of what has transpired with Brother Jiang. Really? Bai Su's interest was piqued as she inquired, Black Brother, could you share the story of the leader with me? Bai Su, having once been a member of a tomb raiding team and having roamed the southern wilderness for years, had long heard of the illustrious name of Black Dragon. Yet she knew little of him. Xiao He's face reflected a hint of compassion as he continued, Brother Jiang bears an immense burden. I recall the first time I encountered him. He was a taciturn youth, training relentlessly until the late hours of the night, sleeping only a few hours each day, dedicating himself entirely to his training. Brother Jiang has faced life and death. Once captured by enemy forces, he endured brutal beatings, leaving him battered and broken. The Divine War occurred over a year ago, when one of our army's units fell into ambush. Brother Jiang single-handedly stormed the enemy headquarters. That battle was a river of blood and a mountain of corpses, and in the end, a blood-soaked Brother Jiang returned, holding the enemy commander's skull. This battle resonated throughout the southern wilderness, stunning the world and solidifying Brother Jiang's reputation. He was enshrined as one of the 5 great generals, known as Black Dragon. Though one of the 5 greats, the worth of each is not equal. The other 4 ascended through political achievements, while Brother Jiang fought his way up, accumulating military merit. Stepping over the corpses of his enemies, rising from a mere soldier to one of the 5 great generals. Xiao He let out a long sigh. Jiang Chen's decade-long military saga is nothing short of legendary. Were it to be penned, it would take millions of words to encapsulate the saga of his life. Hearing this, Bai Su was profoundly shaken. She had not anticipated that so much could transpire in Jiang Chen's life. And what of his medical skills? Bai Su queried. It is said that Brother Jiang possesses unparalleled medical prowess, and his weapon is known as the Death Needle, a silver needle comparable to a sniper's bullet. I cannot speak to that. Xiao He shook his head. How could Jiang Chen possess medical skills? I do not know. However, I did learn some medical knowledge while following him. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen once again entered the hospital, making his way to the ward where Xiao Ruren resided. She had suffered a facial laceration and a severed wrist at his hands. Though her wrist had been reattached, she had yet to be discharged and remained hospitalized. Since learning the identity of the man behind the mask, she had been living in torment, each day dragging on in anxiety and unease, teetering on the brink of a mental breakdown. Tap, tap, tap. In the stillness of the night, the sound of heavy shoes meeting the ground echoed through the hospital corridor. Jiang Chen reached Xiao Ruren's ward and pushed the door open. Who is it? Xiao Ruren, already on the verge of collapse after days filled with nightmares. Since someone entering and instinctively curled up under the blankets, her face marked by panic as she guardedly stared at the door. Jiang Chen turned on the light. In that instant, the pitch-black ward was illuminated. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Xiao Ruren trembled in fear, nearly toppling off her bed. Jiang Chen approached, pulled a chair, and sat at the foot of the bed, gazing at Xiao Ruren, whose face was filled with dread, as though she had encountered a demon. Commander, Xiao Ruren stammered. Her teeth chattering, struggling to speak as if someone were tightening a grip around her throat, rendering her voiceless. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no intention of harming you. The time for that has yet to arrive. I merely seek to pose a few inquiries. You may proceed, she stammered. Xiao Ruren, appearing as though confronted by a specter, trembled violently, clutching the blanket tightly, her body curled into a ball with only her head exposed. 10 years ago, aside from the 4 prominent families, who else came to the Jiang family? I do not know. What? Jiang Chen's expression darkened. Xiao Ruoren sensed the temperature in the room plummet. A wave of icy dread enveloping her, causing her to shudder. You do not know? I truly do not know. Xiao Ruoren wept in terror. In that moment, she bore no resemblance to a strong woman. Rather, she resembled a frightened girl, sobbing, I really do not know who else is out there. This was all arranged by fourth brother. Did Xiao Zhan ever mention to you whom he gave the Huaihua mountain residence painting after taking it to Kyoto? No, he never spoke of such matters. Indeed, after my father passed away, fourth brother returned immediately and went to Kyoto. Upon his return, he learned that Tang Chuchu had rescued someone from the Jiang family fire 10 years ago, which compelled him to interrogate her about the identity of the person she saved. Jiang Chen's heart burned with anger as he clenched his fists. Xiao Ruoren sensed the murderous intent. In that instant, she realized her life was forfeit. Yet, an expression of relief graced her features. Finally, she would no longer endure torment. She closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. However, Jiang Chen refrained from striking. He released his clenched fists, stood, and departed. Xiao Ruoren, you have but a month. Ascertain who possesses the Huaihua mountain residence painting without delay. And do not entertain thoughts of suicide. The entire Xiao family, numbering in the hundreds, would accompany you in death should you choose that path. Jiang Chen had already left. Yet, Xiao Ruoren remained engulfed in panic. After a considerable time, she appeared to lose her sanity, repeatedly slapping herself and muttering reproaches. Xiao Ruoren, what folly is this? Why provoke the Jiang family? You deserve this. Fourth brother, you have led the Xiao family into a pit of fire. You have departed, leaving the Xiao family to face ruin. Her cries filled the hospital room, wretched and heart-wrenching. Chapter 72. The Perfect Woman. It was now 11 o'clock at night. That day, Tang Chuchu had spent the afternoon strolling with Lin Yi, desperately seeking information regarding the identity of the man in the ghost mask. Yet, Lin Yi claimed ignorance. Throughout the day, she felt disoriented. As night deepened, she lay in bed, reflecting on the past. 10 years prior, she and her classmates had gone on an outing, playing by the riverside. Suddenly, they spotted a distant villa ablaze. They rushed toward it, hearing cries for help emanating from within. After a moment's hesitation, she plunged into the inferno and rescued someone. However, upon being saved, that individual leapt into the river. Her thoughts wandered. The last encounter at the Jiangzhong Hotel's top floor haunted her. She had been pinned against the auction stage by Xiao Zhan, who, with a knife, inflicted cuts upon her face. Despair enveloped her, leaving her helpless, caught in a struggle for survival, yet yearning for death. Just when she felt utterly despondent, a man wearing a ghostly mask appeared. That moment was indelibly etched in her memory, the powerful hands that lifted her from the depths of despair and helplessness. Yet, shortly thereafter, she succumbed to unconsciousness. What transpired thereafter remained a mystery to her. Lin Yi remarked that the masked man was the one who rescued her from the fire at the Jiang family residence a decade ago. Who could he possibly be? Tang Chuchu murmured softly. At that moment, the phone rang. She picked up the nearby receiver, discovering it was Jiang Chen calling. She retracted her thoughts. Shaking her head slightly, Tang Chuchu, you are a married woman. How can you entertain thoughts of another man? Casting aside her musings, she answered the call. Wife, I'm outside and forgot my keys. Please come and let me in. Oh. Tang Chuchu stood up and left the room to open the door for Jiang Chen. After a brief wait at the threshold, the door swung open. Tang Chuchu emerged in her nightgown, a delicate white ensemble, slightly sheer, revealing hints of her form as she had yet to don a bra. With a frown, she chided, Look at the time. Where have you been? Jiang Chen, with an innocent demeanor, scratched his head and explained, A comrade just returned from service. We had dinner together and chatted for a while. I'm sorry for being late. Come in. Tang Chuchu refrained from reproach and ushered Jiang Chen inside. Back in the room, Jiang Chen dutifully retrieved a cooling mat and a pillow, laying them on the floor to rest. Tang Chuchu lay on the bed, turning to gaze at Jiang Chen on the floor before taking a deep breath and turning away. The night passed silently. The following day marked Lin Yi's 25th birthday, celebrated with a grand banquet at the Jiangzhong Grand Hotel. As the executive chairwoman of Changsheng Pharmaceutical Group, Lin Yi was undoubtedly a prominent figure in Jiangzhong. However, being a native of Kyoto, she did not belong to the esteemed 4 families of the region. If not for this, the assets of Changsheng Pharmaceutical would easily overshadow the 4 illustrious families. Lin Yi's birthday celebration invited numerous notable individuals. Every prominent figure in Jiangzhou received an invitation. She was not one to seek the limelight, wishing instead for a low-key celebration. Nevertheless, as a member of a large family, despite the Lin family's strength in Kyoto, she had only been in Jiangzhou for less than a year, with a limited social circle. She hoped to seize this opportunity to forge connections within Jiangzhou, laying a solid foundation for her endeavors in the region. Tang Chuchu's room in the Tang family. Dressed in a fitted white dress, Tang Chuchu's attire accentuated her figure exquisitely, revealing a smooth back. Having never worn such revealing clothing before, she felt a chill on her back and could not help but inquire, "Chen, do you think this is too exposing?" Jiang Chen, seated nearby, observed her as she preened before the mirror. The dress was indeed beautiful, albeit somewhat revealing. "Look, it has just a few straps, and your back is mostly exposed." "It's all Lin Yi's fault. She insisted this outfit would suit me," Tang Chuchu complained, a hint of exasperation on her face. Jiang Chen remarked, "Actually, it's nothing. Just a bare back." As he spoke, Tang Chuchu turned around. Upon seeing her, Jiang Chen nearly burst with blood from his nose. Her outfit, with a collar, revealed some of her peaks and a deep cleavage. A brand new crystal necklace adorned her fair neck, perfectly resting upon the valley. It was so dazzling, so alluring, that it sparked the imagination. Her long black hair was elegantly styled. In that moment, Tang Chuchu resembled a regal white swan. "Beautiful," Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. "The jewelry paired with this dress is simply exquisite." "Really?" Tang Chuchu's face lit up with joy. "Of course. My wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. If you were to wear this gown to Lin Yi's birthday party, you would undoubtedly be the center of attention." Tang Chuchu's lips curled into a proud smile. She then took out a lipstick she had just purchased the day before and applied a light coat. "Wow," Jiang Chen remarked. "With the lipstick, you look even more enchanting." Her crimson lips presented a striking allure that stirred even Jiang Chen's heart. "Too beautiful," he thought, as Tang Chuchu slipped into a pair of white high heels. The ensemble exuded an undeniable aura. With her elegantly styled hair, exquisite features, and sensuous red lips complemented by the white gown, Jiang Chen was utterly captivated. Standing beside him, Tang Chuchu playfully called out, "Husband." "Huh?" Jiang Chen snapped back to reality, rising to admire her. He swallowed hard, overwhelmed by her beauty. "Maybe we shouldn't go." "I'm afraid." "Afraid of what?" he asked seriously. "You look so stunning, and I'm just ordinary. What if some wealthy man notices you and decides to leave me?" Tang Chuchu burst into laughter, lightly tapping his forehead with her delicate hand. "Silly. What are you saying? I am your wife now and forever. I would never betray you." In that moment, Tang Chuchu felt a twinge of guilt, for throughout the night, she had pondered other men, particularly the mysterious masked man who had saved her. This thought made her cheeks flush, enhancing her allure. Flustered, she quickly shifted the topic, saying, "All right, let us go." As she stepped out in her high heels, the sound of her footsteps echoed. "Wow." The moment she emerged, gasps filled the air. Tang Song, seated on the couch with ice packs on his face, immediately stood up and grabbed his phone, exclaiming, "Sister, don't move. Let me take a picture." He swiftly opened the camera and snapped several shots. Seeing the photos of Tang Chuchu, who looked like an ethereal fairy, Tang Song couldn't help but praise, "Sister, are you trying to enchant every man in the world?" At this comment, Tang Chuchu beamed with pride. "Dear daughter," Mei also emerged from her room. Upon witnessing Tang Chuchu's stunning attire, she was momentarily speechless. "Chuchu, this dress, this necklace, these earrings, these high heels, did you buy them yesterday?" "Yes." "And how much did it cost?" Mei, hailing from a wealthy family herself, instantly recognized that Tang Chuchu's outfit was far from ordinary. Tang Chuchu appeared flustered and hurriedly replied, "No, it's not much, altogether just a few thousand." Mei immediately frowned, questioning, "Are you foolish?" Wu Min, seated on the sofa, interjected, "Mom, I've seen that dress. It's from a luxury clothing store and costs around 180,000. The combined value of her dress, necklace, earrings, and high heels is no less than 300,000. "What?" Mei's voice rose to a startling decibel. "Where did you get the money?" Tang Chuchu quickly clarified, "Mom, I met General Lin from Chongqing Pharmaceutical yesterday. He gifted it to me." She dared not mention that it was Jiang Chen's money, as her mother would surely confiscate it if she found out. Seeing Tang Chuchu adorned in luxury, Wu Min felt a pang of envy, sarcastically stating, "General Lin gave you this? Chuchu, do you really think you're someone important? Why would Lin, the head of Chongqing Pharmaceutical, gift you such an expensive outfit?" Jiang Chen chimed in, "He indeed did." Mei scrutinized Tang Chuchu before glancing at the plainly dressed Jiang Chen. Initially, she had accepted Jiang Chen, but now she increasingly believed that Tang Chuchu was mismatched with him. Chapter 73. It is rumored that the higher-ups are displeased. Her daughter was stunning. Exuding more charm than those superstars on television, she could undoubtedly become a wealthy lady. How could she marry someone like Jiang Chen, who merely stayed at home as a house husband? She had heard that today's event at Jiangzhou Grand Hotel would be attended by influential figures, including numerous company heads. With Chuchu's current looks, she could easily catch the eye of those ultra-wealthy individuals. She pulled Tang Chuchu aside and whispered, "Chuchu, those attending the event today are truly affluent. I heard that the young Master Gu from Meiwai Xin will also be there. This is your opportunity to make a connection." "Mom," Tang Chuchu replied, her expression displeased. "What are you saying? I'm a married woman. How could I engage in such shameless behavior?" He Yanmei glanced at Jiang Chen and, in a commanding tone, instructed, "Jiang Chen, you are to stay at home today. You cannot go anywhere." In her view, Jiang Chen attending the banquet would only embarrass Tang Chuchu. If he were present, those influential figures would perceive Chuchu as tainted. "Mom," Tang Chuchu said, looking aggrieved. "Why are you acting like this? I thought you had changed, that you were no longer materialistic." To her surprise, after just a day or two, her mother had reverted to her former self. "Chuchu, I'm doing this for your own good. Look at your beauty and grace now, and then look at Jiang Chen. How does he compare? Can he buy you such beautiful clothing or jewelry?" Hiyeme did not wish to break them apart, but she genuinely believed Jiang Chen was unworthy of Tang Chuchu. Tang Chuchu wanted to argue that Jiang Chen had money, but the words caught in her throat, and she retorted angrily, "If Jiang Chen can't go, then neither will I." Hiyeme, infuriated, scolded, "Why won't you listen? I'm only looking out for your best interests." "I know my own affairs," Tang Chuchu replied. "Just wait and see. You will regret this," Hiyeme said with a look of exasperation. "Husband, let us go." Tang Chuchu disregarded Hiyeme and took Jiang Chen's hand as they exited. Once outside the house, she wore an expression of regret. "Dear, my mother is like this. Please don't take it to heart. No matter how you change, I will always be your wife." Jiang Chen nodded, choosing not to dwell on it further. The couple departed together, with Jiang Chen riding his electric scooter, carrying Tang Chuchu to the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. Tang Chuchu's dress was rather long. She gathered her skirt and sat behind Jiang Chen, wrapping one arm around him. This scene attracted the attention of many passers-by. "Is my vision deceiving me? Which celebrity is this? She is stunningly beautiful. Look at that attire. It must be quite expensive, yet she's riding an electric scooter?" Onlookers whispered, some even taking out their phones to capture the moment and share it on social media. Jiang Chen paid no heed to their comments. After a ride of over half an hour, they finally reached the entrance of the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. The parking lot was filled with luxury cars, and prominent figures were continuously arriving. Standing at the entrance was a graceful woman, the day's guest of honor, Lin Yi, the chairwoman of Changshan Pharmaceutical. Lin Yi had been scanning the surroundings, but had yet to spot Jiang Chen after a long wait. As various dignitaries arrived, she greeted them with mere formality. Soon, an electric scooter approached, driven by a man in his 30s, dressed modestly and bearing an unremarkable appearance, one who would not draw attention in a crowd. However, the person accompanying him captured considerable interest. "Goddess, fairy." Many gazes turned towards Jiang Chen and Tang Chuchu as they arrived on the scooter. "Isn't that Tang Chuchu?" "Yes. She is the Tang Chuchu from the Tang family, who was recently expelled by Tang Tianlong. Has she come to attend Lin Yi's birthday banquet? I heard Lin Yi invited her along with Zhang Luan, primarily because of Zhang Luan's invitation. Is he the son of Zhang Cha Tian, the chairman of Wancheng Pharmaceutical?" "Indeed. Young Master Zhang has been pursuing President Lin." "Oh, I see. But why has Jiang Chen come?" As Jiang Chen and Tang Chuchu arrived, the crowd buzzed with speculation. Just then, a Lamborghini pulled up, perfectly parking in a designated spot. A handsome young man clad in a white suit emerged from the vehicle. Speak of the devil. Here comes young Master Zhang. At the hotel entrance, Lin Yi had been awaiting Jiang Chen. Seeing him arrive on the electric scooter with Tang Chuchu, she promptly approached them. Today, she donned a black low-cut gown, her chestnut waves cascading elegantly, exuding the charm of a sophisticated urban woman. Zhang Luan, arriving at that moment, spotted Lin Yi stepping out of the hotel and mistakenly assumed she had come to greet him, displaying a look of pleasant surprise as he quickly approached her, a charming smile gracing his fair face. "Lin Yi, you actually came to greet me in person. I am truly honored." Lin Yi frowned and glanced at Zhang Luan, realizing that she had been waiting for him all along. It is essential to note that Tang Chuchu received an invitation from General Lin solely due to her association with Zhang Luan. Many individuals were struck with sudden clarity. Hearing the discussions around her, Zhang Luan felt a swell of pride. He fancifully assumed that it was his recent pursuit that had touched Lin Yi, leading her to consider accepting him as her boyfriend at her birthday banquet. With unwavering confidence, he intended to take Lin Yi's hand. At this moment, Jiang Chen had parked his electric scooter and was approaching with Tang Chuchu in tow. Lin Yi greeted them warmly. She had spent the previous afternoon shopping with Tang Chuchu and had forged a close friendship. Lin Yi bypassed Zhang Luan and stepped forward to compliment Tang Chuchu, saying, "Chuchu, I told you this outfit suits you perfectly. You look stunning. Your figure and your face make even me, a woman, envious. What if I end up falling for you?" Zhang Luan, noticing the beauty of Tang Chuchu, who rivaled Lin Yi, was momentarily taken aback. He had heard rumors that she had regained her looks, but his focus had been solely on Lin Yi, neglecting the whispers of the outside world. Now, seeing Tang Chuchu in person left him astonished. He approached her and introduced himself confidently. "Tang Chuchu, do you remember me? I am Zhang Luan, the class monitor." "Ah, Zhang Luan. Hello, hello," Tang Chuchu responded promptly, extending her hand for a handshake. However, Jiang Chen suddenly pulled her hand back, causing Zhang Luan to raise an eyebrow and inquire, "And you are?" Tang Chuchu introduced him with ease, saying, "Class monitor Zhang, this is my husband, Jiang Chen." Zhang Luan scrutinized Jiang Chen from head to toe. Noting the absence of any commendable traits, a smirk crept onto his face as he thought, is this the much-discussed son-in-law of Jiang Zhong? The so-called useless Jiang Chen, who, oblivious to the consequences, borrowed a car to show off in the military district? I hear the higher-ups are furious about this, and soon Jiang Chen will face punishment, likely spending the latter half of his life behind bars. Tang Chuchu had heard these rumors as well, but she never anticipated the severity of the situation. She gasped, "Ah, is it really that serious?" Zhang Luan nodded, affirming, "Yes, it is quite grave. It is said that the car Jiang Chen borrowed belongs to a powerful figure, and when that individual returns, both the driver and Jiang Chen's superior will be summoned to a military tribunal." "Ah?" Tang Chuchu felt a wave of fear and instinctively tightened her grip on Jiang Chen's hand. Meanwhile, Lin Yi cast a glance at Zhang Luan, silently scoffing at his words. Who would dare judge the Black Dragon? The appearance of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuchu had caused quite a stir, for the Tang family had become a source of ridicule in Jiangzhou. Tang Tianlong had fabricated an invitation to attend the ceremony for the successor of the leisurely king, while Jiang Chen had borrowed a vehicle to show off, truly believing himself to be a figure of significance. "Jiang Chen, the crimes you have committed are your own. Do not drag Chuchu down with you. Perhaps it would be best for you to divorce her, as you are utterly unworthy of her," Zhang Luan continued. Having devised his own plans, being with Lin Yi will not hinder him from secretly engaging with Tang Chuchu. "My dear, what should we do?" Tang Chuchu is genuinely frightened. She is aware that Jiang Chen has a troubled past, and if the authorities were to investigate, it could lead to complications. Jiang Chen grasped her hand, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, everything will be fine. If anything were to arise, I would never implicate you." "Oh dear, let's not dwell on that. Come, let us go inside," Lin Yi urged as she led Tang Chuchu into the hotel. Lin Yi's companion, Zhang Luan, pursued them closely. To orchestrate this birthday celebration, Lin Yi had reserved the entire 8th floor. Upon arriving at the 8th floor, Jiang Chen sought a resting area, settled onto a sofa, and began playing Plants vs. Zombies on his phone. Meanwhile, Lin Yi guided Tang Chuchu to meet some of her circle of friends. These individuals were authentic heiresses, many of whom hailed from Kyoto. As Jiang Chen arrived, classmates of Tang Chuchu began to trickle in. They understood that their invitations were solely due to the influence of their class leader, Zhang Luan. Unfamiliar with Lin Yi and hesitant to approach her, they instead flocked around Zhang Luan. "Class leader, I've recently lost my job. Could you possibly help me secure a position at your family's company, launching pharmaceuticals? A simple staff role would suffice. I see Tang Chuchu looks quite lovely now. Her elegance rivals that of Lin Yi. Class leader, I believe you could easily win her heart while simultaneously courting Lin Yi. Class leader, your reputation is impressive. It's because of you that we are able to attend such a prestigious event. This is the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, and the cost per table must be at least 200,000, right? Class leader, you haven't confessed to Lin Yi yet, have you? This is an opportunity." A group of classmates surrounded Zhang Luan, showering him with flattery, which he relished. In this moment, he felt elevated, genuinely believing that Lin Yi had invited the entire class to the birthday celebration because of his standing. Eager to confess, he envisioned himself presenting a diamond ring, imagining the delight on Lin Yi's face when she accepted. "Class leader, Go confess. With the encouragement of many, Zhang Luan's confidence swelled. He surveyed the room and noticed Lin Yi engaged in lively conversation with several women. He retrieved the ring he had meticulously prepared and approached her, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. As he reached Lin Yi, she looked up at him, clad in a pristine white suit. His naturally good complexion and striking features complemented by a stylish Korean hairstyle, he resembled a star from the screen, exuding charisma. In front of an audience, he knelt on one knee. Lin Yi, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, your image has been imprinted in my mind. I dream of you every night. With you, I possess the world, and without you, I am lost. I know you harbor feelings for me as well. Today, I formally confess. Lin Yi, will you be my girlfriend? Wow, how romantic. If I were Lin Yi, I would be thrilled. Oh, how romantic. When will my Prince Charming make his appearance? Some girls are so moved that they are on the verge of tears, wishing they could be Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled, observing Zhang Luan kneeling before her, arms crossed, with a mocking expression. Zhang Luan, who granted you such confidence? What makes you think you are worthy of me? Your abilities? As far as I know, although your family has some wealth, you are merely a second-generation rich kid who has relied on your family's connections without achieving anything notable. Your family's business? The assets of the Zhang family pale in comparison to even a branch of the Lin family. Where do you derive your audacity? Where does your self-assurance stem from? Lin Yi's voice resonated. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Luan was left dumbfounded. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. Wasn't it you who liked me and invited me, along with the entire class, to your birthday banquet? You even waited for me at the entrance. How could I possibly refuse? To be rejected and then publicly humiliated left Zhang Luan bewildered, kneeling on the ground, unable to comprehend the situation. Haha. I heard that young Master Zhang has been pursuing Lin Yi for quite some time, even attempting to deliver flowers to the Changshan group, only to be thrown out multiple times. I can't believe he dared to confess at Lin Yi's birthday banquet. Does he not realize the disparity between the Zhang and Lin families? Indeed, even Lin's esteemed son would not regard the likes of Zhang Luan. Hearing the whispers surrounding him, Zhang Luan became flustered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lin Yi, this is not what it seems. You must be testing my resolve, right? I am not angry at all. Leave. Lin Yi dismissed him, uninterested in further conversation. This boy had indeed attempted to deliver flowers to her company several times, only to be turned away each time. She had not anticipated that Jiang Luan and Tang Chuchu were classmates. In her efforts to invite Jiang Chen to her birthday banquet, she had extended an invitation to Tang Chuchu, knowing that without her presence, Jiang Chen would not attend. Thus, she went to great lengths to invite Tang Chuchu's entire class. Lin Yi, please, don't be like this. Am I not worthy of you? I am handsome and charming, rivaling even the most famous stars. I have no interest in a self-important pretty boy like you. Then, what type do you prefer? I can change. Zhang Luan, kneeling before so many witnesses, was losing his composure and became somewhat incoherent. What do you like? Lin Yi scanned the crowd, her gaze finally resting on Jiang Chen, who sat in a corner on a sofa, dressed plainly and engrossed in his phone. Upon seeing him, her expression softened. Lin Yi slowly extended her delicate finger, pointing towards Jiang Chen, and declared, I like someone like him. All eyes followed her finger, landing on Jiang Chen, who remained absorbed in his device. The crowd was left in shock, their jaws agape. You like someone like Jiang Chen? The renowned executive chairman of Changshan Pharmaceutical favors someone like Jiang Chen, a son-in-law? Realizing this, Zhang Luan quickly responded, Lin Yi, I can also do that. I can join the Lin family as a son-in-law. In Zhang Luan's perspective, Lin Yi belonged to a prominent family and would never marry outside her lineage. She would only take in a suitor. For Lin Yi, he would even consider becoming a son-in-law to the Lin family. However, Zhang Luan's words elicited laughter from many, while Lin Yi, gazing into the distance at Jiang Chen, earnestly declared, You misconceived my intentions. I do not favor becoming a son-in-law. I am drawn to men like Jiang Chen. How should I put it? He remains unflustered in any situation. Just look at how, amidst so many distinguished guests, he can calmly engage with his phone. Lin Yi's remarks left everyone astonished. Meanwhile, Tang Chuchu, standing nearby, wore a jealous expression, her face clouded with dissatisfaction. Lin Yi, are you attempting to steal my husband? She exclaimed. Is that so? Lin Yi blinked her expressive eyes, asking playfully, Is it permissible? Tang Chuchu, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped the situation. It was evident that Lin Yi had concocted an excuse to reject Zhang Luan, using it as a shield. Aligning with Lin Yi's sentiment, she responded with a smile. If you truly fancy him, I shall gift him to you. After all, my husband is utterly useless. Keeping him in the Tang family only incurs expenses. In Chapter 75, Zhang Luan confessed his feelings for Lin Yi, yet she resolutely rejected him, leaving him utterly deflated, while professing her affection for Jiang Chen. This revelation sent ripples through the crowd, drawing all eyes to Jiang Chen. Though he appeared ordinary and was dressed simply, he stood out in this upscale setting where women donned extravagant gowns and men wore formal suits. Jiang Chen was engrossed in a game of Plants vs. Zombies, when suddenly, an onslaught of zombies devoured his pea-shooting weapons. Ah! Jiang Chen exclaimed, disappointment etched on his face as he faced defeat. His outburst momentarily stunned the audience, drawing their attention entirely to him. Sensing the collective gaze, he looked up, bewildered to find hundreds of eyes fixed upon him. He scratched his head, utterly puzzled, and pulled out his phone to check his reflection. Nothing amiss, he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Zhang Luan, still on one knee, felt a surge of anger upon seeing Jiang Chen. Lin Yi, however, chuckled lightly, saying, Zhang Luan, perhaps one day you might aspire to be a man like Jiang Chen before pursuing me. As it stands, you lack the qualifications. With a playful glance at Tang Chuchu, she added, Chuchu, you did say you would gift him to me, so I shall not be modest. Under the scrutinizing gaze of many, Lin Yi approached Jiang Chen, extending her delicate hand with a captivating smile. Young Master Jiang, may I invite you to dance? This moment left the entire audience in shock. Who was Lin Yi? She was a member of the illustrious Lin family and the chairperson of Jiang Changcheng Pharmaceuticals. A goddess, a true belle of wealth. Yet here she was, inviting a son-in-law to dance? Everyone stood dumbfounded, questioning their own eyes, unable to believe the scene unfolding before them. Jiang Chen too was taken aback. What is happening? Zhang Luan, having risen from the ground, approached with a discontented expression. Lin Yi, even if you despise me and reject my advances, there is no need to use such a worthless individual as a shield to insult me. In Zhang Luan's view, Lin Yi's declaration of affection for Jiang Chen and her invitation for him to dance was merely an act of defiance against him, employing Jiang Chen as a facade. If you were to choose someone else, perhaps a figure like Gu Gongzi from Meiwei Xian, I might remain silent. But him. Zhang Luan cast a derisive glance at Jiang Chen, who sat on the couch, composed and unperturbed. You claim he remains unfazed? I find that hard to believe. He knows his station and recognizes the nature of this gathering. Who does he know here? He is simply sitting there, preoccupied with his phone. As Zhang Luan's words echoed, the astonished crowd began to comprehend the situation. So that's how it is. I thought, how could the esteemed chairman of Changcheng Pharmaceuticals claim to like Jiang Chen, the son-in-law? It turns out he is merely a scapegoat. Tang Chuchu also departed, having realized that Lin Yi was indeed using Jiang Chen as a shield. She had spent the day prior shopping with Lin Yi, who had guided her choices, leading to a budding fondness for Lin Yi. Since Lin Yi did not harbor feelings for Zhang Luan, utilizing Jiang Chen as a diversion, she blinked her expressive eyes at Jiang Chen and said, Jiang Chen, what are you lingering for? President Lin has invited you to dance. Wife, what wife? I've already given you to President Lin, Tang Chuchu teased with a playful smile. Jiang Chen felt awkward, as if he were merely an object to be passed around. Young Master Jiang, Lin Yi addressed him, her enchanting visage adorned with a hint of pleading. Today marks my 25th birthday. Could you accompany me for a dance? Jiang Chen glanced at Tang Chuchu, seemingly seeking her approval. She pulled him from the couch and placed him in Lin Yi's hands, stating, it's rare for President Lin to take an interest in you. Go on. Lin Yi's hands were smooth and delicate, while Jiang Chen was still grappling with the surreal turn of events. Wife, enough. Go. I want to be jealous. Tang Chuchu urged, pushing Jiang Chen forward. Not only was she devoid of jealousy, but she felt a delightful thrill. After all, this was Lin Yi, the chairman of Changcheng Pharmaceuticals. Even if Jiang Chen was being used as a decoy, it was still a privilege for him, and he was her husband. In that moment, she felt that Jiang Chen had elevated her status. As Jiang Chen was led to the dance floor by Lin Yi, the music began to play. Lin Yi extended her delicate hand, one arm draping over Jiang Chen's shoulder while the other encircled his waist, her body nearly pressed against his. Jiang Chen, however, stood rigid, feeling a surge of nervousness. Lin Yi was breathtakingly beautiful, her features exquisite, her complexion fair, and she exuded a delightful fragrance. With her body so close to his heart raced uncontrollably. Even in the face of 1,000 adversaries, he had never felt such trepidation. Yet now, confronted by a woman, he found himself utterly flustered. Lin Yi leaned into Jiang Chen, her head nearly resting on his shoulder, her body swaying rhythmically to the music. This scene invoked envy from all around. Even Tang Chuchu couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Soon, the melody concluded, and Lin Yi, with a keen sense of propriety, pulled Jiang Chen before Tang Chuchu, placing Jiang Chen's hand into hers and saying, "Chuchu, thank you." "No need for thanks," Tang Chuchu replied, flustered. Meanwhile, Zhang Luan's face resembled that of a liver, his expression dark and brooding. He had fervently declared his affections, only to be publicly rejected by Lin Yi, who chose to dance with someone she deemed a worthless individual. An act that felt like a direct insult to him. This sentiment was shared by all present, who believed that Lin Yi's decision to dance with Jiang Chen was an unequivocal dismissal of Zhang Luan, a clear message that she would prefer to dance with a nobody rather than him, urging Zhang Luan to abandon any hope. In the lounge area, Jiang Chen looked at Tang Chuchu with an innocent expression. "Chuchu, what is going on?" Tang Chuchu lightly tapped his forehead and said, "Don't truly believe that Lin Yi has feelings for you. She merely rejected Zhang Luan's confession and is using you as a shield." "Oh, I see," Jiang Chen responded, a realization dawning upon him. He glanced around and sensed numerous unfriendly gazes directed at him. These were the suitors vying for Lin Yi's affection. Lin Yi was their goddess, and her choice to dance with someone they deemed worthless incited their disdain towards Jiang Chen, particularly from Zhang Luan, who clenched his fists, veins standing out on his forehead. Zhang Luan's classmates, aware of his rejection and his foul mood, wisely refrained from intruding or fawning over him. In the face of the hostile stares, Jiang Chen merely smiled faintly, dismissing their animosity. Not far away, in a lounge area, Lin Yi sat elegantly on a sofa, her legs crossed, revealing her long, fair limbs. Her gaze lingered on Jiang Chen, eyes shimmering with unmistakable admiration. This was the Black Dragon. During her time in Kyoto, she had heard tales of the Black Dragon and idolized him. Never did she anticipate encountering him in Jiangzhou, let alone dancing with one of the 5 most handsome men. Yet, he appeared somewhat shy. Lin Yi recalled Jiang Chen's stiff demeanor while dancing earlier, juxtaposed with the charming smile gracing his exquisite face. The farcical incident had not disrupted the birthday celebration, which was still in its early hours, only 9 a.m., with many distinguished guests yet to arrive. As time passed, more attendees came to honor Lin Yi on her birthday, including the Tang family. After suffering a public humiliation days prior, the Tang family had maintained a low profile. However, upon receiving an invitation from Lin Yi, they regained their swagger, believing themselves still to be a prominent family. Even the chairman of Changsheng Pharmaceutical had sent an invitation, which they interpreted as a sign of their continued prestige. Tang Tianlong entered with his son Tang Hai, grandson Tang Lei, granddaughter Tang Minjing, and son-in-law Lu Chong, all of them exuding a sense of grandeur. He leaned on a dragon-headed cane, the sound of its tip striking the floor capturing considerable attention. Upon recognizing Tang Tianlong, many faces in the crowd shifted, their expressions revealing a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Chapter 76. Who is making that noise? What is happening? Did Lin Yi truly invite Tang Tianlong? It should not be, for Tang Tianlong has created such a considerable blunder, being cast out by the general outside the military district, thus losing face. How could President Lin still extend an invitation to him? Is it possible that he arrived uninvited? As Tang Tianlong approached, a multitude of whispers filled the air. The guests at the banquet instinctively withdrew, wishing to avoid any dealings with him. However, Tang Lei reveled in his own delight, wearing an expression of smugness. "Grandfather, look at how renowned you are in Jiang. These people, upon seeing you, respectfully retreat." Upon hearing this, Tang Tianlong felt a surge of pride, a barely concealed smile gracing his face. He spotted Lin Yi and promptly made his way over with his cane, his face alight with joy. "President Lin, it is a great honor for me, Tang Tianlong, to receive a personal invitation from you." Lin Yi furrowed her brow slightly. Considering that Tang Chuchu was his granddaughter, and Tang Chuchu was the wife of Jiang Chen, she nodded gently, acknowledging Tang Tianlong. "President Lin, happy birthday. I present to you a pair of jade bracelets, though they are not particularly valuable, merely around 2 million. I hope you will find them to your liking." As Tang Tianlong spoke, he produced the meticulously prepared gift. "Old Master Tang, you are too kind. Please, have a seat." Lin Yi gestured for him to sit. This scene did not go unnoticed by many. Curiosity filled the air. Why would Lin Yi personally invite the leader of a second-rate family to sit? Could it be that the Tang family had once again ingratiated themselves with Lin Yi? Something felt amiss. Furthermore, it seemed that Tang Chuchu had a good relationship with Lin Yi. Could that be the reason? Many speculated in hushed tones. Previously, they had observed Tang Chuchu and Lin Yi together, appearing quite close. Although Tang Chuchu had been expelled from the Tang family, she was still a member of the clan, and one could never tell if she might return one day. Now, with Lin Yi personally inviting Tang Tianlong to sit, Many believed that the Tang family was entwining itself with the Lin family. Invited by Lin Yi, Tang Tianlong felt a surge of pride. His spirits lifted as he surveyed those around him, his demeanor seemingly conveying, "Who dares to claim that my Tang family is merely second-rate? Old Master Tang, you have arrived as well. Brother Tianlong, you are looking increasingly spirited these days." A number of business executives approached, warmly greeting Tang Tianlong. Despite the Tang family becoming a subject of ridicule, their partnership with Qianjun remained intact. Now, with the prospect of aligning with the Lin family, should they manage to collaborate with Lin's Changshan Pharmaceutical, the Tang family could thrive. If not now, then when? Many sought to curry favor. Tang Tianlong could hardly contain his smile, continuously exchanging pleasantries with these individuals. Meanwhile, Tang Lei sat nearby, his expression one of lofty pride, resembling a young prince reveling in his glory. Upon seeing Tang Tianlong, Tang Chuchu's expression became complex. After a moment's hesitation, she approached and called out, "Grandfather." Tang Tianlong looked up, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Tang Chuchu, who was adorned in an elegant white gown, her hair elegantly styled, exuding an air of nobility. "Chuchu?" "Yes." Tang Chuchu nodded, calling out once more, "Grandfather." Upon witnessing Tang Chuchu's appearance, Tang Lei's eyes also brightened. He never anticipated that the adorned Tang Chuchu would be so stunning, outshining Lin Yi, the supposed leading lady, both in figure and appearance. Upon seeing Tang Chuchu, Tang Minjing instantly recognized the worth of her attire. A pang of jealousy surged within her, and she sardonically remarked, "Tang Chuchu, have you been seeking out Yi Xiong again, spending nights with him? It's only been a few days, and you're already draped in designer labels. Altogether, those must cost hundreds of thousands, right?" As Tang Chuchu approached to greet her, Tang Minjing unleashed her scorn. Even with her good temperament, Tang Chuchu felt a surge of indignation and pointed at the haughty Tang Minjing lounging on the sofa. "You. Stop talking nonsense." "Nonsense? Is it not true?" Tang Minjing deliberately raised her voice, exclaiming, "If you haven't been sleeping with Yi Xiong, then where did you acquire the funds for such clothing?" The Tang family had been embroiled in scandals lately, particularly regarding their collaboration with Qianjun. Rumors circulated that Tang Chuchu had indeed spent the night with Yi Xiong. Although Yi Xiong had held a press conference to dispel these rumors, the more he denied it, the more fervently the gossip spread. Tang Tianlong, noticing the scrutiny of onlookers, felt a profound embarrassment, as he too suspected that Tang Chuchu had been with Yi Xiong. Despite the fact that the Tang family had just partnered with Qianjun, his concern lay primarily with reputation. "No, that's not how it is." Tang Lei stood up and shouted, "If you haven't been with Yi Xiong, then explain where you got the money for those clothes." Tang Chuchu, on the verge of tears, felt utterly wronged. She had not slept with Yi Xiong. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words. As the money was from Jiang Chen, the source of this money was dubious, and should it be revealed, it could lead to dire consequences for Jiang Chen. From a distance, Jiang Chen, engrossed in his phone, noticed the commotion and approached, sensing the distress in Tang Chuchu's eyes. "Chuchu, what's wrong?" he inquired. Tang Lei scoffed. "Jiang Chen, don't tell me you're unaware that your wife has been in bed with another man? Just look at her, draped in designer goods. That dress alone must cost over 100,000. Truly, the chairman of Qianjun is quite generous." Jiang Chen's expression darkened, realizing that he was about to retaliate. Tang Chuchu quickly intervened. "Chen, let us leave." She felt incapable of explaining further and wished to avoid further humiliation. A crowd had gathered, whispering and casting judgmental glances. "Why isn't she explaining herself? It seems the rumors are indeed true. She has slept with Yi Xiong, and not just once. No wonder she struggles to clarify." The whispers continued, and Tang Tianlong felt his face grow hot with shame. With a forceful slap on the table, he rose and scolded, "Tang Chuchu, how can you be so shameless? You are bringing disgrace to the Tang family." Tang Chuchu, feeling wronged, said nothing and attempted to pull Jiang Chen away. However, he remained rooted in place. His cold gaze swept over the crowd. "Whoever has spoken ill, step forward and kneel to apologize, or do not blame me for being rude." "Ha ha." Tang Lei was the first to burst into laughter. "Jiang Chen, don't be ridiculous. Who do you think you are? The king of leisure? Show me some courtesy if you can." Tang Minjing scornfully retorted, "Pa, truly shameless. You even conspired against my husband, claiming that the invitation from the king of leisure was obtained through your intervention. It was clearly my husband who orchestrated it. Our high profile, setting off firecrackers outside the military district, provoked discontent from above, resulting in our disqualification. You truly know how to exploit a situation. Step forward and kneel to apologize." Jiang Chen's expression darkened as he surveyed the crowd. "Huh, I am quite curious to see what you can do to me. At that moment, Zhang Luan stepped forward, declaring, I also said that Tang Chuchu slept with Yu Xiong. What can you do about it? The truth is the truth. Am I not allowed to speak it? Who is spouting nonsense? A cold voice rang out. Immediately, a man in his 50s entered the scene, causing everyone to shudder. Yu Xiong. Who dares to speak ill of Miss Chuchu? Another voice followed, as a handsome man entered behind Yu Xiong. He was Gu Yishuan from Meiwei-Xian, a member of the distinguished Gu family from Kyoto. Lin also stood up, coldly stating, those who speak ill of Chuchu, kneel and apologize at once. Or else this is truly outrageous. Who dares to wag their tongue? Outside, another voice echoed. Subsequently, an elderly man in his 60s, dressed in a traditional Jiangshan suit, yet remarkably spirited, entered. Dr. Fong, is that you? Upon seeing the newcomer, the crowd fell silent in shock. Jiang Chen turned to look, a frown forming on his brow. What a surprise, it is Dr. Fong. Could he be Fong Yongji, the one Chuchu mentioned? Chapter 77. All kneel at the banquet. Everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance. Three figures emerged, the chairman of Qianjun, Yu Xiong, the owner of Meiwei-Xian, Gu Yishuan, and the elderly Fong Yongji, president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. Renowned as the foremost physician in Jiang, the status of these three individuals stood at the pinnacle of society in Jiang. Yu Xiong, a core member of the Yi family from Kyoto, could easily bring down the four great families with a single word. Gu Yishuan, the low-key, wielded immense influence. As for Fong Yongji, he was unparalleled. In Jiang, known as the medicine capital, he was a revered healer. In this world, the wealthier one becomes, the more one fears death. It could be said that the combined influence of everyone present could scarcely rival that of Fong Yongji alone. As the three approached, they became the focal point of the gathering. Who is spouting nonsense? Who speaks ill of Miss Chuchu? Who dares to gossip? The three scanned the room, and the once bustling banquet hall fell into an eerie silence. What was happening? Why were these three esteemed figures coming to Tang Chuchu's defense? Tang Chuchu herself bore an expression of astonishment. Yi Xiong was somewhat familiar with her, for Jiang Chen had once saved him. However, she had no connections with Gu Yishuan or Dr. Fong. Upon the arrival of these distinguished individuals, Zhang Luan instantly lost his temper, retreating into the crowd, terrified into silence. At this moment, he dared not speak carelessly. Just a single Yi Xiong had brought the Shao family to ruin. Although the Zhang family's assets surpassed those of the four great families, they could not afford to offend these three individuals. As they approached, Yi Xiong looked at the tearful Tang Chuchu with a hint of respect, addressing her as Miss Chuchu. Gu Yishuan also slightly bowed, uttering, Miss Chuchu. Suddenly, Fong Yongji, the president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association and a renowned doctor in Jiangzhou, fell to his knees. This startled Tang Chuchu, causing her to instinctively step back. Jiang Chen promptly supported her, glancing at the kneeling Fong Yongji with raised eyebrows. Who are you? What are you doing? You frightened my wife. Do you intend to compensate me for her? An eerie silence enveloped the scene as everyone stared in disbelief. This was the president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, the illustrious divine doctor of Jiangzhou. It was said that Fong Yongji only saw 3 patients a day, with wealthy clients queuing up for appointments 3 years in advance. To witness such a renowned figure kneeling before Tang Chuchu was utterly astonishing. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Fong Yongji hastily stood, wiping the sweat that had formed on his brow, and quickly apologized. Miss Chuchu, I sincerely apologize for my rudeness. I did not mean to frighten you. I am truly sorry. He continued to express his apologies fervently. The Tang family stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding events. When had Tang Chuchu gained such prominence that these dignitaries treated her as if she were royalty? Jiang Chen regarded Fong Yongji with astonishment, realizing that the esteemed physician, previously mentioned by Tang Chuchu, was none other than the elusive leader of the underground information network, Guo Jianqiu. This revelation was indeed intriguing. Yi Xiong surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Anyone who met his eyes instinctively recoiled. Why the silence? He bellowed. Miss Chuchu is a paragon among women, a treasure beyond compare. How can you allow such lowly individuals to insult her? Who dares to speak ill? Step forward. Gu Yishuan also scanned the crowd, his expression icy. Those who step forward now and kneel to admit their wrongdoing may still find a chance for redemption. Otherwise, a threatening glint crossed his face, instilling fear in many. It was clear that young Master Gu was not merely speaking. Should he become enraged, the entire Jiangzhou would likely tremble. Fong Yongji dared not look at Jiang Chen, hastily diverting his gaze to the others, commanding, Who is it? Step forward. Lenny observed the 3 men with a furrowed brow. It seemed they were aware of Jiang Chen's identity, boldly defending Tang Chuchu in an attempt to curry favor with him. As the host of the banquet, she could not afford to lag behind. She approached Tang Chuchu, clasping her hand, and surveyed the guests. Speaking deliberately, she declared, "Chuchu is my dearest friend. To insult her at my birthday banquet is to disregard me entirely. There are surveillance cameras here. I will review the footage to uncover the truth. It is best for those responsible to come forward willingly." Witnessing this, those who had spoken out earlier were utterly petrified. At this moment, a man, unable to bear the overwhelming pressure exerted by several prominent figures, collapsed onto his knees, repeatedly bowing his head to the ground. He was the president of a corporation worth over $1 billion and a significant figure in society. Yet now, he resembled a defeated dog, kneeling helplessly. Tang Chuchu was taken aback by this scene, but she found herself being pulled by Jiang Chen with one hand and by Lin Yi with the other. She glanced left and right, observing Lin Yi and then Jiang Chen, her beautiful face etched with confusion. Could it be that masked man once again? As one individual knelt, another followed suit. Yi Xiong, Gu Yishuan, and Lin Yi, all hailing from the capital and belonging to distinguished families, joined in. Yi Xiong alone had brought the Xiao family to ruin. With all three of them present, the situation was dire. Those who had spoken disrespectfully began to rise, acknowledging their fate, and knelt on the ground. One by one, the crowd succumbed to the pressure, and in an instant, over 20 individuals found themselves on their knees. Seeing this, Tang Lei panicked, for he had previously insulted Tang Chuchu. However, after a brief moment of anxiety, he regained his composure, stood up, and pointed at the kneeling dignitaries, some of whom possessed greater fortunes than the Tang family. He indignantly shouted, "Am I, a member of the Tang family, someone you can insult?" Yet, Jiang Chen approached and kicked him sharply on the knee. With a thud, Tang Lei fell to the ground. "What are you doing?" he yelled in fury. Jiang Chen replied coolly, "Didn't you just shout the loudest? I am Chuchu's cousin." Tang Lei's protest was cut short as Jiang Chen delivered another kick, sending him sprawling, letting out a cry of pain. Jiang Chen then pointed at Tang Minjing. She trembled and hurriedly clutched the arm of Lu Chong, her face pale with terror. "You want to drag the Lu family into this? Hurry up and kneel." Lu Chong slapped her, causing her to weep. Catching a glimpse of Tang Tianlong's somber expression, she shivered with fear and couldn't help but kneel down. At this moment, over 30 influential figures were on their knees. Only one remained standing, Zhang Luan. He found himself in a dilemma, unsure whether to kneel or not. Kneeling would tarnish the Zhang family's reputation irreparably, while refusing to kneel would invite the wrath of these formidable individuals. Weighing the consequences, he finally dropped to his knees, shocking his classmates. The class monitor is kneeling? Before Tang Chuchu? Who exactly is she? What was meant to be a birthday celebration had devolved into a scene of subservience. Tang Chuchu, witnessing this unfolding drama, felt her mind go blank, utterly at a loss for how to react. Yixing turned to Tang Tianlong and pointed at him, saying, "You too, right?" At this, Tang Tianlong trembled, casting a dark gaze at Tang Chuchu. "Chuchu, do you wish for your grandfather to kneel?" Tang Chuchu, panicking, quickly responded, "Grandpa, I wouldn't dare. Please, don't." She could never bring herself to compel her grandfather to kneel. She promptly approached and helped Tang Lei to his feet, saying, "Brother Lei, please stand up." Following that, she assisted Tang Minjing, urging, "Sister Minjing, let us talk after you get up." The two of them finally managed to rise. Yet the others remained too intimidated to move. Yu Xiang turned to Tang Chuchu and inquired, "Miss Chuchu, how do you propose we punish them?" Tang Chuchu felt a rush of panic. She had never encountered such a scene. The individuals kneeling before her were indeed substantial figures, many possessing wealth surpassing that of the Tang family. Yu Xiang suggested, how about they slap themselves a few times? After all, today is Chairman Lin's birthday, and we should avoid bloodshed. He glanced at Tang Chuchu, casting a sidelong look at Jiang Chen, who wore an innocuous expression. Tang Chuchu, at a loss, turned to Jiang Chen and asked, "Darling, what should we do?" Jiang Chen shrugged and replied, "How would I know? However, I have long found their disrespect intolerable. Perhaps they should each administer 50 slaps to themselves? Let us not escalate things," Tang Chuchu interjected, still in a daze. Why had these individuals come to her aid? Realizing her position, she looked at the kneeling figures and urged, "You may rise now." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. "Rise?" Jiang Chen raised his voice, exclaiming, "If we do not teach you a lesson, will you not continue to gossip recklessly in the future?" "Indeed." Fang Yongji echoed Jiang Chen's sentiment, shouting, 50 slaps are insufficient. Let them each deliver 100 slaps to themselves." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiong immediately grasped Jiang Chen's intent. kicked the nearest man to the ground, and yelled, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and slap yourselves." The company president fell to the ground but dared not protest. Instead, he got back up, kneeling once more as he repeatedly slapped his own face. His company collaborated with Chen, and a single word from them could lead to his instant ruin. Slap, slap, slap. One began, and the others quickly followed suit. The only sound in the hall was that of slapping. Others could only gasp in shock. Such a spectacle was rare indeed. "What are you doing? Please, stop. Everyone, rise," Tang Chuchu exclaimed, nearly in tears. It was merely a few words. It was not such a grave matter as to warrant this. She looked imploringly at the three distinguished figures, pleading, "Please, make them stop." Jiang Chen observed those slapping themselves and remarked, "My wife has a kind heart and is willing to spare you. You should express your gratitude. If you dare to speak carelessly again, you know the consequences." Following Jiang Chen's command, Yi Xiong waved his hand slightly and said, "All right, everyone, stand up." Only then did those who had been kneeling cease their self-inflicted punishment. They stood aside, too afraid to move. Jiang Chen took Tang Chuchu's hand and smiled, saying, "Darling, should you not thank them?" Upon hearing this, Tang Chuchu snapped to attention and, with gratitude radiating from her expression, hurriedly said, Thank you to the three of you. Chuchu, as long as you are happy. I can have them bankrupt in an instant," Yi Xiong replied with a broad grin. As these words were spoken, the individuals present were taken aback. A few were so startled that they collapsed to the ground, immediately kneeling and pleading, "Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I should not have spoken out of turn. Please grant me another chance." "Get lost," Yi Xiong retorted with a kick. The man promptly scrambled to his feet, hastily retreating from the banquet. Tang Chuchu, bewildered, gazed at the others and inquired, I don't know you. Why are you standing up for me? Please, explain yourselves, otherwise, rumors will surely spread." Tang Chuchu was genuinely frightened. If today's events were to leak out, the public would undoubtedly speculate about her character, perhaps insinuating that she had been involved with these three individuals. Her words left the others momentarily speechless. How could they explain? Should they admit that she had a remarkable husband? They dared not. Jiang Chen had concealed his identity throughout his time in Jiangzhou. Revealing it would be tantamount to courting disaster. Silence enveloped the hall, with all guests' eyes fixed upon the trio, eager to discern why these prominent figures held Tang Chuchu in such high regard. Jiang Chen stood aside, a smile gracing his face as he observed the three, his expression seemingly conveying, "Go on, speak. If you dare reveal my identity, prepare for the consequences." The sight of Jiang Chen's demeanor instilled fear in the trio. Lenny, her eyes darting, understood that an explanation was imperative to prevent the situation from spiraling further into absurdity. She stepped forward and said, "Actually, it's quite simple. Do you remember the person you saved a decade ago?" "Yes," Tang Chuchu nodded, recalling their conversation from yesterday. "The person I saved from the Jiang family was the notorious masked man who was recently executed by the Carefree King." "Precisely," Lenny affirmed with a smile. "They are assisting you out of gratitude for your act of salvation. However, that individual preferred to remain hidden while helping you from the shadows. Now, after 10 years, he has repaid his debt to you and declared he no longer owes you anything." "But wasn't he executed by the Carefree King?" Tang Chuchu questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. Lenny chuckled. "Indeed, he possessed considerable influence, yet not as much as the Carefree King. Throughout his life, he remained indebted to you for saving his life and instructed Yi Xiong and the others to look after you. Now, he has fulfilled his obligation to you." Gui Xuan, observing Jiang Chen's silence as an implicit approval of Lin Yi's words, also stepped forward and added, "Indeed, that is the case. Chuchu, I have facilitated the repayment of your life-saving grace on his behalf." Yi Xiong nodded, stating, "He mentioned that this is what he owes you. But he never found the opportunity to make amends. If not for the Carefree King's ascension, he would have come forth to repay you. Unfortunately, that opportunity has vanished, as he has now been executed." With each individual contributing to the explanation, the guests gradually comprehended the situation. It became clear that the respect shown to Tang Chuchu stemmed from her act of heroism a decade prior. The man she saved was the very one executed by the Carefree King. These influential figures were merely honoring a debt of gratitude, and now that obligation was fulfilled, they would no longer extend their assistance to Tang Chuchu in the future. Tang Tianong remained seated on the couch, his heart quaking at the sight before him. He initially believed that Tang Chuchu possessed remarkable influence, envisioning a prosperous future for the Tang family. However, the reality unfolded differently. These individuals were merely repaying a favor. Once the favor was settled, their connection to Tang Chuchu diminished. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yi. It became evident to him that Lin Yi had been aware of his true identity all along, even knowing that he was the one responsible for the demise of the patriarchs of the four prominent families. President Lin, he said with a gentle smile directed at her. Lin Yi turned her gaze towards him, and upon meeting his amused expression, an inexplicable chill ran down her spine. Her body stiffened, and a hint of an awkward smile surfaced as she stammered, "Jiang, Mr. Jiang, thank you." Jiang Chen uttered a phrase, acknowledging her role in defusing the situation, enabling Chuchu to accept it and allowing everyone to explain. Otherwise, his identity might have been exposed, jeopardizing his relationship with Chuchu, for his hands were stained with blood. Chuchu would never choose to be with someone like him. Chapter 79. I truly did not betray you indeed, it was him. Tang Chuchu had already surmised as much, though a tinge of disappointment lingered within her. The person she had saved from the Jiang family, the man in the ghostly mask, had been executed by the King of Leisure. She would never discover his true identity, nor have the opportunity to meet again the one who had secretly aided her. A sense of loss enveloped her. At that moment, another prominent figure arrived, the esteemed Zhang Tian, the head of Wanshan Group. Upon his entrance, he surveyed the gathering and, upon spotting Jiang Chen, felt a tremor run through him, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. He hurried over, exclaiming, "Mr. Jiang, Miss Chuchu." "Dad," Zhang Luan interjected. Emboldened by his father's presence, they forced me to kneel. Previously, under duress, Zhang Luan had complied. Now, with his father present, he felt fortified. Although the Zhang family was not among the four great families, they surpassed them in strength, having never sought such hollow accolades. Wansha Pharmaceuticals, under the Zhang family, was renowned, second only to Qianjun and Chongqing Group, and held a prestigious reputation in Jiangzhou. "What's going on?" Zhang Changtian inquired, observing Yi Xiong, Gu Yishuan, and Fang Yongji, whom Zhang Luan was pointing at. Yi Xiong coolly responded, "This brat lacks foresight and has been speaking ill of Chuchu." "What?" At this, Zhang Changtian's fury ignited. Zhang Luan mistakenly believed his father's anger stemmed from hearing about his forced kneeling. He arrogantly declared, "Dad, I merely said a few words, and they forced me to kneel and even made me slap myself. You must stand up for me." "Unfilial son," Zhang Changtian retorted, striking Zhang Luan with a powerful slap that sent him sprawling to the ground. Zhang Changtian approached, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. "Dad, please stop. Please stop." Zhang Luan pleaded incessantly. After Zhang Changtian gave Zhang Luan a beating, he hurriedly approached Tang Chuchu, fell to his knees, and implored, "Chuchu, I beseech you to forgive this wayward son." Tang Chuchu was already aware of the circumstances. Surely, this was also due to the influence of the man in the ghost mask. Yet, had that man not already met his demise? Why were these individuals so utterly terrified? She felt disoriented. Quickly, she helped Zhang Changtian to his feet, saying, "Mr. Zhang, you are being too modest. It was merely a trivial matter. Please, rise." However, Zhang Changtian dared not stand. He had witnessed Jiang Chen's methods firsthand. The patriarch of the four great families could kill without hesitation. And then there was Xiao Ruren. The torment she endured, just recalling it now sent shivers down his spine. Jiang Chen, with a dissatisfied expression, remarked, "My wife commands you to rise, so you shall do so. Why must you be so tedious?" Pretending to assert his authority, he moved to kick Zhang Changtian. Terrified, Zhang Changtian hastily stood up. Lin Yi then stepped forward, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the commotion. Please do not let this incident mar our gathering. Today marks my 25th birthday, and I wish for everyone to enjoy themselves. It is a rare occasion for such esteemed individuals to convene. Let us discuss matters of great significance and elevate the reputation of Yadu to global heights." With Lin Yi's intervention, the matter was swiftly put to rest. Following this incident, Tang Chuchu became the object of everyone's flattery. No one mocked her anymore, rather, they began to regard her actions from a decade ago as commendable. The respect she garnered was a direct result of her having saved a life. But who could that person be? He had already been executed, yet these dignitaries continued to hold Tang Chuchu in such high esteem. After assisting her, the influential figures discreetly refrained from further intrusion, leading to a resurgence of speculation among the crowd. Did these prominent individuals owe a debt to the man in the ghost mask? Were they repaying it by ignoring Tang Chuchu? Many quietly conjectured that this was indeed the case. In light of these thoughts, they ceased their attempts to curry favor with Tang Chuchu, realizing that it was more advantageous to seek the goodwill of those illustrious figures. In a corner of the venue, Tang Chuchu appeared dazed as Jiang Chen sat beside her. deliberately adopting a stern expression. Chuchu, tell me honestly, what is going on? Caught off guard, Tang Chuchu met Jiang Chen's furious gaze and quickly apologized. Darling, I am truly sorry. Even I am somewhat bewildered by this matter. Jiang Chen studied her intently. Tang Chuchu continued, you must know. I was grievously injured 10 years ago because I rushed into a blazing inferno to save someone, and that person has returned. She glanced around to ensure no one was listening before whispering, he is the one who previously killed the patriarchs of the 4 great families and slaughtered Xiaozhan. The man in the ghost mask, who was ultimately executed by the king of leisure. What? Jiang Chen feigned shock. You actually know a murderer? I don't know him, Tang Chuchu said with a sense of grievance. I truly have no idea who he is. He has never sought me out. However, he must have approached those prominent figures in Jiangzhou. Perhaps he has made them owe him a favor. And that masked man in life must have sought their assistance to help me in times of trouble. She looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes brimming with tears. Darling, you must believe me. I have not betrayed you, I swear. Jiang Chen quickly covered her mouth with his hand. I believe you. Yet, Tang Chuchu frowned. A whiff of smoke wafting through the air. Jiang Chen, feeling awkward, promptly withdrew his hand. I apologize. Darling, you should quit smoking, Tang Chuchu pleaded. A hint of desperation on her face. She truly abhorred the smell of smoke. Whenever she was with Jiang Chen, she could detect that pungent scent on him, which was quite off-putting. She had long wanted to voice her discomfort, but had refrained from doing so. All right. Jiang Chen nodded earnestly. I promise to quit. How about this? I'll smoke one more, and then I will quit. Deal? Tang Chuchu smiled. Although her eyes still glistened with unshed tears, her smile was utterly enchanting, leaving Jiang Chen mesmerized. He gently pushed her, saying, you are destined for great things. Today, there are many influential figures here. Since you have a good relationship with Lin Yi, why not take the opportunity to meet some company executives and lay the groundwork for your future career? Yes. Tang Chuchu rose and walked towards Lin Yi, who was conversing with several business tycoons. Lin Yi, Tang Chuchu called out. And Lin Yi promptly stood to pull her into a seat before continuing. The Urban Trade Center has officially opened for investment. I intend to relocate our company headquarters there and simultaneously establish a longevity pharmacy. Lin, you have extensive connections. Do you know who purchased the Urban Trade Center for a colossal sum? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi frowned and replied, it is said to be someone named Bai Su. But I am currently unaware of her background. Bai Su, a woman? Yes. Tang Chuchu, sitting beside them, was somewhat bewildered by the conversation among these magnates and couldn't help but inquire, what do you mean by purchasing the trade center? Lin Yi asked. Are you aware of the newly built trade city in the urban area? Yes. Tang Chuchu nodded. Just yesterday, this trade center was bought, reportedly for over trillions. What? Tang Chuchu was utterly astounded by this news. In reality, Bai Su did not spend that much money on the trade city. However, since it took 5 years to construct with a total investment exceeding 500 billion, the purchase price was naturally higher than the total investment. Even Lin Yi believed that it would take at least 1 trillion to acquire this trade center. Tang Chuchu was completely taken aback by such a figure. As an ordinary citizen, she had never encountered such grand spectacles or vast sums of money. A trillion was an astronomical figure to her. What does a trillion in funds even signify? This is not merely virtual wealth. Take the Tang family as an example, although their assets amount to over 1 billion. This figure represents the company's value, calculated from various industries combined. If we consider cash, a family like the Tangs would be fortunate to possess even 100 million. In contrast, the Qianjun Group boasts a market valuation of 1 trillion. However, this trillion is merely virtual wealth. Should the Qianjun Group encounter issues, such as a fractured funding chain that impedes its operations, the market value could plummet. That trillion could potentially diminish to hundreds of millions, tens of millions, or even become worthless, plunging into debt. A group of influential figures gathered to discuss the establishment of a commercial center in the city. Tang Chuchu, not fully grasping the intricacies, listened intently, treating it as an opportunity for learning. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen sat alone in a lounge area. Dressed modestly and bearing the title of son-in-law, he found himself overlooked by others, relishing the solitude. After having lunch at the Jiangzhou Hotel, Jiang Chen, feeling rather idle, noticed that Tang Chuchu was following Lin Yi closely, inquiring about various business matters. With nothing pressing to occupy him, Jiang Chen received a call from Xiao, who informed him that he had uncovered information regarding Duke Duan and Zhou Zhitian. He turned to Tang Chuchu and said, Chuchu, it's rather stuffy here. I'm going to take a walk. She nodded in agreement. Lin Yi, smiling, reassured him, Don't worry, I will ensure Chuchu returns safely tonight. Not a hair will be harmed. With Lin Yi's presence, Jiang Chen felt considerably more at ease. Exiting the Jiangzhong Hotel, he rode his electric scooter towards the Renren Clinic. Soon, he arrived at his destination. The Renren Clinic served merely as a base for Xiaohei, despite its designation. Most operations were not active. The door was ajar, and Jiang Chen pushed it open to enter. Xiaohei and Bai Su were engaged in conversation, and upon his arrival, they both stood up. Xiaohei offered him a cigarette from the table. Remembering Tang Chuchu's request for him to quit smoking, he hesitated but instinctively accepted the cigarette. What is the situation? He inquired as he sat down, inhaling the smoke that enveloped his throat, a sensation both euphoric and overwhelming. Xiaohei began, Duke Duan, whose real name is Duan Ping, arrived in Jiangzhong during the chaotic 1980s. Starting as a mere street thug, he ascended to become a formidable figure. After years of suppression from above, he has adopted a low profile, yet his underground influence remains potent. He runs a security company employing over 10,000 guards, among whom more than 3,000 are veterans from his earlier days of struggle. Taking a puff of his cigarette, Xiaohei continued, even in this era of peace, Duan Ping engages in borderline business ventures, gambling, usury, anything he can exploit. Additionally, he is gradually shifting his operations overseas due to the stringent crackdowns on crime domestically. He has committed numerous offenses and has blood on his hands, amassing a fortune of several hundred billion. However, he is more discreet than Lin Xian, a true phantom, rarely seen or heard. Jiang Chen listened intently, his expression darkening. In his eyes, Duke Duan was already a dead man. He calmly inquired, what about Jiao Zhitian? Xiaohei remarked, this individual emerged during the same era as Duan Ping, around the 1980s, and is far more ruthless than him. His true name is Ma Go. In his earlier years, when he was merely a subordinate, he offended a powerful figure and had one of his fingers severed. Thus, upon his rise, he became known as Nine-Fingered Heaven. In this small dominion of Jiang, he reigns supreme. Ma Go possesses numerous enterprises, the most prominent of which is usury. Xiaohei relayed the intelligence he had gathered to Jiang Chen. Furthermore, the four major families have now united and reached out to Lord Duan Ping, seeking the assistance of Nine-Fingered Heaven, Ma Go. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression darkened. In just 8 days, it will mark the 10th anniversary of my grandfather, my father, and the Jiang family's Memorial Day. Since no one is going to pay their respects and kneel in atonement for the 10 deaths, then we shall eradicate them all, honoring the souls of the Jiang family. Jiang Chen's countenance was somber, emanating a chilling and terrifying aura. This atmosphere made Bai Su feel uneasy, as if a heavy stone were pressing upon her chest, nearly suffocating her. Brother Jiang, what shall we do next? Xiaohei, accustomed to Jiang Chen's aura, recognized that many lives would be lost among the four major families this time. Jiang Chen slightly raised his hand and replied, we will act on the day of my grandfather's memorial. By the way, spread the word that those who participated in the Jiang family's annihilation 10 years ago should come to the Jiang family tomb on the day of remembrance to settle all grievances. Understood. I will inform some people in the circle to disseminate the news. Xiaohei nodded and promptly exited, taking out his phone to make a call. Meanwhile, Bai Su sat across from Jiang Chen, slightly lifting her gaze to him, unable to resist asking, Brother Jiang, the commercial center in the city has been acquired. What should we do next? Jiang Chen glanced at her. Do you require my guidance on establishing a financial and commercial hub? Bai Su felt a tremor within her. As a tomb raider, she was utterly unfamiliar with such matters. She bit her lip, hesitating to respond. Jiang Chen seemed to sense her thoughts and said lightly, as the mastermind behind the scenes, you need not step forward personally. If you lack knowledge, then hire someone. In this era, there is no shortage of talented individuals. Bai Su was taken aback that Jiang Chen could discern her thoughts. She immediately nodded and said, yes, I will follow up promptly. This afternoon, Jiang Chen did not leave but remained at the mortal clinic. Simultaneously, a rumor began to circulate in Jiang. Have you heard? The fire that engulfed the Jiang family 10 years ago was intentional. Indeed, it is said that the four major families orchestrated it, along with several prominent figures, including Lord Duan, Nine-Fingered Heaven, and Heifeng Lin Xian. Now, news has emerged that those who participated in the Jiang family's destruction 10 years ago are to gather at the Jiang family tomb in 8 days, on the 15th of August, Mid-Autumn Festival, to resolve past grievances. The Xiao family as Xiao Bi he has perished, as has Xiao Zhan, and the leaders of the other 3 major families have met their ends as well. The rumor suggests that those who survived the fire 10 years ago are returning to exact vengeance. Who is this person? Wasn't he executed by the Carefree King? Who knows? Perhaps someone is merely posturing, or perhaps this return involves not just an individual but a collective, with one executed while many others remain in the shadows. Xiao He has disseminated this news, causing a considerable uproar in Jiang. This information has also reached the ears of the four prominent families and has made its way to Lord Duan and Jiao Zhitian. In the suburbs of Jiang, a villa has become a gathering place for many. The current leaders of the four families and several major figures from the underworld convene here. Among them are Xiao Hao from the Xiao family, Wang Ming from the Wang family, Zhou Kuan from the Zhou family, and Zhao Donglai from the Zhao family. These four individuals are undoubtedly among the elite in Jiang. Aside from the notable figures from the capital, they are the true powers in the region. At this moment, however, a solemn expression graces their faces. In addition to these four, there are many others present. A middle-aged man, approximately in his 50s, slightly plump, dressed in a white tank top, adorned with a gold necklace, and with a parrot perched on his shoulder, leisurely plays with a luminous white pearl in his hand. "What shall we do now, Lord Duan?" Xiao Hao inquires, gazing at the man manipulating the pearl. This man is none other than Duan Ping, known as Lord Duan. Duan Ping turns to a fearsome-looking individual beside him, whose face bears a long scar from a knife and whose finger has been severed, asking, "Brother Go, what is your take on this matter?" He is Ma Go, also known as Jiao Zhitian. Ma Go scoffs dismissively, saying, "What is there to fear?" Xiao Hao replies, "You do not grasp the gravity of the situation. Even my fourth brother has been killed, and now my Xiao family has been sealed off, barred from leaving Jiang." Wang Ming glances at him and asks, "Will you not reveal who this person is?" Zhou Kuan furrows his brow, stating, "With the ascension of the carefree king, the masked ghost has already been executed. How can this news still circulate? Does the masked ghost have accomplices?" Ma Go, with a fierce expression, declares, "I want to see just how capable this person is. Rest assured, I command over 5,000 subordinates. In 8 days, we shall all go to the Jiang family cemetery. I am eager to see what they can do to me." Duan Ping nods in agreement. "Indeed, I too have numerous men at my disposal. We shall go together." Many others present are also from the underworld, all hired by the four families. "Lord Duan, Jiao Zhitian, we stand firmly by your side. I can mobilize over 100 brothers, all top-tier fighters. I can also bring a few dozen with me. Including myself, I shall bring 300. As various underworld leaders exchanged words, the heads of the three families felt somewhat reassured. Only Xiao Hao wore a face of concern, for he had never witnessed Xiao Ruren so fearful. He sensed that trouble was brewing. Yet, with the situation as it is, he has no path of retreat. The thought of leading his family members to kneel for days before taking their own lives is unbearable. He is left with no choice but to fight with all his might. With a somber expression, Zhou Kuan of the Jiang family's remnants declared, "On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, should he dare to go to the Jiang family cemetery, I shall ensure he accompanies the Jiang clan in death." Zhao Donglai chuckled. "With the esteemed figures present, I feel assured. Rest assured, I, Zhao Donglai, keep my word. Once we navigate this perilous moment, my family is willing to offer 30% of our shares to all of you." Wang Ming of the Wang family nodded in agreement. "My family will also contribute 30% to you esteemed leaders. United in purpose, we shall weather this storm." I am eager to witness just how formidable the Jiang family remnants truly are. Laughter echoed through the villa, as these individuals seemingly envisioned the inevitable downfall of the Jiang clan. Xiao He had consistently monitored the activities of the four great families, and their clandestine meetings had not escaped his notice. At the mortal clinic, Xiao He recounted in detail the discussions among the four families. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's countenance darkened ominously. With a resounding slap, he struck the table, splintering it into pieces. Bai Su, seated nearby, trembled in fear, nearly toppling from her chair. "Brother Jiang, the four families, Prince Duan, and Jiao Zhitian are courting death. According to their deliberations, many will converge on the Jiang family cemetery on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, with a combined force of at least 10,000. Should we not prepare in advance?" Jiang Chen's expression was terrifyingly grim. "You wish to play games? Very well, I shall indulge you." Maintaining his composure, Jiang Chen commanded, "Summon the carefree king to the mortal clinic." Xiao He glanced at Jiang Chen, contemplating mentioning that the carefree king was not under his command. However, he refrained. Moving aside to dial the carefree king. "Carefree king? Yes, it's me again. Brother Jiang requests your immediate presence at the mortal clinic." The carefree king, having just returned home from the military district, had not yet settled when he received Xiao He's call. In a fit of rage, he kicked the villa door, shattering it instantly. Inform Jiang Chen that I am not his subordinate. He has no authority to summon me at will. Hearing the carefree king's fury, Xiaohe turned to glance at Jiang Chen, then quietly advised, Carefree king, I suggest you come promptly. Brother Jiang is on the verge of losing his temper. If he cannot contain his wrath, this place may transform into a battlefield akin to the southern frontier. Can you manage the aftermath? Enraged, the carefree king seethed. Though displeased, he dared not refuse. He was acutely aware of Jiang Chen's temperament. The battle over a year ago had earned him a formidable reputation. Unable to disregard the matter, he angrily smashed his phone, then turned and commanded, Prepare the vehicle. We are heading to the mortal clinic. After making the call, Xiaohe approached Jiang Chen cautiously, stating, Brother Jiang, it seems the carefree king is quite upset. Jiang Chen's expression softened considerably, and he replied with a faint smile, Anyone would be incensed in his position. He stands on equal footing with me, yet I am summoning him. It is only natural for him to feel disgruntled. Indeed. Xiaohe took a seat, now feeling a tinge of sympathy for the carefree king. As one of the 5 great marshals, he had been relegated to constantly cleaning up after Jiang Chen since arriving in Jiangzhou. For reasons unknown, a smile crept upon his face as memories flooded back. The king of Carefree arrived with remarkable speed, appearing at the mortal clinic in less than half an hour. He entered with a stern countenance. Little Black immediately rose to his feet, offered his seat, and picked up a cigarette from the table, extending it towards him with a grin. King of Carefree, the commander summoned you not for anything serious, just to chat. Why the long face? The king of Carefree did not accept the cigarette. Instead, he sat down with an inscrutable demeanor. He turned to Jiang Chen, who was lounging with his legs crossed, and inquired, Jiang Chen, what exactly do you intend to do with the Black Dragon? Jiang Chen replied with a faint smile, as the leader of the 5 armies stationed in Jiangzhou. You must have heard the rumors circulating outside today. Indeed, the king of Carefree had caught wind of the external whispers. It was these very matters that had provoked his anger when Little Black called him. What do you truly want? The king of Carefree abruptly rose, his voice raised in a shout. Jiang Chen cast a sidelong glance at him and replied nonchalantly, Why are you shouting? It's hardly a grave matter. Sit down and speak. The king of Carefree understood that Jiang Chen had summoned him for no good reason. He took a deep breath and settled back into his seat. Jiang Chen lit a cigarette, took a drag, and casually stated, There's really nothing much. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, you are to mobilize 100,000 troops for my use. Impossible. The king of Carefree thundered. Jiang Chen, I warn you, this is Jiangzhou, not the southern wilderness. Do you comprehend the chaos that mobilizing 100,000 troops would incite? Little Black, at your service. Convey my military orders. Summon 500,000 troops from the southern wilderness. Understood. Upon hearing this, the king of Carefree grew anxious and quickly implored, Black Dragon, I beg you, do not torment me any further. 100,000 troops, fine, but you must guarantee that no lives are lost. I shall consider this a mere exercise. Jiang Chen chuckled, Rest assured, not many will perish, at most, a few dozen. Chapter 82. Free riding. The king of Carefree exhaled a sigh of relief. He had investigated Jiang Chen's affairs. Although Jiang Chen had a volatile temperament, he had never harmed innocents. The casualties were always those who deserved it. Losing a few dozen lives among the guilty was something he could manage. This is the last time, he declared, rising to leave. After the king of Carefree departed, Jiang Chen did not linger, exchanging a brief farewell with Little Black before heading back to Tang Chuchu's home. By the time he returned, it was already past 8 in the evening. Tang Chuchu was home. The moment he stepped inside, Yanmei launched into a tirade, scolding, Where have you been all day? Didn't you cook? Jiang Chen entered the room and explained, I ran into a comrade and lost track of time chatting. Tang Chuchu promptly interjected, Mom. He is my husband, not a hired cook. He is under no obligation to prepare meals every day. You eat our food, drink our beverages. And yet you expect me to serve you? Yanmei's voice escalated to a crescendo. Ever since Tang Chuchu had enhanced her appearance, her charm had become evident. And she found Jiang Chen increasingly displeasing, intent on orchestrating a divorce for Tang Chuchu. Jiang Chen said nothing in response. He simply walked over and took a seat on the sofa. Yanmei scolded sharply, What are you sitting there for? Go wash the dishes and tidy up the kitchen. Jiang Chen stood up and headed to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Tang Chuchu, with a face full of grievance, lamented, Mom, do you still see me as your daughter? Yanmei wore a look of disappointment, reproaching, If you truly cared about me as your mother, you would heed my words. Tang Chuchu, understanding the situation, fell silent. Meanwhile, Tang Song lounged on the sofa while Wu Min applied ice packs to his face. as he was still swollen from being beaten the previous day. Mom, my sister must divorce Jiang Chen. Today is Lin Es' birthday banquet, and I've heard that many influential figures are fawning over her. The scene was astonishing, with dozens kneeling before her. It has spread throughout the social circles. Quite shocking indeed. Indeed, Wu Min concurred, my sister is as beautiful as a flower, while Jiang Chen is merely a poor soldier, even if he possesses some medical knowledge. What of it? This is Jiangzhou, a hub for medicine, where many are skilled. Not everyone can become a renowned doctor. The two exchanged banter. You both talk too much. Tang Chuchu shot them a glance. Tang Song sat up and advised, Sister, Gu Gongzi is quite a catch. Young, wealthy, and handsome. Surely, he is a better match for you than that useless Jiang Chen? Tang Chuchu, disinterested in further discussion with her family, rose to assist Jiang Chen in the kitchen. Jiang Chen, having married into the Tang family and being at their beck and call, weighed heavily on her conscience. Upon entering the kitchen, she saw Jiang Chen donning an apron as he washed dishes, an expression of regret upon his face. Dear, I'm sorry. You should rest. I'll handle this. How could I let you do such chores, my beloved? You deserve to rest while I take care of this, he insisted. I'm a person too, she replied. That one tea do. Please step outside. I'll manage this. He gently nudged her aside with his body, avoiding using his wet hands. Reluctantly, Tang Chuchu stepped back into the living room, where her family continued to talk about her, furthering her dissatisfaction. Mom, have you forgotten who brought you to the military district to elevate your status? Who healed me? You previously acknowledged Jiang Chen, even planning to fund his clinic. Why the sudden change of heart? That was then. This is now. In any case, the divorce is necessary. Tang Chuchu fell silent, too weary to argue with Yi and returned to her room. After washing the dishes and cleaning the kitchen, Jiang Chen emerged with a radiant smile. Mom, it's all tidy now. If there is nothing else, I'll head to my room to rest. Go ahead, Yi replied impatiently. Observing her daughter's current demeanor and then glancing at Jiang Chen, she felt a surge of irritation. Jiang Chen returned to the room where Tang Chuchu sat at her computer, designing clothing. He could not comprehend her work and refrained from interrupting. Instead, spreading out a mat on the floor and lying down, gazing at the focused Tang Chuchu with a smile he was unaware of. The following day, Tang Song's car, which had been in an accident, was taken to the repair shop and was now ready. He planned to drive and take care of some subsequent procedures, such as registration and purchasing insurance. Naturally, the He family accompanied him. Before leaving, He inquired, Jiang Chen, can you drive? Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I will. He tossed a set of car keys and instructed, today, Xiaoxin will return. You are to take Tang Song's Honda to pick her up. Jiang Chen scratched his head, puzzled. Xiaoxin? Who is that? Beside him, Tang Chuchu explained, my cousin Hexin has just graduated from university and has been interning out of town. She plans to develop her career in Jiangzhou. As she spoke, she produced a photograph and handed it to Jiang Chen. This is Hexin. I've already called her and sent her your picture. She'll arrive around 11 a.m. So don't miss her. I'll send you her number later. Jiang Chen inquired, what are you doing today? Tang Chuchu replied. Lenny mentioned that she is going to sign a contract with the City Trade Center today to establish a presence there. She's taking me along to learn the ropes. Oh, Jiang Chen responded with a note of understanding. He felt reassured being with Lenny, who was well aware of his background and would surely show respect to Tang Chuchu, if not seek to curry favor. As the family left home, Jiang Chen noticed it was still early, so he took his time getting ready. After tidying himself up, he slowly made his way to the underground parking lot of the community, took out Tang Song's previous car, and headed to the airport. Upon arriving at the airport, he found he had ample time, so he dozed off in the car. Over an hour later, a young woman in a white casual short-sleeve top and denim skirt, pulling a suitcase and sucking on a lollipop, emerged from the airport. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with an oval face, long black hair, and a curvaceous figure, her strikingly long legs drawing attention. After exiting the airport, she looked around, then took out her phone and dialed a number. Jiang Chen was roused from his nap by the sudden ringing of his phone. Checking the screen, he saw it was Hexin's number, realizing she had arrived. He pressed the answer button. Cousin, have you arrived? Yes. Brother-in-law, where are you? I can't see you. I'm in the parking area outside the airport. License plate number Jiang 88450. I'm at the airport entrance. Hurry over. Hexin ended the call. Just as she hung up, a BMW 5 Series pulled up beside her. The window rolled down, and a man leaned out, flashing a smile as he beckoned her closer. Beautiful, are you here to travel in Jiangzhou? Haven't found a hotel yet? I've booked a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel. Hop in, I'll take you there. How about 10,000? Xin raised an eyebrow and retorted, get lost. The man's expression soured. He was accustomed to encountering beautiful women at the airport and often sought opportunities with them. Typically, when these women saw his BMW 5 and heard about the presidential suite at a 5-star hotel, along with the tempting offer of 10,000, even virtuous women might be swayed by the allure of money. 30,000, he said, maintaining a stern demeanor as he scrutinized Xin. With that face and figure, he swallowed hard. Seeing that Xin remained unmoved, he raised his offer once more. 100,000. He wore a smug expression. For most people, such an amount would be undeniably enticing. In truth, his car was rented, and the presidential suite was merely a fabrication. Once someone enters the vehicle, they are rendered unconscious, subsequently taken to a rented room, exploited, and photographed under duress, before being delivered to the older brother, where profits are made at his establishment. Chapter 83. A dispute escalates into violence. The man driving the BMW 5 is named Mao Nan. His elder brother possesses a certain notoriety in the underworld, owning a relatively upscale club in Jiangzhou. Mao Nan's mission is to cruise the vicinity of the bus station, train station, and airport in search of prey. Upon spotting an attractive newcomer from out of town, he begins his seduction. Once they enter the car, they fall into his trap. As soon as they are inside, Mao Nan produces a bottle of water laced with drugs. Once the unsuspecting beauty consumes it, she succumbs to drowsiness. He then proceeds to record the encounter for blackmail purposes before delivering her to the club to generate revenue for his boss. Mao Nan scrutinizes Xin, recognizing her as the most beautiful woman he has encountered thus far. A woman like her, once introduced to the industry, could fetch an exorbitant price, ensuring ample rewards from his boss. With such potential benefits at stake, he is determined to succeed. Dismounting from his vehicle, he presents himself as quite handsome, clad in a white suit, adorned with a Rolex watch, and sporting a gold chain around his neck. However, all these trappings are mere facades, intended to deceive naive young women. Approaching Xin with a congenial smile, he remarks, "Beautiful lady, are you new to Jiangzhou? It can be daunting and unfamiliar territory. Even if business does not materialize, as a local, I would be delighted to serve as your guide." He gestures towards his car, boasting, "This is a top-tier BMW 5. My family may not be wealthy, but we own 5 apartments in the city and a villa in the suburbs, along with a company that boasts assets surpassing 10 billion. This is his tried-and-true tactic, one that has proven effective time and again. Regardless of the woman, such grandiose claims typically elicit interest. However, Xin remains unimpressed, casting him a disdainful glance and retorting, "Do you not understand human language? Leave at once." Mao Nan is taken aback by her tenacity. Despite his extensive efforts, she remains unyielding. In a moment of inspiration, he retrieves a bottle of mineral water from his car, offering, "Here, have a drink." Just then, another vehicle approaches, a luxurious Audi worth a fortune. A handsome young man steps out and greets Xin, Xiaoxin. She furrows her brow in discontent and replies coolly, "What are you doing here? Did my mother inform you?" The young man smiles. "Annie mentioned you would be arriving in Jiangzhou today, so I came to pick you up. Let us get in. I've made a reservation at Mei Xian for us to dine." Xin glances around, noting that Jiang Chen has yet to arrive. After a moment's contemplation, she nods in agreement. Mao Nan seethes with fury. "Who are you?" The intruder has disrupted his pursuit of the prey he had set his sights on. The young man driving the Audi is named Luo Feng. He is a university classmate of Xin and has pursued her for many years. He is adept at winning over prospective in-laws, frequently visiting the He family in Linshur to present gifts to Xin's mother, which is how he learned of her arrival in Jiangzhou today. Upon noticing Mao Nan, he raises an eyebrow and inquires, "And you are?" Mao Nan straightened his back and declared, "Listen well, young man. My name is Mao Nan, and my boss is Zhong Feng from the East District, nicknamed Mad Dog, known in the underworld as Brother Feng." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly took out a cigarette and offered it with utmost respect. "I apologize, I did not recognize your stature, Brother Feng's man." Mao Nan accepted the cigarette, wearing a smug smile. In Jiangzhou, merely mentioning his boss's name commanded respect from most. Luo Feng personally lit a cigarette for Mao Nan. Initially, Xin had intended to leave with Luo Feng. For years, Luo Feng had pursued her, visiting her home multiple times, and her mother held him in high regard. Before coming to Jiangzhou, her mother had repeatedly reminded her of the Luo family's extensive business in the area and praised Luo Feng's prospects. Thus, she thought she might give him a chance. However, Luo Feng's lack of ambition was disappointing. Mao Nan, smoking, cursed, "That woman is mine. She should leave immediately." Luo Feng hesitated, having pursued He Xian for many years, and now the opportunity was within reach. Yet, Mad Dog was not to be trifled with. He commanded hundreds of followers, and crossing him could spell disaster for the Luo family. "You should leave," Mao Nan insisted, kicking forward. Yes, I'm leaving this instant." Weighing the pros and cons, Luo Feng acquiesced. After all, she was just a woman. It wasn't worth offending Mad Dog over He Xian. If Mad Dog took notice, the Luo family would be thrown into chaos. He turned to leave. "Hey, He Xian," a voice called out. Jiang Chen parked his car, spotted He Xian standing by the roadside, and, after confirming her identity with a picture, approached her, saying, "He Xian, I am Jiang Chen. You are the Jiang Chen who married into the Tang family?" He Xian inquired, recognizing him. Before coming, she had heard that the Tang family had found a husband for her cousin Chuchu, who had married into their family. This man was somewhat capable, having healed Chuchu's scars, making her the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. Jiang Chen smiled, replying, "Yes, I am indeed the Jiang Chen who married into the Tang family." He reached for He Xian's suitcase. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Mao Nan glared at Jiang Chen, seething, "Can't you see this is my girl? Get lost, or I'll make you regret it." Jiang Chen glanced at Mao Nan, and then back at He Xian. "Do you know him?" He Xian shook her head. "I don't know him." "Then let us go," Jiang Chen said, lifting He Xian's suitcase. Mao Nan stepped forward, blocking Jiang Chen, and shouted, "Do you not understand my words? Get lost." Jiang Chen's expression darkened. Clenching his fists, he swung a punch at Mao Nan's head. Mao Nan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He stumbled back a few steps before collapsing to the ground with a cry. What just happened? Luo Feng stood dumbfounded. This was Mad Dog's man. How had a fight broken out so easily? However, after Mao Nan was struck, Luo Feng approached again, smiling. Xin, I've booked a table at Mei Wai Xian. Let us hurry. I'm eager to welcome you." Seizing the moment while Mao Nan was down, he sought to whisk He Xian away. "Do you know her?" Jiang Chen asked He Xian again. She shook her head. "I don't know him." Bang! Jiang Chen raised his hand and delivered another punch. Luo Feng staggered back a few steps before collapsing onto the ground. Only then did Jiang Chen reveal a hearty smile as he turned to He Xian and said, "Let us go." He Xian, gazing at the two men sprawled on the ground, mouth agape, was taken aback. She had heard of Jiang Chen before coming here, knowing he was a veteran who had returned from military service. However, within the Tang family, he had been subservient, enduring insults, and performing household chores without complaint. Was this the so-called useless son-in-law of the Tang family? He was clearly a hero who struck at the slightest provocation. "You're finished," Luo Feng exclaimed. Struggling to rise while clutching his still dizzy head, his voice laced with malice. "Do you know who I am? I'm from the Luo family. My father is Luo En, the head of Luo Pharmaceuticals. You're doomed." Mao Nan also got to his feet, shaking off his dizziness and pointing at Jiang Chen. "You're done for. My boss is the infamous madman of the East District. Just wait." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone. "Boss, I'm at the airport. My girl was taken, and I was beaten." Chapter 84. Another heist. Mao Nan was calling for backup. Luo Feng instantly felt fear wash over him. If the madman truly brought his men here and saw him, he would certainly face repercussions, and the madman might even retaliate against the Luo family. Terrified, his legs went weak. He no longer cared about He Xian, turning to flee and driving his car to a distance to watch. He Xian felt a twinge of concern. Although she was not from Jiang, she knew that the Luo family held considerable wealth there, and their fear indicated that Jiang Chen was not to be trifled with. She tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve and whispered, "We should leave." Yet, Jiang Chen remained unfazed. He observed Mao Nan, who was calling for help. Noting that Mao Nan had a handsome face that likely lured some vain women, with a calm smile, he remarked, "Call as many as you want. If you bring fewer, it won't suffice for me to fight." Mao Nan's handsome visage twisted with fury. "You're finished, no matter your background. Brother-in-law, let us go," He Xian urged, pulling at Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen smiled faintly at her, saying, "It's fine. Since you know I'm the son-in-law of the Tang family, you also know I'm a veteran. A few of them are nothing to me." Reassured by his words, He Xian decided to stay, eager to witness Jiang Chen's prowess. Soon, several extended Chang'an cars arrived, and a horde of men, fierce in appearance and wielding iron rods, poured out. From several dozen meters away, Luo Feng, watching from his Audi, trembled in fear. It's over. This son-in-law of the Tang family is finished. My dear Xian, why didn't you leave? If you had left earlier, none of this would have happened. What now? I can't dare to rescue you. However, upon seeing his men arrive, Mao Nan's confidence surged. He cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Chen. You're done for. Who is it? A man in his 30s with a shaved head and a scar across his forehead approached. Clad in a black tank top and adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, he exuded an intimidating presence. The mere scar on his head is enough to intimidate numerous ordinary individuals. This is Haishin, the foremost enforcer of the Mad Dog, who once triumphed in 38 consecutive underground fights, resulting in the demise of many. Mao Nan promptly approached him, bending slightly. Brother Hai, this trivial matter could easily be handled by a few of your men. Why come personally? As he spoke, he gestured towards Jiang Chen and he Xian by the roadside. It's this kid. The woman is the one I've set my sights on in absolute gym. I intended to bring her to the boss. But this kid thwarted my plans. Upon seeing he Xian, Haishin's eyes sparkled with interest. He took in her appearance, her ponytail swaying. Clad in a white casual short-sleeve shirt and a denim skirt, her long, fair legs on full display. A true treasure. Haishin, having indulged in exquisite pleasures before, had never encountered one quite like her. He swallowed hard and commanded, brothers, seize them, break the man's legs, and take the woman away. However, at that moment, a jeep approached, accompanied by the blaring of a horn. Everyone in front, hands on your heads, do not move. As the sound from the horn reverberated, several armed soldiers disembarked from the jeep. They were subordinates of the carefree king. After returning home yesterday, the carefree king, concerned about Jiang Chen's reckless behavior, decided to send a small team to shadow him. They were instructed to intervene at the first sign of violence. The team, trailing Jiang Chen, witnessing this scene, dared not remain hidden and promptly revealed themselves. Upon seeing the fully armed soldiers, Haishin and his cohorts were paralyzed with fear, sinking to the ground with their hands clasped behind their heads, too terrified to move. Wadong approached Jiang Chen with a faint smile before issuing a command, take these individuals away. In an instant, dozens of menacing ruffians were apprehended. Upon seeing Wadong, he Xian's heart raced. This was General Wadong, a one-star officer under the carefree king. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Wadong had already departed. Witnessing him leave in the car filled her with disappointment. This was the closest she had ever been to a hero, and she regretted missing the opportunity to capture a photograph with him. Jiang Chen had long been aware of the carefree king's covert surveillance. This was advantageous, as it deterred any bothersome flies from bothering him. He took hold of He Xian's suitcase with a smile. Let us go. He Xian, snapping back to reality, nodded in agreement. From a distance, Luo Feng observed as the ruffians were taken away by the soldiers, and he sped over in his car. Upon disembarking, he rushed to He Xian, exclaiming, Xin, don't be afraid. I will protect you. I happen to know a general. When I learned that these individuals were causing trouble, I immediately called, which is how the soldiers arrived. Are you all right? He Xian shot a glance at Luo Feng. You called them? Indeed, Luo Feng boasted with pride. Do you not realize where we are? This is Jiangzhou. My family, the Luo family, holds considerable influence here. A few days ago, my grandfather attended the inauguration ceremony of the carefree king, so it's not surprising that we know a general. Luo Feng continued to boast. Yet the reality was that the Luo family was merely a second-rate clan, inferior even to the Tang family. He Xian initially believed that Luo Feng was cowardly, but it turned out he was simply making a call to report an incident. Well, that's rather commendable. He possesses some intellect, which explains why her mother holds Luo Feng in high regard. Xiao Xian, get in the car. We are heading to Meiwei. I've reserved a table, Luo Feng said with a smile, taking the suitcase from Jiang Chen's hands and giving him a glare, admonishing, what are you staring at? I'm taking Xiao Xian. Jiang Chen was left speechless. Nowadays, people indeed find every opportunity to claim credit for themselves. He turned to He Xian and asked, are you coming with me? Or will you accompany him? He Xian glanced at Luo Feng. He was undeniably handsome, came from a wealthy family, and was acquainted with the general. Moreover, she had heard that Meiwei was the most luxurious restaurant in Jiangzhou, a place where ordinary people could not even dream of making a reservation. She was eager to see Meiwei. More importantly, she wanted to take a photo with the general. Furthermore, her perception of Luo Feng had shifted. She was considering giving their relationship another chance. Looking at Jiang Chen with an apologetic expression, she said, brother-in-law, I'm sorry for the trouble. You can head back first. After lunch, I'll ask Luo Feng to take me to my cousin's house. With that, Jiang Chen said nothing further. He turned and left, getting into Tang Song's modest Honda, worth around 200,000. Meanwhile, Luo Feng invited He Xin to get in the car, and soon they drove off in his luxurious Audi worth $1 million. Jiang Chen then took out his phone and called Tang Chuchu. Chuchu, I saw my cousin, but she was picked up by her classmate. Yes. It seems he is named Luo Feng. What? Luo Feng has a bad reputation in Jiangzhou, having once caused a college student to commit suicide? Tang Chuchu scolded him. Jiang Chen, you must follow them. If anything happens to my cousin, I won't let you off the hook. Jiang Chen, feeling helpless, started his car and followed. If it weren't for Tang Chuchu's insistence, he wouldn't have bothered with the situation. What did the life or death of He Xin have to do with him? However, since Tang Chuchu mentioned that Luo Feng had questionable morals, He Xin dining alone with him could potentially lead to trouble. Tang Chuchu had experienced hardship, and thus, she was quite anxious. She repeatedly warned Jiang Chen to ensure He Xin returned home safely, threatening that he would face dire consequences if even a single hair went missing from her head. Chapter 85. Admiring Heroes Inside the Audi. He Xin sat in the passenger seat while Luo Feng drove, incessantly boasting about his family's influence in Jiangzhou and his own success in running a company, earning substantial profits. Xiao Xin, I heard from Annie that you came to Jiangzhou to seek employment and develop your career. In my opinion, you shouldn't bother looking for a job. Just come work at my company. I own a medicinal herb processing factory, and thanks to my family's connections, we have plenty of orders. Earning millions annually is not an issue. You could easily take a managerial position. He Xin remained unmoved. While Luo Feng was commendable in many aspects and they shared a history as university classmates, she felt little attraction towards him. She admired heroes and revered strength. Her move to Jiangzhou was motivated by her admiration for the illustrious General Xiao. She aspired to be with a champion like him, a general who commands respect in battle. Yet, she was acutely aware of the distinction between dreams and reality. Marrying a general was merely a fantasy. In reality, she would only seek a partner with relatively good conditions, someone who could ensure her a life free from financial worries in her later years. She boarded Luo Feng's car. Having learned that the Luo family was acquainted with a general. Well, what is it you wish to say? Luo Feng inquired. He noticed He Xin hesitating. Little Xin, what kind of relationship do we share? If there's something on your mind, do not hesitate to speak. With my current capabilities, I can assist you. Are you enamored with a dress or a handbag? If finances are an issue, fret not. It's a trivial matter. Luo Feng's incessant chatter about money irked He Xin slightly. Yet she refrained from expressing her annoyance. You mentioned knowing a general. Which general do you mean? Luo Feng paused momentarily, then boasted, you must know the Leisure King. Right? I mean the general under him, named Huadong, with a 1-star military rank. At this revelation, He Xin felt a stir of excitement within her. She was aware of Huadong's considerable reputation in the Western territories. Could you possibly introduce me? I would love to take a photograph with him. Luo Feng's face contorted with difficulty as he replied, Little Xin, do you truly understand who General Hua is? Even if I know him and could call him for a favor. Who are you? Just a minor figure. Do you honestly believe he would agree to meet you? He Xin nodded, realizing the truth in his words. It appeared her dream was unattainable, and though she did not dwell on it, a tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. Before long, Luo Feng escorted He Xin to Mei Wei Xian, where he had reserved a spot in the main hall. Due to the abundance of affluent individuals in Jiang, and with it being lunchtime, the private rooms were already fully booked, and he could only secure the most economical bronze room. Luo Feng had a plan in mind. During their meal, he intended to order several bottles of wine. He was aware that He Xin had a low tolerance for alcohol, as she would become inebriated after just a sip. His aim was to devise a way for her to drink, thereby creating an opportunity for himself. You pretentious wench. Let us see how you maintain your high ground once I have you. He scoffed inwardly, while outwardly donning a smile as he ushered He Xin into Mei Wei Xian. Jiang Chen trailed behind, accompanying He Xin to the restaurant. He chose not to interrupt their meal. As long as nothing went awry, he would remain in the background, planning to collect her after they finished dining, thus fulfilling Tang Chuchu's assignment seamlessly. Outside Mei Wei Xian, in the open-air parking lot, Jiang Chen parked the car and, after exiting, noticed a jeep approaching in the distance. He approached and gently tapped on the window. The glass lowered to reveal Huadong, who wore an awkward expression. General Hua, is everything well at the military district? Why do you follow me around all day? Do you regard me as a suspect? Huadong hastily replied. Brother He Jiang, it's not that. It's just that Wang is concerned about your safety and has sent me to protect you. Protect me? Jiang Chen chuckled. General Hua, what a jest. Do I truly need protection? Return to the Leisure King and tell him not to send anyone to shadow me. It leaves me feeling utterly constrained. Brother Jiang, since you're here, why not join me for a meal? It's about that time, and I find myself rather hungry. Dining alone is rather dull, and it just so happens you're here. More importantly, I find myself short on cash and could use someone to foot the bill. And no, I can't. Wadong was instantly taken aback. He could hardly dare to dine with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shot him a glance, asserting, I am granting you the opportunity to treat me to a meal, which is indeed a privilege. Outsiders seldom receive such an invitation. Indeed. Wadong nodded promptly as he alighted from the vehicle, dressed in civilian attire rather than his military uniform. He felt out of place as Jiang Chen casually draped an arm over his shoulder, leading him towards the gourmet pavilion. By the way, General Hua, may I pose a question? Wadong felt a sense of discomfort as Jiang Chen leaned in closer. Jiang, Brother Jiang, please ask, he stammered. What do you make of the higher-ups restructuring the military districts across 5 provinces and assigning the Leisure King to command the 5th Army? What could their intentions be? Wadong trembled at the inquiry, quickly responding, I dare not speculate on the motives of the higher authorities. Jiang Chen had merely been inquiring out of curiosity, not anticipating Wadong's alarmed reaction. Upon entering the gourmet pavilion, they discovered that the dining hall was nearly full due to the lunchtime rush, though a few tables remained reserved for unforeseen circumstances. As soon as Wadong and Jiang Chen appeared, Guishuan approached them, having already been alerted to General Hua's arrival. Seeing not only Wadong but also Jiang Chen sent a shiver down Guishuan's spine, prompting him to hasten over. Jiang, Brother Jiang, General Hua. Jiang Chen waved his hand slightly, saying, let us keep a low profile. Please arrange a table for us in the main hall. Scanning the room, Jiang Chen spotted He Xin and pointed to the table behind her, declaring, right there. Understood, Guishuan nodded. Jiang Chen continued, all right, you, a prominent figure, coming out personally to greet us. Are you trying to create a stir? I am merely the son-in-law of the Tang family. If word gets out, it won't bode well. Guishuan, understanding the hint, discreetly withdrew but ensured that staff were on hand to attend to Jiang Chen and Wadong. Their seating arrangement placed them directly behind He Xin, who remained oblivious to Jiang Chen's presence. Meanwhile, Luofeng, seated opposite He Xin, could only see Jiang Chen's back. Upon recognizing Wadong, he nearly toppled from his chair in fright. What on earth? Luofeng's startled reaction drew a frown from He Xin. It's nothing, he stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow. A general dining incognito should pose no trouble, provided they remained unobtrusive. Cheers to your new ventures in Jiangzhou, Xiao Xin. He proposed. He Xin frowned in response. Luofeng, you know I don't drink. Luofeng quickly interjected. Xiao Xin, this is red wine. It won't intoxicate you. Just one glass. Do you truly wish to deny me this small favor? At his words, He Xin reluctantly lifted the glass of red wine and took a delicate sip. The moment the liquid touched her throat, she felt an intense warmth spread through her. Her constitution was such that even a small amount of alcohol would cause her to flush. After a single sip, her cheeks turned crimson. In that moment, she felt a wave of nausea. I need to use the restroom, she stammered, standing abruptly and turning to leave. In that fleeting moment, her eyes fell upon an individual, and she froze in disbelief. General Hua? Just days prior, she had watched the live broadcast of the Leisure King's inauguration and had replayed it multiple times. Now, the man dining at the table ahead was none other than Wadong himself. He Xion's heart raced. She had admired heroes since her childhood and harbored special feelings for Brother Bing. The sight of Wadong, clad in plain clothes, reminded her of the formidable General Hua she had seen on television just days ago, resplendent in his military uniform, a star adorning his shoulder. She yearned to capture a photograph with Wadong as a memento. However, she lacked the courage to approach him. Having missed her chance before, she could not let this opportunity slip away again. She silently encouraged herself. Jiang Chen stood with his back to her, and she was oblivious to his presence. Taking a few deep breaths, she mustered her bravery and walked toward Wadong. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly spotted Jiang Chen, her mouth agape in astonishment. Sister? Brother-in-law? Chapter 86. His name is Hua, she who did He Xin see? Jiang Chen, the son-in-law of the Tang family, the so-called good-for-nothing who lived off others' fortunes? And here he was, dining alongside the illustrious General Hua under the carefree reign of the King of Leisure? For a moment, He Xin was taken aback, covering her mouth in disbelief. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Chen turned to see Xin standing nearby, her hand over her mouth. Her expression one of shock. What is this girl doing? Is my presence truly so astonishing? Realization dawned on him, and he exchanged a glance with Huadong. Quickly comprehending the situation, he stood up and said, Xiao Xin, what a coincidence to see you here. Have you eaten? Come, sit with us. By the way, allow me to introduce my good friend Huadong, who grew up with me in the orphanage. It's been years since we last met, and we decided to dine together. Huadong was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the context, standing up as well and smiling. Hello, I'm Huadong. Ah, Xin exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. The general was speaking to her. What should she do? She felt a rush of nerves. At the adjacent table, Luo Feng noticed Xin greeting Huadong and was momentarily stunned. He had just been boasting about knowing the general. And now Xin had encountered the authentic General Hua. If he hesitated now, he would lose his chance forever. With a bold face, he approached Huadong, exuding respect. General Hua, it's an honor. I am Luo Feng from the Luo family. Huadong raised an eyebrow. Who are you? Leave. Luo Feng, terrified, quickly grabbed Xin and said, Xiao Xin, what are you doing? Don't anger the general. Let us go. He pulled the dazed Xin away, whispering, later, I will find a chance to introduce you to General Hua. Sister? Brother-in-law? Xin finally reacted and called out. Jiang Chen was seated, and Luo Feng had only focused on Huadong, not realizing Jiang Chen was present. It was only after her shout that he paused, asking, What? Brother-in-law? Xin shrugged off Luo Feng's hand, walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat beside Jiang Chen, her face radiant with joy. Brother-in-law, do you mind if I join you? Sure, that's fine, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was left dumbfounded. This was Jiang Chen, the son-in-law of the Tang family? How could he be dining with General Hui? For a moment, Luo Feng felt utterly bewildered, struggling to process the reality before him. Xin sat beside Jiang Chen, her gaze lingering on Huadong, her expression filled with admiration. Huadong felt a bit bashful under the scrutiny of such a lovely girl. If it had been an ordinary woman, he would have dismissed it. But this was the younger sister-in-law of the Black Dragon. What are you staring at? Huadong muttered, touching his face, wondering if there was something unsightly upon it. Xin watched Huadong, her heart racing and blood coursing through her veins. She never dreamed that upon arriving in Jiangzhou, she would encounter her idol, General Huadong. She had longed to take a photo with him in her dreams. Don't just sit there, dig in, Jiang Chen exclaimed, picking up his chopsticks and beginning to eat. Luo Feng, standing nearby, appeared somewhat bewildered. Upon seeing Xin take a seat, he took a deep breath and approached her, sitting beside her with a broad smile. Xiao Xin, so you two know each other. Jiang Chen glanced at the seated Luo Feng, raising an eyebrow. Xin, who is this? Xin's attention was solely on Huadong. She shook her head, indicating she did not know him. With a resounding clap, Huadong struck the table, startling Xin, who jumped to her feet. Luo Feng was so frightened he fell from his chair. Huadong's voice turned cold. Do I need to repeat myself? Leave. Luo Feng dared not linger, scrambling away. Xin, too, intended to leave, but Jiang Chen grabbed her and urged her to sit. I wasn't talking about you. Stay and eat. Xin shot Jiang Chen a puzzled glance before sitting back down. Are you really General Huadong? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Huadong exchanged a glance with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen chuckled. Xin, this is Hua Shi, not a general at all. Why yes, Huadong quickly affirmed. Miss, you must be Xin, right? I'm not a general. My name is Huadong, not Hua Shi. I merely resemble him. His words tumbled forth incoherently. Xin burst into laughter, surprised to see such a charming side to the formidable general she had admired on television. She had watched countless replays of the promotion ceremony for the carefree king. How could she possibly mistake him? She would never be mistaken. This was indeed Huadong. Was she? What nonsense is that? General Hua, I greatly admire you. May I take a photo with you? Xin asked. Her cheeks flushed as she summoned her courage to make the request. Huadong looked to Jiang Chen for guidance. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. If she wants a photo, let her have one. It won't cost you an arm and a leg. Huadong finally nodded. All right, let's take a picture then. Xin was overjoyed, quickly moving to sit beside Huadong, though she dared not get too close. She swiftly took out her phone and snapped a selfie. Feeling it wasn't enough, she inched closer to Huadong until their bodies nearly touched, flashed a peace sign, and took another shot. Click, click, click. She continuously changed poses, encircling Huadong, taking dozens of pictures, while Jiang Chen focused solely on his meal, having gone without breakfast and feeling ravenously hungry. After taking dozens of photos, Xian finally felt satisfied, her cheeks flushed with excitement. General Hua, thank you. You truly are my idol. Seeing you fills me with such joy that I couldn't help but take so many pictures. I hope you don't mind, she exclaimed. Huadong, with an awkward smile, replied. It's nothing. Was she? Aren't you going to eat? If not, then just leave, he said. Oh, all right, Huadong said, as if granted a reprieve. Hastily standing up to depart. Hey, Xian called out, but Huadong had already walked away. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? This is General Huadong, my idol. How could you let him leave? She exclaimed, her expression shifting dramatically. Can you really command General Huadong? Jiang Chen remarked, what are you talking about? I've told you. His name is Huishi, and he's not a general. Xian sat back down, casting a glance at Jiang Chen. This useless brother-in-law certainly exuded an air of mystery. She recalled their previous encounter at the airport, where she had indeed seen Huadong, and he had even smiled faintly at Jiang Chen. Ah, brother-in-law, could it be that you are one of the 5 great generals? Xian gasped. The 5 great generals were known to very few outsiders, and most had never even heard of them. However, for a military enthusiast like Xian, she was well aware. Huadong served under the King of Freedom. And although Jiang Chen was clearly not the king, the fact that he could command Huadong could only imply he was one of the 5 great generals. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. This little girl possessed quite the keen insight. Just based on Huadong, she deduced he was one of the 5 great generals. Indeed. Jiang Chen replied with a smile, I am one of the 5 great generals. Luo Feng had been lurking in the shadows, and upon witnessing Huadong's departure, he approached and took the seat previously occupied by Huadong. Casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Chen, he scoffed, one of the 5 great generals? I could just as easily claim to be the Emperor of Kyoto. Xian's enthusiasm quickly waned. She had heard of Jiang Chen before. Although he had returned from military service, how could he possibly be one of the 5 great generals? It was inconceivable that someone of his stature could marry into the Tang family. Chapter 87. The most admired black dragon Xian was perplexed as to how Jiang Chen knew General Huadong. Was she a childhood friend from the orphanage? Brother-in-law, please be honest with me. What is your relationship with General Hua? Xian inquired. As Jiang Chen continued to eat, he replied, What General Hua? I don't know him. The person you saw earlier was just a childhood friend I hadn't seen in many years. We ran into each other and decided to share a meal. Is he really a general now? You truly don't know? Xian asked, skeptical of Jiang Chen's words. It seemed that General Hua was quite deferential to Jiang Chen. Acting according to his expressions. I don't know. I haven't seen him in over a decade. I joined the army in the South Wilderness many years ago. Huadong, no. He is Huishi, apparently went to the western region to enlist. He never mentioned to me that he is now a general, Jiang Chen said, setting down his chopsticks and looking at Xian. Is he truly a general? Yes. The succession ceremony of the King of Freedom has been broadcast repeatedly these past few days. Haven't you watched? Xian replied. Goodness, Jiang Chen exclaimed. This kid has become so impressive now. In the past, he was the one trailing behind me, calling me big brother. I must call him back and curry favor with him. Alas, I have no phone. What should I do? I have missed a golden opportunity for success. Jiang Chen wore a face of regret. Now, Luo Feng finally understood the situation and realized why Jiang Chen was able to dine with General Huadong. It turned out that Huadong was once known as Huishi and had known Jiang Chen since childhood. However, that was a long time ago. Now, Huadong had risen to the rank of general, and their meal together was merely a nod to their childhood acquaintance. As a high-ranking general, he would hardly pay any heed to Jiang Chen now. He raised his head with a hint of arrogance and declared, Xiaoxin, my Luo family is also a prominent clan and is acquainted with General Hua. My family often seeks his assistance. He began to boast again, in front of his beloved. He bragged about his family's prowess and how much profit his factory generated annually. Hearing this, Xian felt a twinge of disdain. Yet, wealth indeed deserves some measure of boasting. Compared to his peers, Luo Feng had indeed achieved something, at least more than her brother-in-law. Casting a glance at Jiang Chen, she reflected on how he had entered the Tang family without working, living off their resources, truly a useless wastrel. However, having once served in the military and knowing Huadong, her perception of him had shifted somewhat. After finishing their meal, Jiang Chen picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that with Huadong gone, who would pay the bill? He glanced at the still boasting Luo Feng and said with a smile, since young Master Luo is so affluent, Why don't you take care of the bill for this meal? As he spoke, he took He Xian's hand, saying, Cousin, let me ensure your safe return. Now that we have finished dining, let us depart. All right, He Xian nodded. What are you doing? Luo Feng suddenly shouted. After waiting so long for He Xian to come to Jiangzhong and finally having the chance to dine together, how could he easily let her go? He had plans to take her to his factory to show off, hoping to impress her. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and replied, What's the matter? Luo Feng pointed at Jiang Chen's hand and barked, Let go of my girlfriend. Jiang Chen glanced at He Xian, who shot a disapproving look at Luo Feng and remarked, When did I ever agree to be your girlfriend? Luo Feng immediately softened his tone, saying, Xiaoxin, with my conditions, why are you still hesitating? If you become my girlfriend, you won't need to work. You will have no worries about food and clothing, and you can buy whatever you desire. Isn't that wonderful? Not at all. He Xian stated firmly, I have hands and feet. I can earn my own money. With that, she turned to leave. Jiang Chen followed closely behind. Adding on his way out, remember to pay the bill. Despicable. Luo Feng clenched his fists, a shadow of gloom passing over his handsome face. Jiang Chen, you worthless fool. You will regret this. Jiang Chen had ruined his plans, and he had already begun to harbor resentment against him. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen escorted He Xian out of the delicious pavilion, placed their luggage in the trunk, and drove towards the Tang family. He Xian sat in the front passenger seat, scrolling through her phone, looking at photos with Wadong and giggling to herself. Jiang Chen could not help but exclaim, It's just a few photographs. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? She glanced at Jiang Chen with disdain. General Hu is my idol, and the carefree king is even more so. I've dreamt of taking a picture with him, and now I have finally fulfilled that wish. However, she shifted the conversation, gazing at Jiang Chen, who was driving, and continued. But my greatest admiration is reserved for the commander of the Black Dragon in the southern wilderness. You mentioned serving in the southern wilderness. Have you ever encountered the Black Dragon commander? Do you know what he looks like? Of course, Jiang Chen replied with an air of pride. No one knows the Black Dragon better than I do. Really? Ishi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired, Is the Black Dragon commander tall or short? Is he stout or slender? What is his personality like? Is he married? She bombarded him with questions. Aware of the Black Dragon and the legendary battle that had made his name known throughout the land, any military enthusiast would be familiar with it. Yet few knew what the Black Dragon actually looked like. His appearance was a closely guarded secret, known only to high-ranking officials within the military district. Even if a few photographs had circulated, they were only accessible to the elite families of the capital. Ordinary families had no right to such knowledge. Jiang Chen chuckled. I can assure you, the Black Dragon is already married, so you'll never have a chance. Ishi's expression fell momentarily, but soon enough, it transformed into a skeptical glance at Jiang Chen. You're just boasting. I heard that after 10 years of service, you're still just a foot soldier. With 1 million Black Dragon troops in the southern wilderness, you probably aren't even qualified to be one of them, let alone know the Black Dragon. You haven't even seen him. Jiang Chen merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. After all, even if he divulged that he was the Black Dragon, Ishi would likely dismiss him as a fool. With a deep sigh, Ishi lamented, the Black Dragon, my idol. Over a year ago, he single-handedly charged into the enemy camp, leaving a river of blood and mountains of corpses, returning with the enemy commander's head, a fitting conclusion to his legendary life. Surprisingly, for an ordinary citizen, you seem to know quite a bit, Jiang Chen remarked. Of course, Ishi replied with pride, I'm a seasoned military enthusiast. Yet, a look of despondency crossed her face as she mused whether she would ever get to meet the Black Dragon. If I ever get the chance, I must visit the southern wilderness. For now, I suppose I'll stay here in Jiangzhong and see if I can encounter the carefree king. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Brother-in-law, since you knew Wadong when you were young, even though he is now successful and at the pinnacle of his career, if you reach out to him, he might agree to help you. Could you do me a favor? I want to take a picture with the carefree king. She looked at him with pleading eyes. Jiang Chen glanced at Ishi. In truth, he felt a slight fondness for her. Her admiration for soldiers was a refreshing contrast to other infatuated girls who idolized celebrities or foreign figures. Moreover, she only wished to take a photograph with the carefree king and had not mentioned marrying a general or anything of the sort. Xiaoxian, I can assist you with this, but you must promise not to tell Chuchu. If you can do that, I will take you to meet the carefree king. Chapter 88. Overwhelmed with joy, Ishi merely mentioned it casually, harboring little hope. Even though General Hu was acquainted with Jiang Chen during their childhood, He now stands at the pinnacle of his career as a general, while Huadong remains merely a subordinate of the carefree king. Even if Huadong were to acquiesce to Jiang Chen's request, it would be impossible for him to persuade his superior to pose for a photograph with her. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, her eyes sparkled with hope. Really? Jiang Chen smiled and replied, Of course. I was once a soldier myself. And seeing your admiration for Brother Bing, I shall find a way to assist you. Brother-in-law, that's wonderful. Thank you. Xian exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The carefree king is one of the 5 great commanders, even if he is not the one she idolizes most. Being able to take a photograph with the carefree king would fulfill her dreams for a lifetime. Jiang Chen glanced into the rearview mirror. The jeep behind them was still in tow. He understood that the carefree king had dispatched someone to follow him. After a moment of excitement, Xian regained her composure, her expression turning despondent. Brother-in-law, please don't tease me. Even if you knew General Hua as a child, he might help with minor matters. But how could he possibly arrange for his superior to take a picture with me? Jiang Chen chuckled. Why not give it a try? He abruptly turned the vehicle around, heading towards the military district. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Jiangzhong military district. Brother-in-law, are we really coming to the military district directly? Xian asked, her face etched with confusion. You didn't even notify General Hua. Will we really get to see the carefree king? Let us try our luck. Jiang Chen replied with a mysterious smile. He parked the car to the side, aware that the carefree king must already know of his arrival, as he had been shadowed by his men. Sure enough, just minutes later, a middle-aged man clad in military garb, adorned with 5 stars on his shoulders, emerged. With a round face, thick brows, and large eyes, he emanated an imposing presence that commanded respect. As the carefree king approached, Xian felt her breath almost catch in her throat. Jiang Chen opened the car door and beckoned for Xian to exit. The carefree king glanced at Jiang Chen, his brow slightly furrowed. Xian stepped out of the vehicle, standing nervously before the carefree king. Yes, this was indeed the carefree king, even more imposing in person than on television. She held her breath. Jiang Chen calmly introduced, This is my cousin. She is a devoted military enthusiast and admires you greatly. She wishes to take a photograph with you, if you please. The carefree king frowned, puzzled by the black dragon's antics, and cast a glance at Xian. Her heart raced. In that moment, her mind went blank, and she felt utterly lost. Upon seeing the carefree king, she was rendered speechless, completely missing what Jiang Chen had said. Jiang Chen nudged the dazed Xian, urging her, What are you waiting for? Go take the picture. Huh. Xian finally snapped back to reality, cautiously glancing at the carefree king. Can I really? With a kind demeanor, the carefree king replied, Of course, why not? Upon hearing this, Xian was nearly moved to tears, quickly retrieving her phone and handing it to Jiang Chen. Brother-in-law, please help me. She was so excited that she nearly dropped her phone. Jiang Chen took the device, activating the camera, while Xian approached the carefree king, standing beside him. Jiang Chen instructed, Get closer. Xian yearned to do so, but her courage faltered. The carefree king approached Xian with intention. As long as he could satisfy the black dragon and avoid unnecessary troubles, the carefree king could enjoy his leisure. Taking a photo together was nothing significant. Commander Carefree, do not wear a stern expression, smile a little, and also, embrace Xian with a loving demeanor. Upon hearing this, the carefree king felt a surge of anger but restrained himself, adhering to Jiang Chen's instructions. Xian only sensed a strong hand resting on her shoulder. In that moment, her heartbeat nearly ceased, and her breath hitched. Before she could fully react, Jiang Chen called out. The carefree king withdrew his hand from Xian's shoulder and approached Jiang Chen, stating, This is the military district. It would be best if you refrain from coming here in the future, or rather, do not come at all. The underlying message was clear. He wished for Jiang Chen to visit less frequently and create fewer disturbances. After delivering his words, he departed, getting into a military vehicle and leaving amidst Xian's astonished gaze. It took a while for Xian to regain her senses. She gasped for air and hurried to Jiang Chen's side, snatching the phone from his hand. Let me see. She opened the album and beheld a photograph. In the image, the carefree king had his hand on her shoulder, wearing a kind expression reminiscent of a fatherly figure. Overcome with emotion, Xian began to weep openly. After all these years, she had finally fulfilled her heartfelt wish. The carefree king, the commander of the Western Front, one of the 5 great commanders, had posed for a picture with her. She crouched down, crying tears of joy. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, questioning the necessity of such an emotional display over a mere photograph. All right, this is a military district. We should leave quickly, or we might find ourselves in a precarious situation. At his words, Xian collected herself, wiping away her tears, and swiftly got into the vehicle. Jiang Chen drove them back. Along the way, Xian gazed at the picture of herself with the carefree king, noting his hand on her shoulder and his gentle expression. Her lips quivered, and she nearly cried again. After a long pause, she turned to Jiang Chen. Brother-in-law, thank you. Now I believe you truly are the Black Dragon. Only someone of equal stature to the carefree king could have posed for a photograph with him. Pfft, the Black Dragon? You really have quite the imagination, Jiang Chen scoffed. Xian inquired, isn't that what you said? Also, if you're not the Black Dragon, why did the carefree king come out and take a photo with me as soon as we arrived at the military district? Jiang Chen replied, I already told you. I was just taking a chance. The carefree king posing with you does not make me the Black Dragon. It merely shows his approachability. Xian nodded thoughtfully. Upon reflection, his reasoning made sense. Furthermore, Jiang Chen could not possibly be the Black Dragon. If he were, why would he have entered the Tang family and be subject to their whims? Perhaps, as Jiang Chen suggested, the carefree king was simply amiable. He likely obliged any military enthusiast seeking a photograph. Hey, don't mention today's events to your cousin, and refrain from gossiping about it outside, Jiang Chen cautioned. Understood. Xian nodded. Wait, that's not right. She suddenly recalled something. Previously, during the grand succession ceremony of the carefree king, Jiang Chen navigated effortlessly within the military district, although rumors circulated that he was merely borrowing a vehicle. Today's encounter with Wadong saw him escorting her to the military district for a photo with the carefree king. He seemed to catch a fleeting glance from Xian. Brother-in-law, I sense your identity is rather extraordinary. Please, be honest with me, who exactly are you? Rest assured, I will not speak of this to my cousin, nor will I gossip elsewhere. Jiang Chen chuckled. What identity could I possibly have? I am simply a soldier who has returned from service. Xian pondered, sensing something amiss. Though she was not within the Jiang family, she was well informed about its affairs, particularly regarding the events surrounding Tang Chuchu. Even yesterday, she had heard of certain prominent figures kneeling in apology to Tang Chuchu. It was rumored that this incident was connected to the masked man executed by the carefree king, a man whom Tang Chuchu had saved a decade prior. In his lifetime, he had sought the assistance of these influential individuals to support Chuchu in her times of need. Xian felt that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Could it be related to her brother-in-law? She mused, increasingly convinced of this notion. With her thoughts racing, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother-in-law, rest assured, I will not disclose your identity. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. What identity could I possibly possess? Xian replied with a smile, you hail from the southern wilderness. And surely you must be some kind of general. Brother-in-law, if the opportunity arises, you must introduce me to the Black Dragon commander. Chapter 89. Her certainty. Xian was resolute in her conjecture that Jiang Chen was indeed a general from the southern wilderness. Jiang Chen merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. He drove swiftly to Chuchu's residence. The family had been out since morning, attending to matters such as car insurance and registration, and had returned not long ago. Tang Chuchu and Lin Yi had ventured to the city's commercial center and were now back as well. By the time Jiang Chen arrived home, it was nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon entering, Yanmei scolded, does it really take this long to pick someone up? Look at the time. Hurry and prepare lunch. Since Jiang Chen had come to the Tang household, Yanmei had not cooked a single meal. Now, the entire family had grown lazy, with no one willing to take on the task of cooking, resulting in the hour passing without lunch being prepared. Jiang Chen set down his suitcase and promptly replied, I will get to it right away. He then proceeded to the kitchen. Xiao Xian. Yanmei greeted warmly. Xian watched Jiang Chen enter the kitchen. Her brow slightly furrowed. She had observed his behavior throughout the day, his readiness for confrontation at the airport, dining alongside General Huadong, and ultimately escorting her to the military district for a photo with the carefree king. Such a person could hardly be considered ordinary. Yet now, in the Tang residence, he seemed to have transformed entirely. She scanned the members of the Tang family before calling out, Aunt, Uncle. Her gaze finally settled on Tang Chuchu, her eyes widening in surprise. Sister Chuchu, is that you? Xiao Xian, it's been years. Tang Chuchu greeted her warmly. Xian remained fixated on Tang Chuchu. She had long heard that Tang Chuchu had regained her beauty and had now transformed into a stunning woman. However, she never anticipated that Tang Chuchu would be this enchanting. So beautiful that even she, as a woman, felt envious. That figure, that face. Sister Chuchu, Has your brother-in-law truly worked wonders for you? Xin exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Tang Chuchu replied with a smile. Don't just stand there, please take a seat. Xin took a deep breath. Is your brother-in-law really that remarkable? Yanmei interjected, dousing the enthusiasm. He knows a bit of medicine, but beyond that, he possesses no other talents. He is utterly unworthy of Chuchu. I was actually contemplating suggesting that Chuchu divorce Jiang Chen. With her current beauty, she could undoubtedly find someone better. Yes. Xin clapped her hands and added, You are right. Jiang Chen is simply not worthy of my cousin. We should hasten their divorce. She secretly thought. Once they divorce, I will have my chance. A man who is both formidable and knowledgeable in medicine. Such a man is hard to come by. Tang Chuchu's face bore dissatisfaction as she glanced at Xin. Xin, why are you meddling in this matter? Xin smiled and said, Sister Chuchu, you are so beautiful. How could you possibly settle for a son-in-law like Jiang Chen? I sincerely believe he is unworthy of you. Tang Song then chimed in. I think Xin's words hold merit. Sister, do not hang on to this crooked tree named Jiang Chen. Your relationship with President Lin of Chongqing Pharmaceutical is quite favorable. Why not let him introduce you to a wealthy suitor? That way, I might also reap some benefits. The family gathered together, further encouraging Tang Chuchu to sever ties with Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was busy cooking in the kitchen. At the same time, in the Tang family villa, Tang Tianlong once again summoned his family. He had yet to recover from the events of the previous day. The sight of dozens of powerful figures kneeling before Tang Chuchu to apologize was truly astonishing. Even though Yu Xiong, Gui Xuan, and Fang Yangji assisted Tang Chuchu out of obligation, it nonetheless represented a significant network. Tang Chuchu must be brought back. Tang Tianlong issued a resolute command. Tang Hai interjected. Father, it's not that we don't want to, but Tang Chuchu's family has no intention of returning. Even if the family offered a 20 stake, they still wouldn't come back. Tang Tianlong sat on the sofa, smoking a pipe, and raised an eyebrow, asking, Tang Hai, do you know what my dream is? Tang Hai replied, Father, your dream is to make the Tang family a true aristocracy. Exactly, Tang Tianlong nodded. Even though these powerful figures are helping Chuchu out of gratitude, it still represents her connections. If we can cultivate good relationships with these influential individuals, how could the Tang family not rise? Do you know how much we have earned during this time cooperating with Qianjun? We have already made over 10 million. Tang Tianlong took a puff from his pipe. Once Chuchu returns, we can expand production and even engage in deep cooperation with large pharmaceutical groups like Qianjun and Chongqing. We can also establish ourselves in the city's commercial center. Thus, how can the Tang family not prosper? Tang Tianlong became increasingly animated in his speech. No matter the cost, we must bring Tang Chuchu back. The Tang family members wore somber expressions. None of them desired Tang Chuchu's return. Although it was due to Tang Chuchu that the Tang family collaborated with Qianjun upon her return, she would undoubtedly take charge of the Tang family and gradually exploit their interests. Thus, even if the Tang family were to earn more wealth, what significance would it hold if they were to remain deprived of benefits? Grandfather, Tang Lei interjected, Tang Chuchu is not returning. You are unaware of what transpired during my last visit. I knelt before her, and you cannot fathom the severity of Yanmei's words. She declared that even if you personally came to plead on your knees, she would not return home. Tang Minjian concurred. Indeed, grandfather, their family is utterly despicable. For years, they have benefited from the Tang family, but now, when the time comes for them to reciprocate, they turn their backs on us. I will make another visit myself. Tang Tianlong asserted, rising from his seat. Prepare some gifts. Reluctantly, Tang Hai went to gather the offerings. Subsequently, Tang Tianlong, accompanied by Tang Hai's family, made their way to Tang Chuchu's residence. Meanwhile, Tang Jie's family had not taken residence in the grand villa of the Tang family, but instead purchased a modest villa nearby. After Jiang Chen had prepared the meal, he sat on the balcony smoking. Xin, having finished her meal, approached him and remarked with a playful smile, Brother-in-law, your status in the Tang family seems rather insignificant. Perhaps you should consider divorcing Chuchu. Jiang Chen glanced at her. Xin, with her sparkling eyes, teased, What if I marry you after the divorce? Jiang Chen merely smiled in response, remaining silent. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Tang Song set down his utensils to answer, and upon seeing Tang Tianlong, he immediately trembled and exclaimed, Grandfather, what brings you here? Please, come in. Tang Song ushered Tang Tianlong and the others inside. Mother, father, grandfather, uncle, and the others have arrived. Yanmei set down her chopsticks, her expression darkening. Tang Tianlong approached with a smile etched upon his aged face. Chuchu, grandfather has come to see you. Tang Chuchu hastily stood up to greet him, calling out, Grandfather, please sit down. Have you eaten? Allow me to fetch some bowls and chopsticks. Tang Tianlong chuckled. I have already dined. Chuchu, it has been quite some time. Surely your anger has subsided. Come home, for the chairman position of Yongla is still yours. Impossible, Yanmei interjected promptly. Father, do not waste your breath. Chuchu will not return unless the Tang family offers 50% of the family shares to Tang Bo. Otherwise, we will absolutely not go back. What? Tang Lei exclaimed, his voice rising in urgency. 50% of the shares? You truly dare to make such a demand? Tang Hai's countenance darkened as he retorted, Sister-in-law, do not be excessive. Tang Hai's wife, Li Yan, grew anxious and implored, Father, please do not agree to this. Tang Tianlong raised a hand slightly to interrupt the escalating conversation. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, Chuchu, if we were to grant your family 50% of the shares, could you lead the Tang family to glory? Could you transform the Tang family into a true noble house? This left Tang Chuchu momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated her grandfather would agree to grant 50% of the shares. But could she truly lead the Tang family towards prosperity and become a prominent family? She questioned her own capabilities and found herself lacking. Yanmei was equally taken aback by Tang Tianlong's willingness to concede. She promptly exclaimed, that is essential. You cannot fathom how many distinguished individuals my family Chuchu is acquainted with. Just this morning, she visited the city's commercial center with Mr. Lin from Chongqing Pharmaceutical. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Tang Chuchu and inquired, Chuchu, isn't that so? Do share how you can lead the Tang family to greatness. Tang Chuchu hesitated, grappling with her lack of confidence. While she was certain about managing the conglomerate, the prospect of guiding her family towards splendor felt beyond her capabilities. Just then, Jiang Chen, having finished his cigarette, approached with a smile, rest assured, Grandpa, Chuchu will undoubtedly lead the Tang family to prosperity. The four great families of Jiangzhou are on the decline, and it won't be long before the Tang family rises to become one of the new eminent families. Chapter 90, Distribution of Shares. Jiang Chen's words immediately stirred discontent among the Tang family members. Tang Lei sprang up, exclaiming, Since when do we allow you to meddle in our family's decisions? Tang Minjing recalled the previous day at Lin Yi's banquet, where Jiang Chen had pointed at her in front of many, compelling her to kneel. She felt disgruntled and retorted sharply, and the other three families are nearing their end? Who do you think you are? Are you Yi Xiong, to declare such things? Yanmei also scolded, what a disgrace. Can you not keep quiet? Tang Chuchu cast a resentful glance at Jiang Chen, blaming him for his indiscreet remarks. She truly lacked the confidence to elevate the Tang family into a true aristocracy. Being wealthy alone does not qualify one for nobility, it necessitates an extensive network of connections. Tang Tianlong disregarded Jiang Chen entirely and focused on Tang Chuchu, stating, Chuchu, let me be clear, if you can promise to transform the Tang family into a true aristocracy within 3 years, multiplying our assets several times over, I will agree to allocate 50% of the family shares to you, and you will be the executive chairman of Tang Enterprises. Tang Chuchu was taken aback. Multiplying assets several times in 3 years seemed impossible. She was not a deity. Yanmei signaled to Tang Chuchu, implying that she should agree, secure the shares, and then assess the situation. Tang Chuchu surveyed her family. Yanmei, Tang Bo, Tang Song, and Wu Min all looked at her with eager anticipation. After contemplating, she replied, Grandpa, I cannot guarantee success, but if I am entrusted with the Tang family enterprise, I will devote myself to leading the Tang family towards greatness and strive to establish it as a true aristocracy. Upon hearing this, Tang Tianlong felt reassured. Tang Chuchu's connections were indeed extraordinary. If she were genuinely committed to assisting the Tang family, their rise would be imminent. Tang Tianlong stood up, declaring, in that case, it is settled. Chuchu, let us convene at the Tang family villa tonight to discuss the redistribution of shares. The 50% allocated to your family will be assured. Thank you for your trust, Grandpa, Tang Chuchu expressed with gratitude as she rose. Let us return. Tang Tianlong turned and walked away, followed by Tang Hai and the others, who appeared somber. Once they departed, Tang Song leaped up in excitement. Oh, indeed, a 50 share. This means that half of the Tang family's estate has now come under our control. Sister, you have truly brought us honor this time. However, Tang Bo felt a sense of disorientation. For so many years, Tang Tianlong had shown him little favor and had never granted him any family shares. Now, Unexpectedly, he was bestowed with 50. It felt almost surreal. Yinmei glanced at Jiang Chen, recognizing that this was entirely his idea. She had merely mentioned it in passing, never anticipating that Tang Tianlong would actually agree. It was not entirely without merit. Yinmei pressed her lips together thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Tang Chuchu wore a worried expression and said, "Do not rejoice too soon. If I become the chairman but fail to deliver results for the Tang family, grandfather will certainly reclaim the shares." Tang Song dismissed her concerns, saying, "Sister, Yongla has already secured a permanent cooperation agreement with Qianjun, and we are inundated with orders. What is there to fear? Besides, your relationship with Lin Yi is strong, and acquiring additional orders from Chongqing Pharmaceuticals should be a trivial matter." Tang Chuchu pondered this, acknowledging, "You make a valid point." At that moment, her self-doubt dissipated, replaced by an expression of anticipation. After all her studies, was it finally time to put her knowledge to use? She felt a surge of hope, envisioning herself at the helm of the Tang family, stepping into the business world, achieving great things, leading the Tang family to glory, and becoming a true member of high society. Jiang Chen observed Tang Chuchu's eager demeanor and smiled faintly. With his support in the shadows, her career in commerce would surely flourish, and it would not be long before Tang Chuchu's name resonated across the globe. The prospect of redistributing family shares invigorated Tang Chuchu's family, while the Tang Hai and Tang Jie families felt quite the opposite. They were decidedly displeased. The majority of the Tang family's shares were held by Tang Tianlong, and with this redistribution, their own shares were bound to be reclaimed. How much they would ultimately receive, if at all, remained uncertain. Soon, evening descended. Dressed in a beautiful gown, Tang Chuchu entered the grand Tang family villa, embraced by her family as support. The villa's living room was already bustling with guests, including the Tang Hai and Tang Jie families. The three generations of the Tang family gathered in one place. Tang Tianlong rose personally to invite Tang Chuchu to take a seat. The more Tang Tianlong favored Tang Chuchu, the more the other family members felt a sense of unease. They believed that Tang Tianlong, now advanced in age, would not have many years left. This distribution of shares felt akin to a division of inheritance, with limited seating available. Most attendees stood, including Jiang Chen, who remained unfazed. Tang Tianlong, seated at the head, surveyed the assembly and spoke. "I have summoned you all today to convey two matters.